Sign in to claim a Fox Girl first come first served. Lord Survival game officially launched. Initial territory generated. Randomly drawing initial troop building. Lin Yan abruptly opened his eyes. Looking around, there were only a few sparse crooked trees. Lin Yan took the glowing orb. Golden letters immediately appeared. Open next to the territorial well to obtain the special building blueprint. Fox Spirit Concentration Hot Spring. Finally arrived at the Endless Continent. As a member of the Great Crossing Army, Lin Yan had spent 18 years to finally graduate high school and obtain the entry ticket. One outpost costs 27,000 soul crystals and over a dozen elemental stones. Lin Yan gazed at his depleted treasury when the Chiwei Fox in advanced common troop excels in fire magic. Its strength is decent. In the early development phase, a long-range magic troop can deal damage without retaliation, much more useful than melee troops. Lin Yan felt quite satisfied. After all, 99 of Lords start with common troops, and there are plenty of unlucky ones who draw slimes or skeleton monsters. Drawing a magic troop already puts him ahead of many at the start. An ancient, exquisite red altar materialized out of thin air, settling beside the stone tablet. Fox summoning altar level 1 can summon 10 Chiwei Foxes per day. Each summon costs 30 soul crystals. First summon is free. Upgrade condition, 5,000 soul crystals. Lin Yan was about to click summon. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed before his eyes. Ding! Infinite evolution system bound successfully. Immediate summon will only yield the most ordinary Chiwei Fox. Activate the system, consume all summoning slots, and you can 100 summon a mythic grade troop, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Lin Yan's breath caught. Cheat mode. For 18 long years his exclusive cheat had finally arrived. He didn't hesitate to choose to consume all summoning slots. Summon. Boom. A blinding golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire territory. Within the light, two huge translucent cocoons slowly took shape, then bloomed like petals. Two graceful figures walked slowly from the cocoons. They wore thin red veils like cicada wings, their long legs faintly visible. Most striking of all were the 9 fluffy white tails swaying behind each of them, and the pair of twitching fox ears atop their heads. A blend of purity and desire born with irresistible charm. Lin Yan had seen countless exquisite beauties on the internet in his past life, but compared to the twin fox girls before him, they were utterly unsightly. Twin nine-tailed celestial foxes by Ji by Ro, level tier 4 beginner, potential limit divine, level skills Foxfire Prairie enchant, all beings space, jump special bond twin birth, as 1 in 10th twin nine-tailed foxes by Ji and by Ro share life, mana, and vision. Loyalty 100 utterly devoted. Mythic grade troop. Lin Yan's mind flickered through the knowledge from high school textbooks. Troops are classified into common, elite, rare, extraordinary, commander, king, epic, legend, mythic. Creatures like dragons and titans which command awe across the land are at most legendary rank. And the nine-tailed celestial fox is a mythic rank beyond legend, possessing the potential to become a god. As long as he keeps a low profile and develops steadily, the two fox girls can easily crush everything in their path. Two alluring figures carrying a bone-melting fragrance slowly walked before Lin Yan. They knelt on one knee in unison, their red veils draping down, revealing glimpses of their curves. By Ji by Ro greets master. Their voices were coquettish to the bone, as if carrying hooks. Rise. Lin Yan took a deep breath, forcing down the heat in his heart. He turned his head to look beyond the territory. The periphery was all gray, thick fog like heavy walls completely sealing off the territory. This was the fog of war. You must use a fog-dispelling bead to unlock a new 1000-1000 meter area. A level 1 territory automatically generates 10 fog-dispelling beads per day, and they cannot be saved for the next day. Lin Yan took out a transparent bead. All around the territory were unknown areas. They could be resource points or fierce monster lairs. He chose the direction due north and crushed the bead in one go. Fog-dispelling bead used successfully, area unlocking. 10-9-8. The gray fog receded like a tide. What came into view was a stretch of rocky beach, the ground covered in withered thorns and broken stones. Master, let this slave go. Scout ahead first. The elder sister by Ji volunteered. In case of an emergency, her younger sister by Ro could provide support at any time. Lin Yan nodded in agreement. Go ahead, be careful. Bai Ji swayed her enchanting figure out of the protective light shield. Not far ahead, 3 dark green figures wobbled out from a pile of rocks. These were bloodskin goblins. Ugly in appearance, short in stature, clutching rusty iron knives, and emitting a pungent stench. The textbook said bloodskin goblins are tier 1 monsters with low combat power. Bai Ji, kill them. As you wish, Bai Ji chuckled, raising her slender wrist. 3 balls of crimson foxfire materialized out of thin air, hurtling forward with a whoosh. The bloodskin goblins didn't even have time to scream before they were burned into 3 charred corpses. Grara. The commotion drew more monsters. Dense swarms of bloodskin goblins crawled out from between the rocks, charging wildly with their rusty knives. These low-level monsters were no match for the Tier 4 Baiji. Baiji danced gracefully among the rocks, her red veil fluttering, and with every raise of her hand large swaths of foxfire exploded, burning groups of goblins to ash. A bunch of people in the group expressed confusion. Luo Feng continued to explain, my initial unit is the centaur, so the system will default to me being a centaur lord. Charging at her once more. It's a goblin shaman causing trouble. It can revive low-level monsters. Find it, Lin Yan shouted. Baiji understood immediately. Her beautiful eyes swept around, instantly locking onto a distant earthen mound. She lightly tapped the ground with her toes. Space, jump activate. Baiji's figure instantly vanished from her spot, and the next second, she directly crossed several dozen meters, appearing behind the earthen mound. A goblin shaman who was just chanting while holding a skull staff reacted too late. A fair tender hand pierced through its chest. Killed Tier 2 Intermediate Goblin Shaman, gained 15 experience points. As soon as the shaman died, the revived monsters on the ground fell down, becoming thoroughly dead. Left on the spot were a few crystals emitting a faint glow. Soul crystals. Killing monsters to drop soul crystals is the primary way for lords to obtain resources. The younger sister by Ro also ran out of the protected area. The 2 sisters bent over, weaving back and forth among the rocks, picking up soul crystals. Every time they bent over, large patches of snow-white skin were exposed to the air, their 9 tails sweeping back and forth, a scene of breathtaking beauty. Lin Yan watched with great satisfaction. Master a total of 86 soul crystals. The 2 girls piled the crystals before Lin Yan. The amount was not large. For an ordinary lord, several dozen goblins, plus a Tier 2 shaman, would be a nightmare start. But in front of the 9-tailed celestial foxes, it was a one-sided slaughter. Lin Yan ordered the 2 sisters to continue deeper into the rocky beach to clear the monsters. To fully integrate the new area into the territory, all monsters inside must be killed. While they were fighting monsters, Lin Yan opened the Lord Terminal. The chat channel had already exploded. Brothers, what did you all draw? Haha, Elite Intermediate Wild Boarman. 1 smash breaks a big rock, awesome. Don't mention it, I drew a withered bone skeleton, one of them fell apart in the wind just outside the door. I feel like I won't survive 3 days. I drew a half-orc. He's pretty strong, but the way he looks at me gives me the creeps. I'm a bit nervous. Just a heads up, half-orcs are savage. As long as you keep loyalty above 60, you won't get eaten. Probably. Lin Yan skimmed through the messages. Most classmates had cannon-fodder troops like slimes and goblins. Elite troops were rare. At this moment, a familiar classmate noticed Lin Yan and sent a message asking, Lin Yan, what troop did you draw? Lin Yan thought for a moment and casually replied, Ordinary Advanced Chiwei Fox. The group was instantly filled with envy. Fox troop. Damn, must be absolute beauties. Classmate Lin Yan interview, what's it like to have a fox spirit? Lin Yan looked at the 2 graceful, enchanting fox girls who were diligently fighting monsters in the distance. He quickly typed a line on the screen. Beautiful, fragrant, and very soft. I want a fox girl. Classmate A fell silent. Classmate B said nothing. The classmate who had drawn the Berserk Boarman troop could only stare blankly. Looking at his own Boarman, burly rough with drool hanging from the corner of its mouth, and then thinking of the pair of delicate, voluptuous twin fox girls beside Lin Yan, classmate C's eyes turned red with jealousy. At that moment, a classmate who styled himself as an analysis king popped up in the chat. Everyone stop fantasizing. A lord cannot treat his troops as he pleases. Forcing such things will only make their loyalty plummet. There's a guy in the class next door who drew nuns as his troop. Just because his gaze is always so sleazy, the nuns now look at him like he's garbage. Their loyalty is about to fall below the passing line. I'll show you the screenshot. Screenshot a nun with a face full of disgust. JPG. Once this example appeared, quite a few people in the group felt a little more balanced. But almost immediately someone sent another message. Even so, at least Lin Yan has the chance to make mistakes. We don't even have the slightest opportunity for anything steamy. The single dog analysis king took a critical hit and pretended to play dead in the chat. Lin Yan smiled as he closed the terminal and opened his Lord interface. Territory, unnamed. Level 1. Area 1 block. Constructible buildings, wooden hut, watchtower, well. Upgrade requirements, 2,000 soul crystals, 10 points of territory source. Territory source was the core energy required to upgrade a domain. Occupying a single block would produce 1 point of territory source per day. If he wanted to upgrade quickly, he had to expand his domain madly. Lin Yan moved his will and entered the 2 characters, Yan, who has the name of his territory. Master, all the soul crystals we just collected are here. Bai Ji and Bai Ro walked back side by side. Though they had just gone through a bout of slaughter, not a trace of filth clung to the two sisters. On the contrary, a faint sheen of sweat made their snow-white skin glow with a tempting rosy flush. The 9 foxtails behind them swayed, gently releasing a subtle peach blossom fragrance. To conserve their stamina, the two had been taking turns in the killing. After a thorough sweep, the territory had accumulated more than 600 soul crystals. The first block directly to the north had already been completely cleared of monsters. Lin Yan stepped out of the protective light barrier. Bai Ji and Bai Rou immediately moved to his left and right, their soft arms almost brushing his sleeves as they shielded him from all directions. Lin Yan raised his hand and pointed toward the open ground ahead. Occupy. Detected no hostile creatures remain in the current area. Conditions for occupation are met. Occupation countdown 60, 59, 58. During the loading bar, if any monster intruded, the occupation would be interrupted. Fortunately, the fox girls had killed so thoroughly that not even a single living insect remained nearby. A minute passed. The blue boundary representing the territory surged outward, swallowing the northern block. The territory's area became 2 blocks, and its daily territory source production rose to 2 points. At the same time, Lin Yan gained complete vision over the newly added region. The range of the novice barrier hasn't expanded. The barrier only protected the central initial block. If newly occupied blocks outside lacked garrisons, a single invading monster could reclaim the land. Thus, in the early stages, most lords only dared to kill monsters and did not occupy land lightly. Lin Yan had only 2 fox girls under his command and could not split his forces to garrison. He decisively opened the construction panel. Watchtower. Description: basic defensive structure providing the lord with broader vision and early warning. Cost 10 soul crystals. Lin Yan spent the crystals to build a watchtower, placing it directly at the junction of the 2 blocks. As long as any monster approached, he would notice at once. Next, he took out several mist-dissipating orbs and handed them to Bai Ji. I'll trouble you to fully reveal the surrounding map. Bai Ji accepted the orbs, her fingertip lightly tracing Lin Yan's palm as she tossed him a flirtatious glance. It is my pleasure to serve, master. The entire morning slipped by in a blink. The 2 sisters became emotionless engines of slaughter, dispersing all the mist in the 8 blocks surrounding the territory. The nearby monsters were mostly bloodskin goblins and a few second-tier shamans, none of which posed any real threat to the fox girls. After a thorough purge, over 1,000 monsters lay slain, and the remaining soul crystals soared to more than 1,300. In passing, they also occupied 2 empty blocks to the east and west. By noon, Bai Ji returned from the wilds with a handful of bright red wild fruits. As fox spirits, they possessed an innate intuition for plants, knowing instinctively which were edible and which were poisonous. In the chat channel, many lords were complaining about starving because they could not find food. Some troops were even beginning to lose loyalty from hunger. Lin Yan, however, lounged comfortably beside the territory crystal. Bai Ji knelt half by his side, peeling open a plump, juicy wild fruit. Her red lips parted slightly as she blew gently across the fruit, then pinching it between 2 jade-like fingers, she carefully brought it to Lin Yan's lips. Master, see if it is sweet. Lin Yan bit down. The juice was refreshing and sweet, and Bai Ji's fingertips brushed his lips, unintentionally soft and slick to the touch, sending a faint itch through his heart. Full and content, Lin Yan bored opened the classmates group chat. Everyone was complaining about how hard survival had become. Lin Yan sighed and slowly typed out a message. Our troops that are too diligent are also a problem. They go out to fight on their own, find food on their own, and after eating their fill they insist on feeding me bite by bite. As a lord, I end up doing nothing but lie around every day. It's far too superfluous. The group fell silent at once. A flood of question marks popped up. The classmates collectively reacted. Listen to him. Does that even sound like something a human would say? In the afternoon, Bai Ji and Bai Rou continued sweeping the outskirts, taking down 2 more blocks to the east and southeast. The stockpile of soul crystals within the territory broke through 2,100. Through unceasing slaughter, the sisters' levels rose, as well, climbing from early 4th tier to late 4th tier. At that moment, Bai Rou made a new discovery deep within a jumble of rocks. Master, there is a bloodskin goblin ahead whose body is several times larger than its kin and blue lightning coils all over it. Bai Rou leaned close to Lin Yan to report, her warm breath brushing past his ear. Lin Yan's heart stirred as he quickly reached a conclusion. A mutant leader-type monster. From time to time, a leader would emerge within a monster horde. Slaying such a creature guaranteed an enormous haul, but the risk was equally high. Ordinary goblins were 1st tier, whereas this thunderstorm goblin leader was at least 3rd or even 4th tier. Though Bai Ji and Bai Rou were mythic-class troops, capable of leaping tiers effortlessly. More than 200 ordinary goblins are clustered around the thunderstorm leader. A frontal clash would be unwise. Lin Yan laid out his tactics. Bai Rou, you clear the outer rabble. Bai Ji, lure the leader out and kill it alone. By your command. The two women answered sweetly and separated at once. Soon a chain of violent explosions echoed from afar. Lin Yan stood atop the watchtower gazing into the distance. Bai Ji's alluring figure darted back and forth among the shattered stones, her movements light and agile. Each leap sent her 9 long tails streaming behind her, the scene beautiful beyond words. A thick bolt of lightning snapped at her heels, pulverizing rocks along its path. Chasing her from behind was the thunderstorm goblin leader, its physique massive and brutal. It bellowed as it hurled bolt after bolt of thunder, each blow devastating enough that an ordinary 4th-tier troop would have long since been reduced to charcoal. Yet it could not even touch the hem of Bai Ji's robe. Bai Ji's figure flickered as she activated a spatial jump, vanishing from where she stood and reappearing above the leader's head in the next instant. She lifted her long straight leg and brought it crashing down from above. Violent crimson foxfire converged in an instant, forming a crescent-shaped blade of flame. Boom. The thunderstorm goblin leader did not even have time to scream before the foxfire cleaved it from head to toe. Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground. You have slain the 5th-tier leader monster, Thunderstorm Goblin, gaining 520 experience points. 9-tailed celestial fox, Bai Ji has advanced to early 5th tier. Master, we've just harvested a massive soul crystal. Bai Ro dashed back, cradling a pile of spoils and coquettishly claiming credit. Lin Yan's gaze, however, did not linger on the crystal, but settled instead upon a luminous white orb nestled in Bai Ro's arms. A treasure chest had dropped. It was perfectly ordinary for bosses to yield special items upon defeat. As Lin Yan reached out to take the orb, a mutation notification shimmered into view before his eyes. Congratulations, Sovereign. Your first treasure chest has dropped. Opening it grants the item you currently need most. The most urgently needed item. Lin Yan knew precisely what his territory lacked. Without hesitation, he opened it. A flash of white light burst forth, and in his palm rested a softly glowing parchment scroll. Basic recruitment reset scroll. Upon use immediately resets 1 recruitment cycle for your troop type. An excellent find. His territory housed only 2 fox maidens, yet they were forced to hunt monsters and gather resources stretched perilously thin. Should a horde descend upon the settlement, defense would be impossible. Lin Yan crushed the scroll without delay. The fox summoning altar flared anew with brilliant crimson light. Standing before the altar, his exclusive divine boon activated precisely on cue. Hidden hint guaranteed critical strike. Immediate recruitment yields 5 epic tier units. Phantom Dream Foxes. Lin Yan chose full recruitment without pause. Crimson light erupted skyward. 5 statuesque alluring figures emerged gracefully from the altar's center. They bore the same fluffy fox ears, but each possessed only 3 vivid red tails. Most arresting, however, was their attire. Black lace crop tops paired with skin-tight leather skirts barely covering their hips, long shapely legs sheathed in tantalizing black stockings, radiating the consummate allure of mature femininity. Phantom Dream Fox, in level tier 3 novice and maximum potential tier 7 epic end skills, Chain Fireball's Phantasm Step, and not matching the mythic tier twins. Phantom Dream Foxes ranked among the most formidable epic units. Peerless even beside dragons. Crucially, there were 5 of them, each a bewitching siren. Henceforth, all menial tasks, monster hunting, resource collection, or intimate services like tea service, shoulder rubs, and back massages, would fall entirely to them. Bai Ji and Bai Ro, delighted by the new reinforcements, joyfully flicked their tails. With the 5 Phantom Dream Foxes joining the front lines, the territory's combat strength surged dramatically. Clearing peripheral monsters became twice as efficient. Scattered near-death goblins required no intervention from Bai Ji or Bai Ro. The 5 fox maidens, clad in black stockinged leather skirts, lined up shoulder to shoulder and unleashed volley after volley of chain fireballs. Explosions echoed ceaselessly. Dusk deepened, a blood-red moon ascended into the night sky. 6 of the 8 surrounding sectors had already been secured. The remaining 2 were nearly cleared. Only scattered stragglers remained. Nightfall magnified the peril across the endless continent tenfold. Lin Yan advanced no further. He ordered full retreat and rest within the walls. You've all earned it. Let's prepare something to eat. Seated before his newly built wooden hut, he watched a row of elegant long legs sway before him, and his spirits soared. Leave it to this humble servant. During the afternoon sweep, the fox maidens had gathered game. Plump mountain hares, and a small wild boar weighing dozens of gene. The Phantom Dream Foxes approached the well, bending at the waist to draw water and rinse their spoils. Their black leather skirts clung tightly to lush, rounded hips. Dampened black stockings gleamed with dangerous allure. Soon a bonfire crackled to life. The cleaned boar was skewered and rotated over the flames, grease dripping onto embers with sizzling hisses filling the air with rich mouth-watering aroma. The first roasted rib golden brown and succulent rested in by Ji's hands. She glided forward on silent feline steps and knelt beside Lin Yan, settling gently against his thigh. Her 9 fluffy snow-white tails spread across the ground like a silken carpet, one curling deliberately around his calf, stroking it with feather-light friction. "Master, mind the heat." Holding the rib aloft by Ji parted her crimson lips and blew gently upon it. Firelight bathed her bewitching face, so close he could trace every long dark lash. A warm breeze fragrant with peach blossoms brushed Lin Yan's cheek, sending shivers of delight coursing through him. He leaned in and took a hearty bite directly from her hand. Crisp outside, tender within, juice flooding his mouth. Delicious. "So glad Master enjoys it." Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. With her soft, plump thumb, she delicately wiped grease from his lip, then slowly traced it across her own, tasting it with quiet reverence. Moments later, her younger sister by row sidled up, bearing a steaming bowl of savory meat broth, her entire torso leaning snugly against Lin Yan's arm. Mythic-tier fox maidens excelled not only in combat, but in culinary mastery. Lin Yan reclined in sovereign luxury, fed, dressed, and pampered without lifting a finger. Sated and refreshed, the phantom dream foxes set to work unprompted, gathering resilient vines and sturdy leaves, weaving them deftly into storage pouches. Tomorrow's soul crystal hunts would no longer require holding loot in bare hands. Watching their graceful, diligent forms, Lin Yan casually opened the chat terminal. Messages flooded the channel, exhausted lords venting their frustrations. "This wretched game refuses to let us live. Went out to hunt a single monster. Lost 6 of my 10 spear infantry. The survivors are all wounded. Today's soul crystals won't even cover tomorrow's recruitment costs. Brother, count yourself lucky. My skeleton troops stepped beyond the novice invincibility barrier and got shattered into splinters by a few goblins' clubs. I wept watching them crumble. Is it possible to exploit mob aggro?" A lord named Luo Feng interjected. "Position troops inside the novice invincibility dome, lure monsters in and slaughter them unscathed." "Well, what unit does Brother Luo command?" "In Centaur archers, swift, precise. I've spent all day skirting the dome's edge, luring enemies in. Only minor scrapes on the bait unit." A wave of envy swept the group. "Ranged units are pure bliss. And centaurs have astonishing stamina, not to mention impressive physiques." Luo Feng replied instantly. "Brother, you understand me. Gazing at these centaurs daily, I now find them strikingly handsome, especially when sprinting. Those muscles, absolutely sublime." "Whoa, you're eyeing centaurs too. Shameless. And grant me the privilege of being shameless. And speaking of which, ping Lin Yan immediately." "Didn't Lin Yan draw fox spirits?" "Exactly. Losing fox spirits in battle would be tragic. Brother Lin Yan, why not station them safely behind you while you tank the mobs yourself?" The chatter grew increasingly envious. Lin Yan lounged against the soft warmth of a fox maiden's tail and typed deliberately, "Truth be told, fox units aren't all that extraordinary. They hunt monsters by day and cook craft and tend fires by night. When idle, they serve tea, wash clothes, and massage shoulders. If pressed for an advantage, they're merely pleasing to the eye." He sent the message and appended 2 images. The first captured a phantom dream fox bending over the well, her slender waist-defining silhouette, taut leather skirt, and sinuous black-stockinged legs fully visible, even without revealing her face. "They hunt monsters by day and cook craft and tend fires by night. When idle, they serve tea, wash clothes, and massage shoulders. If pressed for an advantage, they're merely pleasing to the eye." The moment the photos appeared, the lively chat channel fell utterly, profoundly silent. A deathly silence enveloped the chat group. The leaders, overwhelmed with bitterness, could only awkwardly change the topic. "Zhao Qian from Class 3 has taken off. He drew a king-level unit, the rampaging Earth Dragon. A 6th-tier king level. No way. Hurry and check the screenshot. The Earth Dragon is too fierce." Lin Yan casually switched to the grade group. Scrolling up, he saw a photo of a massive armored Earth Dragon. With one stomp, it turned a dozen goblins into mush, a truly shocking scene. "Big Brother Zhao must have had a blast today," someone excitedly commented. The Earth Dragon's Lord Zhao Qian sent a waving emoji. "It was alright, just took down a piece of land and earned a few hundred soul crystals, nothing noteworthy." The group erupted in moans of despair. Everyone watched as he commanded a king-level behemoth to sweep the wilderness, then glanced at their own meager cannon fodder, feeling a wave of envy. Only Lin Yan remained unfazed. In fact, he felt a bit amused. So what if it was a king-level Earth Dragon? He had 5 epic-level dream foxes under his command. If it came to a unknown fight, the fox ladies could easily kite the heavy Earth Dragon with their continuous fireballs. Not to mention, he also possessed the mythic twin stars transcending the 9th tier units. Whether it was by Ji or by Ro, just one of them could press the earth dragon down to the ground. Strong, beautiful, with fiery figures and gentle personalities. Leaning against the soft tail of the fox lady Lin Yan felt that this lordly life was simply too delightful. As night deepened, Lin Yan opened the construction panel and built a wooden house for each of the fox ladies. This expenditure was quite extravagant. 8 wooden houses cost 80 soul crystals. Many Lodier lords worked hard all day and couldn't even earn half of that amount. But Lin Yan didn't care. There was no way he would let his delicate fox ladies sleep in the cold, exposed wilderness. The level 1 wooden house was quite simple, with just 4 walls and a hard wooden bed. However, the fox ladies who received the houses were overjoyed. They quickly gathered glowing luminescent grass and soft vines from outside, transforming the humble wooden houses into beautiful abodes. The hard wooden bed was also covered with thick hay and smooth animal pelts. Lin Yan lay in the center of the large bed, feeling surprisingly comfortable. The bedding was filled with the unique fragrance of peach blossoms from the fox ladies. While the accommodation was settled, bathing posed a problem. The territory only had 1 well, and a few hand-woven wooden buckets, making it impossible to take a refreshing wash. Moreover, there wasn't even a partition for privacy. The fox ladies were cleanliness-conscious, having to fetch water at night, and simply wipe themselves down with cloths. Fortunately, as higher beings, they emitted no foul odor. Rather, the more they sweated, the stronger their natural fragrance became. Once the territory reaches level 2 tomorrow, I need to set up a proper bathroom. Lin Yan mused to himself. That night, 5 dream foxes took turns keeping watch, and if any monsters approached the watchtower, they would immediately unleash fireballs. The night passed without incident. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Yan opened his eyes feeling refreshed. His sister by Ro had already taken the team out for patrol, aiming to eliminate any lurking threats at the territory's edge. Sister by Ji came in holding a basin of warm water. Master, good morning. After enjoying the roasted meat breakfast prepared by the fox ladies, the next round of sweeping began. Before long, the remaining 2 areas on the western side of the territory were completely secured. Bai Ji and Bai Ro each took 2 dream foxes, splitting into 2 teams to advance into further new maps. Lin Yan stayed securely within the protective barrier, browsing the chat group, while planning the next development route. After a while, a dream fox dressed in black silk and leather returned, her storage bag bulging. Lin Yan converted all the spoils she brought back. The territory's soul crystal reserves surged to 5,280. Overnight, he had become rich. He approached the fox summoning altar and decisively clicked to upgrade. 5,000 soul crystals were instantly deducted. A red glow enveloped the entire altar as the foundation rapidly expanded, and the previously rough stone pillars became more refined, intricate dark red runes appearing on the surface. A scorching and mysterious aura surged forth. Fox Summoning Altar Level 2 can summon 20 red-tailed foxes daily, consuming 30 soul crystals each time. Note there is a certain chance to summon an elite-level unit Flame Fox, which, and a very low chance to trigger Bloodline Awakening. Upgrade conditions: 500 soul crystals, 10 pure elemental stones for ordinary lords. Upgrading unit buildings was the only way out. Only by upgrading the building to level 2 could there be a chance to recruit Tier 2 units. Once Tier 2 units were in place, the casualty rate would significantly decrease. Lin Yan looked at the altar's new attributes, preparing to recruit for today's quota. A flash of golden light caught his eye. The external assistant had arrived. Tip: consuming all today's quotas can trigger a special mutation, guaranteeing the summoning of a top-tier support-type fox lady. Support type? Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Currently his team was all about violent output, and they indeed needed someone to provide healing and buffs from the back. Without hesitation, he chose to recruit them all. Boom. The level 2 altar shook violently, and massive fire energy surged wildly. In the blink of an eye, 6 giant red light cocoons formed in the center of the altar. Among them, the one in the very center was particularly special, radiating a layer of pure, dazzling white light, exuding a sense of untainted holiness. After several seconds, the light cocoons burst open successively, transforming into specks of light that dispersed. 6 tall and voluptuous figures stepped out from the glow. 5 of them were clad in tight leather skirts and black silk, but leading the group was an extraordinarily beautiful fox lady, wearing a moon-white priestess robe. The robe's design was incredibly alluring. What was most striking was the upper half, where the fabric seemed almost ready to burst. Holy Light Heavenly Fox Priestess Phi U level mid-level 4-tier potential limit silver demigod skills Holy Light Shower Group Shield Fox Spirit Power Field. Lin Yan looked at the panel internally, exclaiming, "What a gem." Fei Yu greets the master. The fox maiden dressed in a high-slip priestess robe approached Lin Yan and gave a slight bow. The neckline revealed an eye-catching view with deep ravines that dazzled the eyes. Lin Yan suppressed his urge to gaze longer and cleared his throat. No need for formalities. From now on you will act alongside Bai Ji and the others. At your command. Fei Yu's voice was as gentle as flowing water, making one feel weak in the knees. The Fox Maidens shared a close bond with one another. With Fei Yu as a powerful support, the team's endurance surged. 3 mythic-level Fox Maidens led the charge. 15 epic-level Fox Maidens provided overwhelming firepower from the rear. The speed of the team's advance felt as if they were riding a rocket. The morning quickly passed. By noon, apart from the central core area, the Yin Fox territory had already conquered 12 zones. As the territory expanded, problems arose. For zones were too far from the core of the territory. The lookout towers Lin Yan built along the borders could easily be destroyed by wandering monsters. However, with the limited number of Fox Maidens, sending them all out to explore was not feasible, leaving no time for them to guard the borders. Well, if the tower gets destroyed, it gets destroyed. We can always rebuild it. Lin Yan sat in front of the wooden cabin contemplating. Even if the newly acquired territory was retaken by monsters, it would only mean losing some soul crystals used for the lookout towers, which was not a significant loss. If only he could obtain a blueprint for the Guardian Tower, he could build one to protect several zones, preventing monsters from even approaching. Unfortunately, blueprints could only be acquired by opening treasure chests. At lunchtime, the Fox Maidens returned with several plump stone goats roasted to a crispy exterior and tender interior paired with refreshing wild fruits, creating a delectable feast. Lin Yan leaned back in a chair covered in animal skins while Bai Ji knelt beside him, delicately tearing off a small strip of roasted meat, carefully blowing on it and feeding it to him. As he enjoyed the close service of the Fox Maiden, he opened the territory panel. After a morning of frenzied expansion, the territorial source had finally accumulated 10 points. The reserve of soul crystals surged dramatically, skyrocketing to over 2,600. The upgrade conditions were met. With a thought, Lin Yan immediately deducted the required resources. Buzz! The white crystal at the center of the territory suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue pillar of light, instantly expanding in size. A series of system notification sounds exploded in his ears. The territory has successfully upgraded to level 2. Unlocking territorial aura within the territory. All allied units' attack power increases by 10 EU and defense power increases by 10. Unlocking new blueprint workshop. The number of fog-clearing beads generated automatically each day increases to 20. Territory Yin Fox territory level 2 area 13 zones territorial boost attack 10A defense 10 constructible buildings wooden cabin lookout tower well workshop upgrade requirements 20,000 soul crystals 100 territorial source. As the territory upgraded, a warm energy surged into Lin Yan's body. His entire skeleton emitted a series of crisp cracking sounds. He clenched his fists tightly, distinctly feeling the explosive power surging within his muscles. For a lord to grow stronger, aside from the paltry experience gained from defeating monsters, the quickest shortcut was the attribute boost from upgrading the territory. With the previous rampant sweep by the Fox Maidens, Lin Yan's physical quality had already been gradually improving. Now that the territory had reached level 2, his personal combat strength had directly soared to intermediate level 2. As long as he donned a decent set of armor, he could easily take on second-tier monsters. However, Lin Yan had no intention of risking his life outside. With so many long-legged Fox Maidens under his command, it would be foolish for the lord to rush to the front lines to fight monsters. It would be a stupid thing to do. Lin Yan spent 200 soul crystals to place a workshop right next to the altar. The building quickly took shape, resembling a crude wooden shed with open sides. However, the attributes listed on the panel were quite impressive. Workshop, level 1 description, a production-type building. It can consume wood and/or to produce basic living utensils and standard weapons. Upgrade requirements, 3,000 soul crystals. Seeing the words living utensils, Lin Yan smiled. He could directly have the workshop rush to produce a batch of large wooden barrels. Tonight, after the Fox Maidens returned from slaying monsters, they could enjoy a refreshing hot bath. Of course, the workshop's most important function was not to create bathing tubs. The Fox Maidens cast fireball spells and skills which, while powerful, consumed a lot of stamina and mental energy. If they encountered a horde of monsters and fought stubbornly, they could easily exhaust themselves. Now with a workshop, they could directly mass-produce energy-gathering staves. With staves providing a magical power boost, the Fox Maidens' endurance and firepower could at least double. The workshop panel indicated that a basic energy-gathering staff required wood and iron ore. If there were no materials, they could also condense it using soul crystals, costing 10 soul crystals per staff. Lin Yan stroked his chin. With bloodthirsty monsters surrounding the territory, sending people to chop wood and mine was purely wasting time, with very low efficiency. If money could solve the problem, there was no need to exert effort. It's a pity that newbies can't temporarily enter the Lord's City to trade resources with others. Lin Yan casually summoned a dream fox to oversee the workshop's operations. The little fox dressed in a black leather skirt respectfully crouched at the wooden table operating with precision. Her slender waist bent low accentuating her full curves, and the black stockings on her legs were tightly stretched. Lin Yan invested a significant amount of soul crystals, and soon a batch of energy-gathering staves was produced in bulk. With the added equipment the fox maidens no longer had to worry about exhausting their magical energy. Fireballs were launched in rapid succession as if they cost nothing, greatly increasing the efficiency of monster clearing. By 3 in the afternoon, the territory of the Yin Fox had quickly expanded to 18 zones. Lin Yan was not idle, either comfortably leaning against the door of the wooden cabin while accessing the Lord's vision. Whenever he spotted monsters spawning at the borders, he immediately sent Bai Rou to lead a team for cleanup, ensuring that the newly constructed lookout towers were not destroyed. At the edge of the map, Bai Ji was leading the main force advancing northward. Suddenly, a red light flickered at the edge of the light curtain. Tip: the current area is controlled by a goblin nest and cannot be occupied. Master, we can't occupy the area ahead. Something is blocking us, Bai Ji reported through their mental link, her tone tinged with confusion. Lin Yan was well aware of the situation. He remembered from his high school textbooks that wild monster nests like the Lord's base would automatically radiate their dominance in all directions. To seize territory, they would need to eliminate the nest completely. The problem was that the monster nest was only a few kilometers from the territory. Once the 3-day newbie protection period ended, the monsters from the nest would undoubtedly come rushing over, flattening the territory. They had to act first. Lin Yan immediately recalled all the fox maidens, including Bai Ji, Bai Rou, and the stunning healer Fei Yue, along with 10 dream foxes clad in black stockings. Bai Ji was already at intermediate level 5, Bai Rou at beginner level 5, and Fei Yue at advanced level 4. The dream foxes below had mostly reached mid to high level 3. While other lords were still struggling with how to deal with a few minor monsters, Lin Yan already held a formidable army of fox maidens capable of overwhelming anything. Absolute strength was crushing. But Lin Yan remained calm, steady as a rock. The number of monsters in the nest could easily reach thousands. As a level 2 lord, if he rushed to the front lines, even a stray bullet could leave him with wounds, and there would be nowhere for him to cry. It was far more comfortable to stay behind the invincible shield and watch the show. Lin Yan waved his hand, watching the fox maidens line up to march. Their slender waists twisted like water snakes, their white legs and black stockings creating a breathtaking scene. The goblin nest was very easy to locate. After Bai Ji crushed a few fog-clearing beads, a massive dark red earth mound appeared in their view. The mound resembled an active volcano, constantly spewing green toxic smoke. The ground within a few hundred meters was severely contaminated, with no vegetation growing, sticky to the touch. Countless blood-skinned goblins crawled out from the volcano. Amidst them were also large mutated goblins and goblin shamans wielding bone staffs. At a glance, there were at least several thousand to sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Advance inward from the periphery, as ordered by our master. Bai Ji raised her pale, graceful arm and issued the command. The Kitsune maidens swiftly seized a towering earthen mound as their stronghold. 10 Dreamweaver foxes raised their newly forged staves. Full firepower unleashed. Crimson fireballs trailing blazing contrails rained down upon the horde like a tempestuous storm. Goblins in the front ranks were obliterated en masse, reduced to crimson mist and shattered flesh. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Thousands upon thousands of monsters detected the intruders, their eyes burned crimson, and they surged upward like a viridian tide, crashing against the earthen mound. The Kitsune maidens remained utterly unruffled, indeed exhilarated. Their cheeks flushed deep rose from the intensity of spellcasting, and glistening sweat traced slender paths down their long necks, vanishing into the profound hollow between their bosoms. The monsters were simply too numerous. A few robust second-tier mutated goblins endured the fireballs and charged up to the base of the mound. For our master, Fei Yue stepped forward. Her high-slit priestess robe billowed fiercely in the wind, revealing legs of blinding alabaster. She raised her staff aloft, the generous swell of her chest swaying with emotion. Sanctified light baptism, divine retribution. Pillars of searing white light, thick as ancient oaks, descended from the heavens, striking with unerring precision upon the densest clusters of monsters. Boom, boom, boom. The earth convulsed violently, soil and dust erupted skyward. Fei Yue, a 4th-tier advanced caster, struck with such force that she carved dozens of deep craters into the ground, cleansing an entire swath of the battlefield in an instant. As the radiant light faded, a soft ascending glow shimmered across Fei Yue's form. 5th-tier novice. For arcane heroes, unleashing area effect devastation upon hordes, leveling up was as effortless as drawing breath. Bai Rou, observing nearby, felt her competitive spirit ignite instantly. She flickered through space, teleporting repeatedly, to target second and third tier goblin shamans with surgical precision. Her elongated leg descended like a guillotine wreathed in foxfire, her strike detonating skulls with lethal grace. The monsters at the mound's foot dwindled rapidly. Mangled corpses dissolved into ashen residue scattered by the wind. The Kitsune maidens descended from the heights, advancing directly toward the lair's entrance. This was a first-tier lair, by definition home only to low-tier creatures. Yet its age had bred anomalies within vast numbers. Aberrant individuals inevitably arose. Four-horned shamans, fourth-tier elites, stood atop the lair's highest crest. As the Kitsune maidens finished mopping up stragglers, all four raised their bone staves in unison. For colossal serpents, a virulent green poison fire roared downward in terrifying descent. We anticipated this move. Feiyu cried out sharply, slamming her staff into the earth. A translucent, pearlescent dome bloomed instantly, enveloping every Kitsune maiden within its luminous embrace, the Kitsune spirit barrier. The poison fire's serpents slammed against it, producing only faint ripples. No spark, no heat, no breach. In the blink of an eye, Bai Ji and Bai Rou moved as one, activating their abilities in perfect synchrony. Two incandescent silhouettes blurred across 100 meters, materializing behind the horned shamans, as if conjured from thin air. Blades of searing foxfire lashed forth. Razor-sharp claws cleaved through flesh and bone. For grotesque heads soared skyward in violent arcs. Within Lin Yan's mind system, notifications flooded his consciousness. Slain 4th-tier horned shaman. Gained 122 experience points. Slain 4th-tier horned shaman. Gained 132 experience points. Dreamweaver Fox. Hong Yi ascended to 4th-tier novice. Dreamweaver Fox. Qing Si ascended to 4th-tier novice. Though the enemy's main force lay vanquished, the battle was not yet over. Scattered remnants fled in disarray. It took the Kitsune maidens over an hour to scour the entire earthen hill, inside and out, leaving no trace behind. Too many foes. This has utterly exhausted me. Bai Rou wiped fine beads of sweat from her brow. A damp strands clung delicately to her porcelain cheek. A single droplet traced a slow path down her slender neck, slipping into the deep luminous valley between her breasts. Out of the corner of her eye she glimpsed a wounded goblin emerging in the distance. Without glancing, she flicked her wrist and reduced it to ash with a burst of foxfire. Thousands of kills had refined their spellcasting into pure instinct. Yet what a glorious slaughter. It sharpens my flame control daily. I've now reached 5th tier advanced. Bai Rou swayed her slender waist as she drew near her elder sister. If only we could find several ancient lairs each day. Bai Ji extended a long, elegant finger and gently tapped her younger sister's forehead. Stay vigilant. The dusk approaches. Find the core, immediately. As you command, Bai Ji recalled Lin Yan's instructions with unwavering fidelity, leaving no corner unexamined. She deployed the Dreamweaver foxes in trios, mutually supporting one another, as they ventured deeper into the hill's heart. Before long, they discovered the lair's core buried at the deepest recess. A repulsive, pulsating tumor, vast as a beating heart, swelled and contracted rhythmically. 1st-tier goblin lair detected. Destroy immediately. Destruction yields abundant soul crystals and purified elemental stones, and may yield architectural schematics or rare artifacts. Preservation causes the core to continuously spawn goblin monsters. Lin Yan chose destruction without hesitation. Some self-proclaimed lords in the chat had advocated the captive farm strategy, preserving lairs as perpetual XP sources for daily grinding. He dismissed the notion outright. His domain lacked both the resources and the infrastructure to sustain such luxury. Moreover, repeated farming drastically diminished returns, and worse, risked weakening his troops into complacent mediocrity. True strength for the Kitsune maidens demanded visceral life-or-death combat, not endless sterile slaughter. Lingering in comfort zones bred only catastrophic failure. Shatter it now. Lin Yan issued the order. Deep within the earthen hill, Bai Ji and Bai Rou received the command simultaneously, raising their hands, fingertips blazing with crimson radiance. Furious fireballs erupted like rapid-fire artillery. 9 explosive spheres discharged in a single second. The barrage sustained for 3 full seconds. The fleshy core could not withstand such annihilation. With a thunderous detonation, it exploded into a storm of viscera and gore. The massive earthen hill, deprived of its sustaining power, collapsed inward, shattering into lifeless gray ash. Vast tracts of dark red corruption receded swiftly from the surface. Within days, verdant vegetation would reclaim the land. 1st-tier goblin lair successfully destroyed. Acquired 300 soul crystals, 5 purified elemental stones, schematic, black. Nightfall settled completely before the Kitsune host returned to their domain, tired but triumphant. The journey was not long, rather their burden of spoils weighed heavily upon them. Soul crystals from thousands of slain monsters glittered across the ground, dazzling, almost blinding. Even these peerless warriors bent humbly to gather them one by one. Dozens of breathtaking beauties, clad in form-fitting leather skirts and sheer black stockings, bent repeatedly among the rubble. Their skirts strained taut, riding ever higher, their ample bosoms swayed with each deliberate motion. Any other lord witnessing this spectacle would surely bleed from the nose. Only when the moon hung high did the Dreamweaver foxes return, each bearing bulging storage bags threatening to burst at the seams. Bai Ji and Bai Rou wasted no time. They split duties, crushing every remaining mist-dissipating pearl to unveil the map. Daily free-use items were never left idle. Waste was unthinkable. Lin Yan refused all unprofitable ventures. Today we secured 20 sectors. Map territory totals 31 sectors. As for wealth, Lin Yan opened his resource panel. Soul Crystal Reserve 10086. An overnight fortune, surpassing 10,000. With newfound wealth, Lin Yan's first priority was infrastructure. His domain had reached Tier 2. Ordinary wooden dwellings could now be upgraded at cost. He spent soul crystals lavishly, renovating every Kitsune Maiden's quarters, then constructing several additional rooms as reserves. Spaces widened, beds softened, comfort elevated to perfection. Having completed those tasks, his gaze fell upon the schematic in his inventory. Black Iron Citadel, a compact, fully enclosed defensive bastion. Its walls were thick and impregnable, firing slits lined its perimeter, ideal for arcane troops to unleash devastating barrages from safety. Within its confines, security was absolute. Less than 2 days remained before the invincible novice shield expired entirely, exposing the domain not only to wild beasts, but also to potential siege assaults. Lin Yan glanced toward the softly glowing domain crystal nearby, the lifeblood of his realm. Should it shatter, the Lord would be instantly erased. The Kitsune Maiden's combat prowess was unquestionable. Lin Yan held absolute faith in them. Yet his greatest fear lay in treacherous, opportunistic strikes, monsters bypassing the front lines to shatter the crystal under cover of chaos. Now with the schematic in hand, that vulnerability dissolved. Consuming 1000 soul crystals, Black Iron Citadel construction initiated. Rumble. Rumble. The earth trembled, soil heaved and coalesced as if shaped by an invisible titan's hand. In mere seconds, a 10-meter-high fortress, gray-black, unyielding, rose from the earth, encasing both the fragile domain crystal and the fox summoning altar at its inviolable heart. As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. In the center of the territory, voluptuous fox maidens gathered around the campfire, preparing a sumptuous dinner. Like last night, Lin Yan comfortably leaned against a soft cushion. Bai Ji sat next to him, blowing on the tender meat that sizzled and oozed with oil, her red lips slightly parted as she fed him piece by piece. The warm touch and the aroma of the meat intertwined, leaving one with a lingering taste. Feeling full and satisfied, Lin Yan stood up and walked into the newly erected Black Iron Fortress. The fortress was 3 stories high and covered an area of over 300 square meters. It was a standard small fortress. Compared to the rudimentary wooden house that could barely fit 2 people, this place was ridiculously spacious. With just a casual sweep of the first floor, one could easily divide it into 7 or 8 large bedrooms. The most crucial aspect was the sense of security it provided. In the event of a monster attack, the fox maidens could directly hide behind the thick walls, hurling fireballs through the shooting holes and unleashing a frenzied assault. However, despite the walls being indestructible, the interior was completely empty, lacking even a place to sit. "Master, let me handle the interior decoration," Bai Ji chimed in, sweetly stepping forward to volunteer. Having transformed the dilapidated wooden house into a vibrant space last night, Lin Yan felt completely at ease. He directly granted Bai Ji access to the workshop. With the processing capabilities of the workshop, the situation was entirely different. Wooden beds, tables, chairs, and household items could be created as long as there were basic materials. Although crafting furniture on the second day of pioneering was an unimaginable luxury, Bai Ji immediately busied herself. She traversed the fortress in her alluring red silk. A large number of wooden planks were processed, dividing the space into independent rooms. She also had her sister Bai Rou bring in green bamboo to plant along the corridor, adorning the corners with vines and luminescent grass. The cold Black Iron Fortress soon transformed into a warm and gentle space filled with the breath of natural life. Bai Ji was not only skilled but also meticulous in thought. In the area where the territory's crystal was stored on the first floor, she specially reinforced a thick defense line, leaving only a concealed secret passage. Lin Yan initially intended to lend a hand. However, after following her for a while, he realized he couldn't assist at all. He was too busy watching Bai Ji bend down to work, catching glimpses of her ample curves spilling out from her neckline and skirt. With nothing else to do, Lin Yan decided to open his terminal and check the chat group to see what others were up to. Compared to the previous 2 days, the surviving lords today had more types of troops and were gradually adapting to the brutal rhythm of the endless continent. The group chat was abuzz. Today I led the rampaging pigmen and conquered half a block. The pigmen are indeed fierce. Envy the one above. But I also discovered a way to exploit terrain for monster hunting and made quite a profit today. Brothers, don't just focus on hunting monsters, hurry up and build defensive works. Right. Tomorrow the novice invincible shield will disappear. Whether we survive or not depends on how tough our homes are. One lord posted a few pictures. He built a half-man-high earthen wall around the core crystal using mud and stones. It looked a bit shabby, but it would definitely work to block low-level monsters like goblins. Impressive, brother. With this wall, just sharpen some wooden stakes into spears. Let the troops stand on the wall and stab downwards. It's a stable strategy, like a seasoned pro. To dig and build walls by hand, that's a tough guy. Ordinary lords had limited stamina for their troops. They couldn't be out hunting monsters all day long and had to rest. But the lords were like vampires, making the most of every resource. Can't fight monsters. Then go dig soil, chop trees, and build infrastructure. I heard someone even compiled a set of 36 infrastructure plans for novice lords, specifically teaching how to dig traps and build defenses based on troop characteristics. Lin Yan had also learned. Unfortunately, he couldn't put it to use now, having directly moved into a fully enclosed fortress. People in the group were constantly showcasing their defensive achievements, some digging pits, some laying wooden spikes. In just 2 short days, everyone was becoming quite skilled in construction. Lin Yan took a quick glance around. At this point, Bai Ji had already arranged the master bedroom. A spacious double bed made of solid wood with a wardrobe and a desk beside it, and even a spacious bathtub transformed from a large wooden barrel in the corner. With a few intricately carved wooden screens added, it was simple, yet incredibly cozy. Lin Yan was very satisfied and casually took a photo of his master bedroom and sent it directly to the class group. Accompanied by a message, I haven't had time to fix up the defenses, so I'm just casually showing off the newly arranged bedroom. Student A. Student B. Student C, who drew the rampaging pigman. In the photo, the wooden bed was large and exquisite, covered with soft animal skins and flower petals. It was evident that the arrangement was done by the clever fox maid herself. The entire room was overwhelmingly spacious, definitely not a starter wooden house provided by the system. Moreover, the height and material of the windows clearly suggested it was from some large-scale building. What the heck? Did this come from architectural blueprints? Where did the blueprints come from? The analysis expert in the group immediately knelt. Everyone collectively lost their composure. After a long while, someone weakly asked, Lin Yan isn't your troop just an ordinary red-tailed fox? How did you get such equipment? On the other side in the grade group, Zhao Qian, the only person in the school with the king-level troop, rampaging Earth Dragon, was enjoying the treatment of being the center of attention. He sent a sighing emoji. I've only conquered 3 blocks at most. Don't be fooled by the Earth Dragon's ferocity. These ancestors have quite the temper. They insist on having 1 dragon per wooden house, or they'll lose loyalty. I'm almost at my wit's end. I built 6 houses for them, thinking I'd spend the materials, so I might as well build 1 for myself too. But to be fair, living in a wooden house is indeed better than sleeping on the ground, and at least it's less likely to catch a cold. I recommend everyone build 1 if they can. After saying that, Zhao Qian sent a screenshot of his room. A straw-covered wooden bed with a table made from broken wooden planks. On it were a few rough bamboo tubes for drinking water. Although it looked as shabby as a refugee camp, it was a heavenly luxury compared to the 99 of lords still sleeping in the wild. Immediately, a flurry of admiration for Zhao the Great is amazing erupted in the chat. Just then a new image suddenly popped up. A spacious and bright room with a flower petal bed, solid wood wardrobe and desk. Antique-style screens, exquisite wooden bowls and chopsticks, and even a big bathtub for bathing. Zhao Qian's eyes widened. He stared intently at the photo Lin Yan sent, then glanced back at his own proud straw wooden bed. Zhao Qian received a massive shock. He collapsed directly. No matter how boastful one might be in the group, it pales in comparison to the joy of having a soft and fragrant fox lady by one's side. Soon enough, Bai Ji had thoroughly arranged the interior of the fortress. From the inside, it hardly resembled a cold fortress meant for battle. Instead, it felt like an exquisitely cozy villa. Aside from protecting the lowest layer of territories, Crystal Lin Yan never regarded this place as merely a defensive structure. With all his subordinates being mythical and epic grade top-tier fox ladies, if the outside goblins were to breach the core area, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. Setting up the outer defense line would be a task for tomorrow. As for tonight, Master. Bai Ji hesitated, her stunning face flushed with a faint blush. Beside her, Bai Ro peeked her little head out, grinning as she stoked the fire. Sister means that the space here is too large and requires close management, so we want to stay on this level. And also to ensure the master's safety. After saying this, Bai Rou was pinched on her slender waist by Bai Ji in embarrassment. Although the fortress was indestructible, what if a creature capable of invisibility sneaked in, or if there was an unstoppable long-range attack? A dog's life is precious, and one must be cautious. With the strongest mythical twin stars guarding nearby, sleeping at night felt secure. It had absolutely nothing to do with their stunning beauty, voluptuous figures, or their fair, flawless skin. I also want to stay and accompany the master. Bai Rou raised her snow-white arm high. Lin Yan waved his hand. All right, you can pick your own rooms. In fact, they had long since chosen one on the left and one on the right, perfectly flanking Lin Yan's bedroom. Whatever the situation, they would be at his beck and call. The room was merely partitioned with wooden boards, and the sound insulation was practically zero. Building the fortress, crafting furniture, plus renovating the wooden cabin outside, Lin Yan spent over 2,000 soul crystals in one go. However, he felt it was worth every bit. Living in the spacious fortress was indeed far more comfortable than in a small wooden cabin. The daily necessities crafted in the workshop instantly elevated the quality of life in his territory from the primitive era to the Iron Age. The Fox ladies' enthusiasm for work visibly increased. The main reason was that tonight they finally had the conditions to take a comfortable hot bath. The Dream Foxes drew well water into wooden tubs, boiled it, and poured it into the large bathtub just crafted in the workshop. Although they couldn't each have their own, being able to take turns bathing was already immensely satisfying for the cleanliness-loving Fox ladies. The loyalty panel's values surged upwards. Master, the hot water is ready. In the master bedroom, Bai Ji and Bai Rou poured the hot water into Lin Yan's exclusive, oversized wooden bathtub. A layer of fragrant petals was deliberately sprinkled on the water's surface. The steam swirled around, and the mingling of floral scents with the unique body fragrance of the Fox ladies filled the room. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Yan casually remarked. Serving the master is our duty. Oh, it is not hard at all, Bai Ji replied, her head lowered, her voice as soft as a whisper. Lin Yan reached out to test the water temperature. It was just right. He was about to take off his outer coat when he noticed Bai Ji still standing by the bathtub without leaving. Usually generous, the nine-tailed celestial fox now had cheeks as red as if they might bleed, her 9 tails nervously entwined behind her. Master, please allow me to assist you in bathing. Bai Ji bit her moist red lips, as if she had built up the courage for a long time before uttering these words. As the steam rose, the thin red gauze she wore clung tightly to her alluring curves, revealing glimpses of her snowy skin, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Faced with such temptation, Lin Yan's throat tightened. He gritted his teeth, and with a steely willpower firmly resisted. It wasn't that he couldn't. It was that he dared not. Fox spirits are inherently enchanting, and if sparks truly flew in the bathtub, it would undoubtedly be a sleepless night. Tomorrow would bring fierce battles, and the day after would mark the end of the protection period. If he were to indulge Bai Ji right here, both of them would likely be weak-legged tomorrow, and the battle capability of the mythical troops would undoubtedly suffer a significant decline. Now is not the time for self-indulgence. No need, you both go wash up and rest early. Lin Yan waved his hand. Upon hearing his command, Bai Ji's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but at the same time, she also sighed in relief. In truth, she herself wasn't fully prepared for that final step. The two sisters, blushing, fled the room as if escaping. After a comfortable hot bath, Lin Yan felt rejuvenated. He changed into the coarse cloth leisurewear hastily produced in the workshop, looking fresh and neat. When he next saw Bai Ji, she had also changed out of her alluring red gauze and donned a simple white cloth outfit. The simple attire only accentuated her astonishingly perfect figure. In fact, it removed some of her divine aura, adding a more approachable and enticing charm. At night, Lin Yan opened the map and marked the coordinates of several monsters attempting to invade his territory. Outside, the Dream Foxes swiftly attacked, eliminating every last one of the stragglers. After arranging everything, Lin Yan lay on the soft bed, sleeping exceptionally soundly. The entire territory was tranquil and peaceful, and any foolish monsters were reduced to ashes by the Fox ladies on night watch. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Lin Yan woke naturally. When he opened the door, Bai Ji and Bai Rou had already been waiting outside. Master, the water for washing your face is ready. Bai Ji held a wooden basin, while Bai Rou carried a soft, dry towel. They were exceedingly obedient. In the endless continent, now countless lords worked hard to maintain the loyalty of their troops, saving all the good food for the soldiers, while they themselves toiled from dawn until dusk. Looking at his divine treatment, Lin Yan couldn't help but pinch Bai Ji's smooth face. To summon you is truly my greatest fortune. Bai Ji's cheeks instantly turned crimson, her fox ears trembling shyly, almost burying her head in her chest, adorably breaking the rules. After breakfast, Lin Yan was preparing to arrange today's expansion route. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the endless continent. Warning. Only 24 hours remain until the end of the novice protection period. After the protection period ends, all lords will face the first wave of monster siege. The higher the territory level and the more land occupied, the more terrifying the monster waves that will be attracted. Simultaneously, the rewards obtained from successful defenses will increase geometrically, including vast amounts of soul crystals, pure elemental stones, high-tier blueprints, and rare items. This is the first life and death test all novice lords face. It is also an excellent opportunity to widen the gap in strength. Lin Yan looked at the more than 20 territory plots displayed on his panel, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Other lords haven't even left their initial plots yet. It's unlikely you'd find another novice like me who has already occupied dozens of plots, right? On the third morning, sunlight streamed through the windows of the spacious main bedroom in the fortress. Lin Yan awoke amidst the soothing warmth of soft jade. Last night's atmosphere was just right, and under gentle persuasion Bai Ji and Bai Rou shyly nestled into his bed. To his left lay Bai Ji with her soft, fragrant shoulder, and to his right was Bai Rou with her slender waist. A dozen snow-white foxtails intertwined, forming a thick plush blanket that covered the three of them. Lin Yan carefully withdrew his arm and placed a kiss on each of the sisters' delicate faces before feeling refreshed as he got up to dress. After washing up, he headed straight to the Huanshu Fox altar in the center of the fortress. Today luck was average and no special critical hits were triggered. However, he still managed to summon 10 epic-level Illusory Dream Foxes. Thus, the total number of fox maidens in his territory reached 23. With a larger team, the efficiency of expansion doubled once again. The fox maidens acted like relentless bulldozers, cleaning up the last 6 areas around yesterday's monster den in just one morning. The territory of the Yin Fox domain expanded to 26 blocks. By noon, Bai Rou reported back. While patrolling with the team, Master, the monsters in the west have been mostly cleared, but we discovered a green-skinned monster deeper in. A returning Illusory Dream Fox with keen eyesight quickly sketched the monster's appearance on a flat wooden board using a piece of charcoal. With pointy ears, a flat nose, and an extremely repulsive appearance, Lin Yan immediately recognized it as a jungle goblin. The fox maidens were not only fierce in battle, but could also warm the bed at night, and they had mastered skills like drawing, truly versatile. Bai Rou continued to provide intel. These green-skinned midgets have weak bodies. A single fireball can take down a large group of them. However, their ranks included massive mutated ones, warriors clad in broken armor wielding spears, and even those who understood how to form formations and cooperate. They are much more troublesome than those reckless goblins. Lin Yan understood. As soon as the protection period ends tomorrow, the monsters would begin their siege. These tactical goblins would definitely be the main force for tomorrow's siege. You all head back immediately, and make sure to ascertain the approximate number and distribution of the goblins. Lin Yan commanded decisively. Bai Rou acknowledged and swiftly left with her delicate waist swaying. Soon after, the healer Fei Yue, responsible for the southern exploration, returned. She ran in a hurry, her high-slit priestess robe clinging tightly to her thighs in the wind, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically. Master, we found a gigantic footprint to the south. A footprint? Lin Yan frowned. If it wasn't a dragon's claw print, it could only belong to the giant race. In the endless continent, giants are naturally heavy armored warriors. Even the most ordinary giant possesses the strength of a 5th-tier commander. If luck was bad and they encountered high bloodline hill giants or cyclopes, even the lowest tier would start at 7th-tier epic or even 8th-tier legendary. Most importantly, giants are born siege machines. Although the walls of the Black Iron Fortress are sturdy, they would crumble like a slightly hard walnut under the weight of dozens of tons of giants. It absolutely cannot be allowed to live until tomorrow. This greatest threat must be eliminated before the monster siege. Lin Yan swiftly arranged his troops. The highest-ranked Bai Ji left the team to go solo level up in the most densely populated area of monsters. He dispatched 5 Illusory Dream Foxes to the west to keep a close watch on the goblin army. Bai Rou and Fei Yue took the remaining personnel and pressed south to search for the giants. If they encountered a high-tier giant, only Bai Rou, who could utilize space jumps, could hold it back, while Fei Yue could heal and protect from the back. With everyone mobilized, Lin Yan was the only commander left in the Black Iron Fortress. Even the foxes usually tasked with minor chores were sent to the front lines. Lin Yan, however, was not idle and dove into the workshop to personally craft explosive flame crystals. This item is akin to arrows for archers, containing fire-based magical energy. With the crystals, the fox maidens could conserve a significant amount of stamina while fighting. The crafting process was not difficult. It only required pure manual shaping of stones, which was somewhat taxing. Not long after, a sudden system notification echoed in his mind. The twin-tailed nine-tailed fox by Ji has killed a 5th-tier poisonous demon spider. You gain a portion of shared experience. Congratulations, your level has increased. A series of crisp sounds echoed from within him. An explosive power surged throughout his body, making his limbs feel as if they were filled with endless strength. Lin Yan clenched his fists, feeling as if he could crush a cow with a single punch. 3rd-tier beginner. Although within the territory he could easily be outmatched by any Illusory Dream Fox in black silk. But in the Outer Lord circles of 3rd-tier strength is certainly godlike. The boastful Zhao Qian from the neighboring class probably hasn't even touched the 2nd tier yet. Shortly after, another notification sounded. Bai Ji has killed a 5th-tier poisonous demon spider, gaining 233 experience points. Bai Ji's level has risen to 6th-tier beginner. Finally leveled up. Lin Yan shook his head, unable to suppress a sigh. Yesterday, I had to kill thousands of goblins to level up, and today, I barely leveled up after taking down several 5th-tier monsters. It's getting slower to level up as time goes on. If other lords heard this boastful remark, they would likely spit blood on the spot. Their cannon-fodder troops could level up a small tier in 2 days, and they would feel grateful. To lead 6th-tier troops in 2 days is simply inhuman. Lin Yan spent 2 hours sweating profusely in the workshop shaping crystals. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed from outside. An Illusory Dream Fox rushed into the fortress, panting heavily, her fragrant sweat glistening as it trickled down her delicate collarbone and into her deep cleavage. "And master, we found it." The fox panted, her eyes reflecting a rare hint of panic. It's at least 20 meters tall. 20 meters tall. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. This size likely indicated a 7th-tier epic cyclops. Encountering a tough opponent. "It hasn't spotted us, right?" Lin Yan immediately asked. The breathless Illusory Dream Fox shook her head, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically as she gasped, "No, but it's been heading towards our territory with clear intent." Lin Yan understood. Lords can level up by hunting monsters, and monsters can do the same. If the native monsters of the Endless Continent can devour the territory crystal, they can break their bloodline limitations and evolve. The territory crystal is like a piece of meat radiating deadly temptation, naturally attracting wild monsters. This is also why monster sieges are frequent. The two sides are natural enemies. Quickly send a message to Bai Rou and Fei Yue, prepare for battle. Lin Yan decisively commanded, while also sending a recall command to Bai Ji, who was soloing outside. To deal with the tough-skinned cyclopes, sending regular 3rd-tier foxes would be like delivering food. They wouldn't be able to penetrate its defenses. The true main forces could only be the mythical twin stars and the top-tier healer Fei Yue. Normal fox fire and beginner explosive flame crystals definitely wouldn't breach the giant's thick hide. Lin Yan turned to look at the simple workshop next to him. The workshop upgrade required 3,000 soul crystals. The previous delay was due to the scarcity of high-tier blueprints at this stage, and ordinary crystals were entirely sufficient for battling low-tier monsters, easily yielding results. But the situation is different now. He must invest heavily. Deducting 3,000 soul crystals, the workshop level has risen to level 2. Unlocking higher-level item crafting blueprints. Lin Yan glanced at the interface and directly navigated to the special consumables section. High-tier lava crystals. They were very expensive. One required a soul crystal. Using them against ordinary goblins would simply be a loss. But they would be just right for dealing with high-tier boss. Lin Yan pulled the nearby Illusion Dream Fox, and the two immediately accelerated to work. In less than half an hour, 300 lava crystals emitting astonishing heat were freshly produced. Just then Bai Ji also returned from the north. She sprinted back, wearing only a simple white cloth garment, with sweat completely soaking the fabric, clinging to her body and outlining her breathtaking curves. Lin Yan stepped forward and wiped the sweat off her cheek. Bai Ji nuzzled against his palm like a docile pet, her exquisite face flushed with a hint of crimson. "Take these newly made crystals and head south to join them. Be careful," Lin Yan said, giving her a playful pat on the backside. Bai Ji nodded obediently, took the supplies, and transformed into a fleeting shadow rushing towards the south. To the south of the territory, 5 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. A gray-brown body, resembling a mountain, was walking on the ground. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently. The 7th-level epic pressure felt like a natural disaster. Low-level monsters caught off guard along the way were directly crushed into meat paste under its massive feet. It casually grabbed a few fleeing beasts and stuffed them into its blood-filled mouth, chewing recklessly, with blood dripping from the corners of its mouth. Where it walked, towering trees collapsed in droves, stirring up clouds of dust. Although only one level apart, the gap between level 6 and 7 was a vast chasm. Only those who dominated all beings were worthy of being called higher creatures. However, the fox girls hiding in the shadows showed no signs of fear. They looked at the monster, which resembled a small mountain with only fervor and determination in their eyes. For our master, we must not let it get close to our home. Kill! Baiji commanded, and the hidden fox girls simultaneously launched their attacks. Swish! 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 Countless fireballs and low-level crystals rained down on the Cyclops like a meteor shower. The attacks from the Illusory Dream Foxes struck the giant's rough skin, bursting into flames, but only leaving pale white marks, not even scuffing its oily surface. But then Baiji and Bai made their move. The high-level lava crystals in the sisters' hands aligned in a line, launching 9 consecutive shots. Each subsequent crystal propelled the one before it, with their powers stacking together, crashing violently into the giant's knee joint. Boom! The raging flames instantly pierced through the hard surface, creating a bloody hole on the roar. The Cyclops roared in pain, instantly enraged. It frantically swung its thick arms, smashing wildly at the surrounding trees. The earth cracked, rocks flew everywhere, and thick clouds of dust obscured the view. Suddenly 2 boulders the size of cars whistled out from the dust, like cannonballs, heading straight for the fox girl's position several hundred meters away. Dodge! The boulders were terrifyingly powerful, but the fox girls were even more agile. Their fiery silhouettes darted swiftly through the trees, alternating between white and black strands, skillfully avoiding the deadly attacks. While the Illusory Dream Foxes moved and counterattacked, they could not break the defense, but successfully drew the giant's attention. This created an excellent opportunity for the 3 main forces. 9 consecutive fireballs. Holy light judgment. Baiji and her companions, relying on their nimble positions and extraordinary burst power, firmly suppressed the 7th-level behemoth. Roar! The Cyclops was provoked, letting out an ear-splitting roar. The sound waves transformed into tangible ripples, lifting the ground beneath them. Small animals hiding hundreds of meters away were directly crushed, their insides shattered, dying on the spot. The fox girls, robust as they were not too severely affected, but the brief sonic shock still caused them to pause momentarily. The giant's goal was achieved. Its massive single eye in the middle of its forehead suddenly widened, and a crimson light surged madly. In just an instant, a red beam as thick as a barrel shot out. Wherever the beam passed, trees and rocks vaporized and vanished instantly. The speed was so extreme that there was no time to dodge. This was the racial talent of high-level giants. Fox Spirit Force Field. At the critical moment, Chiyu shouted. Her high-slit robe was whipped by the wind as she heavily planted her staff on the ground. A massive silver light sphere instantly expanded, protecting all the sisters within its center. In the next second, the crimson beam slammed into the light sphere. Boom! The violent explosion echoed through the skies, and the surrounding soil was instantly annihilated by the terrifying heat. The silver light sphere was violently pushed back over 100 meters by the explosion's shockwave, its surface covered in cracks, and after flickering a few times it shattered completely. Chiyu's delicate face turned pale as she gasped for breath, her full curves heaving violently, with each breath clearly exhausted. After releasing the ultimate skill, the Cyclops also fell into a weakened state. A flicker of fear passed through its large eye, and after a moment of hesitation it turned and took large strides, kicking up clouds of dust as it tried to escape. In the blink of an eye it had run several hundred meters. Wanna run? The cold moonlight poured down. Baiji lightly tapped her toes in the void, activating her space jump. She appeared in midair directly in front of the giant, as if teleporting. Flames rolled in her hands, condensing into a long red blade. 9 foxtails danced wildly behind her, igniting the surrounding air. Foxfire slash. Baiji gripped the blade with both hands and swung it down fiercely. A breathtaking red fire line sliced through the air, precisely entering the giant's single eye in its forehead. The fire line spread downwards. The massive body suddenly stiffened, and then crashed down with a thud. On the other side, standing atop the black iron fortress, Lin Yan gazed towards the south. Even from 5 kilometers away, he could still see the towering flames and the swirling dust. The piercing cries echoed back to the fortress, sending chills down one's spine. The battle was exceptionally brutal. A few minutes later, a pleasant system notification finally chimed in his mind. Notification: Baiji has achieved a level up by slaying the 7th-level epic monster Abyss Cyclopes, gaining 3,600 experience points. Notification: the twin-tailed 9 fox Baiji has leveled up to mid-level 6. At the center of the battlefield, the Abyss Cyclops' vitality was shockingly resilient. Despite being slashed at a vital point, it continued to roll and struggle on the ground for several minutes. It endured over 100 fireball barrages from Baiji and Bai before finally succumbing. The surrounding trees within a radius of 200 to 300 meters were all flattened, the ground pocked with deep craters scorched by intense heat. The high-intensity battle had left the fox girls quite exhausted. Their nerves had been tightly strung, and their physical stamina was severely depleted. Finally dead. Bai Rou let out a long sigh, her heaving chest glistening with sweat. Bai Ji, with her steady personality, glanced around immediately. Everyone, check your injuries quickly. She reached out to support the swaying Qiyu beside her. The surrounding Illusory Dream Foxes gradually gathered. No one was seriously injured, but while dodging falling rocks and broken trees, their tight-fitting black leather skirts had been torn in several places. This was the hardest battle the Fox girls had fought since they began to battle. Qiyu, struggling to lift her staff, aimed to release her healing spell. Bai Ji quickly pressed down on her wrist. Everyone only has superficial injuries. Your magic energy is too depleted. We'll talk after returning to the territory. Although only a high-level demon was slain, countless low-level beasts were caught in the explosion. Upon entering the fortress, the exhausted Fei Yue regained some strength and gently waved her staff. The damaged wounds came into contact with the white light, visibly healing quickly without leaving a trace of. Having a top-tier healer at home during the early stages of exploration without blood potions was a divine experience. Bai Rou successfully advanced to the junior level of the 6th rank, while Fei Yue reached the senior level of the. Most importantly, there were the spoils of war, a pile of fragmented soul crystals and a fist-sized dark crystal core. The crystal cores dropped by high-level monsters contained vast amounts of energy, who, despite impurities inside, they could serve as substitutes for blue potions when magical power was depleted, recovering health much faster than resting. Lin Yan was more concerned about the glowing orb. Bai Ji handed him a special drop treasure chest radiating dazzling blue light. The orbs came in levels white-green and then blue. Previously, killing a 5th-rank boss only yielded a white orb. This time, it was a big explosion. Without hesitation, Lin Yan opened it. Swish! A brilliant blue light flashed. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully obtained the Item 1 Intermediate Unit Recruitment Scroll. Tip: the critical evolution is still on cooldown. It is recommended to use it after 6 hours. This item can randomly summon 3 to 10 mid-tier units. What you get entirely depends on luck. The disparity between upper and lower limits is immense. What is recruited depends on fate. But that's fine. Bad luck doesn't matter. External help will change fate. The afternoon flew by as the Fox girls in the territory continued to raid the outskirts fervently. The team exploring westward discovered signs of corrupted ratmen. These monsters were small, agile, and often hid in the shadows to launch sneak attacks. Due to the war fog, their main camp has not yet been figured out. Bai Ji, advancing north, reported that the area belonged to the nether poison scorpions. Though their numbers were not as great as the goblins, their quality was high, starting at the 3rd rank with many 4th and 5th rank fierce characters mixed in. To be safe, Lin Yan advised the 3rd rank Illusory Dream Foxes to temporarily avoid the north. Meanwhile, the team that finished cleaning up the battlefield of the Abyssal Cyclops gave Lin Yan a huge surprise. Master, we caught 2 big fellows in the forest. Bai Rou twisted her slender waist to take credit as the Fox girls behind her struggled to drag 2 giant beasts the size of small trucks. These are ironclad wild bulls with a strength roughly around the 2nd rank. However, strangely, killing them yielded no soul crystals, and their bodies did not turn to ash and disappear. Bai Rou said as she moved closer to Lin Yan. Due to the effort of dragging the giant beasts, her clothing was slightly disheveled, revealing a large expanse of eye-catching snow white at the neckline. Lin Yan pinched her soft face with a smile, explaining, "These are native beasts of the Endless Continent, different from those demonized monsters. Real meat. These 2 ironclad wild bulls are extremely robust, adding up to at least several thousand pounds of pure beef. 1 bull is enough for all the Fox girls in the territory to feast for an entire day. As long as it's confirmed that the meat is not poisonous, there won't be any worries about food supplies for a long time." The sun set, and the sky gradually darkened. The Fox girls who had gone out to raid returned to the territory one after another. Aside from some mess caused by dealing with the epic boss at noon, they hadn't encountered any ordinary monsters, remaining clean and fresh, exuding a pleasant peach blossom fragrance. Lin Yan comfortably leaned back in his recliner and opened the territory panel. Territory, Yenhu Territory. Level 2. Area 41 blocks. Territory growth, attack 10, defense 10. Buildable structures, wooden houses, watchtowers, wells, workshops, black iron fortresses. Upgrade requirements, 2000 soul crystals, 100 territory source. A total of 41 blocks of land. The depth of the territory had crossed several kilometers, making its area frighteningly large. Just this afternoon, the watchtowers built on the outermost perimeter were smashed by roaming monsters 3 times. During the day, there were Fox girls raiding outside, so few fish slipped through the net. At night, the situation would only become more troublesome. Let it shatter, 1 tower is just 10 soul crystals, a mere drizzle. Lin Yan was unconcerned. Tomorrow's monster siege would be the main event. Tonight, the Fox girls must be well rested. He reached into his pocket to feel the intermediate unit recruitment scroll he had obtained from the blue treasure chest. Glancing at the countdown, he shook his head. The optimal moment for the system's guaranteed critical hit had not yet arrived. He would wait a little longer. Bai Ji Feiyue, come with me. Lin Yan stood up, taking the most powerful beauties in the territory to patrol the core area, preparing to set up defenses. Tomorrow was the last day of the novice protection period, and the defense could not be careless. Should he just let everyone retreat into the Black Iron Fortress for a desperate defense? Lin Yan immediately rejected this idea. The outer core area not only had newly renovated comfortable wooden houses and wells, but most importantly the Fox summoning altar was also outside. The altar was fundamental for troop summoning. Its importance was no less than the territory crystal. Once the altar was destroyed by monsters, the Lord would be facing a slow death and would be completely finished. The current level 2 altar was large and expansive, unable to fit into the existing fortress. Without the castle wall blueprints, relying solely on manpower to dig pits and build earthen walls would definitely not withstand tomorrow's monster frenzy. Lin Yan pondered, glancing at his account balance. 15000 soul crystals. Having money allows one to act freely. System, create 4 black iron fortresses for me. Lin Yan waved his hand decisively, directly spending 4,000 soul crystals. Amidst the rumbling sound, 4 sturdy black small fortresses rose from the ground. Together with the initial fortress, a total of 5 black iron fortresses formed a massive diamond shape, protecting the territory crystal and the Fox summoning altar firmly in the center. With these 5 war fortresses acting as turrets, no matter which direction the monsters charge from, they will have to face the crossfire of the Fox girls. Either be blown to bits by a rain of fireballs, or be smashed to a pulp against the black iron walls in despair. This was the luxurious feast Lin Yan had prepared for the monsters. Seeing the fortresses rising from the ground, Bai Ji's beautiful eyes lit up. She leaned close to Lin Yan, her soft chest brushing against his arm, and suggested with a fragrant breath, "Master is really amazing. I'll take the sisters to dig some deep trenches and pile up a few earthen walls between the fortresses. Although it won't stop high-level monsters, it should definitely buy some time against the mindless cannon fodder." Lin Yan was quite pleased and nodded in agreement. Bai Ji acted swiftly, immediately turning to arrange the tasks. Soon the Illusory Dream Foxes, dressed in tight leather skirts and black stockings, took their tools and began to dig trenches and build earthworks around the fortresses. Dozens of hot-bodied beauties bent over to work, their rounded hips tightly wrapped in leather skirts, while their fair thighs contrasted beautifully with the black stockings. The scene was simply too beautiful. Lin Yan sat beside, watching with great interest. With nothing to do, he casually opened the chat terminal. Tomorrow marks the end of the protection period, and for the vast majority of lords, tonight might be their last night. Once the shield disappears, what awaits them will be endless slaughter. Someone desperately advised in the group, "Brothers, if you really can't hold on, just abandon the territory crystal tomorrow and choose to return to Earth. Although it means becoming ordinary people, it's better than losing your life here." Despair spread through the chat group. Those classmates randomly assigned to weak units like slimes and skeletons had long since come to terms with reality. Without potential and being weak in the early stages, survival seemed impossible. "I've made up my mind. Tomorrow I'll take a look at what the monsters look like, and I will just quit right away. Returning to Earth as an ordinary person isn't so bad. At least I won't have to live in constant fear." For those brothers who have good units, take it easy tomorrow. Survival first. By the way, how is everyone preparing? The atmosphere in the group instantly transformed into that of a testing site on the eve of an exam. Some were confident while others were panicking. "The defenses are all set. I dug a pit overnight and buried the territory crystal, directly covering it with 3 layers of thick soil. My Halfwork infantry has been grinding monsters like crazy these past few days. Half of them have reached advanced 1st tier. As long as the monsters don't gather together tomorrow, I can definitely hold the line. There should be at least 100 monsters attacking the city tomorrow, right? 100? That's nothing. As long as we hold the fortifications, the monsters won't all rush in at once. We can definitely win. Not only do we need to win, but we also have to seize the opportunity to make a profit. Tomorrow is both a crisis and a great chance. As long as we kill enough monsters, the system rewards will be bountiful, and we might even unlock new unit buildings." Upon hearing this, many in the group turned readied. The initial units of ordinary lords were all at a low level, with a strict cap on their growth. The longer they delayed, the greater the gap would be with someone like Zhao Qian, who had king-level units. Zhao Qian's rampaging Earth Dragon was currently only at the early 4th tier, far from its peak. Now was the phase when everyone had the least disparity. No one expected to surpass Zhao Qian in one leap, but as long as they could endure tomorrow, unlocking an advanced unit building could turn an ordinary lord's fortunes around. The one in our class with the most potential to soar is probably Luo Feng, right? His centaur archers are an elite unit. They're unbeatable in the early stages when kite fighting. If it comes to a real fight, Zhao Qian's Earth Dragon might not even catch a glimpse of the centaur. Indeed, Luo Feng will definitely score high tomorrow. However, Luo Feng, who was being praised by everyone, sent a sigh emoji. Stop boosting me up. The centaurs are strong in the early stages, but their potential is too low. Haven't you heard of the unit origin law? A bunch of people in the group expressed confusion. Luo Feng continued to explain, my initial unit is the centaur, so the system will default to me being a centaur lord. In the future, whether it's treasure chests or system rewards, it'll most likely receive items and buildings related to centaurs. But the centaur line has no advanced units. This essentially locks my upper limit. It's really frustrating. What? There's such a rule. Then if I draw goblins, wouldn't that be a waste? Hey, the goblins are not weak. Although low-level goblins are cannon fodder, there are Tier 3 goblin warriors and Tier 4 extraordinary wolf riders, and even Tier 6 king goblin pioneers. Their potential is only second to elves and dragons. It's over with this calculation. My centaur is really subpar, Luo Feng said, nearly in tears. Lin Yan leaned against a bed covered in petals, looking at the chat records on the terminal screen, feeling a sense of realization. So this hidden setting actually exists. No wonder he started with a nine-tailed fox, and the ones he recruited later using the refresh scroll were also from the fox lineage, including the healer, who was a holy light fox. When different races of units are mixed, they can easily lose loyalty due to differing living habits. The system's origin law saves a lot of trouble. Lin Yan adjusted into a comfortable position. Biro was kneeling by the bed, her delicate boneless, snow-white hands gently massaging his thigh muscles. The girl was wearing a thin nightgown with an open neckline, and with the massage her full curves swayed in front of Lin Yan's eyes. A fluffy tail occasionally brushed against the back of his hand, sending a tingling sensation. Master, is this strength okay? Biro raised her watery eyes, her breath fragrant. Just right. Lin Yan enjoyed the close service from the fox girl and casually chimed into the chat. The group was still discussing who the strongest in the class was. Luo Feng had connections and knew many secrets not found in textbooks. Everyone believed he must be the top of the class. The strongest in the class. I can't accept that. Luo Feng directly denied. A couple of days ago I thought I was pretty impressive, but after seeing Lin Yan's big villa bedroom I realized I wasn't even worthy to carry his shoes. Classmate A. Classmate B. Lin Yan. Isn't his initial unit a red-tailed fox? Yeah, the red-tailed fox is at most an ordinary advanced unit. 3 centaurs charging could easily turn a group of foxes into mush. The analysis expert who loved to show off immediately jumped in. I stand with Luo Feng. Lin Yan's unit is definitely not a red-tailed fox. How could a red-tailed fox produce a villa blueprint on the second day? If he were only relying on the red-tailed fox to explore, I'd stand on my head and jump in disbelief. Lin Yan smirked at the analysis expert's resolute comments. There was no need to hide his hand, but there was also no need to reveal all his mythic-level trump cards. He casually took a screenshot of the summoned fox altar's attributes. It clearly stated current recruitable units red-tailed fox. The image was sent to the group. The entire chat group fell silent in an instant. After a full minute, the analysis expert finally sent a string of ellipses. Analysis expert. This is impossible. How could my perfect logic be wrong? Lin Yan looked at the screen full of question marks and shock, slowly typing a message. Alright, I'll lay my cards on the table. Actually, I'm just lucky to have recruited a few slightly higher-level variant fox girls than the red-tailed fox. That's all, so don't make a big deal out of it. The group was silent for a full half-minute. Then the screen was instantly flooded with question marks. Classmate A. Classmate B. Luo Feng. The advanced variant units of the red-tailed fox start at least at Tier 4 extraordinary. And that's all. How could someone be so modest? Case solved. No wonder Lin Yan is so impressive. Can high-level fox demons not be powerful? He must be a strong magical damage dealer. Lin, big guy, please take care of me. I want to cling to your thigh. Wait, I've discovered a blind spot. A classmate suddenly jumped in to speak. Everyone knows that for creatures like foxes, the higher the bloodline level, the more stunning their transformed appearance. Moreover, the fox demon race has always been matriarchal, and high-level fox demons are all top-tier beauties. No doubt about it. The well-informed Luo Feng immediately agreed. Among the fox demon race, the female talent potential naturally crushes the male. So naturally, the high-tier units that are birthed are all female fox demons. So it was like this. Lin Yan leaned against the headboard, looking at the screen of explanations, feeling a wave of realization. At first, he thought it was the summoned fox altar binding his hidden attribute as a LSP that specifically produced gorgeous beauties. After all this time, it turned out to be a racial talent setting. Seeing Lin Yan not refuting the single dogs in the group became even more envious. The entire room was filled with high-ranking fox spirits. Damn, I'm so envious that my teeth might fall out. Suddenly I feel that the existence of a half-beastman covered in fur in my camp has no meaning at all. You haven't asked the right questions. The analysis emperor chimed in again. Lin Yan, boss, what breed of fox demon is it really? There are many types of fox demons, each with completely different styles. Is it the shadow fox that specializes in assassination? Lin Yan typed a reply no. Is it the jungle charm fox skilled in illusion? Lin Yan continued to type, also not that. The group grew anxious. What breed is it? I'm dying of curiosity. Lin Yan changed to a more comfortable sitting position and leisurely typed out a line. Your perspective is too narrow. It's merely a 7th tier epic illusionary dream fox, not worth mentioning. Everyone sit down. Basic operation. This time the chat group fell silent for over a minute. After a long while, someone nervously sent a dry message. Boss, are you saying? Epic level. Heavens. 7th tier epic unit. Hiss. The group instantly exploded with excitement, everyone gasping in shock. The true powerhouse is actually in our class. I had thought Lin Yan was living better than Zhao Qian, but now it seems that it's not just living well, it's a royal treatment. Yeah. In the photo the boss posted yesterday, even just a silhouette made people nosebleed. I should have guessed that only an epic illusionary dream fox deserves such a devilish figure. I've heard that the illusionary dream fox comes with a charm aura. A single glance can leave one weak in the knees. Boss, please give a real evaluation. Lin Yan stared at the screen, thinking for a moment. Looks decent. The figure is quite hot. Those long legs wrapped in black stockings are indeed nice. That's about it. Is that even human language? The boys in the group were so jealous their eyes turned red. If it weren't for the screen, they would have definitely crawled through the internet to confront Lin Yan. Even Luo Feng with a background was feeling sour at this moment. An epic unit, and recognized as the most alluring gem among the epic ranks. It's simply unfair. Looking at the barrage of complaints, Lin Yan helplessly spread his hands. He swore he was speaking nothing but the truth. Compared to the mythic level twin stars in his arms, the epic illusionary dream fox is nothing more than that's about it, right? Biro knelt by the bed, her delicate little hand pressing up Lin Yan's thigh. The girl's warm breath brushed against Lin Yan's waist, her enchanting peach blossom eyes nearly dripping with allure. Next to her sister, Bai Ji approached with a plate of washed wild fruits. As she leaned down, her two impressive curves pressed against Lin Yan's arm, creating an enticing shape. Lin Yan opened his mouth to bite the fruit Bai Ji offered, casually sucking on her fingertip, causing the stunning fox lady to let out a soft gasp, her face flushing to her neck. Now this is the true pinnacle of enjoyment. With Lin Yan as the epic fox spirit lord, the class next door with Zhao Qian, who had a king-level earth dragon, was completely ignored. Everyone was too lazy to even enter the grade group. What good is your earth dragon, no matter how strong? In our class, boss Lin has an entire horde of black stocking fox ladies. How can that compare? In the class group, the analysis emperor began to change the topic. In our school, the strongest is undoubtedly boss Lin. But I just found out some explosive news. The school beauty from the next galaxy middle school, Lu Rian, has directly drawn an 8th tier legendary unit, Pure Water Fairy. Damn, an elemental life form. Yes. I heard that the Pure Water Fairy can resist 90% of physical damage at low tiers, and when fully developed, can easily create tsunamis dozens of meters high. It's simply a crowd-clearing skill. That's too insane. I also heard that the school beauty Lu has already upgraded her territory to level 2 and has taken down 8 blocks in one go. In terms of crowd-clearing ability and battlefield survival rate, the elemental Pure Water Fairy indeed has an advantage over the spellcasting fox demon. Transforming into water to immunize damage is like having an extra life. The name Lu Rian rang a bell for Lin Yan. A well-known academic genius from Tianhai City, she's beautiful and always ranks first in the joint entrance examinations. Lin Yan himself was also a top student, but could only consistently rank in the top 10. Previously, a big shot had predicted that as long as Lu Rian didn't draw trash units, she would definitely soar to great heights in the future. Now with an 8th tier legend, she has clearly become the most dazzling new star among several nearby cities. Lin Yan looked at the wild praise for Lu Rian on his terminal and casually turned off the screen, disdainfully curling his lips. It's just a legendary unit. Just 8 blocks. Not worth mentioning. Lin Yan casually closed the terminal interface, too lazy to pay attention to the group's flattery of Lu Rian. Outside the fortress, the illusionary dream foxes were hard at work digging. The iron shovels made by the level 2 workshop were quite effective. Although the fox ladies looked delicate with slim waists and long legs, they were surprisingly strong when doing heavy work. Soil was flying everywhere. Defensive trenches and spiky wooden walls quickly took shape. Rather than walls, they were more like traps designed to slow down enemies. What Lin Yan wanted wasn't a city wall, but to slow down the monster's charge, making the fox ladies into live targets for shooting. Time was running out. A blood-red moon hung in the sky, casting a bright light. Lin Yan walked to the highest point of the central fortress and pulled out a glowing scroll from his pocket. Without hesitation he crushed it. Boom. A dazzling red light shot into the sky, unfolding a fiery passage in midair. At the end of the passage, 10 gigantic lions as big as armored vehicles flapped their burning wings and steadily landed on the open space in front of the fortress. The giant lions were bright red, exuding an imposing aura. Four-winged flame lion level 6th tier, beginner potential limit 6th tier, advanced skills, flame breath flame, wing, / loyalty 65 recruitment, through the scroll initial loyalty, is low, a total of 10-2 at 6th tier, 8 at 5th tier. The units summoned by the scroll were already in their adult form with explosive combat power even more ferocious than the illusionary dream foxes. The key was they could fly. They could serve as mounts for the fox ladies, directly forming an aerial mage battalion, simply perfect. As for the low loyalty issue, the system notification followed closely. Your unit 4-winged flame lion sensed the bloodline pressure from the mythic level 9-tailed celestial fox, and all surrendered loyalty 30. The giant lions that had just been raising their heads now all lay flat on the ground, like a bunch of docile kittens, not daring to even breathe heavily. This was solid. The odds of winning in tomorrow's fortress defense battle just increased. The night was quiet and deep. Lin Yan walked into the master bedroom. "Master, let me serve you." Soft and warm. Soon the room was filled with hurried breathing. Tonight Lin Yan did not send anyone out to patrol. He couldn't care less if the watchtowers outside were smashed by monsters. Conserving energy and focusing entirely on the monster tide tomorrow was the priority. After a tumultuous night, Lin Yan embraced 2 exhausted fox maidens and fell into a deep sleep. In the latter half of the night, Lin Yan was awakened by a faint noise from outside the door. He was bare-chested, draping a coat over himself as he opened the door. "What's going on?" Outside, Fei Yu was whispering to a dream demon fox. "Master, I didn't mean to wake you." Fei Yu slightly bowed, revealing a glimpse of her creamy skin at the collar. She lowered her voice to report. Just now the demon foxes discovered several green dwarfs lurking outside the core area. They are intelligent monsters secretly observing our defenses. I estimate they are the corrupted ratmen from the west. Lin Yan immediately opened the territory map. Out of 41 plots, 2 had gone dark, indicating the outer towers had been dismantled. Several red dots were scattered along the map's edge, with 4 or 5 dots clustered together directly to the west, clearly scouting. "Let's go take a look." Lin Yan quickly walked to the edge of the core area with Fei Yu and Bai Ji, who had just finished dressing. They approached the earthen wall. Whoosh! A ball of poisonous fire, glowing green, suddenly shot out from the pitch-black forest, heading straight for Lin Yan's face. Boom! The fireball struck the invincible barrier of the newbie protection period, instantly exploding into a pool of smoking green water completely blocked outside. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed as he peered through the barrier ahead. In the shadows, several dozen meters away, a ratman shaman, leaning on a bone staff, wore a lewd grin. It gestured suggestively at the fox maidens inside the barrier, full of provocation. Bai Ji's pretty face instantly froze. She was too lazy to even shout out her skills. With a gentle point of her finger bang, the ratman shaman's smile froze, and its head exploded like a ripe watermelon. Along with the dozen or so small ratmen hiding behind it, they were instantly engulfed by the crimson fox fire, turning into a heap of black ash. Dirty pests. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Bai Ji's beautiful eyes. The snow-white foxtails behind her suddenly stiffened, ready to rush into the dark forest and wreak havoc. Lin Yan reached out and wrapped his arm around her slender, supple waist, pulling her into his embrace. "Don't waste energy on a few rats. They can only survive tonight." Lin Yan chuckled and kissed her earlobe. "Tomorrow this group of corrupted ratmen will definitely be the main force in the siege. Tonight they only sent a few scouts to probe our defenses. If you chase into the forest, you'll fall into their trap." Lin Yan led the fox maiden back to the main bedroom of the fortress. "Come, let's return to the bed and continue our business." In the latter half of the night, Lin Yan slept exceptionally well in the warmth of the 2 mythic fox maidens. At 6 in the morning, he opened his eyes on time. Bai Ji and Bai Rou beside him were still fast asleep. Their smooth white thighs intertwined, and their snow-white skin was adorned with a delightful blush after joy. A dozen fluffy tails were haphazardly scattered across the bed, exuding a sensual fragrance. Lin Yan did not wake them, directly opening the territory map. To the north, east, and south, a total of 2 plots had gone dark. Not a big problem. However, to the west, 6 plots had gone dark all at once. Lin Yan frowned slightly. "Remove the outer watchtowers one by one. It seems there's a clever leader among the ratmen knowing to blind the Lord's eyes before the battle. Ordinary ratmen are mindless. This indicates that there are high-tier troops hidden within the ratman army capable of tactics and commanding large forces." One must admit that the ratman leader's plan had succeeded, but it only succeeded halfway. Vision is merely an auxiliary function. Moreover, they could only dismantle the outer wooden towers. The newly constructed black iron fortress was massive, with part of it extending directly out of the core area, firmly lodged in the defense line. As long as the core area is not lost, there is no real worry. Lin Yan glanced at the blood-red countdown at the top of the panel. At 8 o'clock sharp, the newbie protection barrier would completely shatter. Seizing the remaining time, Lin Yan approached the Fox summoning altar, preparing to utilize today's recruitment quota. Daily power-up to change fate. Consumed 600 soul crystals. Recruitment successful. Gained 8 Dream Demon Foxes and 2 Holy Light Sky Fox Priests. The altar glowed red. 10 tall and alluring figures emerged from the light. 8 Dream Demon Foxes clad in tight black leather skirts with a maximum potential of level 7 epic, currently at level 3. 2 Holy Light Sky Fox Priests in high-slit white robes, all belonging to the same family as the top-notch healer Fei Yu. They focus on healing and group shields with a maximum potential of level 7 epic, currently at level 3 intermediate. Including the newly recruited troops, the territory now boasts a luxurious military force, the mythic twins Bai Ji and Bai Rou and the top-tier healer Fei Yu. All three are top-tier combat powers above level 6. 30 epic-level Dream Demon Foxes. Among them, the first 10 who followed Lin Yan in the wilderness have successfully reached level 4. In the sky, 10 six-winged flame lions serve as heavy flying cavalry. This lineup, when deployed, would undoubtedly crush all competing lords. Even Lu Rian, who is praised to the heavens in the group, holding an 8th-level legendary creature, the Pure Water Fairy, has at most gathered 4 or 5 troops. With the combat power of the Pure Water Fairy, Lu Rian could definitely defend her old home. However, I've seized over 40 plots of land and have provoked the Ratman tribe. The monster tide that comes later will be at least 10 times larger than Lu Rian's. Lin Yan stroked his chin, excitement filling his eyes. The more monsters, the better. The more kills, the higher the ranking. He didn't consider the old classmates in Tianhai City as rivals. His target was the new lords across the entire Earth, even the talents competing across all races. Defending against the monster siege is a great opportunity. As long as enough monsters are killed, the system will provide regular blueprints and a massive amount of resources. But above the regular rewards, there is a hidden global kill leaderboard. There are only 100 slots on the leaderboard. As long as one can squeeze into the top 100, they will receive the system's astonishing rewards. Information about the leaderboard was not written in textbooks, nor was it mentioned in class groups. Because for ordinary people, the leaderboard is simply out of reach. Hundreds of millions of new lords are like fish crossing the river. In Blue Star's history, only a handful have made it into the top 100 of the kill leaderboard during the newbie period. The last person to make the list was a top figure from Long Country 6 years ago. His name was Chen Ying. Chen Ying drew the 9th-level legendary creature, the Hydra, at the start. Even in its juvenile stage, the Hydra's combat power was devastating. Chen Ying relied on this godly start to kill his way to rank 87 on the leaderboard. In just a few short years, Chen Ying surpassed countless established powerhouses, becoming a major figure at the pinnacle of Long Country. Time flowed by second by second. A red sun rose from the horizon, casting sunlight across the endless continent. The usually bustling chat channel was now eerily silent. All the lords gritted their teeth in anticipation, sweat beading on their palms. Ding. Newbie protection period has ended. The invincible barrier has been removed. The monster tide has officially descended. Draw your weapons and kill to your heart's content. This is the first battle for lords to step onto the stage of the endless continent. The morning breeze carried a hint of chill. The earth lay in a deathly silence. Yet the chat group erupted in chaos. The protective barrier has vanished. Where did the monsters go? It's very quiet here as well. The longer we wait, the more anxious I become. My palms are sweating. Don't panic the system, just remove the barriers. The monsters need time to gather. Everyone grab your weapons and prepare. Damn, here they come. The hills are alive with bloodblade wolves. Brothers, wish me luck. Hope I can come back to boast with you. Lin Yan stood at the top of the black iron fortress, looking down over the entire Yenu territory. The defense line had long been set up perfectly. The 4 outer fortresses were guarded by several 4th-tier Dream Mirage Foxes. Lin Yan commanded. The mythical level fox girl Bai Ji was closely protecting him, her 2 snow-white long legs crossed as she leaned beside him, her fluffy long tail affectionately wrapped around Lin Yan's waist. Next to them stood 2 curvaceous foxes ready for action. His sister Bai Rou and the healer Fei Yu rode a group of foxes on the backs of the 4-winged flame lions, acting as a highly mobile guerrilla unit, specially used to sniping high-tier leaders among the monsters in midair. Master, the enemies have appeared. Bai Ji exhaled gracefully, her full bosom gently brushing against Lin Yan's arm. On the territory map, a dense cluster of red dots was flashing wildly, sweeping in from all directions. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently. At the horizon, a gray-green tide appeared rushing forward at a terrifying speed. It's the corrosive. Baiji's vision was astonishing, and she quickly discerned the true form of the monsters. They range from 3rd to 5th tier, can spray strong acidic venom, and can split into troublesome smaller scorpions. Master, while the monsters from the other 3 directions have not arrived yet, I suggest we concentrate our fire and eliminate them first. Do as you say, rely on the fortress and blast them apart directly. Lin Yan nodded. The greatest threat from the scorpions was the corrosive venom. If they dug pits and built earthen walls like other lords, a spray of strong acid would instantly collapse the defense, reducing both men and walls to blood and water. But the Yanhu territory had the indestructible black iron fortress, and Lin Yan was as steady as an old dog. Let the slaughter begin. In order to end it quickly, Bai led a team of foxes charging directly into the northern fortress. In front of them, the menacing corrosive scorpions drew closer, moving with astonishing speed, emitting piercing screeches. They had just entered the range. However, there were too many scorpions, and many monsters stepped over the bodies of their kin, forcing their way dozens of meters forward. Uft, uft, uft. A large expanse of purple acidic venom transformed. However, there were too many scorpions, and many monsters stepped over the bodies of their kin, forcing their way dozens of meters forward. Uft, uft, uft. A large expanse. However, there were too many scorpions, and many monsters stepped over the bodies of their kin, forcing their way dozens of meters forward. Uft, uft, uft. A large expanse of purple acidic venom transformed into a massive web, descending towards the black iron fortress. Close the windows. Bai decisively ordered. The foxes retreated in unison, by half a step, suddenly pulling down the thick wooden barriers outside the firing holes. Sizzle. The moment the strong acid fell, the wooden barrier was burned into 1,000 holes, rendered completely useless. But the seamless black iron walls withstood the corrosive venom, not shedding a single speck of paint. The next second, the damaged barrier was pushed aside. All firepower unleashed. The Dream Mirage Fox's casting speed was so fast it left afterimages as high-tier lava crystals poured out like a machine gun. The stock of high-tier crystals was rapidly depleting at an observable speed. For this battle, Lin Yan had smashed a full 3,000 soul crystals the day before making the workshop work around the clock, producing more than 2,000 lava crystals. With crystals as ammunition, the fox girls could simply toss them with their eyes closed, consuming no stamina to conjure fireballs. The intense casting caused several wands to smoke and break immediately. The foxes did not even blink, casually tossing the wands aside, bending down to pick up new wands from beside their long legs to continue bombarding. The taut curves of their rounded hips beneath their black leather skirts were particularly alluring under the firelight. At the same time, the monsters from the east and south also arrived. To the east were the Ratman army, mixed with shamans, while to the south were groups of 2nd-tier demonic wild boars. The defensive pressure was very small. The few foxes left behind in the fortress could handle it completely. Despite the small numbers, the firepower of the 4th-tier Dream Mirage Foxes was comparable to an anti-material sniper rifle. Whether you were the tough wild boar or the armored high-tier Ratman, a fireball would blast straight through. The real tough battle was still in the north. The corrosive scorpions had life forces as resilient as cockroaches. Even several 4th-tier and 5th-tier scorpions, if blown half their bodies away, still madly crashed toward the fortress. Just as the battle was heating up, a scarlet shadow darted out from the horde of monsters. Its speed was absurd, twisting its body to evade several deadly fireballs. It did not charge towards the fortress, but instead dashed straight past the defense line, frantically leaping towards the core area's central crystal. Want to touch it? Dream on. Bai Rao's beautiful eyes flashed, her peach blossom eyes radiating a cold, killing intent. She did not use any crystals, but instead raised her delicate fair arm, her palm aimed at the distant red shadow. A massive mythical-level magical force was wildly compressed. A spear of fox fire radiating dazzling red light formed in her hand in an instant. Whoosh! The spear flew out like a shooting star, tearing through the air, creating visible waves of white energy. Hundreds of meters away, the scarlet magic scorpion had just swung its pincers over the slowing earthen wall, still airborne, when its body was violently pierced by the raging foxfire spear, creating a blood hole as wide as a bucket. Thud! The red shadow collapsed helplessly to the ground, dead beyond resurrection. Tip Bai killed the 6th-tier red shadow magic scorpion, earning 1,009 experience points. Lin Yan opened the terminal panel. The kill notifications on the screen were refreshing, like a waterfall, dazzling the eyes. Occasionally there were messages about the Dream Mirage Foxes breaking through levels. A massive amount of experience poured into his body through the spiritual link, and his power was steadily climbing. Lin Yan clenched his fists, feeling that as long as he finished this battle he would definitely surge to the 4th tier. Let's first observe the battlefield. He pulled up the territory map. The outer defense line was under fierce attack, the warning towers collapsing one after another under the trampling of the monster tide. The bright vision on the map was shrinking in circles. However, the core area remained stable as a mountain. The east and south were calm. To the north, Ro and her team had already withstood the most frenzied wave of charge. The dense red dots on the radar were rapidly evaporating. It was only a matter of time before the corrosive scorpions were completely annihilated. Besides consuming a large amount of magical power and stamina, the Fox girls had not even lost a layer of skin. Just then, a large cluster of glaring red dots suddenly emerged from the shadows close to the western part of the core area. They were moving at an astonishing speed, heading straight for the fortress. Here they come, the Ratman's main force. Lin Yan had been holding back, letting Bai Ji and Fei Yu stay by his side to conserve stamina, waiting for this moment. Ordinary monsters only knew to instinctively charge forward, but this group of Ratmen was different. At the horizon, a batch of Ratmen cavalry clad in iron armor riding giant dire wolves appeared. 4th-tier extraordinary units. They were 100 times more troublesome than the mindless scorpions. Just a few hundred meters from the defense line, the spear throwers riding on the wolves hurled their sharp-boned spears with the momentum of their charge. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spears rained down. Most landed in open spaces or were deflected by the black iron fortress outer walls, not injuring anyone. However, one bone spear soared over the high wall and coincidentally struck a newly built exquisite wooden house in the core area. Not only did it pierce through the roof, but it also utterly wrecked a small patch of flower bed. Damn bugs. Bai Ji's exquisite face was instantly shrouded in frost. The cozy home she had personally arranged for her master was suddenly sullied by a swarm of filth from the sewers. This is absolutely intolerable. She raised her snow-white arm, and the raging crimson fox fire was instantly compressed in her palm, transforming into a massive flaming longbow. Release the bowstring. Boom. A sturdy fire arrow crossed thousands of meters, precisely piercing through the chest of a Ratman cavalry, blowing apart both it and the giant wolf beneath. This strike directly sounded the horn for the general assault. The illusionary dream foxes in the western fortress instantly entered a frenzied battle state. 5 consecutive shots. 9 consecutive shots. The lava crystal stones enveloped in high temperatures bombarded like a machine gun. Lin Yan occupied an absolute high ground advantage with the surrounding area cleared of cover, leaving the Ratmen to charge forward directly against the artillery fire. But they were very cunning, moving in serpentine patterns, and with the shaman's spells from behind creating interference, they dodged many deadly attacks. What's worse, hordes of cannon-fodder Ratmen continuously surged from the edge of the map, a green tide that seemed endless. The cannon-fodder pushed the elite forward, and soon they collided with the deceleration trench dug by the Fox girls in advance. A large number of monsters got stuck in the trench. The high-ranking shaman, hiding among the Ratmen, began to chant spells, preparing for a collective bombardment of the fortress. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Lin Yan decisively issued the order. Flying squad, take to the skies. Target the high-ranking shamans. Fei Yu led a team of foxes dressed in black silk skirts, soaring into the sky on imposing 4-winged flame lions. From a high vantage point, the positions of the Ratman shamans were laid bare. Now the Ratmen were completely caught off guard. The leader had arranged for dozens of shamans to hide among the cannon fodder, aiming to blow open the fortress in one fell swoop. But now deadly fireballs rained down from above, each one a headshot. The Ratman shamans panicked, desperately throwing fireballs and venom into the sky. But they could hardly reach. The spell range was originally short, let alone attacking from below. Fireballs fizzled out in midair, and bone spears gently fell back down, killing many of their own cannon fodder. It was an entirely one-sided aerial slaughter. Fei Yu stood atop the lion's back, her high-slit robe billowing in the wind, her long legs gleaming white. She raised her staff high, and torrents of holy light fell like torrential rain, crazily reaping the lives of monsters. Damn foxes! A furious roar shook the battlefield. A spear as thick as an arm shot up into the sky with a terrifying sound of breaking air. Bang! The heavy spear crashed violently against Fei Yu's fox spirit barrier, sending ripples of intense waves outward. Looks like we've encountered a big fish. Lin Yan focused his gaze, spotting a mutated Ratman standing behind the Ratman army, its physique as strong as a bull. It wore heavy full armor and wielded a massive cleaver. 7th-tier Ratman commander. It was rumored that as long as a commander existed, the Ratman tribe would continue to proliferate endlessly. To the Ratman, it was a commander, but in Lin Yan's eyes, it was a mobile treasure chest just waiting to be exploded. No need for Lin Yan to say more. Bai Ji and Bai Ro had already simultaneously locked onto the target. The two women joined forces, and 18 dazzling foxfire spears instantly tore through space, sealing off all the escape routes of the Ratman commander. The commander seemed to be more than just a sixth-tier, wildly swinging its giant cleaver in an attempt to block. Unfortunately, its defense was a far cry from that of an epic-level cyclops. Clang, clang. A few crisp sounds echoed as the foxfire spears brutally shattered the cleaver. The remaining dozen spears mercilessly pierced through its limbs and chest. Tip by Ji killed the 7th-tier Ratman commander, gaining 2,600 experience points. The commander's massive body crashed to the ground. A glowing blue orb slowly floated out from the corpse. At the same time, the Ratman army, having lost their commander, suddenly froze, then collapsed, entirely scattering in a mad rush to escape. Lin Yan opened the Lord Terminal. Aside from the 3 main forces, half of the foxes under his command had already reached the 4th tier. The 2 foxes who had followed Lin Yan to clear the wilderness from the start had even stepped into the threshold of the 5th tier. At the same time, a massive amount of experience surged through the mental link, flooding into Lin Yan's body. He felt his muscles rapidly swell, his bones cracking as a white steam began to rise from his skin, as if he were undergoing a transformation. Leveling up as a lord was akin to a baptism of the body. As long as he killed enough monsters, tearing apart giant dragons, or facing demigods, Hedon would no longer be a dream. 4th tier. Lin Yan clenched his fist tightly. 4th tier, extraordinary realm. It meant that even if surrounded by hundreds of cannon-fodder monsters, he could carve out a bloody path with his bare hands. On the current endless continent, this absolutely belonged to the top tier of individual combat power. He pushed open the window and leaped directly from the 3-story black iron fortress. At a height of over 10 meters, he landed firmly, not even bending his knees. Master. Bairo wiggled her slender waist and jogged over, holding a crystal ball radiating dazzling blue light, her collar gently undulating as she ran. Lin Yan took the glowing orb. Golden letters immediately appeared. Open next to the territorial well to obtain the special building blueprint, Fox Spirit Concentration Hot Spring. Hot Spring Blueprint. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, and he decisively crushed the orb of blueprint, glowing blue, landing in his hand, which he promptly clicked to record. Fox Spirit Concentration Hot Spring. Level Height Ear Special Building. Description: a hot spring formed by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Soaking in or drinking the spring water can restore mana at lightning speed and restore stamina significantly. It also has miraculous effects for beauty and skin nourishment. There are absolutely no side effects. Construction requirements: 3,000 soul crystals, 3 pure elemental stones. It truly was a top-notch recovery building. Not only does it restore mana, but it also heals and restores stamina. After the intense defensive battle just now, although the Fox girls had not even broken a sweat, their stamina was greatly depleted, each of them panting heavily with their chests rising and falling violently, their combat power reduced to less than half. The monster siege had retreated, but Lin Yan's battle was far from over. Running onto his territory, tearing down a few towers, and thinking they could escape. No way. Ding. Congratulations, you successfully repelled the monster wave, taking the first step toward dominating the endless continent. Specific rewards will be calculated uniformly after all new lords have completed their defenses. Lin Yan glanced at the system announcement and turned it off. While others were still struggling to hold on, he was already preparing to push back. Lin Yan found a piece of empty land next to the Fox sacrifice altar and deducted the resources. White mist began to rise. A white jade hot spring pool 7 to 8 meters in diameter appeared out of thin air, steaming gently. The water was crystal clear with a faint layer of spiritual mist floating on the surface, resembling a fairyland. Baiji, come here. Lin Yan waved his hand. The stunning fox girl obediently walked to the pool's edge. Lin Yan picked up a clean bamboo tube, scooped a cup of hot spring water, and handed it over. Give it a try. Baiji accepted it with both hands, tilted her snow-white neck, and took a small sip, her beautiful eyes instantly brightening. Master, my mana is recovering so fast. And it's sweet water, you should try a sip too. Lin Yan casually took the bamboo tube, deliberately brought it to where she had just touched, and drank a large mouthful. Once the spring water went down, all fatigue vanished, and he felt utterly relaxed. However, why was there a delightful scent of peach blossoms in the water? This was clearly the fragrance of Baiji. Lin Yan's gaze dropped, looking at the edge of the bamboo tube, then fixed on Baiji's moist, shining red lips. Baiji had evidently realized as well if this was an indirect kiss. Baiji's exquisite face flushed instantly with 2 delicate streaks of crimson. Lin Yan gazed upon her shy, blushing demeanor, his heart surging with warmth. Fox Spirit Concentration Hot Spring had just been completed. The pool brimmed with warm water infused with spiritual energy. Yet to sustain continuous production, it would need to absorb ambient energy from heaven and earth, a process requiring time for natural settling. Lin Yan instructed Baiji to draw the spring water and distribute it among the Dreamweaver fox spirits below. Dozens of alluring fox spirits lined up in formation slipped off their leather boots and immersed their fair slender thighs into the warm waters along the pool's edge, drinking while gently cleansing themselves. Vast expanses of tender skin glimmered beneath the mist-laced air, rendering the scene exquisitely sensual. Drinking alone is insufficient, Lin Yan murmured, frowning slightly. Though the fox maidens' complexions had grown noticeably rosier, full restoration to peak condition would require immersion for half a day at least. At present, restoring 70 to 80% of their combat readiness was imperative. They faced an imminent, grueling battle. Vast expanses of tender skin glimmered beneath the mist-laced air, rendering the scene exquisitely. Having just emerged from fierce combat, her crimson silk robe bore faint tears. With each step, her ample bosom swayed vigorously, revealing a breathtaking ivory cleavage impossible to look away from. These were spoils gathered while clearing minor enemies after the battle. 2 emerald-hued orbs and 3 pearlescent white ones. Lin Yan opened them all without hesitation. Acquired mid-tier magical artifact Crimson Flame Spirit Staff 2. Acquired pure elemental stones 3. Lin Yan lifted one staff, examining it closely. Unlike mass-produced ordinary staves forged in workshops, this new weapon shimmered with crystalline clarity, more durable and capable of channeling immense magical power without fracturing. Crimson Flame Spirit Staff Mid-tier. Effect Magic Conduction Efficiency 109. Standard staves managed a meager 60 conduction rate. Overloading them with even modest magical energy would cause instantaneous detonation. This staff not only resisted explosion, but amplified damage output by an additional 9%. Had these weapons been acquired earlier by Ji and by Ro, would have effortlessly sliced through the Cyclops demon's thick hide. No exhausting struggle required. Here, your new weapon. Lin Yan handed the staff to Bai Ro. She clutched it tightly, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she beamed. Thank you, Master O. And what about elder sister's share? She won't be left out. There's another one for her. Lin Yan gently pinched her cheek. Delighted, Bai Ro rose onto her tiptoes and planted a soft kiss on his cheek before skipping away, light-hearted and radiant. 3 pure elemental stones now rested in his palm. Lin Yan contemplated briefly, then decisively invested resources to construct a second fox spirit concentration hot spring beside the first. Dual springs doubled the recovery speed for all. By then, Bai Ji had led her subordinates to fully clear the battlefield, beginning with the towering mound of soul crystals. Once fully converted, the haul totaled 20,000 soul crystals. Combined with prior reserves, the territory's treasury surged past the 27,000 mark. Had constructing the 2 hot springs not consumed substantial funds, the total would have surpassed 30,000. Beyond currency, abundant rare materials were recovered: venom sacs, dropped by scorpion demons. Useless to the fox spirits, yet highly coveted premium commodities on the open market. Most valuable of all were the armaments abandoned by the Ratman Legion. The heavy iron plate armor worn by elite wolf cavalry and Ratman overseers, and their massive horse-slaying blades, were all forged in their ancestral stronghold, tenfold superior in craftsmanship to Great II workshop productions. The fox maidens scorned the gear as filthy and foul-smelling. Not a single piece would they touch. Yet selling them to other lords promised extraordinary profit. A windfall beyond measure. An unprecedented bounty. Master, the sisters are ready. Bai Ji stood before Lin Yan, gripping her crimson flame spirit staff, her waist adorned with a storage pouch brimming with high-grade spirit stones. Her crimson silk fluttered in the wind, radiating an aura of cold, lethal allure. Depart. Target the Ratman's stronghold. Lin Yan no longer remained sequestered within his stronghold as before. He vaulted astride a 6th-rank 4-winged flame lion and led Bai Ji alongside dozens of Dreamweaver fox spirits westward in a sweeping, unstoppable advance. Only Fei Yue, the peerless healer, was left behind to guard the base. With the defensive barrier gone, a high-rank warrior was essential to hold the home front. Fei Yue watched the retreating host vanish into the distance. Beneath her high-slit robe, her flawless legs drew together in quiet dejection, and her fox ears drooped limply atop her head. Whoosh! Gales roared past his ears. The 4-winged flame lion soared smoothly through the sky. Lin Yan sat broad-shouldered atop its mighty back, surveying the vast, verdant forest below, his spirit soaring. This marked his first true departure from home since descending upon the endless continent. Once a frail, powerless youth, barely able to lift a chicken, the fox maidens fanned out across the ground. A stray Ratman fell instantly to searing fireballs. Lost territories were swiftly reclaimed. Fresh watchtowers rose anew, vigilant and proud. The fox maidens fanned out across the ground. A stray Ratman fell instantly to searing fireballs. Lost territories were swiftly reclaimed. Fresh watchtowers rose anew, vigilant and proud. Before long, the vanguard reached the edge of known lands. A boundless wall of ashen-white mist stretched endlessly, rising like a colossal, impenetrable rampart that sealed the horizon. Or fog. Following the tracks, the rats emerged from within. Unfurl the map. Lin Yan withdrew a mist-dissipating pearl and tossed it down to Baiji on the ground. With peril lurking beyond, he remained safely aloft, never nearing the fog's uncertain border. Scouting was Baiji's domain, and she was perfectly suited for it. Baiji approached the ashen mist with feline grace, then raised her delicate hand and flicked the pearl forward. The dense fog recoiled like ice meeting flame, rolling violently apart with a thunderous hiss. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost instantly, over a dozen razor-sharp bone spears shrieked from the void, hurtling straight toward her. Baiji's expression remained serene as her lithe frame danced aside, gliding like a butterfly weaving through blossoms, evading each spear with effortless precision. Her crimson silks billowed, her snow-white, shapely legs kicked rhythmically through the air. Then, 9 consecutive fireballs erupted from the tip of her crimson flame spirit staff. The fox spirits behind her unleashed coordinated barrages. Hundreds of meters away, a dozen Ratman javelin throwers, just peering from concealment, were obliterated in a storm of blood and shattered flesh. The few survivors, paralyzed with terror, fled deep into the forest. We've misjudged the location. As the mist fully dissipated, only a crumbling, abandoned village lay revealed, not the Ratman's stronghold at all. Lin Yan wheeled the lion's head and advanced further, forging ahead into the unknown. Dispelling fog again. One map segment after another unfolded. The ground grew thick with Ratman dung and footprints denser than ever before. At last, a colossal Ratman encampment built directly into the sheer cliffs of a treacherous stone mountain loomed starkly into view. Unshielded, undeniable, unmistakable. The stronghold found. Kill them all, not a single one left. Lin Yan sat high on the back of the four-winged flame lion, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. She waved her newly acquired crimson flame staff, and fiery foxfire rained down on the Ratman camp like a meteor shower. The sounds of explosions were incessant. With every flicker of flames, several of the guarding mutated Ratmen were turned to charcoal. The elite troops that dared to attack their territory had long been annihilated. Remaining in the camp were only the old, the weak, the sick, and a few low-ranked guards. Faced with the fully powered Foxgirl squad, it was a one-sided massacre. Lin Yan looked expressionlessly at the carnage below. The filthy and foul Ratmen were not worth mourning. The slaughter lasted for over half an hour. The only ones left in the camp who could resist somewhat were 3 fifth-tier Ratman elders. Before they could raise their bone staffs to chant spells, Ro had already used spatial jumps to appear behind them. Her long, straight thigh cleaved down like a battle axe, and 3 ugly heads were instantly severed. The ground was littered with shattered soul crystals. Lin Yan did not rush to collect the loot, but instead directed the flame lion to land in front of a massive stone cave at the deepest part of the camp. It was evident that the core of their nest was hidden inside. Master, be careful of ambushes. Baiji followed closely at Lin Yan's, left her nerves on edge. Even with all the Ratmen dead outside, she dared not let her guard down. Fei Yu and Bai Rou protected the right side. The 3 stunning fox girls kept Lin Yan securely in the middle as they slowly made their way toward the depths of the cave. After walking a short distance inside, a foul stench assaulted them. Rats were inherently dirty. This group of intelligent mutated Ratmen had turned the cave into a giant dump, with the ground covered in excrement and gnawed bones. Looking at the filthy ground, Baiji halted. Master, it's too dirty inside. Please don't soil your shoes. Leave the rough work of destroying the core to me. Lin Yan shook his head. Enduring the stench, he gave each of Baiji and Bai Rou's perky behinds a heavy slap. What nonsense are you talking about? I would feel sorry for you delicate beauties wading through such muck. After being slapped on a sensitive area and hearing such protective words, the fox girls felt warmth flow through them. Their gazes toward Lin Yan became even more affectionate, their charm almost overflowing. Master loves us the most. Bai Rou sweetly leaned against him, her voluptuous chest snugly rubbing against Lin Yan's arm. But it really is too smelly inside. When we return tonight, we should soak in the hot springs for 2 hours, and Master must personally help us scrub our backs. No problem tonight, I'll make sure you're all cleaned up thoroughly. Lin Yan readily agreed. He himself found the filthy place unbearable. After wandering through the stinking maze for over 10 minutes, a massive flesh tumor pulsating like a heart and covered in green veins finally appeared before their eyes. Detected second-tier mutated Ratman nest. Do you wish to destroy it? Second-tier nest. Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the tumor. He decisively ordered the fox girls to unleash all their firepower. Boom. A dozen fireballs struck the tumor simultaneously, and the second-tier core instantly exploded into a puddle of green sludge. Successfully destroyed the second-tier Ratman nest. gained 5,000 soul crystals, 5 pure elemental stones, and 2 special items, evolution stones. Surrounding area occupation permissions unlocked. A flash of white light revealed 2 peculiar crystals radiating a rainbow glow in Lin Yan's hands. Evolution stones. They actually dropped such precious items. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with joy. Evolution stones. Using just one could force a unit to leap up an entire tier. For example, elevating a 6th tier royal unit directly to 7th tier epic. If luck were to defy the heavens, it might even jump 2 tiers. However, the chance of an ordinary person encountering such fortune was almost zero. But for Lin Yan, even if the probability was only 1% with the intervention of an exclusive cheat, it was a guaranteed success. These 2 divine items were enough to create a top-tier powerhouse that could sweep through armies. Or he could hold on to them until he had enough to directly give to the mythic-tier twin stars, which would yield even more explosive results. After securing the crystals, Lin Yan waved his hand. Let's go home. The soul crystals, heavy weapons, and a pile of rare or scavenged from the mutated Ratman camp were simply too much to carry all at once. Lin Yan was unapologetic, directly summoning the 4-winged flame lions circling overhead to do the heavy lifting. A dignified 6th-tier royal flying beast normally revered by any lord was now burdened with several huge torn bags flying back and forth under Lin Yan's command. The flame lion felt bitter but dared not voice it. Glancing at the nearby twin fox girls radiating an overwhelming mythic pressure, it dutifully adjusted the bags on its back and flew with utmost steadiness. Upon returning to the flame fox territory, they counted their spoils. The supply of soul crystals skyrocketed to 39000, and they also had 7 pure elemental stones. In addition to a pile of miscellaneous high-level materials, they had indeed struck it rich. Coming out of the filthy and smelly Ratman cave, the few of them inevitably carried some of the odor. The cleanliness-obsessed fox girls rushed straight to the newly constructed Fox Spirit Concentration hot spring as soon as they entered. Without a second thought, Lin Yan jumped into the water as well. The water was warm and rich in spiritual energy. Baiji circled around behind him, her delicate fingers pressing against his shoulders. Several fluffy foxtails wet from the warm water tangled and rubbed against him, the slick sensation sending delightful shivers through his body. Lin Yan comfortably leaned against the edge of the white jade pool, casually opening the class group chat. Upon seeing the number of people at the top of the interface, he was momentarily taken aback. There were a total of 45 people in the class, but now only 16 remained alive. The missing avatars were not necessarily all dead. The death rate had not reached the level of total annihilation. It was also possible that the core of their territory had been destroyed, forcing them to exit the trial and become ordinary people, or to sell themselves to the big lords as laborers for life. But in any case, they had completely lost the qualifications to compete for supremacy over the endless continent, destined to remain as low-level workers for life. The survivors were discussing their narrow escape in the group. We finally made it through. That was too deadly. I had over 30 Halferk infantry, and now only 8 remain, all crippled. You're doing better than me. Ooh, I only have 2 skeleton soldiers left. I almost had my thigh bitten off by a wild wolf. Ouch, that hurts. Everyone be careful, the shield is down, don't run out recklessly. Wait for tomorrow when the recruitment quota resets to replenish our forces. What are we waiting for tomorrow? We can directly take the defensive rewards issued by the system later. Luo Foam chimed in. Lauda, Luo is stable. By the way, did you hear? Old Yin from the next class is Old Yin. Wasn't his initial unit an elite tier iron armored rhino? High defense and thick health. How did he fall? He was just unlucky, running into a large army of Bloodblade wolves led by a 5th tier Wolfman chief who flattened his territory with over 1,000 monsters. There was a collective gasp in the group chat. Over 1,000 monsters. Does Old Yan's territory even extend that far? Luo Feng sent a long text explaining, the endless continent is a real world. The larger the territory, the more it attracts monsters, but this is not fixed. Just imagine if you were the head of the monsters and discovered a developing lord's nest right at your doorstep. What would you do? Of course you would take advantage of his weakness and snuff him out in the cradle. Thus, as long as there are highly intelligent monster leaders near a territory, the quantity and quality of siege monsters will far exceed system estimates. In such situations, one could only rely on their own luck. Glancing at the chat in the group, Lin Yan was well aware. Most new lord players would only encounter monster waves of up to 100 at most, with a few second-tier monsters being the absolute limit. Even so, it could force a bunch of people into a desperate situation. Looking at the siege battle he encountered, the corrosive scorpion swarm from the north, venom everywhere, a typical lord would have been reduced to blood water long ago. The Ratman army from the west was even more outrageous. Hundreds of 4th-tier wolf cavalry, a dozen 5th-tier shamans, and a 7th-tier Ratman overseer leading them into battle. The sheer number of cannon fodder was beyond counting. The intensity of this siege was at least 10 times that of the school beauty Lin Yan. If he weren't powerful enough and had decisively taken out the epic-tier Cyclops in advance, it would have definitely been a bloody battle. Starting off surrounded by high-tier bosses, this hellish difficulty is unprecedented. Lin Yan caressed by Rao's smooth, fragrant shoulder, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, I have a cheat to defy fate. As he glanced again at the chat group, a few more people had dropped out, leaving only 13. Just then, ding! A cold, mechanical voice echoed across the endless continent. The Novice Lord trial has officially ended. Rewards are being fully tallied. All lords who made it onto the kill leaderboard will receive extraordinary resources beyond the norm. Ding! The global leaderboard will now be announced. In the steaming white jade pool, the water rippled gently. Lin Yan leisurely leaned against the edge of the pool, enjoying the close service of the enchanting fox lady. Ro hung on him like a water rat, her full creamy softness pressing against his chest with each breath. Lin Yan played with the gentle fox tail underwater while glancing at the virtual screen before him. The chat group was in a frenzy. Rewards have been issued. The exciting moment has arrived. I risked my life for a whole night just waiting to break even. Haha. The system sent me 3,000 soul crystals and 3 pure elemental stones. Awesome. Now I can finally afford to recruit new troops. What's so great about basic resources? I had a stroke of luck and opened a blueprint for a steel repeating Wow. A defense tower. I'm genuinely envious. With this thing I can farm monsters in the wild without even having to defend my home. What does that matter? Look at Lao Luo. The group fell silent for a moment, and Luo Feng's avatar popped up, his words brimming with suppressed joy. Not bad luck. The system sent me a rare intermediate unit building, a centaur priest. A healer capable of group healing and wind-based acceleration spells. A rare level healer. Although still a centaur, it's a perfect match with the early game centaur archers. With healing and acceleration, Luo Feng's development speed would undoubtedly soar. After a round of compliments in the group, the tone shifted, and a large number of people began to frantically tag Lin Yan. No matter how impressive Luo Feng was, he could only be considered a semi-big shot in the class. The true pinnacle was Lin, the big boss, with an epic black silk fox lady. I heard that Zhao Qian from the neighboring class has also taken off, receiving a 4th-tier extraordinary unit building, the Ironclad Griffin. An air force. Its value is simply incalculable. Zhao Qian is nothing. A Lin can definitely get a higher level building. But don't get too optimistic. The system rewards are all random. In past new player defense battles, the vast majority of people barely got elite or rare levels. It's all about luck. Everyone was discussing passionately. However, Lin Yan had yet to respond. It wasn't that he didn't want to show off in the group, but rather he opened his Lord panel, which was completely empty. No reward notifications at all. No rewards issued. Lin Yan pinched by Rao's smooth waist, deep in thought. He quickly realized the only explanation for the delay in rewards could be one thing. He made it onto the rankings. Boom. A deafening roar suddenly reverberated through the skies above the endless continent. A massive scroll radiating blinding golden light unfurled above the heads of all the lords, covering the sky. A grand, imposing mechanical voice echoed in the minds of billions of new players. A massive scroll radiating blinding golden light unfurled above the heads of all the lords, killing ordinary monsters grants 15 points, killing elite monsters grants 10-25 points, killing rare tier monsters. Extraordinary tier. Commander tier. The rules are simple. The higher the level of the monster you kill, the more outrageous the score. Taking down a king-level monster guarantees a minimum of 500 points. If you manage to kill an epic-level monster, the points can skyrocket to over 2,000. Anyone who makes it onto the global leaderboard will receive a heavenly opportunity. At the bottom of the golden scroll, lines of mysterious runes twisted slowly, revealing clear text. Global kill leaderboard, rank 100, Bone Cemetery, total kill points 21500, rewards 2000 soul crystals, 18 pure elemental stones, 22 high-level experience fruits, 2 evolution stones, and 2 random high-level blueprints, plus 1 random high-level unit building with a minimum of tier 5. Wow. When this line of text illuminated the sky, billions of novice lords who had just undergone life and death tests all widened their eyes in shock. The student group fell into a frenzied state. Over 20,000 points. Am I seeing things? What the hell is this monster? I fought tooth and nail for an entire night, and my score barely broke 200. Compared to the leaderboard, I'm off by over 100 times. I'm freaking out. Didn't they say that in the early stages of the trial, everyone wouldn't have much of a difference? Is this not much? The high-level lords mentioned here refer to someone like Zhao Qian. I just saw in the grade group that Zhao Qian was slaughtering wildly with the Earth Dragon and his score was just over 3,000. Wait, 3,028, that's a world of difference from 28,000. How on earth did that score come about? Even if starting with high-level units the number is limited, how could he possibly kill that many monsters? All the lords felt a deep sense of despair. Many who thought they had performed exceptionally and might have a chance to push onto the leaderboard felt their hearts chill at the sight of that last-place score. Make it onto the leaderboard. What a joke. The scores are outrageous, but the rewards are truly tempting. 20,000 soul crystals. Pure elemental stones. These resources could directly upgrade a unit building by 2 levels. Plus over 20 experience fruits, which made my mouth water. Experience fruits are useless to us. Feeding them to cannon fodder is a waste. But for high-level units, consuming 20 at once could directly elevate them to their full form. These rewards are simply tailor-made. Are you blind? The most precious thing is the guaranteed tier 5 unit building. Plus 2 evolution stones. Evolution stones. Drool was dripping down. At the same time, in a creepy territory shrouded in black mist on the inlet, a man clad in pitch-black heavy armor riding a ghostly warhorse was staring intently at the golden leaderboard in the sky. 2 flickering blue flames danced in his eyes under the helmet. Surrounding him, the black soil was filled with skeleton knights wielding rusty swords. How is this possible? The man tightened the reins, his voice deep and hoarse. Under my command are potential death knights with an 8-tier legend. Combined with the aura of the undead calamity, the more I kill, the more soldiers I get. I led a skeleton army to slaughter 4 monster nests. How could I possibly only rank 100? What kind of monsters are these 99 ahead of me? 21,000 points. The warm spring water reached his chest as Lin Yan thoughtfully pinched by Rao's smooth foxtail. That score looked intimidating, but he felt no surprise. He knew better than anyone that Earthlings were pure novices in the endless continent. In the vast universe, countless ancient races had already established contact with this place. Some races were born with the power to destroy worlds. Although when entering the trial, all beings' levels would be forcibly suppressed to the first tier, and they weren't even allowed to bring hot weapons. Some inherent advantages cannot be suppressed. For example, even if a giant dragon were reduced to the first tier, it could still sweep through hordes of monsters with its raw strength and scale defenses. The lord using skeletons ranked 100 likely had poor personal combat power, but his units could turn fallen monsters into skeleton soldiers. Once the snowball effect is formed, it would definitely be a godly start in the early stages. At the start as a necromancer, I found myself at the bottom of the leaderboard. The Death Knight, clad in black armor, stared intently at the sky. The golden scroll continued to unfurl downward. 99th place. 80th place. The point difference was tightly contested until the scroll passed halfway. Global kill ranking 50 Arcane Tower total points 39800. Global kill ranking 20th Glazed Temple total points 54200. Global kill ranking 10th Angel Cloud City total points 10000. Over 100,000. My goodness. Starting from the top 20, the scores skyrocketed like a cliff drop. If it weren't for the system creating an absolutely fair leaderboard, I would never believe someone could kill so many monsters. What on earth are these freaks using to fight? The chat group had fallen silent. Lin Yan looked at the leaderboard, his expression becoming slightly serious. He quickly calculated his own performance in his mind. The regular monsters in the east and south combined would only provide about 50 to 60,000 points. The group of corrupted scorpions in the north, though only a few hundred in number, were all elite level 3 monsters mixed in with a few level 4 and 5 tough characters. This wave could yield about 100,000 points. The key was in the west. The fully armed Ratman regular army with hundreds of extraordinary cavalry, a bunch of high-level shamans, countless cannon fodder, plus a level 7 epic Ratman commander. Adding up these points, even Lin Yan felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. In this vast world, there truly are monsters everywhere. In the sky, the luxurious reward for the 10th place finally revealed itself. Reward 100 soul crystals, 40 pure element stones, 80 high-level experience fruits, 8 evolution stones, 4 random high-level blueprints guaranteed, 1 level 7 unit, building 1 hero's heart. The treatment for the top 10 had directly elevated to another dimension. Not to mention the 100,000 soul crystals and experience fruits. True top-tier lords lacked no means to acquire wealth. What made people envious was the core rewards that followed. A guaranteed level 7 unit building. A full 8 evolution stones. Holy crap. If used on a level 9 legendary unit, wouldn't it directly break through limits, creating a mythic unit with guaranteed demigod potential? Legendary. This term exists only in fantasies for 99% of newcomers. Most people think that level 9 legends are the pinnacle of combat power. Becoming a deity. It's simply a pipe dream. But upon seeing this reward, Luo Feng immediately spoke up in the group. Some races are born as demigods. Once the number of evolution stones reaches the standard, it can really create gods. But you guys are missing the point. The most against the heavens isn't the evolution stones, but this last reward, the hero's heart. Giving the hero's heart to the units under your command allows them to directly promote to hero. Heroes are no longer mere fighters but leaders with commanding auras. A powerful fighter can at most duel invincibly, but an exceptional leader can double the combat power of the entire army. Many veteran lords who have lived for hundreds of years would go bankrupt just to obtain a hero's heart. Luo Feng's explanation left everyone dumbfounded. They knew the leaderboard rewards were substantial, but they never expected the value to be this terrifying. Don't mention them, a bunch of rookies. Even if given a giant dragon at the start, they wouldn't have the confidence to make it into the top 100. This isn't a game for ordinary people. The ordinary lords of Blue Star could only watch and salivate in the chat group. But in every corner of the endless continent, some outstanding individuals with extraordinary backgrounds and top-tier units were all holding their breath at this moment. The 10th place Angel Cloud City is definitely the saint selected by the Heaven faction this time. The 9th place Crimson Fortress is the Prince of the Blood Empire. The 8th place Titan Royal Court must be the direct descendant of the Giant Clan. The 7th place Moonlight Holy Domain is probably a certain princess of the Elf Clan. The 6th place, above the rolling magma, a giant demon with wings and a pair of black curved horns atop. Its head was floating in midair, commenting on each entry of the leaderboard. He had the confidence to be so arrogant because he was the son of the Demon King of the Abyss of noble status, and his trump cards were enough to look down upon all. Above the endless continent, the golden scroll continued to unfurl slowly. Soon the top 3 were officially revealed. Global kill ranking 3rd Abyssal Demon Domain, total points 176900. Reward massive resources. Guaranteed 1 level 8 unit building 2 heroes hearts. Global kill ranking 2nd Crystal Dragon Palace, total points 182300. Reward massive resources. Guaranteed 1 level 8 unit building 2 heroes hearts. Crystal Dragon Palace. The Lord is a princess of the Dragon Clan's direct lineage. The bloodline of the true Dragon Clan is extremely pure. As long as they reach adulthood, they are guaranteed to be demigod level, naturally able to command vast numbers of aquatic monsters. In the Abyssal Demon Domain, the winged son of the Demon King saw the leaderboard, and his face turned ashen. He had already learned that the princess of the Crystal Dragon Palace was also participating in the trial this year. Losing to a pureblood true dragon, although it was frustrating, he could barely accept it. After all, he had trampled all the elf princesses and titan princes underfoot, not embarrassing the Hell Demon clan. But how could I only be ranked 3rd? Even a pureblood dragon can only take 2nd place. The son of the Demon King roared madly, shaking the surrounding magma into the sky. Who on earth? What gives them the right to stand above me and the Dragon Clan? At this moment, billions of rookie lords along with countless hidden prodigies from various races all stared intently at the scroll in the sky. Under everyone's gaze at the top of the leaderboard, several lines of characters, shimmering with rainbow light, slowly formed. Global kill ranking 1st Flame Fox territory. Total points 233300. Highest kill record level 7 intermediate creature. Reward 10000 soul crystals. 60 pure element stones. 200 high-level experience fruits. 30 evolution stones. 7 random high-level blueprints. Guaranteed 1 level 9 unit building. 3 heroes hearts. Boom. The moment of the global announcement, the system prompt in Lin Yan's mind sounded like a chorus. A massive amount of resources directly overwhelmed the territory's warehouse. One by one, exquisite items radiating dazzling light appeared out of thin air in a virtual battle. Acquired high-level weapon blueprint, Foxfire whip high-level armor blueprint, shadow concealment skirt high-level armor blueprint, flowing glow robe. Acquired defense blueprint, thunderstorm crossbow tower defense blueprint, blazing crystal cannon. Acquired special building blueprint, Omnivision Spirit Tower. A guaranteed level 9 unit building is currently being randomly selected. Please wait until the prompt sound in his ear quieted down a bit. Lin Yan leaned against the warm jade pool, letting out a long breath of turbid air. That was close. I almost got overtaken, nearly lost 1st place. Steam curled over the surface of the hot spring. Bai Rao's sinuous waist twisted gently, her soft yielding form pressed snugly against his chest. At Lin Yan's words, adoration glittered like stars in Bai Rao's watery, peach blossom eyes. He had outscored the 2nd place by more than 50,000 points. How could that be called almost? Master is being too modest. Meanwhile, on the Wujing continent, a colossal uproar had erupted. A 50,000 point gap. How was that possible? The contestants ahead had been so close. How did the leader suddenly surge ahead by a gulf? Are you blind? Did you not see the highest kill record reads mythic-tier? It's only the 4th day? Even legendary top-tier units, when newly born, only reach 3rd or 4th tier. What could possibly let them slay 7-tier monsters? What on earth is Yan Huling? A fox immortal lineage? Could it be a hidden ace sent by the legendary Qingxiu faction? The world's upper echelons were stupefied. Ordinary Earth survivors watched the spectacle, but the prodigies of the great powers knew better than anyone how deep the waters ran. The holy maiden of the heaven faction, the prince of the giant race, the demon king, son of the abyss, even the pure-blood princess of the deep-sea dragon clan, all had been defeated. Defeated by an unheard-of Yan Huling. Send people to investigate at once. Even if we must dig 3 feet into the earth, we must discover which great power Yan Huling represents. In the abyss demon domain, the demon king's son stared fixedly at the name Yan Huling, his features twisted with rage. Even with his clan's intelligence network, there was no record of that name. It was as if it had sprung from a stone into existence. If not for the meager territory I was born into and the lack of high-tier monsters nearby, how could I ever lose to you, an unknown nobody? Yan Huling, huh? He'll remember you. At the center of the Wujin Sea, a palace crafted entirely of translucent crystal floated above the waves, dazzling under the sun. A breathtaking maiden in an ice-blue gauze dress, a pair of delicate dragon horns crowning her brow, fell silent as she watched the golden leaderboard in the sky. After a moment, she smiled, that smile carrying the dragon clan's innate pride and belligerence. Yan Huling, you dare press me beneath you? I'm curious what manner of divine being you are. Next time you face me, this princess will surely trample you beneath her feet. Meanwhile, elsewhere, among the survivors on Earth, by a rippling great lake, several water-blue, semi-transparent, graceful figures danced lightly upon the surface. They were an 8th-tier legendary unit, the pure water nymphs. Their mistress Lin Yan stood quietly on the shore. Watching the golden list fade from the sky, a streak of unwilling determination crossed her cool, pretty face. My monster kills are still insufficient. I didn't even touch the threshold of the top 100. Langsing's newcomers truly suffer, none of them made the list this time. Lin Yan clenched her fair fist. It's fine. If I proceed steadily, one day, I will lead the pure water nymphs into the central circle of the Wujin continent. Lin Yan, you can do it. After a soothing soak in the hot spring, Lin Yan donned his coat and refreshed walked to the center of his territory. Having just endured an intense session of dual cultivation, by Ro was utterly spent, sprawled out, and sinking into a heavy sleep beneath the covers. A tempting flush colored her snow-white skin. Ahead, the massive Huanhu altar radiated a searing red light. Huanhu altar, level 3. It could summon 30 red-tailed foxes per day. Upgrade requirements: 100 soul crystals and 20 pure element stones. Having claimed the vast first place rewards, Lin Yan had casually upgraded the altar to level 3. He glanced at his pack. Still over 100,000 soul crystals and more than 60 pure element stones remained. He was absurdly wealthy. Lin Yan did the math and produced several newly dropped top-tier blueprints. First were defensive designs. Thunderstorm crossbow tower, outrageously fast rate of fire. Its bolts carry paralyzing lightning. Cost 200 soul crystals and 2 element stones. A single crossbow tower firing at full power could equal the firepower of several 4th-tier demon foxes. Crucially, machines do not need to eat or sleep and can stand guard 24 hours a day. Flame crystal cannon, devastating attack power. Shells form a lasting pool of burning magma on impact. Cost 300 soul crystals and 3 element stones. With such heavy weaponry in daytime, hundreds of Ratman cavalry would never reach the base of the walls. They would be burned to ash midway. Quality is truly expensive. The 100,000 soul crystals in his pocket looked like a fortune, but build enough, and they would drain fast. Ordinary wooden towers cost only a few dozen soul crystals, but their lethality cannot compare to blueprint machines. There is reason for the price. Lin Yan was pleased. The Wujin continent's constant refrain was slaughter and defense. The more defensive towers he built, the safer the fox girls would be, freeing them to seize territory in the wild. Next, he turned to the special blueprint he had been awaiting, the all-seeing spirit tower. This device had no offensive capability, but it was an absolute artifact for defending territory. Description: protects territory within 3 tiles around the structure, disperses the fog of war, and renders the land immune to monster erosion. It extended 3 blocks to the east, southwest, and north, covering exactly 25 blocks in total. With the spirit tower standing guard, Lin Yan would no longer need to send people across the world to repair shattered wooden watchtowers. As a domain grows, patrol strain increases. This feature was a timely boon. Need a good location. Lin Yan exited the core area and gave a whistle. A majestic four-winged yen lion descended from the sky and settled on the ground. Baiji, come with me for a bit. Baiji, having just changed into a clean red gauze, obediently approached. Lin Yan wrapped an arm around her slender, sinuous waist, and together with her vaulted onto the lion's back. The four-winged yen lion beat its wings and soared into the clouds. Night wind howled. Baiji, seated in front, was blown back against him, her full supple body pressed tightly into Lin Yan's embrace. Lin Yan did not restrain himself, his hands naturally encircling her midriff and settling upon an impossibly ample curve. Baiji's cheeks flushed, her warm breaths quickened. She could only lean limply against the man's firm chest, a suppressed pant escaping her throat. The sensation of high-altitude riding was exquisite. After roughly 2 kilometers, they landed on a high ground at the northwest edge of the territory. Master, this spot is high with broad visibility. If we build cannons here, their range will cover far. Baiji smoothed her slightly ruffled garments and with a dreamy gaze assessed the terrain. Build it here. Lin Yan willed it. 20,000 soul crystals and 10 pure element stones were deducted. All-seeing spirit tower construction began. A thunderous rumble. The earth beneath them trembled. An 18-meter white jade tower sprang up, piercing the night sky. A massive blue gem adorned the tower's apex, casting a soft halo outward. Lin Yan led Baiji into the tower. The interior was spacious. The outer wall bore a full row of firing slits. Used as a fortress, it would be impregnable. With fox girls garrisoned inside, its firepower would be relentless. They climbed the steps to the top. At the center hovered a vast blue holoscreen, clearly displaying a dynamic miniature map of the surrounding 25 blocks. No matter what beast invaded, the radar would flash red and warn them at once. Center the defenses on the spirit tower, then place several crossbow towers and crystal cannons around it. Turn this place into a deathly firepower stronghold. Lin Yan stared at the display, confidence radiating from his eyes. So long as an epic tier or higher boss did not personally lead the charge, thousands of cannon fodder would become corpses by the dozen. As for high-tier bosses, Lin Yan clenched his fist. When they came knocking, he would have more than just defensive towers at his disposal. Open your mouth. In the master bedroom of Black Iron Fortress, Lin Yan reclined comfortably on the plush, oversized bed. Baiji and Bai Rou nestled beside him. One to his left, the other to his right, both freshly bathed, draped only in translucent gossamer veils. Lin Yan held a golden fruit between 2 fingers and brought it to Bai Rou's lips. Obediently, she leaned forward, her crimson lips parting gently as she swallowed the experience fruit whole. Her warm, damp tongue brushed lightly against his fingertip, an electric, bone-melting sensation. This was the world's first-tier premium experience fruit, 200 in total. After the city defense battle concluded, both Baiji and Bai Rou had plateaued at Tier 6 advanced. Between Tier 6 and Tier 7 yawned a vast chasm. A celestial sum of experience points required, impossible to amass through monster slaying alone. Yet with the experience fruits, all barriers dissolved. One after another he fed them, sometimes biting the fruit in half and feeding it directly into Baiji's mouth, lip to lip. Juice trickled from their lips, dripping down into the deep alabaster valley between them. The room's temperature surged instantly. Soon both women erupted in radiant ascending light, the unmistakable glow of ascension. Tier 7 Initiate. Not only the mythic twin stars, but also Fei Yue, the peerless support healer who had quietly sustained the front lines with healing and shields, was elevated to Tier 7 Initiate in one breath by Lin Yan. Fei Yue's contribution that day had been extraordinary. Had she not relentlessly upheld the fox spirit aegis, withstanding wave after wave of bombardment from ratman shamans and venomous scorpions, the frontline fox warriors would have suffered catastrophic losses. The remaining experience fruits were not hoarded. Lin Yan distributed them generously among the most outstanding Dream Fox attendants. Rewarding merit ensured unwavering devotion and tireless service. Beyond the experience fruits, Lin Yan held 30 evolution stones in reserve, enough to trigger a collective metamorphosis among the fox warriors. He stroked his chin, calculating. Yet he withheld action. For now his forces sufficed to overwhelm neighboring territories. The evolution stones would be held in reserve, awaiting a moment of greater strategic consequence. We must not grow complacent. Today's victory ranked first globally, not through unmatched strength, but because high-tier monsters delivered themselves to our gates. Other top-tier factions' heirs likewise claimed immense rewards. Those backed by ancestral clans even received aerial supply drops. The infinite continent runs deep. Sooner or later we may encroach upon domains long held by veteran masters. Expansion must continue. Today had been overwhelming, repelling the monstrous tide, storming the ratmen, lair constructing towers, reinforcing outposts. Frontier expansion slowed. The fox attendants merely reclaimed lost territory, pushing the domain's borders to a modest 46 sectors. At the highlands on the northwest frontier, Lin Yan invested heavily, centering a panoptic vision spire flanked by twin thunderstorm crossbow towers and one blazing crystal cannon, to forge an impregnable omnidirectional firebase. One outpost costs 27,000 soul crystals, and over a dozen elemental stones. Lin Yan gazed at his depleted treasury, wincing inwardly. He'd originally planned 4 such outposts, one in each cardinal direction, but reality dictated austerity 2 would suffice for now. Dawn broke. Within the chat group, mentions of Lin Yan flooded the screen. Why is brother Lin silent? Did the defense fail? Is he gone? Nonsense. With an epic-tier fox immortal guarding him, defeat is impossible. Though, if misfortune struck, if a goblin tribe or ratman horde spawned right at his doorstep, he might truly falter. Truth be told, a mutated ratman lair did lie just westward. Lin Yan silently thanked the fallen rodents. Had they not marched en masse across 1,000 miles to deliver themselves as sacrificial offerings, he would never have claimed global supremacy. He sent a message to the group. Was occupied earlier, sorting loot and constructing buildings. Classmate A. Classmate B. Luo foam. What spoils could possibly take hours to tally? Lin Yan typed calmly. You know, the system awarded 10,000 soul crystals and hundreds of fruits. They needed distribution. Also upgraded the Tier 3 troop altar and erected several autonomous artillery turrets. Couldn't. The group fell utterly silent. They were all sovereign lords, yet how vast the gulf between them. After battle, most spent mere minutes gathering scattered soul crystals from the ground. Upgrade structures. Build turrets. Apologies, impoverished lords simply lacked the option. Envy saturated the chat. Every member turned instantly into a sour lemon-hued specter. Luo foam took a deep breath, suppressing his envy. Lin Yan, brother, you secured first place. What legendary Tier 9 troop structure did the system grant as its guaranteed reward? At those words, every eye locked onto the screen, terrified of missing a single character. All dreaded Lin Yan reactivating his signature humble brag mode. Nothing special, just an epic Tier 1. And dread materialized. Lin Yan replied, didn't pull anything remarkable. Just a dragon blood lineage. Not my preferred fox spirit, mind you. But it's the most exquisite celestial dragoness. The pinnacle of draconic beauty. In humanoid form, she'll surely be a peerless beauty. Adequate, I suppose. Luo Feng's eyes bulged, his hands trembled as he typed. Celestial dragoness. The absolute apex of draconic spellcasters. This is a Tier 9 legendary troop. What the A? The group detonated, disbelief and shock erupting in cascading waves. Lin Yan spared no further explanation. He snapped a screenshot of the troop structure's attribute panel and dropped it into the group. Instantly, the entire class chat descended into tomb-like silence. A profound, desolate bitterness lingered. Meanwhile, in the senior year 3 group chat, Zhao Qian spoke with flamboyant exuberance. Heard that Lu Ruyan from Xinghe High secured yet another transcendent tier troop structure after today's defense battle. How enviable. Sigh. I can only gaze at my soul royal tier Earth Dragon, and the newly drawn transcendent tier Ironclad Griffin, and sigh anew. Every word dripped with ostentation, so thick it seemed to bleed from the screen. The entire grade chat showered Zhao Qian with praise. Then, snap. A screenshot landed unceremoniously in the grade-wide group. Bold letters blazed across its structure: RANK, Tier 9 Legendary. Beneath it floated 2 lines of conversation: featherlight and devastating. Lin Yan, just a dragon blood lineage. Lin Yan, barely acceptable, I suppose. Zhao Qian. His smile froze, mid-expression, his boast strangled mid-throat, unspeakable. Zhao Qian collapsed on the spot. Lin Yan casually turned off the terminal panel. The background was flashing with numerous friend requests, which he disregarded, clearing them all with a single click. Earlier in the group chat, he had shared a screenshot and casually played along with Luo Feng's words, whimsically mentioning Fairy Dragon. By subtly revealing the news about possessing a 9th tier legendary unit, he would surely attract countless envious gazes and attention. What's the point of hiding everything? If one plays a Lord survival game and always stays incognito, where would the thrill of showing off be found? The 9th tier units are indeed formidable, but with billions of new players around, it's certain that other lucky players have drawn them as well. As for what kind of divine power a legendary unit combined with an exclusive cheat could unleash, no one could guess. In truth, the unit he drew was not a gentle fairy dragon at all. Lin Yan stepped out of the fortress and mounted the broad back of the 4-winged flame lion. The giant lion soared high, heading straight towards the northeastern direction of his territory. It didn't fly far. The white jade tower of the 2nd defensive outpost soon came into view. However, what was more eye-catching than the all-seeing spiritual tower and the crossbow tower was a massive abyss hovering beside the outpost, surrounded by dark spatial rifts. Dark Star Demon Dragon Abyss Type Unit Building Grade 9th Tier Legendary Level 1 Description: can summon 1 Dark Star Demon Dragon every day, consuming 1,000 soul crystals per summon free for the first time. Note: upgrading the building can increase the daily recruitment quota, but cannot enhance the bloodline grade of the upgrade requirement 1/0 soul crystals. Although the Dark Star Demon Dragon may not be as charming as a fragrant beauty, it is undoubtedly a top-tier killing machine. They are said to be the dual nemesis of both physical and magic attacks, naturally controlling gravity and dark matter, exhibiting extremely brutal performance in combat. Their rarity is off the charts. In the entire circle of new players on Earth, he might be the only one who possesses one. The four-winged flame lion landed several meters in front of the abyss, refusing to take another step forward. As soon as they approached, an invisible, terrifying pressure surged toward them. Even the 6th-tier four-winged flame lion trembled in fear, anxiously stamping its hooves, appearing extremely restless. Truly worthy of a 9th-tier legendary building, the aura is quite formidable. Lin Yan looked up at the slowly rotating black abyss before him. It was filled with violent elements of destruction, ethereal and elusive, as if even light had been devoured. Compared to the Fox Altar, the Demon Dragon Abyss' destructive power on the surrounding environment was far greater. Precisely because it occupied such a large area and appeared so dangerous, Lin Yan chose not to place it in his home. He had long planned that the core area would be reserved for himself and the voluptuous fox ladies to live together. All other large-sized units would be sent to the outskirts to stand guard. To be honest, Lin Yan currently had a plethora of high-tier combat power, but he lacked a bunch of cheap cannon fodder capable of doing menial tasks. Sigh, if only I could have a regular goblin barracks, as long as they offer plenty of recruitment slots. If this insane thought were to be shared in the group, everyone would be furious. Lin Yan walked to the edge of the abyss entrance and waved his hand. He directly smashed down 1/0 soul crystals, instantly upgrading the Dark Star Demon Dragon Abyss to level 2. The next upgrade requirement became 1/0 soul crystals and 50 pure element stones. There was no need to continue upgrading, he simply didn't have that much spare money at this stage. A few lines of sparkling golden text promptly appeared in the air. By overdrawing all recruitment slots for the next 9 days, a Chaos Dragon Princess with true god-level potential can be forcibly created. True god-level potential. Lin Yan's eyes instantly widened. The gap between 1st tier and 9th tier can be slowly built up with resources. However, the difference between demigod and true god is a chasm that cannot be crossed. A true distinction, even though it requires overdrawing 10 days worth of slots. But a juvenile Chaos Dragon Princess combat power can definitely crush 10 ordinary Dark Star Demon Dragons. Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all. Create. Overdraw all slots. He leaped onto the black giant stone at the center of the abyss and decisively issued the command. In an instant, thick black mist erupted from within the abyss. The surrounding gravitational field twisted violently, and the debris on the ground defied the laws of physics, floating into the air. The sky above darkened abruptly. Boom. A thick purple-black lightning tore through the clouds. A wild wind whipped up, plunging the sky into chaos. It felt as if the apocalypse had descended, yet it lasted only for a brief second or two before all the phenomena vanished without a trace. The sky cleared again with not a single cloud left behind, accompanied by a chillingly majestic dragon's roar emanating from the depths of the abyss. A tall and alluring figure with a pair of black dragon wings sprouting from her back gracefully flew out of the abyss. She had long silver hair, and her dark purple eyes radiated an air of regal authority. She wore dark dragon scale armor. A large expanse of flawless white skin was exposed to the air, especially the deep cleavage on her chest, which was more captivating than a black hole to a man's gaze. On her long, slender legs were leather leg straps, and a dragon tail, ending with heart-shaped barbs, swayed gently behind her, exuding a deadly allure. The dragon princess lightly landed before Lin Yan. She folded her dragon wings, knelt on one knee, and slightly tilted her head up. With a gaze that was both dangerous and submissive, she looked at Lin Yan, her voice enticingly seductive. Lilith, greeting the Great Master Chaos Dragon Princess. Lilith, level 5th tier, beginner, potential limit lower, true, god level skills, chaos, gravitational, whole annihilation, black, whole true form of the demon dragon. The panel displayed only 3 skills, but their value was astonishingly high. Unlike Bai Ji and the others' straightforward fireball damage, Lilith's skill mechanics were extremely brutal. Especially the Annihilation Black Hole, which can forcibly draw groups of enemies together and instantly shred through all material defenses. Not to mention, she could switch to her massive true form of the Demon Dragon for melee crushing at any time. In short, she was powerful. Despite Lilith currently being only a 5th tier beginner, if she were to face off against the 7th tier epic overseer he defeated yesterday, she could easily pin him down and rub him into the ground. The future growth potential is absolutely through the roof. Many veteran lords who have lived for centuries dream of possessing a stunning unit with true god potential. The newly born Lilith slowly stood up. Her exquisite dark purple eyes casually swept across her surroundings, ultimately landing on the four-winged flame lion beside her. She was 5th tier. The flame lion was 6th tier. However, the difference between true god bloodlines and king-level bloodlines was an insurmountable chasm. The large flame lion immediately went weak in the legs, collapsing onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to breathe even a word. Lin Yan shook his head. With a dragon princess possessing true god potential, the mere 6th tier flame lion had lost its favor. After only 2 days as his mount, the flame lion was honorably dismissed. Lilith, master him here. Lilith stepped forward, her voice sweet and sultry. Lin Yan turned over and sat up directly. Lilith did not fully transform into a gigantic creature, but instead manifested a streamlined semi-dragon form, securely carrying Lin Yan on her back. Though her size was not large, flying with a person was effortless. Lin Yan thoroughly experienced what it meant to be a true dragon rider. The speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye they returned to the core area. The riding experience was absolutely top-notch, deserving of a 5-star rating. As Lilith flew, she was surrounded by a dark material force field that blocked the fierce winds coming towards them. The journey was extremely stable. While other lords were still troubled about finding a means of transportation, Lin Yan had already mounted the stunning dragon princess with divine potential. The feeling was summed up in one word: refreshing. In the future, taking Lilith out would mean he wouldn't even need bodyguards. Lin Yan took out the remaining high-grade experience fruits and directly fed them to Lilith. Lilith's red lips parted slightly, and as she bit into the fruit, her soft tongue deliberately licked Lin Yan's finger, exuding a charming allure. After feeding her more than a dozen fruits, she was directly upgraded to the early stage of level 7. This level was just right. Baiji, Ro, and Fei, you were all currently at this tier. Upgrading further would require an astronomical amount of fruit. Just a small tier would consume 20 to 30 pieces. The remaining 80 or so fruits had to be saved for future rewards for well-performing fox girls. Night fell. Stars dotted the night sky. Lilith's appearance attracted the collective attention of the fox girls. They were all high-tier units and got along well with each other. Moreover, Lilith carried an aura of cold elegance that made her stand out significantly. In order to show off in front of the mistresses, Lilith raised her delicate little hand. A black gravitational vortex surged in her palm. The gravitational field swept across. The ground, which had been blasted into pits by the Ratman army during the day, was instantly flattened by the terrifying gravity, even sturdier than modern concrete. The fox girls were stunned, then cheered, quickly engaging in post-disaster reconstruction work. In the morning, they were busy collecting soul crystals, and in the afternoon, they followed Lin Yan to deal with the old nest. By evening, everyone finally had time to repair their old home. In fact, Lin Yan's side had not suffered severe damage. Many ordinary lords' bases were nearly flattened by mindless monsters today. If those monsters had not focused solely on the territory's crystal, many people's military buildings would have been entirely demolished. The perimeter lost 6 wooden houses and 2 wells were filled in. The edge of the altar was also slightly damaged by thrown spears. Baiji looked at the mess on the ground, feeling heartbroken. Although the Ratman army had not managed to breach the core area, the flying bone spears still damaged quite a few flowers and plants. Repair work was meticulous. The fox girls pursued perfection in their work, and Baiji was especially detail-oriented. Renail the fence and plant a few glowing grasses for decoration. The wooden house is missing a roof. Hurry to the workshop and make a few new wooden boards to patch it up. Clean up all the dirt on the ground. Everyone was busily working energetically. Ro, dressed in a tight leather skirt, dashed to Lin Yan's side, her watery, peach blossom eyes full of grievance. Master, what about the big bathing tub we talked about in the morning? Lin Yan slapped his thigh, almost forgetting about this matter. No wonder the fox girls were working so hard. He smiled and pinched Ro's tender face. Go to the workshop, let's make a few. You're the best, master. Ro tiptoed and gave him a kiss, happily rushing off to supervise. Making dozens of bathing tubs was hardly a significant expense for the current territory's funds. However, Lin Yan thought for a moment. There were now more than 30 fox girls in the territory, and the number of units would only increase. He couldn't favor one over the other. Instead of having the workshop make wooden tubs every day, it would be better to solve the issue once and for all. Let's just build a large bathhouse. Although he didn't have ready-made architectural blueprints, as long as there were enough materials and labor, building a bathing center wouldn't be difficult. Nearby, Fei Yue, dressed in a high-slit white robe, walked over and suggested softly, Master, we can directly transform a black iron fortress. She extended her fair finger, pointing towards the northwest. On the perimeter, we built vision spirit towers and turret outposts, while this fortress in the middle has remained mostly idle. Transforming it into a bathhouse would be the most cost-effective. Lin Yan nodded, signaling her to continue. The fortress is entirely enclosed with only a few rows of shooting holes, ensuring excellent privacy. We can turn the shooting holes into ventilation windows and open up the entire hall on the first floor. There's a well nearby, so I can use water magic to draw water and then filter and heat it with fire magic. We won't need to spend much money to create a super large bathing pool. Fei Yu earnestly analyzed the feasibility, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Lin Yan was stunned. His top-tier nursemaid actually understood interior design and plumbing engineering. The Fox girls were indeed all talented treasures. Alright, let's do it your way. Once they decided to act, they did so without hesitation. The Fox girls' execution was outstanding, transforming into the most beautiful demolition team. With Fei Yu's water magic and the brute force of several high-tier foxes, the abandoned Black Iron Fortress was completely transformed in just over an hour. Using precious level 7 combatants as laborers for masonry and plumbing was something the lofty lords outside probably wouldn't dare to dream of. They worked tirelessly until 10 at night. The great bathhouse finally had running water. In the distance, the sounds of splashing water could be heard, along with the playful laughter and giggles of the illusionary dream foxes. Originally needing to spend money to build a pile of small wooden tubs was directly saved, resulting in a significant expense reduction. Lin Yan's own master bedroom was also renovated, becoming more spacious and comfortable. He stood at the door, beckoning to the two stunning fox girls who had just emerged from the hot spring pool. Baiji, Ro, come with me to the rooftop terrace. The two sisters had just finished bathing, their bodies radiating heat. They were only wrapped in a white towel, barely covering their hips, exposing large areas of flawless radiant skin to the air, with water droplets sliding down their deep cleavage. Master, what are we going to do on the terrace? Ro blinked her watery peach blossom eyes, her voice sweet. Business. As night deepened, most of the busy foxes had already gone to sleep, and the territory was quiet. Lin Yan led the two sisters, stepping on the stone steps, to the open-air terrace at the top of the Black Iron Fortress. Tonight the night was exceptionally beautiful. A huge bright full moon hung high in the sky, its light pouring down like a silver waterfall, illuminating the entire terrace as bright as day. The white mist rising from the hot spring pool gathered just at the edge of the terrace, making it feel as though one were in a fairyland. Lin Yan specifically chose this time and placed, naturally having his own plans. The evolution stone was a bottomless pit for money. To evolve epic tier units, it required 2 stones. Legendary tier needed 4. Legendary level required 10 stones. And Baiji and Ro were born as mythical units with divine potential. To have their bloodlines evolve again, each would need a full 30 evolution stones. He had a total of 32 stones in hand. Under normal circumstances, that was only enough for 1 upgrade. Lin Yan initially thought that with a dedicated cheat, he could ignore the rules and force a critical hit. But after researching for a while, he discovered that using the cheat was not so simple. At midnight and a quarter, on the night of the full moon, when the moonlight is at its peak, bathe in the pure moonlight. The cheat not only forcibly changed fate, but also precisely pointed out the perfect harmony of timing, location, and synergy, allowing for a terrifying 100 resource utilization. To achieve the most perfect evolution, all these conditions are indispensable. Lin Yan's heart raced. If he missed today, he didn't know when he would have another full moon night with abundant spiritual energy. He spread his hand. 30 stones emitting a faint golden halo floated in midair. The light instantly illuminated the exquisite faces of the 2 fox girls. This thing is too precious, I'll let my sister use it. Ro stepped back, understanding the situation. No, you're the younger sister, you go first. Baiji shook her head repeatedly. 30 stones were indeed only enough for 1 person. But this was no problem for Lin Yan. He smiled, looking at the identical pair of twins whose figures were perfectly replicated. Stop pushing. You both have the special bond of being twins. Your life and magic are shared. With proper handling, 1 set of materials can definitely allow you both to upgrade together. Under the moonlight, Lin Yan stepped forward and abruptly pulled away the troublesome towels from both girls. Their flawless, enticing bodies were fully exposed to the air. Sit facing each other, legs crossed, fingers interlocked. Don't worry about anything, just follow my instructions. Usually one is gentle and considerate while the other is quirky and lively. But at this moment their expressions are surprisingly uniform, with their beautiful eyes filled with focus and trust. The pale golden halo in midair perfectly intertwined with the silver moonlight falling from the sky. Use the evolution stone. 30 pieces, throw them all in. Boom. The golden light instantly exploded. The moonlight poured down like a frenzy. The golden and silver rays intertwined and entangled, transforming into a massive glowing cocoon that tightly enveloped the two alluring figures at its center. After a full 10 minutes, the full moon in the sky seemed to have its essence drained, dimming slightly. Crack! Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the light cocoon. In the next moment, two figures, noble and cold like deities, yet exuding a deadly allure, walked out of the light hand in hand. The flowing light in the sky automatically gathered, transforming into two ethereal skirts draping over them. 9 foxtails turned into a dazzling golden color. Tip: the mythical unit by G has completed its ultimate evolution, advancing to Ancient Divine Fox. Tip: the mythical unit by Ro has completed its ultimate evolution, advancing to Ancient Divine Fox. Ancient Divine Fox twins by G by Ro, level 7th order, high potential limit, upper level master god. Skills: annihilation, divine fire, space collapse, soul confusion, special bond, twin resonance, 7th order high. Master god level potential. Leaping to the very top of the pyramid of the endless continent, Lin Yan gazed at the data on the panel, still not having the chance to take a deep breath. Master watched closely. She playfully blinked her watery peach blossom eyes and casually flicked her energy forward. A dark golden foxtail mark suddenly appeared on the railing several meters away. In the next moment, the soft jade-like warmth in her arms suddenly vanished. Without any trace of movement, Bai Ro teleported directly to the edge of the railing. Bai Ji softly explained from the side, "Master, we can now compress the power of space and leave a void mark in advance. As long as the mark remains, we can ignore distance and instantly teleport to the vicinity of the mark. If it's nighttime, the consumption of space jumping can be almost negligible." Lin Yan's eyes brightened. It's a divine skill. With the output of divine fire, these two sisters would undoubtedly be a nightmare for all enemies. The wind was strong on the rooftop. After the earlier commotion, the three of them were drenched in sweat. Lin Yan took the two fox maidens who had just completed their ultimate evolution directly downstairs, entering the black iron bathhouse that Fei Yue had just renovated that afternoon. Steam rose in the spacious bath. Bai Ji thoughtfully adjusted the water temperature and casually poured a few cups of fox spirit hot spring water into the pool to restore stamina. "Master, the water is ready." Bai Ji turned around, her delicate and weak little hands gently helping Lin Yan remove his outer garment. Amidst the swirling mist, her proud figure was faintly visible, her skin so white it reflected light. The conditions in the territory are actually quite harsh. There is no running water, no electricity. The entire bathhouse was forcibly excavated from an abandoned fortress. But thinking of the billions of new players outside, some still freezing in drafty thatched huts, some unable to drink a sip of clean water, Lin Yan felt a wave of dark pleasure. Moreover, by his side, he had a pair of enchanting master god potential twin fox maidens serving him closely. A royal-like enjoyment. Lin Yan locked the bathhouse door from the inside. Water splashed everywhere. The next morning, Lin Yan unexpectedly woke up late. Clearly last night he had replenished his stamina by drinking a good amount of hot spring water while taking care of things, yet when he got up in the morning his lower back couldn't help but feel sore. Ultimately, it was still his own physical quality that was strong enough. With a 4th order extraordinary strength, he could walk sideways outside, but in front of the two master-level fox spirits, it was indeed a bit lacking. Lin Yan silently vowed in his heart that he must quickly raise the territory level and reap more benefits from leveling up. He got dressed, pushed the door open, and walked briskly to the fox summoning altar. Bai Ji was already fully armed, ready to lead the team out to explore new territory. Lin Yan grabbed her wrist. "You stay at home to rest today, don't go out." Bai Ji shook her head, her beautiful eyes filled with determination. "Master, I am in good condition, no problem. The territory is currently in a period of rapid expansion, and the fox maidens are working hard outside every day." As the older sister, she absolutely did not want to be treated specially. Lin Yan also knew her temperament. Given her current 7th order high strength, even if she stood still and let the wild monsters outside attack, she probably wouldn't be able to break through her defenses. Going out is fine. Lin Yan pinched her cheek. "Today let Bai Ro lead the team in foot combat. You team up with Lilith, ride her to the sky as a bombing machine to cover less ground." "Understood." Bai Ji smiled sweetly. Shortly after, the chaotic dragon princess Lilith transformed into half-dragon form, carrying Bai Ji up into the clouds, disappearing at the edge of the sky. After sending off the main force, Lin Yan retrieved his thoughts and opened the recruitment panel of the altar. After reaching level 3A, the daily recruitment quota of the altar increased to 30. As long as a critical hit is triggered, he can guarantee to summon at least 15 epic dream phantom foxes. The panel says it can spawn units with mutated attributes. Lin Yan rubbed his fists, waiting for a short while. When the golden countdown in front of him reached 0, he decisively clicked to recruit. Consume 30 slots. 900 soul crystals instantly evaporated. The altar erupted with red light, directly condensing 11 large red light cocoons. The light cocoons rapidly expanded and soon shattered consecutively. Tall and alluring fox spirits walked out in order. 8 dream phantom foxes clad in tight leather skirts, already familiar faces. The outfits of the other 2 fox maidens, however, were completely different. They wore short skirts made of wild-looking animal skins with mysterious purple totems painted on their arms and thighs. Their gazes were wilder than ordinary dream phantom foxes. Crack! The last and largest light cocoon slowly cracked open. A fox maiden holding 2 crescent-shaped short blades and emanating a chilling aura of killing intent stepped forward in front of Lin Yan. The 11 individuals uniformly knelt on one knee, their white thighs dazzling to the eye. Shadow Sword Princess Loli. Level Intermediate Level 4. Potential Limit Silver Demigod. Skills Shadow Summoning Night Owl Form Phantom Leopard Form. A mutated assassin with Silver Demigod potential. The first skill on the panel can summon shadow beasts to fight alongside. The latter 2 are actually rare transformation skills. Lin Yan's eyes lit up, curiosity piqued. Show me your transformation. I am willing to serve my master. Loli moved gracefully, flipping her wrist to sheath her short blade. She leaned forward, her long limbs touching the ground. In the blink of an eye, the fiery fox girl vanished, replaced by a slender black panther radiating shadowy aura. A silver crescent moon was marked on the forehead of the black panther. Whoosh! Loli transformed into a black panther, darted forward like a bolt of black lightning, covering dozens of meters in an instant. She adeptly turned around in the open space and landed steadily at Lin Yan's feet. Dark mist swirled. She transformed back into the beautiful sword princess, holding dual blades, exuding a sexy and cold elegance. Loli knelt on one knee, panting heavily. The tight beast skin skirt could hardly conceal her impressive assets, rising and falling dramatically with each breath. Glistening beads of sweat covered her vast expanse of white skin, radiating a wild hormonal aura. She looked up, her eyes filled with fervent submission, like a little wildcat awaiting praise from her master. Well done. Lin Yan's eyes sparkled as he reached out to stroke her soft hair. The current fox girls in his territory were all fragile mages who tossed fireballs, fearful of close combat. With the Shadow Sword Princess, who excelled in assassination and close combat transformation, the last weakness was perfectly covered. Lin Yan directly integrated Loli and the newly recruited soldiers into his sister by Rouse exploration team. As for the leader Bai Ji, she had already gone out with the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith. A dragon and a fox soared through the sky, throwing devastating skills downwards, rapidly clearing the way. With the personnel arranged, Lin Yan completely relaxed. He opened the Lord Terminal. Next to the regular options of buildings and troops, a brand new golden icon appeared. Lord's City. It was mentioned in high school textbooks that only the newcomers who successfully survived the first wave of monster sieges were eligible to activate this special area. Among the most important features is trade among all races. No wonder the second-generation players like Luo Feng in the chat group were so confident. Among the most important features is trade among all races. No wonder the second-generation players like Luo Feng in the chat group were so confident. As long as one could enter the city, they could quickly take off, relying on the resources of their family. However, Lin Yan was completely unperturbed. Even without relying on his background, the resources in his pocket were fatter than many seasoned lords. He clicked to teleport. A blue beam of light shot into the sky, and Lin Yan's figure instantly vanished from the center of the territory. When he opened his eyes again, the scene before him was breathtaking. A gigantic divine mountain floated in the sky, cloaked in rainbow-colored light, casting over an endlessly prosperous street. The sounds of people filled the air. Lords of all kinds were coming and going. There were demons with goat horns, angels with white wings, and even dragons transformed into human forms with dragon horns atop their heads. The number of lords on just one street was in the millions. It is rumored that an unparalleled expert attempted to personally assess the size of this place, but after flying for months, he still hadn't reached the end. There are strict laws for protection here. No matter how terrifying one's strength outside, no violence can be used here, and no one can harm the weak. It is an absolute safe zone. Lin Yan didn't bother to stroll around aimlessly, heading straight for the trading area following the signposts. The trading area was arranged in a massive stepped layout with stalls tightly packed together as far as the eye could see. As a level 2 lord, Lin Yan could only stay in the bottommost first trading area, surrounded entirely by newcomers who had just survived the beginner phase. Higher level lords could come down, but lower level lords could not ascend. It was basically impossible to find high quality goods here. Even if some seasoned veterans who had been around for nearly a year were still stuck at the bottom, they couldn't produce anything decent. Lin Yan wandered around the stalls. The ground was littered with broken copper and iron. After browsing for a while, he finally stopped in front of a booth run by a hooded wizard lord. He had his eye on a wooden storage cabinet. The cabinet was only the size of a backpack, yet it incorporated rare spatial stones capable of easily holding the volume of an entire van's worth of supplies. The price was steep. A full 5,000 soul crystals plus 2 pure elemental stones. Lin Yan didn't even negotiate, directly scanning the payment. During the novice stage, spatial equipment simply couldn't be crafted, and the goods in the hands of high-level lords were subject to heavy taxes. He had amassed a large pile of heavy armor and ores scavenged from the Ratman's lair, and was troubled by a lack of storage space. Spending money for convenience was absolutely worth it. With a storage cabinet, doing business and reselling goods will be much easier. Lin Yan played with the cabinet in his hands, but his brows furrowed. Stalls could set prices for automatic sales, but when encountering big customers wanting to haggle, a lord had to be present to guard the stall. It was too much of a waste of time. Moreover, the number of vendors in the square was overwhelming. Even if the products in hand were top-notch, they wouldn't sell without exposure. Lin Yan stood up and cast his gaze toward the center of the square. Rows of magnificent, brilliantly decorated giant shops stood prominently on the most visible part of the street. Compared to the shabby cloth stalls below, it was simply a world of difference. However, the majority of shops had their doors tightly shut. The signs flickered with rental information: shop no. 0486, monthly rent, 300 soul crystals. When lords upgrade to enter the higher trading area, the remaining rental period can be transferred. 30,000 for a month. No wonder no one dares to rent. Newcomers at this stage were so poor, they couldn't even recruit soldiers. Even if they rented with gritted teeth, they had no goods to put on the shelves. Although ordinary shabby stalls also required payment, they could be paid daily, which was much cheaper. Lin Yan had no such worries. The fox girls cleared paths at an absurd speed. Heaps of heavy weapons and armor scavenged from the Ratman's lair piled up, and high-level loot would only continue to increase. The most crucial point was that he had a monopolized strategic specialty: Fox Spirit Spring Water. This stuff could instantly restore mana and health without any side effects. For lords risking their lives on the front lines every day, it was undoubtedly the ultimate elixir for survival and sustainability. Lin Yan didn't rush to spend money, but first wandered around the surroundings. In the prime location, there were only a little over 100 shops open for business. Very few were newcomers, with incredible luck at the start barely scraping by with some supplies. The names of the majority of shops looked extremely impressive: Heavenly Sanctuary, Titan Armory, Crimson Blood Clan Trading Post. All were exclusive trademarks of major powers, oh, no one dared to impersonate them. The shopkeepers of these stores were all agents with extensive backgrounds with an abundant supply of goods, because thousands of their clan lords were supplying frantically. Lin Yan directly walked into a shop named Harvest Plain. After some bargaining, he spent 3,000 soul crystals and swept up a large quantity of fresh rice, wheat, seasonal vegetables, and juicy fruits. The fox girls ate barbecued meat outdoors every day, so it was time to get some vegetables to balance out their diet. Then he went to a magic shop and bought 2 sets of magic arrays that could maintain constant water temperature, perfect for installing in the large iron bathhouse. Actually, what he wanted most were high-end residential or special building blueprints. Unfortunately, they were all out of stock. Even for shops backed by major powers, blueprints are extremely scarce strategic resources. Occasionally 1 or 2 would be posted, but the prices were outrageous enough to make one want to curse. The blueprint must be obtained by defeating monsters myself. Lin Yan transmitted all the supplies he had purchased back to his territory. He then turned and approached a vacant shop at a prime location on the street, decisively clicking to lease it. 30,000 soul crystals were instantly deducted. The grand entrance of several hundred square meters thundered open. Lin Yan walked in and directly placed a large bamboo tube filled with Fox Spirit hot spring water in the central position. The shelves around were filled with heavy Ratman heavy armor and finely forged broadswords. The shop system came with several intelligent puppets for guiding sales. Lin Yan could freely set the appearance of the puppets. The image of a dreamed fox spirit floated in his mind. His fingers danced directly, shaping several puppets into voluptuous fox maidens. Tight black skirts accentuating their curves, long black stockings showcasing their alluring legs, and a striking face embodying the very essence of a seductive fox spirit. A few sexy beauties stood at the entrance. The visual impact was sure to mesmerize any passing male lord. It's still lacking a bit. Puppets can only sell items at fixed prices and won't negotiate with major clients at all. If I want to expand the business, I must find a trusted subordinate to manage it. At noon, Lin Yan teleported back to his old home. The fox maidens who had gone out to scour also returned in a line to have lunch. Biro obediently massaged Lin Yan's shoulders while reporting the results of the morning's battles. Master, the Western squad advanced 3 plots, and the Southern squad pushed 4. Aside from a few groups of wild monsters, we didn't find the core layer of any creatures. Lin Yan felt a bit disappointed. The drop rate for ordinary small monsters was too low. Only by taking down their layers could he obtain blueprints and evolution stones, the real currency. At this moment, Bai Ji stepped forward to provide additional information. She had been up in the sky with the Chaos Dragon Princess acting as a bomber, granting her a broad view. Master, after crossing the territory of the venomous scorpions to the north, we discovered signs of large-scale tree cutting. There was no monster droppings on the ground, very clean. It must be another lord's camp. Encountering living neighbors. Lin Yan's gaze turned cold. In the endless continent, everyone was a competitor. Being so close, it was only a matter of time before they would fight to the death over resources. Keep watching. Maintain a low profile, and find out the enemy's troops and secrets. Lin Yan held an absolute advantage in initiative. With the mythic-level Dragon Princess and her divine potential, he felt he could handle any opponent. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yan wiped his mouth and called Bai Ji, Bai Rou, and Fei Yu into the master bedroom of the Black Iron Fortress. He locked the door. He raised his hand and took out a basketball-sized crystal heart radiating brilliant golden light from his spatial backpack. An ancient and mysterious pressure instantly filled the entire room. The heart of a hero. As long as this treasure is fused, the troops can directly ascend to hero. Not only can they command armies and provide incredible buffs to the entire team, but it can also unlock vision radar for the Lord. However, Lin Yan was eager to create a hero for another, even more important purpose. The collective enhancement of the hero's aura was truly astonishing. What the territory urgently needed was a broad enhancement of combat power, not individual combat. Holding the heavy heart of a hero, he had to be cautious about who to give it to. Lin Yan's gaze shifted between Bai Ji, Bai Rou, and Fei Yu. Driven by personal desire, he preferred to reserve the good items for the head sister Bai Ji. Yet all three enchanting fox maidens were utterly obedient to him, their loyalty off the charts. Even if he issued the most absurd orders, they would execute them without hesitation. As the master, he couldn't show overt favoritism. Master, let Fei Yu fuse it. Bai Ji leaned softly against Lin Yan, her ample chest brushing gently against his. She tilted her head up, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness, directly suggesting, "My sister and I have already consumed too many evolution resources. Good steel should be used on the edge of the sword. My sister has been tirelessly healing from the back. She needs self-defense capabilities the most." Bai Rou, kneeling on the bed and massaging her legs, also nodded repeatedly. Fei Yu stood at the edge of the bed, her long white legs nervously pressed together beneath her high-slit priestess robe. She looked around, her pretty face flushing, unsure of where to put her hands. Lin Yan considered for a moment. Giving the opportunity to Fei Yu was indeed the most optimal solution. This girl not only had remarkable healing abilities, but was also meticulous and absolute whiz at managing finances. Making her the chief steward would be just right. "Stop dawdling, come over and take it. I have an important task for you to handle right away." Lin Yan smiled. Bai Ji also got up from Lin Yan's arms, walked over to Fei Yu, and playfully pushed her forward. Of course, she had her own little calculations in mind. Once she became a hero, she would surely have to lead troops to guard a territory in the wild. Rather than holding great power, she only wished to quietly stay by the master's side, warming the bed and serving him. Staying close for a lifetime was the most comfortable life. Fei Yu's hands trembled slightly as she received the hot crystal heart. This heavy trust brought a sheen of moisture to her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and pressed the heart of a hero tightly against her proud chest. Buzz! A blinding golden light erupted instantly, engulfing her. The wind whipped her silver. Under the brilliant golden light, the moon-white priestess robe became translucent, revealing her enchanting and voluptuous figure, exuding an irresistible allure. Moments later, the phenomenon dissipated. Fei Yu opened her eyes, and a golden mark radiating mysterious waves appeared at the center of her brow. Fei Yu profession: Holy Light, Celestial Fox Priest Unit, Hero Level Beginner, Level 7, Potential Limit Silver Demigod, can be transcended. Skills: Holy Light Punishment, Fox Spirit Field, Celestial Shield, Exclusive Aura 10, to all troops, Physique 30, to Mental Strength 30, to Mana Recovery Speed, and an additional 50 increase in Foxfire damage. Remarks: the current maximum coverage of the aura is 700 people. Increasing the hero level can increase the coverage quota. Seeing the panel, Lin Yan gasped in surprise. The physique enhancement would make people tougher. The boosts to mental strength and mana recovery speed were simply god-tier support for the entire team of mage fox maidens. The most terrifying part was the last line. Foxfire damage increased by 50%. This meant that the Dream Fox spirit throwing fireballs on the front line would have its output doubled, defying heaven. Lin Yan waved his hand and quickly integrated all the little fox spirits into Fei Yu's legion, directly maximizing the aura benefits. He tossed the remaining 2 hearts of heroes into his backpack to collect dust, planning to wait for the right candidates later. Master, you just said you have a task for me. Fei Yu blinked her beautiful eyes, asking curiously. Open your hero panel and take a look at the city teleport function. Follow me for a trip. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 azure teleportation beams descended from the sky, immediately enveloping the 2. Their figures instantly vanished from the master bedroom. When the light shone again, the 2 were already standing in the back hall of a luxurious shop in the Lord City. Lin Yan owned all rights to the shop, so he didn't need to foolishly squeeze into the plaza. He performed a series of actions, directly handing the highest management authority of the shop to Fei Yu. You stay here to oversee and sell our hot spring water. They'll go browse the outdoor trading area. After giving his instructions, Lin Yan pushed open the back door and casually strolled into the ground-level trading area. Although he looked down on these shabby items, it was better to pick a few usable weapons than to go empty-handed. Qingling's staff mana conduction rate 97. It can't compare to our own dropped red flame staff, but it's decent enough. After all, without the staff blueprint in hand, he could only buy some ready-made ones for now. Lin Yan stopped in front of a secluded stall, examining the dozen or so staffs displayed. Just as he was about to make an offer to buy them, all his gaze shifted upward, and he suddenly froze. The stall owner was a young girl, with long black hair casually pinned up with a wooden hairpin. Her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll, but her demeanor was as cold as a piece of ice from 1,000 years. Why does she look so familiar? After a moment of recollection, Lin Yan recognized her. She was the top flower of Star River High School, a universally acknowledged genius in Tianhai City. In the school's troop simulation battles, her microcontrol and positioning were like a cheat, and she was a talented girl. Lu Ruyan. At this moment, Lu Ruyan, who had been reading with her head down, also sensed the customer's gaze. She casually raised her head. Her cold gaze met Lin Yan's face, freezing on the spot. A trace of undeniable shock suddenly appeared on her eternally stoic face. Her red lips parted slightly, instinctively blurted out, Lin Yan. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Yan paused for a moment. Who in Tianhai City does not recognize this aloof school beauty? With her stunning looks and prominent family background, she consistently dominates the joint examination. In contrast, Lin Yan, although also an outstanding student, could not compare to Lu Ruyan in fame. Reality can be harsh, people usually focus their attention on the top performer. It was indeed surprising that Lu Ruyan could call out his name. In fact, she had a deep impression of him. During the high school tactical simulation battles, Lin Yan often played unpredictably. Once in the quarterfinals, Lin Yan nearly broke her perfect score record with a shameless sneaky tactic. If it weren't for her innate special commanding talent that allowed her to stabilize the situation until reinforcements arrived, she would have surely lost. That was the toughest battle she had ever fought. Recently, she had also heard many rumors that Lin Yan had a batch of mutated fox demons, achieving remarkable results in defense battles. Lin the great genius, welcome. Lu Ruyan put down the old book in her hands, managing a faint smile on her otherwise unyielding icy face. However, she quickly changed her tone. Old classmates are old classmates, but there are no discounts on purchases. Lin Yan nodded. Friendship is one thing, business is another. He left the alluring and charming Fei Yu in the shop as the manager to prevent acquaintances from trying to bargain with him. Lin Yan pointed to the Qingling staff on the stall. No feelings involved, but since I'm buying in bulk, I should get a wholesale price right. I'll take 10 of them. 10. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened instantly, her cold expression nearly breaking. At this stage, a novice would rather spend all their soul crystals on upgrading buildings. Who has spare cash to buy mid-tier weapons? Moreover, purchasing 10 at once indicates Lin Yan must have at least 10 advanced magic units. It's worth noting that her legendary unit, the Pure Water Fairy, had only managed to accumulate 6 so far. She stared at the boy in front of her, her heart churning, while quickly quoting a price. After some back and forth on the price, they finally settled on a package deal, 5 pure elemental stones, plus 6,000 soul crystals. The stock is insufficient, please wait a few minutes. Lu Ruyan closed her eyes, contacting the units in her territory to rush the production. Before long, 10 brand new staffs were placed on the stall. Payment in one hand, goods in the other. Boss is generous. Lin Yan collected the staffs and casually asked, "You've been sitting here for a while, is there something you want to buy?" Not asking was better. As soon as he did, Lu Ruyan's icy demeanor collapsed. A hint of frustration appeared on her fair cheeks as she sighed, complaining like an ordinary girl, "Don't get me started. The Pure Water Fairy's skills consume too much mana. I've wandered around half the trading area, and all I found were these pathetic potions with slow mana recovery. And I can't find any decent armor either. The Water Fairy is so fragile, even a slight touch could break her. There isn't even a proper magic soft armor on the market. This trading area doesn't even have a search function. Finding items relies entirely on the naked eye. It's infuriating. Lacking mana. Lin Yan's eyes brightened instantly. He had a spirit fox spring that could be drunk like water. Lacking armor. Just last night, while receiving the global first reward, he had just obtained the blueprint for the high-tier Flowing Clouds robe. Lin Yan stared at the infamous little rich girl in front of him, and the DNA of a black-heart capitalist awakened within him. The money just spent must be recouped with interest today. Shall we find a quieter place to talk? I happen to have everything you need. Really? Lu Ruyan's eyes widened, hardly believing her ears. Follow me. Lin Yan didn't elaborate further and led the way. Lu Ruyan quickly followed. Soon they left the bustling square and walked inward for more than 10 minutes. They stopped. Lu Ruyan's cold eyes widened in disbelief. Before her stood rows of magnificent giant shops. This was the most central and expensive location in the entire trading area. You rented a shop, eh? A luxury shop for 30,000 soul crystals a month, and you actually dared to rent it. Lu Ruyan followed him inside, her gaze sweeping over the shelves on either side. They were filled with heavy iron armor, sharp sabers, and some heavy weapons exuding a bloody aura. All of them showed signs of wear and tear. Lu Ruyan recognized at a glance that they were all trophies from battles in the wild. She had a few items like that herself. Some advanced mutated monsters could forge their own weapons which dropped upon being defeated. However, the quantity on the shelves was simply overwhelming. It looked like a small mountain. Just how many high-tier monsters had Lin Yan taken down? Lu Ruyan suppressed her astonishment and shifted her gaze to the showcase in the center of the shop. In the next second her gaze was completely glued to it, unable to look away. Inside the display case hung a pale pink semi-transparent silk long dress. The hem was surrounded by a faint shimmering light, breathtakingly beautiful. Flowing Clouds robe. Lin Yan timely introduced high-tier armor. In addition to a base damage reduction of 18%, it also solidified 2 divine attributes, Wind Walk and Holy Light Healing. This long dress was precisely the high-tier blueprint from last night's global first reward. Among all high-tier armors, its attributes might not be the most outstanding. However, as long as its high-tier equipment, the attached special skills are enough to outclass any mid to low-tier junk. Its value is undeniable. However, the cost is indeed painful. 2,000 soul crystals plus 1 pure elemental stone. Lin Yan initially planned to give a set to each of his fox girls. But after calculating, he realized he couldn't afford it. For now, he could only make one for the main core members like Baiji, Bairo, and Feiyu. To be fair, this Flowing Clouds robe looks deadly on the fox girls. The thin fabric hugs their curves, perfectly accentuating their voluptuous figures. As they walked, their long snow-white legs peeked out from beneath the semi-transparent hem. Especially after a soak in the hot spring at night, it was simply mesmerizing. Lin Yan deliberately hung the robe in a prominent position to attract the attention of female lords. The drawing effect was absolutely top-notch. Just look at Lu Ruyan. Her breathing had become hurried. Lu Ruyan was indeed unable to tear her gaze away. For a fragile mage lord, the 2 life-saving skills were tailor-made. Moreover, this dress was too beautiful for any woman to resist. However, when she saw the price tag beneath the robe, her heart jolted painfully. 10,000 soul crystals, plus 5 pure elemental stones. Oh my goodness. The money earned from selling Lin Yan 10 staffs wouldn't even be enough for a fraction of this dress. It's high-tier equipment, so the price naturally matches its prestige. Lin Yan said with a slight smile. At this stage, how many people in the entire area can wear high-tier armor? As soon as you put on this robe, you'll be the most stunning goddess on the street. Of course, looking good is secondary. Wearing a high-tier life-saving outfit that can automatically heal you, how comfortable would it be to venture out? I believe you understand this better than I do. She desperately tried to convince herself. She had resources supported by her family, so she wasn't lacking in soul crystals, but pure elemental stones were relatively scarce and shouldn't be spent frivolously. But how could buying a high-quality life-saving piece of equipment be considered splurging? But Lin Yan, this price. Lu Ruyan lowered her icy demeanor, looking at Lin Yan with her watery eyes pitifully. With a price tag of 10,000, there was naturally room for negotiation. Lin Yan's bottom line was 5,000 soul crystals plus 2 elemental stones. As long as it was sold, it would be a huge profit. The price is negotiable. Lin Yan smiled. However, you won't be discussing with me. You should negotiate with my shop's manager, Feiyu. As soon as the words left his mouth, the curtain to the back room was lifted. Feiyu, dressed in a high-slit priestess robe, gracefully walked out. Her alluring curves were almost overwhelming, and her long fair legs instantly brightened the entire shop. Lu Ruyan was stunned. But what shocked her was not Feiyu's fiery figure, but the golden mark on Feiyu's smooth forehead, radiating an aura of mystery. What kind of unit is qualified to enter the Lord's City? The answer is simple: a hero. Lin Yan actually already possessed a hero unit. Lu Ruyan's brain short-circuited, and she stood there in a daze. Lin Yan looked at the dazed school beauty satisfied as he stepped aside. 10 minutes later, under Fei used gentle, yet extremely professional negotiation tactics, Lin Yan hazily signed the trading contract. For the price of 20,000 soul crystals and 5 pure elemental stones, she bought 2 flowing clouds robes. The money she had just earned felt like it hadn't even warmed up before it was all spent, not to mention her additional out-of-pocket expenses. Lin Yan felt like crying without tears. The blackheart capitalist Lin Yan was in high spirits. After teleporting back to his territory, Lin Yan counted his current possessions. Soul crystals, 63,000. Pure elemental stones, 26. He still felt a bit poor. Soul crystals can be obtained by defeating monsters, but pure elemental stones have a low drop rate. They can only be acquired by destroying monster nests. At this moment, Lin Yan glanced at the territory panel. The value of the core resource territory source had just jumped from 99 to a perfect 100. The upgrade conditions for a level 3 territory had finally been met. Lin Yan took a deep breath and decisively clicked the upgrade button. Consuming 20,000 soul crystals, 100 points of territory source, upgrading the territory core. Boom. Ding. Congratulations, the Flame Fox territory has successfully upgraded to level. Inside the Black Iron Fortress, the core crystal suddenly erupted with a brilliant blue light piercing through the thick castle walls and transforming into a stout beam of light that soared into the sky. Immediately, a violent surge of pure energy coursed through the core crystal, rushing madly into Lin Yan's body. His bones cracked, his muscles bulged and contracted in an instant, and he was filled with a terrifying power that seemed capable of shattering a hill with a single punch. Lin Yan let out a comfortable sigh and casually pulled Bai Ro, who was kneeling beside him, into his arms. He wrapped his large hand around her delicate soft waist, feeling the astonishing warmth radiating from her alluring body. He had become stronger again. The system's notification chimed in his mind. The territory has successfully upgraded to level 3. The crystal's radiation range has significantly expanded. The daily automatically generated mist-dispelling pearls have increased to 30 pieces. New building blueprints unlocked, automatic farmland deep mine. The territory enhancement aura has been strengthened. Lin Yan embraced the soft and stunning Bai Ro in his arms and summoned the territory attribute panel with one hand. Territory Yinhu territory level 3 total land area, 70 blocks territory aura, all members attack power, 20 defense 20. Buildable projects: wooden house, well, watchtower, workshop, farmland, mine. Lower level requirements: 1 soul crystals, 1 territory source, a 20 attack and defense bonus, makes fighting on one's own territory unbeatable for the Fox girls. Lin Yan looked at the panel and then glanced at the upgrade conditions. 1,000 points of territory source would take some time to accumulate at the current expansion rate. Initially, leveling to 2 and 3 was relatively easy since everyone was a beginner. Only upon crossing the threshold of level 4 could one be considered a seasoned lord on the endless continent. I've heard of some useless lords who took an entire year and still couldn't reach level 4. Lin Yan curled his lips. After a year of development, still stuck in the novice village. It's a miracle they haven't been eaten by wild beasts. He glanced at the newly unlocked blueprints. The mine had to be built on an open mining vein to operate automatically. The territory was surrounded by trees and rocks, so these blueprints would have to gather dust for now. As for the automatic farmland, it was definitely a good thing. Just so the seeds and the farmland would automatically have attributes like accelerated growth, automatic weeding, and pest resistance. The wheat and vegetables produced were even more appetizing than the premium varieties on Earth. Many non-combat lifestyle lords outside relied on growing vegetables to earn a meager living selling to large guilds. Lin Yan certainly wouldn't become a farmer. However, opening up a couple of plots next to the core area to grow fresh fruits and vegetables to improve their meals was quite necessary. The Fox girls ate roasted meat every day and would eventually get tired of it. A balance of meat and vegetables was essential. Once the seeds were sown, there was no need to worry about them, which was effortless. While Lin Yan was comfortably engaged in construction approximately 8 kilometers to the north of the Yinhu territory in a dense forest, a young man dressed in a vintage tailcoat with a face as pale as paper was leisurely swirling a high-stemmed glass filled with crimson liquid. Compared to other nervous newcomers, his demeanor was extremely relaxed. He had the audacity to be so arrogant. He was the son of a bloodline marquis, a second-generation lord. His initial unit was directly a 5th-tier commander-level vampire warrior. Vampires not only had fierce combat power, but could also regenerate health by wounding their enemies. While other lords suffered losses in battle, he maintained a perfect zero-casualty rate, with his forces snowballing as he fought. After yesterday's defensive battle, he unlocked a second commander-level unit building. A 5th-tier dark-type flying unit, the Shadow Black Crow. He had all forms of combat covered. He believed that given some time, he would undoubtedly surpass his father and become a renowned bloodline duke. Flap. A small black bat swooped down from above the forest, transforming into a gloomy-faced vampire warrior upon landing kneeling on one knee. Did you just say you saw someone riding a flying mount in the sky? The Baron Lord shook his glass. Yes. A silver-haired woman carrying a woman in a red dress on her back. This is definitely not a wild monster. It must be a high-level unit under a certain lord. The Bloodline Baron's eyes instantly lit up with bloodthirsty excitement. He intended to hunt this neighbor down, to chop off their head and use it as the first stepping stone to dominate the Endless Continent. Without any hesitation, the Bloodline Baron immediately gathered his troops, bringing along a full complement of 21 fifth-tier vampire warriors and 9 shadow black crows. He left a few elderly and weak soldiers to guard home and set off grandly. After passing through 2 layers of war fog, he immediately spotted the target hovering in midair. The silver-haired dragon princess appeared languid while the red-dressed fox girl on her back swayed her long fair legs in midair, igniting a fiery passion in the Bloodline Baron's heart. A female unit, perfect to capture and bring back as a slave. A cruel smile crept onto the Baron's lips as he lowered his voice to order the hunt begins. Swish, swish, swish. The 5 fastest vampire warriors lunged from the blind spot, their sharp-bone swords gleaming coldly in the sunlight as they slashed down towards Baiji's slender back. Clang. A crisp explosion echoed. The bone swords didn't even graze the fox girl's clothing as they were shattered by an invisible gravity shield. The vampire warriors had yet to react. The silver-haired dragon princess in front didn't even turn her head, casually pointing her fair fingertips backward. Boom. The 5 fifth-tier vampires were instantly crushed into a pulp by a terrifying gravitational force, their innards and shattered bones scattered everywhere. Then Baiji raised her jade hand. Dozens of spear-like red fox flames erupted from the ground, instantly skewering the 9 shadow black crows that were preparing to ambush in the air, turning them to ashes. Instant kill. A one-sided slaughterhouse. The cruel smile on the Bloodline Baron's face froze completely. He gaped, his mind blank. His expression shifted from confident victory to shock and finally morphed into profound terror. All of this occurred in the span of a single second. The Baron panicked. He was utterly panicked. He had always been cautious and for safety had sent out 5 commander-level vampires just to ensure a guaranteed kill. Who would have thought that in a single encounter his entire army would be annihilated? It's a trap. It must be a trap. The Bloodline Baron fled in terror. He placed all his hopes of survival on the territory Aura, not far away. As long as he could escape back, he might hold out against the defense structures. The black tailcoat fled frantically through the dense forest. Suddenly a sharp owl's cry echoed above. A massive night owl exuding a shadowy aura swooped down. Upon landing, a rolling black mist coalesced into a stunning swordswoman clad in a tight beastskin skirt wielding dual blades. Loli. On the master's orders, I have come to take your life. Loli licked her red lips, her eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty excitement. She had consumed high-tier experience fruits, and after frantically hunting monsters, was now at the 6th-tier intermediate level. Dealing with 5th-tier vampires was simply a matter of overpowering them. The few remaining bat guards by the Baron's side lunged forward, but Loli flickered and instantly transformed into a black leopard. Her claws tore through the air, shredding the bats into a heap of flesh in just 2 moves. She moved like the most graceful reaper in the jungle, seamlessly switching between her human and leopard forms. With every flash of her blade, blood spurted forth. From the surrounding woods, several tall and alluring figures emerged. The illusionary dream foxes, dressed in black silk and leather skirts, didn't even lift a finger, merely raising their staffs to seal off all possible escape routes. The Bloodline Baron slumped despondently in the mud. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could there be such a monstrous lord in the novice phase? Which ancient monster sent such seasoned experts? He stared intently at the stunning beauties around him. Any one of them could easily outmatch his vampires. There was also a 6th-tier flame lion flying in the sky, and a top-notch healer in a high-slit white robe. Even more terrifying was a dragon. A demon dragon. How could they tame a dragon race? In midair, a dark dragon princess radiating an aura of destruction slowly descended. The man on her back looked down from a height, surveying everything. Lin Yan sat on Lilith's back, watching the practical drill with satisfaction. The enemy was too weak. In fact, Baiji could have easily taken down the Baron with a single strike just now. Letting him escape was intentional, merely to practice the team's real combat coordination. By Rao's high mobility, restraint, Loli's assassination blockade, coupled with the external firepower suppression from the fox spirits. Perfectly executed. Capable of both offense and defense. However, Lin Yan also wanted to test Lilith's abilities. Lilith, make your move. Lin Yan slapped his hand on the remarkably flexible backside of the dragon maiden. A strange glint flickered in Lilith's dark purple eyes. The innate spiritual pressure of the dragon race was instantly unleashed. The last few vampire death soldiers desperately summoned by the barons suddenly went mad, tearing each other apart. In the span of just a few seconds they all fell in a pool of blood. The final vampire warrior even raised its bony longsword and unhesitatingly pierced its own heart. With a thud it collapsed to the ground, dissipating into black ash. It was extremely brutal. Lilith excelled not only in physical destruction but also in mental domination. When encountering monsters with weak mental resistance, a mere glance could compel them to take their own lives. Lin Yan dismounted and walked up to the vampire baron. This was the first time he had seen a living lord in the wild. The once arrogant and domineering second-generation lord was now kneeling in the mud, crazily banging his head. "Great lord, I concede. I am willing to be your dog. I possess 2 leader-level units. I can earn over 2,000 soul crystals every day. As long as you spare my life, I will dedicate 70% of my income to you." The baron pleaded desperately, yet he felt that he still held some value. After all, who would refuse a subordinate lord that could lay golden eggs? 5th-tier units. Lin Yan nearly laughed out loud. The weakest laborer, the flame lion in the Yen Fox territory, was already at 6th tier. A few broken bats were also brought out for show. 2,000 soul crystals weren't even enough to upgrade a single building for the Fox girls. Lin Yan shook his head, looking at him as if he were a pile of trash. "Wanna be my dog? You don't even qualify to eat shit." Whoosh! Lin Yan drew the steel longsword from his waist. With a swift motion the sword fell. The sharp blade instantly pierced the baron's throat. Blood spurted out, splattering on the grass, and with a flick of the blade it was wiped clean without a drop left. This was the first drop of blood Lin Yan had obtained since arriving in the Endless Continent. Ding! Successfully killed level 2 Lord Blood Count. Do you wish to destroy the enemy's core crystal? Choosing to destroy will allow you to plunder a large amount of soul crystals, pure elemental stones, and may also yield rare blueprints from the enemy territory. Choosing to retain will cause the unclaimed territory to automatically collapse after several hours. Only a fool would choose to retain. Destroy. Boom. The ground several kilometers away rumbled violently. A blinding blue beam pierced the night sky, then transformed into countless particles of light, completely dissipating between heaven and earth. Following the soaring blue beam, Lin Yan rode on Lilith's back, diving down from midair. Before he could speak, Lilith's dark purple eyes flickered slightly. An invisible and terrifying mental storm swept out. The few vampire warriors left in the camp, who were in a state of panic, didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a pile of flesh. Lin Yan landed. In front of him, the eerie vampire barracks and the black crow nest were collapsing inch by inch. It was as if they were being weathered with bricks and stones turning to fine ash. In the blink of an eye, the entire territory, military structures, and the outer wooden walls had completely turned to nothingness. Not even a trace remained. If it weren't for the few corpses still visible on the ground, it would seem as though no territory had ever existed here. This is the true face of the Endless Continent. In wars between lords there is no mercy whatsoever. Outside, some veteran lords like to take in underlings, even forming large alliance guilds. But for Lin Yan, taking in a bunch of trash that was even less than cannon fodder was simply a waste of resources. Those who are not qualified are all killed. Exploding coins is the most practical. The shattered core crystal left behind a large sphere of blue pure energy, along with a few sparkling stones. In addition to an ordinary blueprint. Acquired 12,000 soul crystals, 6 pure elemental stones, 1 blueprint for a giant beast pouch. It was indeed very ordinary. Nothing to choose from. The baron's inventory was already filled with trash. This blueprint was the most useful among them. Although it wasn't high-end spatial equipment, once opened it had a large capacity, was cheap to make, and was perfect for use as a bag to store spoils for the Fox girls. What excited Lin Yan the most were still the soul crystals and elemental stones. Killing a second-generation lord so easily netted him an income equivalent to the total earnings of his Fox girls after a whole day's hard work of grinding monsters. Killing and looting truly pays off. The ancients were not wrong. Lin Yan licked his lips, even hoping for more clueless neighbors to deliver their heads. As night fell, the Fox girls ceased their advance and transitioned into full defense. Around the core area, 3 firepower strongholds had already been established in 4 directions. The remaining one was temporarily shelved due to limitations in blueprints and materials. Lin Yan glanced at the territory panel. Soul Crystal Reserve, 51,000 pieces. Pure Elemental Stones, 13 pieces. Territory Blocks, 78 pieces. Explored Vision, 100 pieces. 78 blocks, an extraordinarily large area. Converted, it was equivalent to a vast territory of 9 kilometers in length and width. With such a massive territory without the all-seeing spiritual tower and crossbow towers forming firepower strongholds, it would be impossible to defend with just around 20 fox girls. Even if they barely held on, the units would be exhausted, and the next day, they wouldn't have the energy to venture out to grind monsters and explore. 3 strongholds assigned 4 phantom dream foxes to each, along with a 4-winged flame lion to Lin Yan quickly allocated his forces. Fiery Moon take Luo Li and the others for mobile patrols within the territory. Eliminate any clustered wild monsters directly. Having a heroic steward is indeed a relief. During the day, she managed the shop as a stunning manager, and at night could lead the team for night patrols. Lin Yan's days were incredibly leisurely. However, he did not let his guard down. Last night was calm because we cleared the area during the day. Tonight will surely not be peaceful. Stay alert. Understood, Master. After finishing defense preparations, it was the most delightful mealtime. Tonight's feast was exceptionally lavish. The main dish was the armored barbarian steak hunted from the south, accompanied by a rich soup made from fresh vegetables bought from the trading area, fragrant white rice, and refreshing freshly squeezed juice. The aroma was enticing, making one's fingers itch. Lin Yan sat in a spacious wooden chair. Bai Ji and Bai Rou attended to him on either side. The 2 sisters had just finished a hot spring and changed into height-ear flowing cloud robes. Lin Yan was enjoying his meal with great pleasure. On a whim, he took a photo of the table full of delicious food, capturing the long snow-white legs of the 2 fox girls in the frame, and casually sent it to the class group. Classmate A. Luo Feng. Analysis Emperor quickly came online. Brothers, let me point out the terrifying details in this picture. First, the exquisite tableware on the table, crafted meticulously, is definitely a luxurious item, made in a workshop costing at least several hundred soul crystals to start. This indicates that Lin Laoda's territory has at least reached level 2. Second, look at the dishes on the table. There's meat, vegetables, and even fruits. It is impossible to gather such a variety of ingredients in the wild at the same time. Third, the knife skills and presentation, both color and flavor, are top-notch, definitely a chef's skill. There can only be one truth. Lin Laoda, have you become rich enough to order takeout from the Lord's City? Damn it. I was just shown up again. This wave of flaunting wealth was simply unstoppable. Classmates who were gnawing on burnt meat suddenly found it hard to swallow their dinner. So frustrating. Even Luo Feng, who had big backing at home, looked at the dry meat skewers in his hand and felt it was tasteless. He wanted to splurge like that too, but he didn't dare. If he really spent valuable early resources on takeout, his father would definitely break his legs. Luo Feng fell into deep silence. Today was yet another day of envying Lin Yan. Luo Feng, not wanting to continue eating sour lemons, awkwardly changed the subject. Everyone pay attention to night defense. Don't work hard during the day, grinding monsters, only to wake up at night and find your home robbed. Don't worry, I've arranged 2 skeleton soldiers to guard the entrance. Me too. But my halford fell asleep while standing guard. What should I do? Just let it be. Wait for death. If you can't even manage your own troops, how can you be a lord? The topic was quickly diverted, and everyone was discussing how to survive the night. Lin Yan sighed helplessly. His classmates had become clever, leaving him with no chance to show off. At that moment, the Lord's terminal on his wrist suddenly vibrated. A large group of newcomers in Tianhai City. Lin Yan glanced at the system notification on the screen and casually clicked agree. After surviving the first wave of monsters attacking the city, he would qualify to enter a larger area channel. The people from Earth liked to band together for warmth, exchanging information and doing small trades. Lin Yan didn't mind. As long as he had money in his pocket, he could sell to anyone. To be honest, the goods displayed in his shop were beyond the reach of most newcomers at this stage. Notification: Zhao Qian has joined the group chat. Notification: Zhang San has joined the group chat. Notification: Li Si has joined the group chat. As soon as he entered, the group chat erupted into a frenzy. Unlike the dull class group, the lords who managed to survive until now all believed themselves to be the chosen ones, brimming with confidence. Wow, it's the great Zhao Qian. Boss Zhao, I heard you have a 6th-tier, king-level earth dragon. Could you send a photo for us brothers to see? Under the frenzied flattery of the newcomers, Zhao Qian's vanity was immensely satisfied. The king-level unit was undoubtedly top-tier combat strength in the entire newcomer circle of Tianhai City. Zhao Qian was destined to be a future overlord. Having a few underlings flatter him was just the norm. Leaning back on his rickety wooden bed, he couldn't help but smile. He quickly typed, preparing to make a humble brag statement to subtly showcase his prowess. What's the point of being a lord if one doesn't flaunt? Notification: Lin Yan has joined the group chat. Lin Yan. Seeing the name pop up on the screen, Zhao Qian's fingers twitched. Few people in Tianhai City knew Lin Yan. Even fewer knew that he possessed the Fox Spirit unit. But Zhao Qian was a victim in the class group. He had trauma. Every time he was about to show off, Lin Yan's classmates would post photos of villas and gourmet food, directly humiliating him. Zhao Qian's finger twitched, accidentally hitting the send button. The pretentious lines he had just edited were sent to the large group chat. Awakens level units are just so not that strong. The speed of expansion is still too slow. I fought all day and barely took down 12 territories. Moreover, the surrounding lands are constantly being counterattacked by wild monsters, and it's really frustrating to defend them. As soon as the message was sent, the scattered lords of Tianhai City were about to go wild with comments like 666, and boss is amazing. A new message quickly popped up. It was from Luo Feng. 12 territories. If I'm not mistaken, Boss Lin took down over 10 territories the night before yesterday, right? He must have occupied at least 40 today. Zhao Qian. I knew it. I walked right into it. With a thud, Zhao Qian's ego plummeted, and he feigned death in the group. No one paid attention to the pretending dead earth dragon overlord, and the topic quickly shifted to defending territories. Boss Luo is right, expanding outward is indeed becoming increasingly difficult. At first I thought that as long as I had enough troops, the territory would grow like a snowball. But after today I realized that the outer lands are simply unguardable. The core area is easy to defend, but if the outer area doesn't have a defensive tower, wild monsters can charge in and scatter. Everyone began to vent their frustrations. Lin Yan closed the chat interface, completely ignoring the worries of these newcomers. After the exercise, Lin Yan put on a jacket and walked to the rooftop of the Black Iron Fortress, feeling the night breeze. The surroundings were pitch black, and the distant woods and hills were completely hidden in the night. Nothing was visible. Lin Yan turned back. In the center of the territory, the core crystal emitted a dazzling blue light. The beam shot straight into the sky. Even with the Black Iron Fortress blocking it, the brilliant aura could still be seen. The higher the territory level, the more blinding the crystal's light became. In the darkness, it was like a super lamp, wildly attracting all the monsters in the wilderness. In the dead of night, at the first firepower outpost a few kilometers away from the core area, at the top of the all-seeing spirit tower, a dream fox was leaning by the window, boredly staring into the darkness outside. With 2 thunderstorm crossbow towers and 1 flame crystal cannon, guarding their night watch duty was quite easy. Unless they encountered a large-scale boss monster, they didn't need to take action themselves. Buzz. Suddenly, a large area of glaring red dots flickered on the radar screen of the all-seeing spirit tower. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The nearby thunderstorm crossbow towers were instantly activated, and thick crossbow bolts crackling with blue lightning ruthlessly shot into the dark woods ahead. Following that, the flame crystal cannon let out a deafening roar. Boom. A massive magma fireball exploded in the woods. The fire illuminated the countless sinister figures hiding behind the tree trunks. The dream fox's pupils constricted as she pulled the highest level alarm of the outpost. Enemy attack. The shrill alarm punctured the night sky. Outside the first firepower outpost, the unfathomable woods were instantly lit up by the soaring magma flames. From the thickets emerged numerous tall and strong black figures. Their eyes glowed red, their bodies covered in black fur, and they were several times larger than ordinary beasts. It's the abyssal demon bear. Standing at the top of the spirit tower, the dream fox Hongya narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Lin Yan had provided a monster guide. These monsters had clear roles: the polluted gray bears for cannon fodder, the speed-oriented wind split bear warriors, and the rampaging blood bears, which were as large as heavy tanks. The rampaging blood bears, when enraged, showed no mercy, their combat power nearing that of a 5th-tier leader. Even when mortally wounded, they could still unleash peak fighting strength. At this moment, several rampaging blood bears were already riddled with thick, electrified crossbow bolts. Blood gushed forth, yet they still madly charged towards the tower. However, this advance party of demon bears clearly underestimated the firepower of the outpost. Before the rampaging blood bears could run even a few dozen meters, they were shot into a beehive by the crossbow towers, crashing down one after another. As for the polluted gray bears serving as cannon fodder, they had long been turned into piles of black ash by the flame crystal cannon. In this sudden ambush, the foxes didn't even have to lift a finger, as the automated defensive towers handled it all. But Hongya did not let her guard down. The demon bears knew how to launch night attacks, indicating that there must be a high-tier leader directing them. She signaled to a few sisters behind her. "You report the situation to the master, I'll go take a look." After saying that, Hongya leaped gracefully. Her tight black skirt and long beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings instantly blended into the night. Like a Lightfoot night owl, she disappeared without a trace. Night is the monster's natural cloak. The blood moon above continuously pours berserk energy into them. Yet the fox maidens also favor fighting under the cover of darkness. The pitch-black woods meant nothing to Hongya. Her long straight legs leapt silently among the branches, and she soon locked onto several massive figures in retreat. She raised a hand, and a red glow flared in her palm. A crimson foxfire condensed to the utmost hurtled out like a meteor. The flame brimmed with vast arcane power more dreadful than a crystal cannon. Boom. The demonic bear at the rear was instantaneously torn into a spray of blood. The aged bearman shaman at the front spun around his face a portrait of disbelief. A small outpost with fierce firepower was one thing, but its garrison actually chased into the woods. The old shaman swung his bone staff and began chanting furiously. Berserk spell. Nether poison orb. The bear folk were simple and brutish by nature, yet this old shaman was an anomaly. His level had broken the limit of early 6th tier. Under the spell's blessing, several guardian berserk blood bears swelled instantly, reaching a terrifying 4 meters in height. Their muscles rose like stone, their speed doubled, and they charged Hong Ya with thunderous roars. At the same time, several pitch-black poison orbs silently sealed off any escape. Phantom step. Hong Ya's waist twisted like a water serpent, her long legs clad in dark silk struck out a cascade of afterimages in midair. Her speed exploded and she opened distance in an instant. She raised a hand and unleashed a volley of fireballs, 5 in succession. No matter how fast the berserk blood bears were, they could not graze Hong Ya's hem. They had only surged forward a few paces when successive fireballs shattered their heads. The massive bodies toppled one after another. The old shaman's eyes bulged as if they might pop out. You are epic great. He had not guessed wrong. Hong Ya's current level matched the old shaman's, early 6, but the Huanming Yao's base stats were epic grade, utterly overpowering the foe, further amplified by territorial attack and defense bonuses and Fei Yu's global hero aura. Hong Ya's true combat strength could easily face down a 7th tier boss. She spared the pleasantries, flicked out a foxfire, and reduced the old shaman's head to ash. A large demonic bear tribe. The next morning, Lin Yan rode the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilisai and descended upon last night's battlefield. Hong Ya had already returned last night to report. He had not rushed into action and came today to inspect the scene. Lin Yan could not read any particular meaning from the scorch marks, but the dragoness beneath him could. Lilisai closed her dark violet eyes, and with the dragon's potent psychic sense, shared the lingering energy ripples of last night directly into Lin Yan's mind. An old shaman accompanied by more than 10 berserk blood bears, dozens of riftwind bear warriors, and countless cannon-fodder gray bears. The formation was quite formidable. Even a top-tier newcomer like Lu Ruyan would have to fight tooth and nail to take them. This is definitely not a scattering of stragglers. It must be a sizable, organized tribe. Since the monsters had reached his doorstep, Lin Yan could not pretend not to see. Today's clearing target was set the demonic bear lair to the northwest. Before launching the attack, he recruited troops. Lin Yan returned to the altar, waved his hand, and spent the funds to fill today's recruitment slots. A red light flashed, and 15 sultry fox maidens formed a line. Among them were Huanming Yaohu, a high-slit white-robed healer priestess, and a Shadowsword maiden clad in a beast-hide miniskirt. The Yinhu Ling's total forces swelled to 70. The main army swept toward the northwest. Wherever the fox maidens passed, nothing green remained. Lin Yan sat in the fortress as battle reports kept arriving. Notification by Ro captured a tile. Notification Luo Li captured a tile. Notification Hong Ya killed a 4th tier demonic bear cavalry, gained 180 experience, and advanced to mid-6th tier. The momentum was unstoppable. While Lin Yan was comfortably sipping fox spirit spring water, an unusual system notification popped into his ear by Ji had discovered a neutral special structure deep in the forest, a mysterious shop. A rare drop from a blind box. A neutral building. Such things were scarce on the endless continent. Their existence was wholly random. It might refresh and transfer to another corner of the world the next second. There was no time to waste. Lin Yan immediately used his lordly authority to summon Lilisai back to ferry them. High above, the wind howled. Lin Yan straddled Lilisa's smooth, supple dragon back. The dragoness' unique dark matter field perfectly shielded them from the biting gale. Lin Yan naturally wrapped his hands around Lilisa's slender, firm waist, savoring the thrill of high-altitude riding while recollecting the relevant lore in his mind. Neutral buildings. Neutral meant anyone could use them, but no one could forcibly occupy them. Their varieties were countless. Most beloved by novice lords were the neutral troop structure buildings. There had been insanely lucky newcomers who stumbled on a neutral altar and drew an 8th tier legendary Baemon Colossus. Some had even recruited mythic-level troops and skyrocketed in power on the spot. Besides troop buildings, there were blessing types, miracle types, and special types. Textbooks did not elaborate. High-tier lords rarely encountered them, so records were scant. The discovered mysterious shop certainly belonged to the special class. Lilisai beat her wings and sped onward, and before long they arrived. On a desolate field of broken stones rose an incongruously antique, lavishly appointed three-story pavilion at odds with the surrounding ruin. Baiji stood obediently by the door. "Master, you have arrived," she cooed. She stepped forward. Lin Yan took her soft, boneless jade hand and gently squeezed her palm. "Come on, let's go inside and take a look." Neutral buildings were protected by absolute safety rules, so there was no need to fear deception. The two entered side by side. The pavilion's interior was not large and was arranged much like a shop in the Lord City. Rows of exquisite shelves stood about each item bearing detailed descriptions and prices. "Welcome. I am the mysterious merchant, Qian Duo. A rotund merchant in black round sunglasses lit up at the sight of customers. He rubbed his hands and approached with a smile, as if eyeing well-fattened prey. "Esteemed guests, our shop carries rarities beyond imagination. Whatever you desire, or do not yet know you desire, so long as your soul crystals suffice, we guarantee satisfaction." Qian Duo jabbed at the third shelf, spittle flying. "Behold this tempered steel rapid-fire crossbow, an absolute output godsend for early clearing. Its use is effortless. Any humanoid with hands can pull the trigger. And on the fifth shelf, potent life restoration potions. If you have even a breath left, one swallow restores you to vigor, life-saving at a critical moment." And in the seventh cabinet. The plump merchant had likely been cooped up in the wilderness for too long. Finally, finding a living customer, his tongue ran rampant as he hawked his goods. Listening, Lin Yan's expression grew peculiar. His expectations for the mysterious shop had been exceedingly. He had assumed it would sell discontinued items unavailable in the Lord's City, rare defensive tower blueprints, or at least a few high-tier troop buildings. And it was only selling this roadside junk. The vaunted mysterious shop peddled such common fare. Qian Duo's voice dwindled as realization set in. He had clearly read disdain in Lin Yan's gaze. It should not be so. The mysterious shop had spawned on the endless continent's fringe newbie zone. Those rookies fresh from repelling a monster siege were penniless. His rapid crossbows and red potions were perfect, cost-effective lifesavers for novices. This inexperienced youth now wore a look of scorn and would not even glance at the wares. Qian Duo blinked and fixed his gaze on Lin Yan and Baiji. Only then did he notice the garments on the pair shimmered with the magical radiance unique to high-tier equipment, high-tier armor. A green kid who had scarcely passed the novice period was out strolling in a full set of high-tier armor. No wonder he scorned the shelf's rubbish. Qian Duo's face flushed with embarrassment. He had boasted too loudly. He cleared his throat and quickly slipped back into his shrewd merchant persona. "Ahem. Our shop indeed possesses peerless treasures to anchor the place. But true rarities cannot be bought with soul crystals alone. They require fate. If you trust your fortune, we offer thrilling blind box draws. Even the lowest tier box has a chance to yield a relic that propels you to the heavens in one draw." The plump merchant Qian Duo pointed to an exhibition area, shrouded in mist. This place was the most lucrative project at the mysterious shop. "Boss, you see, the blind box is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier requires only 100 soul crystals for a single draw, and the outcome depends entirely on luck. There are also good items mixed in. If luck is on your side, you might draw rare blueprints. The second tier single draw costs 1,000 soul crystals with a guarantee that no trash will be produced, and you might even get high-tier unit building cards. The third tier single draw costs 10,000. After hearing Qian Duo's introduction, Lin Yan immediately became interested. He walked with Baiji to the cheapest prize pool of 100 soul crystals and casually tossed in 100 soul crystals to test the waters. Baiji obediently leaned against him, her ample chest gently brushing against his arm, bringing a wave of astonishing softness. Lin Yan reached his hand into the mist. He grabbed outward and pulled out a white light orb. He directly crushed it. Ding! Acquired 1 piece of white iron ore. Lin Yan was speechless. White iron ore was indeed a rare mineral, but it was worth next to nothing. At most it could sell for 5 or 6 soul crystals. The first draw resulted in a complete loss. The blind box is too deep. The outcome relies solely on the elusive luck. Qian Duo shook his head beside him, earnestly advising, "Boss, if you want a safe investment, why not take a look at the high-tier weapons on my left shelf? They are absolutely effective for monster slaying, with guaranteed safety." The plump merchant still wanted to promote the weapons on the shelf. All the items on the shelf were sourced by him, so selling them meant pure profit. The prize pool was merely a neutral system platform. No matter how many draws the customers made, he would hardly receive any commissions. Buying the weapons on the shelf, Lin Yan found it amusing. If there were suitable high-tier armor, he might consider spending money. Buying swords and daggers. He was already holding top-tier blueprints in his hand. The attributes crafted in his workshop completely outclassed the defective products on the shelf and cost several times less. As for potions and minor items, Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to glance at them. The real treasures were all in the blind box pool. The first draw was merely a test. Lin Yan refocused his gaze on the first-tier prize pool, waved his hand, and drew 3 times in succession. Beside him, Qian Duoduo shook his head slightly. Did he really think he could draw a top-tier item from 100 soul crystal pool? Dream on. He himself had wasted money in the past, all of it was just tears. Once this kid loses everything and gives up, he can then promote his stockpile of weapons. Perfect. Crack. 3 white light orbs shattered simultaneously. The items inside popped out directly. Pure elemental stones. Pure elemental stones. Mid-tier weapon longbow. Qian Duoduo. He rubbed his eyes hard, staring intently at the items in Lin Yan's hand. He couldn't be mistaken. It was from the cheapest 100 soul crystal tier. He actually drew pure elemental stones. This thing could sell for at least 2,000 to 3,000 soul crystals on the black market. And a mid-tier longbow. This wave directly turned a profit of dozens of times. Damn. I myself drew tens of thousands of soul crystals, yet I've never even seen the shadow of an elemental stone. So what do you think? The drop rate of this pool is not bad, right? Lin Yan turned to ask. Well, it's quite high. Qian Duoduo swallowed hard and replied dryly. Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to waste words, directly bypassing the first tier and walking to the second tier prize pool that required 1,000 soul crystals for a single draw. The mist rolled. This was the concealment of the power of the laws. Even a top-tier powerhouse at the divine level could not see through the reality within. But in Lin Yan's eyes, everything was transparent. He reached in and pulled out a green light orb, as if fishing in the sea. Open. Acquired mid-tier defensive building blueprint, thorn wall. Acceptable for use, Lin Yan commented. Qian Duoduo's eyes nearly popped out, petrified like a dumb goose. Lin Yan did not stop and continued to reach in. Another green light orb. Open. Acquired high-tier unit recruitment expansion card. Barely acceptable. You call this barely acceptable? This is a god-tier card for early-stage deification. Qian Duoduo continued to be a statue. Lin Yan paced back and forth at the edge of the pool, and as soon as the system provided a prompt, he immediately reached out to grab. Green light orb open. Acquired high-tier weapon, Abyss Gaze Bow. Draw again. Acquired high-tier weapon, Abyss Gaze Bow. While these two are slightly less impressive, but they are enough to serve as backup weapons for the Fox girls. Wait. The mysterious merchant beside was completely stunned. Qian Duoduo, what on earth made you think that high-tier weapons are slightly less impressive? High-tier weapons are clearly the most treasured items in your own shop. However, seeing Lin Yan casually pulling out top-tier items, as if restocking, Qian Duoduo couldn't help but feel that high-tier weapons were just that. That's ridiculous. He knew better than anyone how deep the waters of this pool were. Even getting a piece of trash blue gear was a struggle. Who is this kid really? Could he be the pet of the goddess of luck? The plump merchant Qian Duoduo's worldview completely collapsed. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stopped and began to play with the treasures he had just drawn. When drawing from a blind box, one must not get carried away, know when to stop. Lin Yan turned to remind Baiji. Baiji nodded obediently. Lin Yan was not afraid of losing money. He was waiting for the countdown for the exclusive external aid to refresh. Taking advantage of the gap, he began to count his spoils. The first item, a high-tier unit recruitment expansion card. It could increase the recruitment quota for high-tier unit buildings by 6 additional slots. Using it at a regular altar would be a waste. Lin Yan immediately thought of the most noble dark star demon dragon Abyss in his territory. A few days ago, to forcibly create a true god potential chaotic dragon princess, the demon dragon Abyss had been overdrawn for a full 10 days of quota. With this card, the vacancy could finally be filled. He could summon a few dark star demon dragons to work as laborers upon returning. The second item, the high-tier weapon, Abyss Gaze Bow. Although he had drawn 2 of them just now, which made them seem less precious, their attributes were absolutely extraordinary. The magical conductivity reached 136, with the innate effects of Abyss Corruption and Gaze Arrow. Corruption could impose negative statuses that slowed and broke enemy defenses. Gaze Arrow could directly convert magic power into energy arrows, saving the cost of purchasing physical arrows. Baiji, being an ancient divine fox, possessed immense magical power. However, casting fireballs was too exhausting. With this bow, she only needed to inject a bit of fox fire to shoot explosive flame-tracking arrows. Here, take this as your secondary weapon. Lin Yan casually tossed the bow to Baiji. Baiji smiled sweetly and accepted it with both hands. Now she wore a high-tier magical artifact at her waist and had an additional high-tier divine bow in hand. She was adorned with top-tier equipment all over. The shimmering light perfectly showcased her stunning and alluring figure, making her look like a celestial maiden descending to earth. Qian Duoduo beside was dumbfounded. So extravagant, giving top-tier divine gear to the units as toys. Even the core heirs of major powers wouldn't be this wasteful. Duo felt a surge of envy, truly envious of this fox spirit. The third item, a mid-tier architectural blueprint, Thornwall. Lin Yan scanned the blueprint into the terminal and glanced at its attributes. Thornwall durability 500500 and effects. Spiky counterattack auto-regeneration. The counterattack impales monsters that crash into the wall, leaving them gravely wounded. Auto-regeneration ensures the wall heals itself as long as it remains structurally intact. 2 unparalleled defensive traits for fortress defense. Yet upon seeing the construction cost, Lin Yan curled his lip in disdain. A 1 kilometer-long section of wall required 30,000 soul crystals and 3 pure elemental stones. To encircle the entire core zone, even 100,000 soul crystals would fall short. Far too expensive. This will have to gather dust in storage for now. Lin Yan sighed, his tone dripping with the weary resignation of a pauper. Duo clutched his chest, nearly spitting blood from sheer exasperation. Stop pretending. And after clearing the first 2 prize tiers, Lin Yan finally approached the far right 10,000 soul crystals per single draw, the ultimate money sink. Lin Yan fixed his gaze on the system prompt and plunged his hand directly into the mist, retrieving a sapphire-hued orb. He crushed it and acquired 3 evolution stones. In what the ancient was, eyes nearly popped from their sockets. These were legendary artifacts capable of forcibly breaking through a troop's bloodline limitations. Lin Yan remained expressionless and reached in again. And draw. And acquired 3 evolution stones. And he drew once more. And acquired high-tier architectural blueprint. Spirit Jade Fox Kitchen. A high-tier blueprint. And among the rarest category, a life skill enhancement structure. Duo stood utterly numb, frozen like a wooden post. Yet Lin Yan paused. He did not depart. Instead, he stared intently at an invisible prompt hovering above the prize pool, visible only to him, and held his breath. 10 seconds, 5, 3. At the very last instant, Lin Yan shot his hand forward and snatched a deep blue radiant orb. Crack! And the orb shattered, and a miniature architectural model settled into his palm. And acquired mid-tier troop structure, Phantom Assassin Camp. A mid-tier structure. Duo snapped out of his daze. A 10th Sansal crystal single draw yielding only a mid-tier item amounted to a net loss. Wait, troop structure. It was common knowledge across the endless continent that blueprints were readily available, but structures capable of endlessly spawning elite troops. Even the lowest tier variant was 100 times more valuable than any high-tier divine artifact. The heavens had collapsed, and someone had actually drawn a troop structure from a blind box lottery. And after this cascade of reality-shattering revelations, the portly merchant Duo somehow recalibrated his mindset. No longer dazed, no longer questioning his existence. He even felt a strange sense of relief. And thankfully the lottery pool operated under universal law, he merely provided the venue. Had every treasure within the pool been funded from his own pocket today, would have left him bankrupt, down to his last pair of trousers. Just thinking about it instantly lifted his spirits. After all, every customer's expenditure earned him a commission and service fee. Moreover, in today's extraordinary windfall offered irresistible marketing leverage. From now on he could boldly advertise to newcomers. Don't miss it, step right in. Our shop has witnessed single draws yielding evolution stones, high-tier blueprints, even a troop structure. Fortune awaits, draw now. And this pitch would surely lure every novice within 10 miles into utter blissful delusion. Duo luxuriated in visions of wealth. While the portly merchant still daydreamed, Lin Yan had already exited the shop accompanied by Baiji. With every soul crystal spent, what reason remained to linger? And if his absurd luck triggered the mysterious shop's anti-addiction protocol and blacklisted him, the loss would be catastrophic. Such a rare opportunity deserved repeat visits. Once his funds replenished. In scarcely minutes after returning to the Yinhu territory, a Dreamweaver fox on patrol transmitted a mental alert. The mysterious shop had vanished without trace. Refreshes astonishingly fast. I'd hoped to return tonight once the fox maidens finished hunting and had spare coins to spend. Lin Yan shook his head regretfully. Blind box draws, with his cheat-enabled advantage, felt more exhilarating than withdrawing cash from a bank vault. Henceforth he resolved to scout diligently for such neutral structures. Setting aside his thoughts, he examined the newly acquired miniature model in his palm, Phantom Assassin Camp. High school textbooks described it as a mid-tier troop specializing in stealth and assassination, innately attuned to shadow essence. As merely a 4th-tier unit, it held little appeal for Lin Yan. What truly captivated him was the possibility, amplified by his exclusive cheat, that this structure might spawn something truly transcendent. Assassins thrive in lightless hidden corners. That clashes slightly with our fire-loving fox maiden's nature. And though Dreamweaver foxes bore no particular aversion to shadow energy, elemental incompatibility remained an undeniable fact. To prevent intertroop discord, the assassin camp should be situated in a secluded remote location. As Lin Yan stepped beyond the fortress gate preparing to whistle for a four-winged flame lion to ride by, she instantly pressed close her soft arms, gently encircling his arm. Master, please ride Lilith today. Even within our own territory, I fear a high-tier boss monster might plummet from the sky, leaving the flame lion no time to shield you. Only with Lilith, the dragon princess possessing true, godlike potential, by your side can I rest assured. Nearby, the chaos dragon princess Lilith heard her name and stepped forward obediently. She knelt on one knee, her amethyst eyes shimmering with subtle allure, her heart-shaped black dragon tail swaying gently behind her. I live to serve you, master, very well. Lin Yan mounted Lilith's back. Instantly, she shifted into her half-dragon form, unfurling vast obsidian wings before soaring skyward. Lin Yan seated himself behind her, his hands instinctively tightening around her lean, sculpted waist. Her astonishing elasticity was impossible to resist. Lilith glided smoothly at low altitude while Lin Yan surveyed the entire Yenhu territory from above. The domain now sprawled immense, its periphery guarded by artillery outposts firing ceaselessly, so thoroughly that not a single wild monster stirred within its borders. Everywhere reigned serene tranquility. Ample open land simplified site selection. Must remain near perimeter outposts, facilitating swift deployment for assassination missions. Must occupy a shaded, easily concealed blind spot. After circling the area, Lin Yan selected a sunless, lolling valley adjacent to Outpost 1. He casually tossed the miniature model downward. Rumble. Black mist churned violently, and a jet-black camp materialized at the valley's base. Spanning only several hundred square meters, it appeared diminutive beside the colossal fox summoning altar and the dragon abyss. Its surface seemingly coated in light-absorbing material, seamlessly blending into surrounding shadows. Viewed from the valley rim above, the camp remained utterly invisible to the naked eye. For added security, Lin Yan commissioned 2 thunderstorm ballista towers on either flank of the valley, programmed exclusively to target intruders breaching the camp's perimeter. Upon completing these defenses, Lin Yan opened the camp's upgrade interface. Upgrade requirement: 6000 soul crystals, a modest initial investment. Lin Yan immediately allocated the entire soul crystal reserve just delivered by the Fox Maidens. Phantom Assassin Camp Tier Mid-Tier Structure and Level 2 daily recruitment capacity 6 Phantom Assassins. Consumption cost per summon 140 soul crystals. Low probability of mutation into 5th tier commander class troops Nightmare Shadow Stabbers. Upgrade requirement: 6000 soul crystals, 20 pure elemental stones. 5th tier commander. This evolutionary path seemed capped relatively low. Lin Yan grew concerned he might fail to summon elite tier troops, and promptly opened the recruitment interface. A golden sheet prompt appeared precisely on schedule, an alert expending all daily recruitment quotas, and overextending by 2 additional days' worth, will summon an 8th tier legendary troop. Without hesitation, Lin Yan confirmed full quota consumption. Whoosh. Thick roiling black mist erupted from within the camp. 3 lithe, breathtakingly alluring figures emerged silently from the mist, kneeling in unison before Lin Yan with perfect synchrony. All 3 were peerless beauties. 2 wore form-fitting black leather bodysuits that accentuated their dramatic curves with arresting precision. Along their snow-white statuesque thighs rested razor-edged daggers. Translucent black veils obscured their faces, revealing only cold, mesmerizing eyes that pierced the soul. They were 8th tier legendary troops, the Shadow Dancers, masters of disguise and venomous assassination. Though less formidable in direct confrontation, they became nightmares incarnate when striking unseen in darkness. Between the 2 Shadow Dancers knelt a figure even more enigmatic, shrouded entirely in swirling black mist radiating palpable, intoxicating allure. The thick black mist gradually dispersed. The alluring figure kneeling in the center finally revealed her true form. She wore an incredibly form-fitting dark leather outfit, and large areas of dazzling white skin stood out strikingly against the black material. Her slender waist resembled that of a water snake, and her legs were long and straight. The most peculiar aspect was her face. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, breathtakingly, so yet upon closer inspection, there seemed to be an invisible veil shrouding her. It was hard to accurately describe her appearance. One glance would lead to complete surrender. "Ye may, at your service, master." Her voice was ethereal and enchanting, carrying a hint of languor that could melt one's bones. Lin Yan's gaze was fervent as he immediately opened her exclusive panel. "Chim Yin Yeoheim, ye may level high rank, 4 potential cap, golden demigod skills, mysterious simulation, shadow strike avatar, deadly spider silk, special talent, mist stalker, can navigate freely through the war fog, immune to any hate, targeting golden demigod. High rank 4. Lin Yan took a deep breath. The 2 legendary shadow dancers beside him were already stunning. They excelled in disguise and colorless poison, easily transforming into the appearance of enemies to infiltrate and assassinate. But compared to the Yi Mei before him, they were merely small fry. Yi Mei's mysterious simulation was the ultimate upgrade of disguise techniques. Master. Yi Mei slowly stood up, her alluring gaze fixed on Lin Yan. I can not only perfectly simulate anyone's appearance and aura, but if given a little more time, I can even read the target's shallow memories. Even the closest person would never be able to see through my disguise. To demonstrate her abilities, Yi Mei curled her lips into an enchanting smile. In fact, I can read the deepest desires within your heart and transform into your most preferred form. As soon as she finished speaking, swish, the black-clad female assassin instantly vanished, replaced by a delicate girl with fluffy white fox ears and a large tail, biting her red lips and looking pitifully at Lin Yan. Swish, a flash of light. She transformed into a classical beauty, wearing a high-slit bright red cheapao, fanning herself with a folding fan, her fair long legs subtly visible under the skirt, smiling like a blooming flower. Swish. Next she morphed into a cold and elegant girl with sleek short hair, dressed in a JK uniform. Although her chest was flat, the long legs bound with daggers were incredibly alluring. Swish. Finally she transformed into an exaggeratedly voluptuous long-haired woman. She walked over with a cat-like grace, and with each step her astonishingly full bosom swayed violently, as if it would burst free at any moment. Lin Yan was mesmerized. Wait, why did every form Yi Mei transformed into perfectly align with his preferences? Could it be that my preferences are that broad? But upon further reflection, having a demigod beauty who can switch styles at will would make future, lordly life absolutely delightful. Yi Mei reverted back to her original appearance in the hollow leather outfit. Her combat style differed from that of the Fox Maidens, as she was not adept at direct bombardment. However, with the deadly spider silk, she could silently turn her enemies into puppets. Given enough time, she could single-handedly turn a large hostile tribe upside down. Lin Yan had already devised a plan for how to utilize Yi Mei. He pointed at the last line on the panel and asked, "How much will your mobility be affected when entering the war fog?" The war fog is the most terrifying forbidden zone on the endless continent. Even the strongest veteran lords would never dare to let their troops step directly into the mist. The reason is simple. Once a lord's troops step into the uncharted gray mist, they emit a strong scent akin to that of core crystals. It's like a super searchlight in the night, instantly attracting all the wild monsters within a radius of several dozen miles. But that's not the most deadly part. Monsters like cyclopes with their tough skin and thick flesh are completely unafraid of ordinary monster attacks. A single punch could wipe out a large number of them. The real nightmare within the fog is the mist beasts. As the textbooks say, if one forces their way into the mist without dispelling it, they will encounter terrifying beasts living in another dimension. Even top-tier troops of levels 7 or 8 would be swallowed whole by the beasts. As for what the beasts actually look like, no one knows, because all who have seen them are dead. Yi Mei slightly leaned forward, revealing a hint of deep white skin. She softly explained, "In response to your question, Master, the mist beasts hunt their prey by detecting the Lord's scent. Because of my special talent, I do not emit any scent belonging to the territory faction when I enter the mist. To the beasts, I am merely an uninteresting puff of air. Moreover, I can see up to dozens of meters around me in the gray fog. Although the range is not large, it's more than enough for self-preservation." Yi Mei stepped forward, her alluring body nearly pressed against Lin Yan. "Master, please assign me the most dangerous tasks." The task Lin Yan was about to assign was indeed dangerous. Reconnaissance of the Abyssal Bear Tribe. A few nights ago, the Bear Army launched a surprise attack on the first firepower stronghold, but they were repelled by the Anti-Air Towers and Hong Yi. However, in recent days, Bai Ji had been sweeping the area daily with her people, and they hadn't even caught a glimpse of a bear. The coordinates of the bear tribe were definitely hidden deep within the mist several kilometers away. With the 30 fog-clearing beads generated by the territory every day, trying to illuminate a map several kilometers away like a headless fly would take an eternity. To break through the fog and directly strike at the heart-precise coordinates must be obtained in advance. Your task is to infiltrate the war fog in the northwest direction alone. Lin Yan patted Yi Mei's firm shoulder and issued the command. Find out the exact coordinates of the Abyssal Bear Tribe and gather intelligence on their high-level combat power distribution. Prepare our army for a direct assault on their lair. Remember safety first. If you encounter an unmanageable situation, use the avatar to escape. Although Lin Yan was a heartless boss who liked to exploit labor, he would never let his exceptional beauties go into danger unprotected. Before departure, he had to equip her properly. He directly pulled out 2 high-tier weapons, Shadow Dagger along with a fitted high-tier armor, Knight Hiding Soft Armor. Knight Hiding Soft Armor is of the same grade as the robes worn by Bai Ji and the others, providing a 21% reduction in physical damage, as well as the 2 extraordinary abilities of Brief Levitation and Shadow Shield. In the event of imminent danger, it can automatically deploy a protective shield for survival, making it extremely practical. Yi may receive the equipment without even the slightest intention of dodging. She directly unbuttoned her leather outfit in front of Lin Yan. The clothing slipped away. Large areas of dazzling white skin were exposed to the air, revealing a breathtaking view that could make one dizzy. She put on the Knight Hiding Soft Armor right in front of him. The new armor clung tightly to her slender waist, accentuating her alluring figure even more. Following that, Yi Mei activated the traits of the Chimyan Yeoheim. The armor she just donned instantly turned invisible, perfectly blending into her skin, as if she were wearing nothing at all, exuding a deadly allure. Now eat these. Lin Yan waved his hand, and 40 high-tier experience fruits floated in the air. Master is so good to me. Yi Mei's beautiful eyes lit up as she grabbed a fruit and stuffed it into her rosy mouth. The fruit flesh melted in her mouth, transforming into pure energy that surged into her body. She extended her pink tongue to lick her lips, her eating posture extremely enticing. So sweet, and I can eat as much as I want without feeling full. This is amazing. Lin Yan felt a bit speechless. Was this even a matter of taste? These are precious experience fruits. Looking at the gluttonous fairy before him, Lin Yan couldn't help but wonder if entrusting her with the task of reconnaissance was really a reliable choice. But then again, he realized that during his time in the Endless Continent, he had never tasted the experience fruit. Was it really that sweet? 40 high-level experience fruits fell down. Night Charm's level skyrocketed like a rocket, directly reaching the beginner stage of the 7th level. It perfectly bypassed the tedious monster grinding stages of early leveling. Experience fruits are indeed useful, but unfortunately, I only have a little over 40 left. Lin Yan looked at the dwindling stock and secretly calculated where to get another batch. With the beginner stage of the 7th level, Night Charm held a bunch of eerie assassination skills. Infiltrating the Demon Bear tribe would definitely be a dimensional strike. Even if the Demon Bear tribe is as vast as the Ratman lair, with her strength alone, she might be able to eliminate the high-ranking members on the opposite side. However, Lin Yan was very cautious. The Demon Bear tribe's foundation is definitely much deeper than that of the Ratman, given that they could hunt over 10 kilometers away. The larger the tribe's activity range, the more terrifying their strength. Infiltration is not a problem, but how to safely transmit the information back? Buying a set of communication equipment. Lin Yan shook his head. Not only is it unavailable on the market, but even if it were, the magical fluctuations during communication would easily expose one's whereabouts. There is only one most reliable method. Heroes. The Lord can directly issue commands to the hero units under their command through the system panel, and heroes can also send back spiritual messages at any time. Communicating using the territory law is absolutely safe. Although it feels a bit extravagant to directly give the most precious hero's heart to Night Charm, who just arrived. But entering the tiger's den is too dangerous and must be treated specially. Lin Yan took out a hero's heart that radiated golden light and handed it over. Seeing the glowing object, Night Charm instinctively opened her red lips to bite. This is not for eating. Lin Yan quickly stopped her. This fairy is too unreliable. As a top assassin, why is she only thinking about food? Night Charm stuck out her tongue, obediently pressing the crystal against her full and deep chest. The crystal slowly merged into her, enveloping her in a dazzling golden light. Night Charm successfully advanced to a hero unit. The exclusive hero aura immediately appeared. Hero aura 20 to the physical strength of the whole team, 20 to mental power, 50 to movement speed, and an additional 60 enhancement to stealth disguise effects. This aura is simply tailor-made for assassins. With the boost in movement speed and disguise, Night Charm's survivability skyrocketed. Lin Yan directly assigned the 2 legendary level shadow dancers standing nearby under Night Charm's command. After arranging everything, he turned and walked towards the Dark Star Demon Dragon Abyss at the edge of the territory. He just happened to have a high-level recruitment expansion card drawn from a blind box. Using the card along with pouring in a large sum of soul crystals accompanied by the echoes of high-pitched dragon roars from the abyss. 3 tall and stunning dragon princesses with pitch-black dragon horns atop their heads and heart-shaped dragon tails trailing behind slowly emerged from the black mist. All of them possess the potential of silver half-gods. Dark Star Dragon Princesses. Each one is a top-notch beauty with ample bosoms and long legs, boasting immense combat power. At the same time, over 20 kilometers away from the Flame Fox territory in the depths of a toxic swamp, tens of thousands of abyssal demon bears were lurking. Inside a rough tent built from gigantic bones, the demon bear chieftain sat steadily on a wide throne. It stood over 5 meters tall with muscles that seemed to be forged from steel, exuding an overwhelming presence. Its thick fingers were pinching several pure crystals radiating a blue halo. These are the core crystal fragments from other territories. The demon bear chieftain casually tossed one of the blue crystals into its large maw. With a crunch it was crushed, and it swallowed it whole. Boom. A terrifying aura that could annihilate the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted from the chieftain, causing the surrounding bone tent to rattle. I have finally broken through to the 8th level legendary. The demon bear chieftain let out a deafening laugh. I need more territory cores. Eat them all. With a command, a squad of fully armed elite demon bears from the tribe howled as they rushed into the mist, frantically searching for the new lord nearby. Until the sky was completely dark, the demon bear army had flattened 7 struggling novice territories. A demon bear assault team that had achieved great merit returned to the swamp headquarters carrying their spoils. The demon bears excitedly thumped their chests and let out earth-shattering roars. Meanwhile, at the back of the line, a massive bear, indistinguishable from the other demon bears, paused slightly in its movements. Its gaze covertly swept around, clearly imprinting the entire camp's defense layout and high-level combat power distribution in its mind. Current protagonist data timeline: 5th night of the 5th day. Territory population: total military strength 70, ancient divine fox 2, holy light celestial fox priest 3, 9 nether enchantress fox 2, dreaming enchantress fox 45, divine shadow sword maiden 3, chaos dragon princess 1, dark star dragon princess 3, four-winged flame lion 10, thousand-faced enchantress 1, shadow dancer 2. Level distribution: by Ji high level 7th, by Ro high level 7th, Fei Yue beginner 7th level, Lilith beginner 7th level, Night Charm beginner 7th level, Luo Li intermediate 6th level, Hong Yi intermediate 5th level, Qing Si beginner 5th level. Buildings and blueprints: log cabin, well lookout tower, workshop, level 2 farmland mine. Spirit Fox meditation spring high level special 2. Spirit Jade Fox dining hall high level living. Black Iron Fortress 5. Thorn Wall mid-level. Thunderstorm crossbow tower flame crystal cannon. All-purpose vision spirit unit buildings: Fox summoning altar level 3. Dark Star Demon Dragon Abyss level 2. Phantom Assassin Camp level 2. Panel details: territory Flame Fox territory level 3 territory size 100 squares territory bonus 20 to all members attack and defense constructible projects log cabin lookout tower well workshop farmland mine upgrade requirements 1 soul crystals 1 territory sources. Time rewinds 2 hours back. In the depths of the gray-white fog of war, Yimei walked stealthily, her long and straight legs gliding silently through the mist. The high-level Night Shadow soft armor she wore had become completely invisible, exposing large areas of her snow-white radiant skin to the air. With each step, her slim waist created alluring waves. The various bloodthirsty wild monsters wandering around did not notice this stunning beauty, radiating a lethal allure. It was as if she were merely a wisp of transparent air. This is the perverse nature of a golden demigod rogue. Yimei tilted her exquisite face, carefully surveying her surroundings. In the gray mist, her line of sight was limited to just a few dozen meters. Although her vision was not expansive, it was sufficient. The complex terrain and the types of beasts she encountered along the way were all clearly etched in her mind. All of this was valuable intelligence to bring back to her master. "I'm a bit hungry," Yimei said, extending her pink tongue to lick her rosy lips. She reached down to touch her flat and firm abdomen. If only she could catch a few plump wild monsters along the way to bring back for her master's meal. After walking for more than an hour, she hadn't seen a single bear hair. Yimei couldn't help but mutter to herself, had she taken a wrong turn? The active range of the magic bear tribe was vast, so getting lost was normal. Just as she pondered this, a series of thunderous roars erupted ahead, accompanied by chilling screams. "There's movement!" Yimei's beautiful eyes brightened, and her sultry figure instantly transformed into a blurred shadow, swiftly gliding close to the ground. Before long, her field of vision suddenly opened up. So it's a hapless novice territory. Yimei hid in the shadows, observing coldly. This was a very rudimentary novice village. The troops beneath them were dozens of ordinary-level burrowing dwarves. Attacking them was a fully armed Abyss Magic Bear assault team. The battle was a completely one-sided brutal slaughter. The leading Magic Bear shaman didn't even lift a finger, simply sending a dozen rabid blood bears charging in. With a single slap, the burrowing dwarves and their makeshift wooden clubs were smashed into pulp. This was the iron-blooded law of the Endless Continent. Once the novice protection shield was down, even breathing incorrectly could lead to death. They could be crushed into pieces by the powerful forces of the wild at any moment. Yimei stood quietly at the edge of the battlefield. Not a single magic bear could detect her presence. She gently raised her tender jade-like hand, her fingers slightly moving. Several threads of invisible deadly spider silk shot out silently, accurately piercing deep into the minds of the magic bear shaman and a few blood bears behind them. A 7th-level junior demigod was effortlessly dealing with these 4th and 5th-level stupid bears akin to a max-level character bullying a novice village. The magic bears remained completely unaware. Yimei's control was exquisite. She kept the brainwashing progress firmly at 99.9% intentionally, leaving them a sliver of shallow instinct. This way the controlled puppets wouldn't appear stiff, behaving just like usual. With just a thought, these magic bears would instantly turn into puppets on strings in her hands. The battle quickly came to an end. The magic bears smashed the territory crystal and dug out a light blue crystal, retreating to their den with satisfaction. On the way back, a rabid blood bear at the end of the line suddenly felt a sharp pain in its neck. Before it could make a sound, it was dragged into the nearby dark thicket by a terrifying force. Yimei stepped on the blood bear's chest, her jade hand pressing lightly on its head. A massive surge of mental energy forcefully drained all the memory information from the bear's mind. The soul search completed. A colorless and deadly poison surged from Yimei's palm. The massive bear corpse vanished without a trace, disintegrating into white smoke in the air, leaving no evidence behind. Immediately after, Yimei activated her mimicry technique. Her alluring and perfect figure twisted and expanded in an uncanny manner. In the blink of an eye, the stunning enchantress disappeared, replaced by a powerful magic bear, covered in black fur and muscular. She flexed her robust bear paw and swaggered out from the thicket, directly joining the end of the troop. The magic bears ahead continued their march, unaware that someone had already swapped places within their ranks. Time returns to the present. In the magic bear tribe's main camp, a frenzied bonfire party was underway. They feasted on meat and drank blood heartily. Yimei perfectly blended into this revelry. Clutching a hind leg of an unknown giant beast thicker than a barrel, she opened her wide mouth and quickly devoured dozens of pounds of fresh meat. No salt, no cumin. This preparation is too crude, incomparable to the meat grilled by my master. But the portion is truly large. After all, it's a bear's body, and my stomach is a bottomless pit, perfectly open for a lavish meal. Delightful. Yimei's speed of eating was truly terrifying. The surrounding magic bears were all stunned, their eyes filled with reverence. Even the tribal elders seated high up cast approving glances. In the magic bear tribe's view, the more one could eat, the stronger and more potential they had. Very good. This young one is a talent and must be nurtured. On this night, the gluttonous Yimei, playing the role of a frenzied werewolf, directly reached the peak of her career. From a low-ranking soldier, she was promoted to the captain of the tribe's reconnaissance team. She was in charge of over a dozen elite magic bears. Just after taking off as captain, Yimei received a top-secret mission from the higher-ups. Go investigate the missing vanguard team from a few days ago. Follow the clues to find their territory. As long as we uncover the specific coordinates, the tribe will send a massive army to utterly crush them. Yimei's heart soared with joy upon receiving the mission. You want me to investigate my master's background? This task suits me perfectly. Thus, late at night, just as Yimei gathered her troops to prepare for departure, a sudden widespread uproar erupted in the magic bear camp. The few rabid blood bears implanted with spider silk by Yimei during the day suddenly had their eyes turn red, going mad and viciously attacking their fellow kin nearby. The scene instantly spiraled out of control. Yimei seized the opportunity and charged in with her freshly recruited dozen or so subordinates, quickly subduing the rampaging beasts and decisively quelling the riot. Having contributed to restoring order, it was perfectly reasonable that just as Yimei stepped out of the camp's door, she was promoted again. Having just sent Yimei deep into the mist, Lin Yan turned towards the northwest direction of the first firepower stronghold. The assault team of the Abyssal Demon Bear launched their ambush from here last night. As the first line of defense directly facing the enemy's lair, a few defensive turrets alone were evidently insufficient. Master, several Mirage Foxes stationed in the tall tower spotted Lin Yan and immediately swayed their slender snake-like waists as they welcomed him. After a night of turmoil, the black tight leather skirts on them had torn a few small holes, exposing large areas of dazzling white skin. Tiny beads of sweat clung to their long necks, radiating an enticing beauty damaged by battle. With so many stunning beauties working tirelessly for him, Lin Yan had to ensure the defense line was arranged clearly. He circled around the stronghold. The first stronghold was built on a high earthen slope with a precarious terrain and not a large area. As long as a 200-meter-long city wall was erected, the entire high ground could be securely enclosed. The cost was completely affordable. Lin Yan opened the virtual panel and directly selected the dusty blueprint for the thorn wall from the warehouse. Consumes 6,000 soul crystals and 2 pure elemental stones. Construction starts. Boom. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble violently. A solid gray-black city wall shot up from the ground. Immediately, countless sturdy dark green vines broke through the earth, growing wildly, like giant pythons tightly wrapping around the surface of the wall. In just a few seconds, a wall 8 meters high and half a meter wide covered with sharp barbs completely surrounded the first stronghold. Only a sturdy wooden door was left near the core area. This wall is not only hard, but it can also heal itself. The most important thing is that the surface is covered with poisonous thorns. If the demon bears dared to employ a human wave tactic and climb up with ladders, they would definitely be turned into a bee's nest. If this wall had been here last night, the demon bears wouldn't have even touched the edge of the watchtower and would have died right at the foot of the wall. Although it's a mid-tier building, its shortcomings are obvious. Its thickness and height cannot compare with high-tier walls, and it is vulnerable to fire attacks. Lin Yan stroked his chin. But to deal with the simple-minded demon bears, it would undoubtedly be more than enough as a meat grinder. He looked at the imposing, naturally wild-looking defensive structure before him. Unable to resist, Lin Yan took a photo and casually tossed it into the senior group of Tianhai City. The newly built defense line barely scores a 90 in terms of appearance. In the group, the lords were fervently exchanging defensive experiences. Last night, a group of wolfmen almost got to my doorstep and nearly made me kneel. Once the newbie protection shield was gone, I couldn't even dare to close my eyes at night. That's right. Look at the number of people in the group. 2 more have dropped out today. It's only been a day since we've had a good time. Let's not talk about negative things. There are dangers, but we are also developing. I built 3 basic wooden arrow towers today. Although the damage is lacking, having them as sentries at the entrance makes me feel much more secure. Indeed, having towers is definitely better than not having any. At that moment, Zhao Qian, who had been mostly silent, suddenly chimed in. I've already surrounded the core of my territory with stone walls. Following that, Zhao Qian posted a screenshot. In the photo, a crude stone wall over 2 meters high made of stone blocks and mud surrounded several barracks. While it looked rustic compared to a hand-dug muddy trench, this was a legitimate system blueprint building. The lords in the group instantly drooled with envy. With a wall in place, the sense of security was simply overwhelming. Just as everyone was preparing to line up to praise Zhao Daolao, a new picture posted by Lin Yan suddenly popped up on the screen. The towering solid wall was covered with stout dark green thorns, and the sharp barbs glimmered coldly in the sunlight, exuding a sense of heavy oppression that had been tempered by the passage of time. Classmate A: wow. This wall is awesome. Classmate B: why are there vines growing on the wall? This effect is too realistic, right? Zhao Qian was also taken aback. He looked at his own proud broken stone wall, then at the imposing structure Lin Yan had posted, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. The analysis expert logged in on time, his words dripping with reverence. This isn't just casually built. This is a mid-tier defensive building, the Thorn Wall. The construction cost is expensive. You can look up the specific attributes on the 6th page of the encyclopedia. I won't waste more breath on it. As soon as the words mid-tier building were spoken, Zhao Qian felt as if he had been stabbed sharply in the chest. Slap. Zhao Daolao collapsed once again. Why does Lin Yan have all the good things? Flipping the table. The Thorn Wall was merely a transitional outer structure for Lin Yan. He stretched lazily and returned to the core area. He directly opened the panel and used the second top-tier blueprint that he had drawn from the blind box yesterday. Spirit Jade Fox Dining Room. A flash of white light. A 4-story exquisitely carved luxury pavilion in the style of ancient architecture settled firmly beside the altar. This is a high-tier living building. According to the panel's description, the dining room was not only equipped with the most advanced cooking tools, but more importantly, it provided high-tier attribute boosts. Cooking here can greatly increase culinary skill proficiency. Moreover, if the chef's talent is high enough, they can even create legendary dishes that glow, which can permanently enhance the minor attributes of the troops when consumed. Glowing dishes, hey. Baiji, who had been following Lin Yan closely, instantly brightened her beautiful eyes. She didn't know what the principle of glowing dishes was, but just by looking at her master's expression, she knew this was definitely a rare good thing. Master, tonight I will personally cook for you and surely prepare a table of glowing delicacies. Baiji eagerly pushed open the ornate wooden door of the Spirit Jade Fox dining room. She stepped inside and glanced around, her beautiful eyes instantly lighting up. The ingredients are all so complete. There's even a high-end refrigerator for preserving ingredients. Baiji, like a little girl who had received a beloved toy, spun around in the spacious kitchen and quickly familiarized herself with the various advanced cooking equipment. In a cheerful mood, she hummed an unknown little tune. What does Master want to eat tonight? Baiji turned around. Lin Yan stood at the door glancing around. There was no one outside. He shut the dining room door behind him and locked it securely. He then strode forward. The feast personally cooked by Baiji was indeed exceptionally delicious. In every sense of the word. For the first time using a high-level kitchen, she successfully created the legendary glowing dish. However, the process of preparing the feast was somewhat overly lengthy. The physical exertion was also quite terrifying. Hong Yi had been standing outside the door for more than 3 hours. Listening to the hurried gasps and suppressed moans coming from the crack of the door, Hong Yi couldn't help but sigh internally. The leader was a 6th-level intermediate mythic powerhouse. Even making a meal left her panting and begging for mercy. It was clear that creating a table full of glowing dishes was truly not an easy task. Creak. The wooden door finally swung open. Baiji's legs felt weak, her cheeks flushed like ripe apples as she emerged carrying several plates of food, emitting a soft glow. Leader, you've worked hard cooking. Quickly eat a piece of roasted meat to replenish your strength. Hong Yi handed over a freshly grilled steak with a pained expression. Baiji was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look up, her face slightly red as she accepted the roasted meat. Lin Yan, who walked out behind her, shot an annoyed glare at Hong Yi. Does this girl even understand anything? After working hard for over 3 hours on such strenuous tasks, does my master not need to replenish her strength? Tip, you have consumed a glowing dish, gaining the energized buff. Tip, gain magic surge buff, recovery speed doubled. Lin Yan had been focused on savoring another stunning feast, nearly forgetting the true value of the glowing dish. A few bites went down. Not only was it delicious enough to make one want to swallow their tongue, but Hong Yi and Bai Rou beside her couldn't help but let out soft, delicate sounds as they ate. More importantly, the attribute boost was extraordinarily outrageous. The feeling of fatigue vanished completely, while physical and magical strength were instantly replenished. The worth of high-level living structures was simply absurdly high. Even without these buff statuses, just the sheer delectable taste that could make one explode with flavor was enough. If served at the trading square, it would definitely incite frenzied competition among all the lords. Merchants selling dry rations in the market were no match for Baiji's culinary skills. Lin Yan shook his head, dispelling the thought of making money by selling food. Food made by a mythic-level fox girl is not enough for me to eat. How could I possibly sell it? Hong Yi stood guard today with utmost diligence. She and Xing Si were among the first to follow Lin Yan into the wilderness. They had contributed the most and were the strongest. Now both had reached the 4th level advanced. Relying solely on killing monsters to level up would only slow down. Every leap to a higher tier posed a troublesome bottleneck. As night deepened, Lin Yan called Hong Yi and Xing Si to a secluded grove behind the fortress. He directly rewarded them with 4 colorful swirling crystals. Evolution stones. After using some on Baiji and her sister, he actually had very few left. But this afternoon he had opened blind boxes and struck it rich with 30 pieces. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yan allocated 2 pieces each to Hong Yi and Xing Si. Under the bright moonlight, the 2 fox girls clad in black leather skirts were enveloped in a flow of light. Their bloodlines instantly boiled, completing an incredible ultimate transformation. They directly transcended layers of barriers, evolving into a high-tier unit with silver demigod potential. 9 Nether Charming Fox Hong Yi, level 5th level intermediate. 9 Nether Charming Fox Xing Si, level 5th level beginner, leaving the 2 newly evolved charming foxes behind to consolidate their strength. Lin Yan climbed to the top of the more than 10-meter high black iron fortress, spread his arms wide, and leaped down like a great bird. Just as his body was about to crash to the ground, he suddenly stepped on the air. Levitation. The night concealment armor he wore instantly stirred up a wave of invisible air. Lin Yan's falling figure froze in midair, then lightly landed on the grass. His posture was elegant, looking incredibly handsome. Unfortunately, there wasn't a single audience around to take a picture. As night deepened, Lin Yan felt no sleepiness. He was waiting for news from Yimei. He opened the virtual map and took a look. The total number of territories just filled 100 blocks, making it a nice round number. Based on the current expansion speed, as long as he accumulates territorial resources for 10 days, he can meet the hard requirements for upgrading to a level 4 territory. However, leveling up also costs money. Lin Yan glanced at the withered resource panel. During the day, he spent money to build defensive towers, and just now he had invested all the remaining soul crystals into the recruitment altar. The 4th firepower stronghold has yet to be built. Many planned infrastructure projects had to be temporarily shelved due to lack of funds. Soul Crystal Reserve 18000 pieces, Pure Element Stone 18 pieces, so poor. Lin Yan frantically dragged the map outward, passing through vast expanses of gray-white war fog. Finally, in the far distance, he spotted a small green that representing friendly forces. Yimei. She had successfully infiltrated the Abyss Bear's stronghold. Coordinates fully locked. Baiji. Master, I'm here. Bai Ji's stunning figure gracefully stepped out from the moonlight. Lin Yan's expression turned cold as he issued an order. Just now you may transmitted a mental message that a squad of magic bears is sneaking towards our territory. You lead the team to ambush. Be thorough, not a single one should escape. Yes, sir. Bai Ji's figure swayed slightly, activating a spatial jump and instantly disappearing from the spot. At this moment 20 kilometers away in the toxic swamp, inside the magic bear camp. Ever since Yi Mei became the scout team leader, all the arduous task of leading the way was naturally left to her underlings. She kindly arranged a path of the Yellow Springs for her subordinates. The route directly led to Bai Ji's encirclement. Meanwhile, she was comfortably seated in the tent, holding a crystal fragment radiating a blue halo. This was a treasure just awarded by the tribe's higher-ups. A shard of a territorial crystal. Ordinary magic bears that swallowed the fragment had a chance to break through their tier bottleneck. Yi Mei, being a unit, naturally couldn't absorb such a thing. However, as a 7th-level demigod assassin proficient in disguise, she pretended to stuff the fragment into her mouth, while secretly raising her own aura significantly. Boom. A brand new 6th-level berserk blood bear instantly appeared before all the wild monsters. In the distance, a magic bear elder lurking in the shadows nodded in satisfaction. Gifted and talented, definitely a good seed. In the future, I can assign more core responsibilities. That night passed. By morning, 2 more lively avatars had vanished from the newcomers group in Tianhai. A host of novice lords wailed in the chat, lamenting that the nocturnal wilds had turned berserk, their units butchered, and their development brought to a standstill. Around Lin Yan, all was calm. When Bai Ji had finished her patrol duty and returned to the fortress, he tucked the breathtaking mythic fox maiden into his arms like a scented human bolster and slept deeply and contentedly. He awoke at dawn with a dull ache across his lower back. No sooner had he dressed than Bai Ro pushed the door and stepped in. The girl pouted, her peach blossom eyes brimming with grievance. She complained half-teary that her sister had been unfair. They had promised to accompany the master together, yet the sister had indulged alone. Bai Ro had risen early and led a squad of phantasmal foxes on the morning patrol, clearing several beasts that had dashed into the thorn wall at midnight and died, and she returned with a haul of fresh soul crystals. Lin Yan smiled and pinched her cheek to soothe her, then opened his terminal panel. Through the hero's private spiritual link, he coordinated with Yi Mei, who lay in ambush outside, and finalized the day's tactics. Assault the abyssal Mo-Xiong tribe. This could not wait. For the Yenhu domain, striking out is far more advantageous than cowering on defense. The Mo-Xiong tribe was vast, as should they muster a great host and press the border, no matter how dense the defensive towers, the Fox Maidens would inevitably suffer losses. To take the initiative was an entirely different matter. Inside the Mo-Xiong encampment lurked Yi Mei, a saboteur capable of detonating explosives at any moment. The only true threat lay in the tribe's top-tier combatants. They would be far stronger than the Rakin we casually wiped out before. According to Yi Mei's reconnaissance, she reported, within the Mo-Xiong lair there are dozens of 6th-rank bosses called Lidi Xiongwang, earth-splitting bear kings. There were also large numbers of bear shamans devoted to arcane arts. 7th-rank forces certainly existed, perhaps more than one. As for the Mo-Xiong chieftain, his true strength remained unknown. A hard nut to crack, no doubt. Yet Lin Yan glanced at the dazzling beauties gathered behind him and grinned. The cards in his hand were no weaker. Counting only forces above 6th rank, the domain boasted loli Hongya and 3 Anqing Longji, together with 10 four-winged yen lions. Not to mention the true trump cards, the Yenhu territory possessed 6 7th-rank combatants, each a divine soldier of at least silver demigod potential. Among them, the ancient divine fox twins Bai Ji and Bai Ro were both advanced 7th rank. They wore the Liuxia spell robes, wielded the high-grade divine Bao Xinyuan Ningshi abyssal gaze Bao, and carried mid-tier magical implements at their waists. Armed to the teeth, they had not yet encountered an opponent since their last audacious slaying of the one-eyed brute who had forced them to step up. Today we shall witness the perfect coordination of these god-tier twins, Lin Yan murmured. Is everyone ready? Ready, master. The voices chimed as he swung up onto the back of the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilisai. Beside him pressed close were Bai Ji, Bai Ro, and the exceptional healer Fei Yue, who had been summoned back from the Lord City to join the battle. The 4 of them squeezed onto the dragon's back, and the space grew instantly cramped. Skin pressed against skin. The air was scented with peach blossoms and the virginal fragrance of maidens. The slightest movement of an arm brushed against startling softness. Fortunately, Lin Yan had poured much vitality into Bai Ji the previous night, and his mind was razor clear, otherwise he would scarcely have withstood such an all-embracing test of tenderness. On Lilis's flanks, 3 tall cold Anqing Longji assumed half-dragon forms, each bearing Hongya loli, and the others, while the remaining phantasmal foxes rode the 4-winged yen lions in neat formation. The entire force numbered just over 70. Not immense in scale, yet their combat power was maxed. Any one of them could easily raise an ordinary novice territory. Massed together, they could stir the fringes of the endless continent into upheaval. From the Yinhu boundary to the Mo Xiong tribe lay a full 17 map tiles. Lin Yan withdrew the dozens of newly spawned Xiwu pearls mist-dispersing orbs from the warehouse. The force rose flying in a straight line toward the target with unhidden speed. In midair, Lilisai unleashed a dense dark matter field that cloaked the entire group's auras, allowing them to pass, while evading the countless wild beasts below. Occasionally, a few careless flying beasts charged them, but before they closed in, Bai Ji and Bai Rou loosed flaming arrows that detonated the creatures midair hundreds of meters away. Their advance was not an all-out sprint, but it was far from slow. By noon, the main force reached a concealed cliff a mere 2 kilometers from the Mo Xiong tribe. The spot had been scouted as a safe zone by Yi Mei. The gluttonous Yi Mei was now captain of the southern patrol line, commanding over 100 elite Mo Xiong warriors. With a flick of her hand, she diverted all patrolling bear sentries elsewhere, carving out an absolutely safe blind zone for Lin Yan's descent. The Fox Maidens descended to rest on the cliff. Bai Ji walked to the edge, sheltered by towering trees, and peered toward the distant venomous marsh with serene, alert eyes. "Master, I think this is the perfect vantage for snipers," she said. Lin Yan nodded. He had intended the same. "But before we strike, we must first clear the war fog hanging over the marsh," Bai Ji added. With the abyssal gaze bow, her range was terrifying. From the cliff 2 kilometers away, she could snipe the Mo Xiong high ranks with ease. The prerequisite, however, was line of sight. Forcing scouts in to map the area would be folly. High-rank Mo Xiong swarmed the surroundings, and stirring them would turn a surprise strike into an attritional slog. "That is simple," Lin Yan said with a smile, and contacted Yi Mei through the panel. After a few minutes, a lone Mo Xiong warrior staggered out of the thicket beneath the cliff. Its eyes were vacant, and its movements stiff, clearly a puppet under the control of death-webbing silk. Lin Yan casually produced 6 Xiwu pearls and tossed them into the puppet bear's arms. Another half-hour passed. During that time, the Fox Maidens ate and drank, restoring their strength to peak. Out over the distant marsh, the patrol captain, surnamed Yi, performed her dutiful rounds, ostensibly to keep. In Lin Yan's vision, the heavy gray-white mist that rose like a wall of sighs began piece by piece, and without a sound, to scatter and dissipate. A vast Mo Xiong tribe, sprawling and redolent with feral fury, lay wholly and unguarded within the Fox Maiden sniper sight. Clear all the wild beasts within this sector surrounding the cliff. Make it clean, no noise. Sitting astride Lilith's back, Lin Yan issued the command in a hushed voice. 2 legendary shadow dancers had already infiltrated the surrounding dense forest in advance. Masters of disguise, they seamlessly transformed into 2 unremarkable polluted gray bears, blending imperceptibly into the monster horde. Most creatures scattered across the area were low-tier beasts, with only a handful of demon bear warriors posted as sentinels. Within the territory of the demon bear tribe, these bears reigned supreme, so utterly secure in their dominion that they never imagined betrayal from within. The shadow dancers slipped through the undergrowth like wraiths. Wherever they passed, colorless venom silently diffused into the air. A few demon bear warriors leaned against tree trunks dozing, then suddenly bulged their eyes wide open and clutched their throats with desperate convulsive hands. Not a single cry escaped their lips. After brief, frantic spasms, they collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Meanwhile, Luo Li leaned forward, her voluptuous form instantly transmuting into a sleek, obsidian-furred shadow black panther. She became a bolt of black lightning, teleporting directly into the heart of a patrolling monster squad. Her razor-sharp claws carved arcs of glacial brilliance, severing every monster's throat in an instant. Corpses fell in waves. Within 10 minutes, every living thing within the entire cliff sector had been eradicated, cleaned by the Fox Maidens as effortlessly as mowing down rows of spring leeks. Occasionally, a few ill-fated stragglers wandered in from outside, only to be quietly poisoned on sight. Not a single breathing creature remained across the entire expanse. Ding. Notification: hostile entities eliminated from current zone. Territorial occupation conditions fulfilled. It had actually worked. This was unmistakably the domain of the abyssal demon bears. Yet Lin Yan, drawing intelligence relayed by Yi Mei, knew the demon bear's lair lay nestled deep within a vast basin, and the core crystal resided at its northernmost extremity. The cliff where the Fox Maidens now stood lay just beyond the southern entrance to that basin, 2 kilometers distant from the demon bear's stronghold and over 4 kilometers from the core crystal itself. They stood entirely outside the monster's core radiation zone of control. Exploit terrain to seize the base. Plan executed flawlessly. Commence occupation immediately. Lin Yan had acted on little more than a whim. If it failed, he'd simply launch a frontal assault. But with the system's confirmation of success, his entire tactical calculus shifted. Rumble, rumble. The cliff's surface beneath his feet trembled violently. Lin Yan poured forth a torrent of soul crystals. In mere seconds, 5 towering, grotesque, blazing crystal cannons erupted along the cliff's edge. Their cavernous blackened barrels loomed downward, locked unerringly onto the demon bear's stronghold 2 kilometers away. Truth resides solely within the range of artillery. Caliber is justice. Hunt commences. Lin Yan gave a sharp hand signal. At the cliff's precipice, Bai Ji's exquisite eyes reflected the distant demon bear encampment with crystalline clarity. She gripped the high-tier divine weapon Abyssal Gaze Bow with both hands and drew the string taut, its tension sinking deeply into her ample bosom, carving a breathtaking hypnotic cleavage. A torrent of crimson foxfire surged wildly into the bow. An energy arrow blazing with searing red light coalesced instantly. Release. Whoosh. The foxfire arrow tore through space like a crimson lightning bolt, trailing a deafening sonic boom as it streaked toward the horizon. Beside her, her younger sister Bai Ro loosed her own arrow at the very same moment. 2 meteors blazed across the sky. 2 to 3 kilometers away, inside a lavish white-bone pavilion at the heart of the demon bear encampment, several massive demon bear elites clutched wine casks and roared with drunken revelry. Suddenly, Lai Di Xiong Wang, the earth-shattering bear king armored in impenetrable scales, felt every hair on his body stand rigid with primal dread. With a thunderous bellow, he hurled his colossal frame sideways. But it was too late. The crimson meteor pierced the white-bone tent and plunged deep into the bear king's chest. Boom. High-tier foxfire detonated violently within his body. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted skyward, obliterating the pavilion and vaporizing several elite demon bears nearby into a rain of crimson mist and shattered bone. Simultaneously, another explosion ripped through a neighboring pavilion. Notification: Bai Ji has slain the level 7 epic boss, Earth-Shattering Bear King, gaining 4399 experience points. Notification: Bai Ro has slain a level 5 Rampaging Blood Bear, gaining 666 experience points. Notifications cascaded through Lin Yan's mind, a relentless stream of kill confirmations. The sisters had deliberately targeted the most critical command tents within the encampment. Bai Ji's luck was extraordinary. 1 shot, 1 kill, an epic-tier boss annihilated outright. Bai Ro's strike, though slightly less decisive, still incinerated multiple level 5 elites and inflicted catastrophic damage across a wide radius. Just 2 arrows, 18 elite combatants eliminated. The entire demon bear encampment erupted into pandemonium. Chaos consumed every bear, panic-stricken, disoriented, roaring blindly as they stampeded in all directions. At that precise moment, Yi Mei, disguised as the patrol captain, performed her role with impeccable zeal, bellowing at the top of her lungs. Enemy assault. It must be that accursed human lord launching a full-scale invasion. Waving her thick clawed bear arms, Yi Mei pointed emphatically southward toward the towering cliff several kilometers away. The enemy is on that cliff. Charge, rip them apart. Amidst the chaos, the bears instantly found a target for their fury. Hundreds of bloodshot eyes locked onto the distant mountain peak. Roar. The strongest rampaging blood bear surged forward first, sprinting madly toward the cliff. Ordinary demon bear warriors followed hard behind, coalescing into a terrifying tide of gray-black fur and fury. A few high-tier bear shamans sensed something amiss. How could an invasion consist of only 2 arrows? But the main force had already charged. There was no time for deliberation. They could only press forward with the tide. After all, desertion during battle meant being devoured alive by the great chieftain. The monstrous tide drew ever closer to the cliff. 1 kilometer. 500 meters. At the instant the demon bear army entered firing range, 5 blinding orbs of tangerine fire erupted atop the cliff. Deafening cannon roars split the heavens. 5 colossal magma shells plummeted like falling stars, slamming into the dense heart of the beast tide. Boom, boom, boom. Mountainsides ignited into an inferno. Upon detonation, the blazing crystal cannons scattered molten magma that clung to the bear's thick fur, burning with unstoppable self-sustaining ferocity. No amount of rolling could extinguish it. The flames spread like wildfire through the ranks. Within seconds, notification: blazing crystal cannon has slain a level 4 rampaging blood bear. Notification: blazing crystal cannon has slain a level 3 demon bear warrior. Notification: shared kill experience granted to allied units within the same zone. Notification: Hong Ye's level increased. Notification: your level increased. A flood of pure potent energy surged violently into Lin Yan's body, his bones crackling audibly with rapid explosive growth. Lin Yan clenched his fist tightly, savoring the terrifying surge of power, doubled, tripled, multiplied beyond measure. Level 5. a commander-tier cultivator. The flame crystal cannon may not possess sufficient lethality against true top leaders. However, when used to clear out these clustered common monsters, it becomes a one-sided massacre. Under the deafening bombardment, the frontline cannon fodder the gray bears did not even have time to let out a scream before being instantly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature. The 3-tier elite demon bear warriors were slightly tougher, but they could only struggle for a few more seconds in a sea of flames. After running a dozen meters, they collapsed into the lava, charred all over. Only the 4-tier furious blood bears exhibited a terrifyingly tenacious vitality. A large group of blood bears, their flaming fur ablaze, charged out from the sea of fire. What awaited them was the deadly arrow light that had been gathering in midair. Whoosh, whoosh. The crimson foxfire arrows, compressed to the extreme, pierced through the furious blood bears' scarlet eye sockets, directly penetrating their massive skulls. The massive blood bears fell to the ground one after another, stirring up clouds of dust. They had no power to fight back. Relying solely on the fox girls to clear out tens of thousands of wild monsters could certainly result in total annihilation, but the consumption of magic power and stamina would undoubtedly be bottomless. Now, with 5 crystal cannons washing the battlefield, the fox girls didn't even break a sweat. They simply needed to stand at a height, leisurely dealing the finishing blows, saving their ample stamina for the true higher-ups of the demon bear tribe. The big fish has emerged. Baiji suddenly spoke while standing at the edge of the cliff. The fierce wind blew, pressing her translucent, flowing robe tightly against her delicate body. Her astonishingly curvy-shaped figure was fully revealed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the distant basin. A massive shadow akin to a moving hill was charging out from the deepest part of the demon bear tribe. It moved as fast as a bolt of black lightning. The ruins and debris in its path were smashed to pieces. Several demon bears that failed to dodge were directly sent flying into the air by its massive body, suffering broken bones and death. This was a supergiant bear over 10 meters in size. Its eyes resembled 2 searchlights glowing crimson, while its entire body was enveloped in a dense layer of dark mist, creating an oppressive atmosphere that was suffocating. It's the demon bear chieftain. Lin Yan instantly heard the spiritual transmission of the thousand-faced enchantress Yi Mei in his mind. Everyone be careful. Lin Yan voiced a reminder. Baiji turned back and smiled, her peach blossom eyes filled with charm. Master, don't worry, leave it to me and my sister. Baiji and Bai Rou lightly tapped their toes, their graceful bodies soaring into the air. The floating effect of their high-tier soft armor allowed them to stroll in midair like celestial maidens. The 2 sisters did not rush to attack the chieftain. Instead, they drew their abyssal gaze bows, aiming their arrows at other corners of the battlefield. Boom, boom. A series of foxfire arrows shot out, instantly blowing the heads off several 6-tier rift bears hiding in the back. Any target locked onto by these 2 mythic-level twins was as good as having their name written down by the Grim Reaper. 5th-tier and 6th-tier leaders were all killed with a single arrow. Even for the 7-tier epic monsters with tough hides and thick flesh, it would only take a couple more arrows. Taking the enemy general's head amidst the chaos was like taking candy from a baby. The likes of Hong Yi and Luo Li, epic and demigod-level subordinates, were simply not on the same level as them. Even the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith, who also had true god potential, could not match their efficiency in clearing the field. The god-level ranged twin stars were the most invincible reapers on the battlefield. With such long reach and high output, it truly is too monstrous. Lin Yan sat on Lilith's broad back, gazing at the 2 stunning figures in midair, fully armed and exuding power, and couldn't help but exclaim. The sisters' fierce targeted strikes instantly infuriated the demon bear chieftain. It stomped its legs against the ground, its massive body launching into the air like a cannonball, heading straight for the twin stars. Its thick bear claws tore through the air, leaving behind lingering dark cracks in the sky. Baiji and Bai Rou had already darted left and right to avoid it. With slender arms drawn back to their limit, the overwhelming fox fire gathered madly. A rain of fire arrows. Dense crimson arrow lights exploded repeatedly on the demon bear chieftain. Blood spurted wildly. Yet this big boss only grew fiercer, charging forward despite the bombardment. At least an 8th-tier, possibly even a 9th-tier beast. Baiji quickly made her judgment. There was no hint of panic on her beautiful face. As she looked at the massive black claw descending from above, she calmly shot a short arrow inscribed with a spatial mark to the side. In the next second, Baiji's alluring body vanished from the spot, instantly reappearing hundreds of meters away. She turned around, drew her bow, and continued shooting. Despite the thick skin and abundant blood of the demon bear chieftain and its terrifying combat power, it had completely turned into a living target that could only suffer blows in front of the sisters, who were adept at spatial jumps. Yesterday, when dealing with the 7th-tier Cyclopes, the sisters had faced some difficulty relying on the healer Feiyu's shield for hard resistance. Today, facing the stronger demon bear chieftain, the chieftain couldn't even touch the edges of their round and slender thighs. Damn humans. Damn foxes. The demon bear chieftain completely fell into a rage, letting out a thunderous roar. It finally realized that it couldn't touch the agile foxes at all. Suddenly, it turned in midair, its crimson eyes locking onto Lin Yan on the cliff in the distance. If it couldn't grab the agile foxes, then it would smash your lord. As long as it tore that man sitting on the dragon's back into pieces, all grievances would be avenged. Want to move against the master? You're looking for death. Bai Ji and Bai Rou simultaneously cried out, their long hair dancing wildly in the wind. The two sisters raised their white arms simultaneously. Twin resonance. A massive swirl of crimson fox fire instantly merged in midair, transforming into a terrifying vortex of flames with a diameter of several dozen meters, unleashing an extremely powerful pulling force. It forcefully dragged the charging body of the demon bear chieftain back a great distance. The chieftain was completely enraged. Its dark mist exploded, instantly transforming into a thick black cloud that completely engulfed Bai Ji on the left. The laws of darkness surged violently, forcibly suppressing the fox fire. The spatial marks Bai Ji left behind were corroded and dissolved by the black mist before they could activate. She was trapped. Sister, don't be afraid, leave it to me. In the distance in the void, Bai Rou extended her delicate jade finger and gently pointed. And dark golden spatial mark instantly formed in midair. In the case of other spatial units, the marks would be independently bound and unable to communicate. But they were the unparalleled mythic-level twin fox spirits. Life, magic, power, and skills were intact. Bai Ji, trapped in the black mist, did not even need to move. A thought crossed her mind, and her alluring body directly ignored the black mist's confinement, instantly flashing to her sister Bai Rou's side. The two sisters held hands and simultaneously pulled back their divine bows. The extremely compressed energy arrows shone like a blinding sun about to fall. Boom! The world-destroying arrow, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, firmly pinned the already exhausted demon bear chieftain to the ground. The raging flames directly reduced it to a pile of shredded flesh. A dazzling deep blue light orb slowly floated out from the corpse at the bottom of the pit. A dazzling deep blue sphere of light slowly floated up from the mangled flesh at the bottom of the pit. A crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Bai Rou, with quick reflexes, gracefully traced a beautiful arc in the air with her fiery body. She dove directly into the pit, quickly snatched up the glowing loot, and then executed several spatial jumps, landing steadily on the cliffside. Master, it's a big treasure. The girl presented the blue sphere like a precious gift. Lin Yan took it and crushed it with force. Creak. The deep blue sphere shattered in his palm. Acquired a peerless divine item seed of the experience fruit tree. Looking at the item description on the system panel, Lin Yan's breath became slightly heavy. The experience fruits dropped from monsters usually vanished after consumption. But if he planted the seed in his hand, it would continuously bear fresh fruits. It was like having a limitless printing machine for experience at home. Only the top few powers in the universe probably hold the secret to growing trees. Ordinary novices have never even heard of it. Lin Yan carefully stored the seed close to himself. To make the seed thrive, ordinary soil would definitely not suffice. At least it needed spiritual farmland. It seemed he could only wait until his territory upgraded to a higher level, and then try his luck in the inner city shops of the Lord City. Though the magic bear chief was killed instantly, tens of thousands of magic bears had become completely enraged. Without their leader's deterrence, these monsters turned into pure madmen. Even under the bombardment of crystal cannons, large groups of high-level blood bears and earth-shaking bear kings charged through the fiery sea, roaring as they raced towards the cliff's peak. Lin Yan sat firmly on Lilith's broad back, as steady as a mountain. Lilith, add some firepower for them. At your command, master. A strange light flickered in the dark purple eyes of the Chaos Dragon Princess. She slowly parted her red lips, and a violent chaos law instantly descended upon the battlefield. The chaotic gravity mixed with the divine pressure of true gods swept over the charging bear horde. The leading magic bear warrior froze, confusion filling its crimson eyes. It suddenly turned its head, and with a wide-open bloody mouth viciously bit down on its nearby companion, as if its brother had just stolen its mother bear. To death and oblivion. Groups of monsters began to slaughter each other at the foot of the mountain, descending into chaos. On the other side of the battlefield, an elderly magic bear elder was hiding in the back, directing the reserves. A dozen massive bone crossbows were being rolled out. Sturdy custom long spears were aimed at the top of the cliff. Fire! Shoot them all down! The magic bear elder roared. The several meter-long bone spears whistled through the air, ripping through it. At the cliff, Fei stepped forward, raising her staff. Her high-slit robe billowed in the wind, and her long, fair legs were dazzling. Fox Spirit Force Field. A translucent silver-white barrier instantly expanded, firmly blocking everyone in front. The heavy bone spears struck the barrier, only causing faint ripples before falling weakly. Keep shooting. Don't stop. The Magic Bear Elder became anxious, raising his staff to prepare to cast a large poison ball himself. Just then, a group of dazed Magic Bear warriors suddenly turned around, silently pouncing towards the crossbow formation behind them. Before the crossbowmen could react, they were bitten on the throat by their own kind. The Magic Bear Elder sensed something was amiss and was about to retaliate with magic. Suddenly his thoughts became incredibly sluggish. His body felt as if it were sinking into a bottomless swamp, unable to even lift a finger. Invisible transparent threads had long since tightly ensnared his joints. Even more terrifying was that a colorless and odorless deadly poison was surging into his body through the threads. The Magic Bear Elder widened his eyes in terror, his massive body uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Nearby, a seemingly ordinary raging blood bear's body twisted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into an enchanting beauty clad in a tight black lace leather suit, her figure breathtakingly alluring. Yimei stepped forward with cat-like grace, a bewitching smile adorning her exquisite face. She leaned closer to the Magic Bear Elder's ear, her voice soft and seductive, surprised. "I'm an undercover agent." On the main battlefield, the Magic Bears, unable to break through, suddenly realized that the Elder directing them had also breathed his last. The invincible chief was dead, and now the Elder was gone too. These simple-minded monsters could no longer hold together. Their morale had completely collapsed. Except for a small portion still madly biting each other, the vast majority of Magic Bears fled in terror, tails tucked between their legs. "All units charge." Lin Yan decisively issued the pursuit order. The Fox girls transitioned from defense to offense, unleashing a storm of fireballs upon the retreating enemy. Lin Yan also jumped down from Lilith's back. Clutching the deep blue sphere, he walked down the cliff with Bai Ji and Bai Rou unhurriedly entering the main battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid smell of burnt flesh and the rich scent of blood. Everywhere were the charred remains of giant bears. The lava inferno left by the blazing crystal cannons still burned fiercely. Bai Ji and Bai Rou flanked Lin Yan closely. Lin Yan stepped forward, treading on the ground littered with charred flesh, heading straight towards the headquarters of the Magic Bear tribe. Bai Ji and Fei Yu stood guard on either side, never leaving his side. The distance was less than half a meter. Fei Yu was fully focused, her fair jade legs closely following Lin Yan's pace under her high-slit robe. She tightly gripped her staff, ready to provide a shield at any moment. Several stunning fox girls were pressed closely against him, and being so well protected felt exhilarating. Up ahead, Bai Rou was busily rummaging through the piles of corpses for loot. Before long, her giant beast pouch hanging from her waist was stuffed full of glimmering soul crystals. Besides money, Bai Rou also retrieved several spheres emitting green and light blue glows. All were high-level Magic Bear blind box drops. Lin Yan smashed them one by one. Inside were numerous random and obscure blueprints that appeared flashy, but were actually useless garbage. However, there were also a fair amount of hard currency. Acquired Evolution Stone 2. Acquired Pure Element Stone 5. Acquired high-level strategic equipment, Beast King, Frenzy War Drum. Evolution Stones and Element Stones are treasures that are always welcome. As for the strategic equipment, it was Lin Yan's first encounter with it. Regular weapons like staffs and longbows only increase individual combat power, but strategic equipment provides a wide area boost for the entire army. Beast King Frenzy War Drum, grade high-level type strategic equipment for use by lords or heroes only. Effect: when struck, it can increase the attack power of all friendly units within 1,000 meters by 20 and enhance stamina and mana recovery speed by 50. Effect lasts for 5 minutes. Limitation: can only be struck 3 times a day. An absolute gem for team battles. Lin Yan directly took the war drum in hand and struck it on the spot. Boom! A low wild resonance echoed through the valley, and visible red sound waves swept across the entire field. Upon hearing the drumbeat, the previously somewhat exhausted fox girls felt a surge of heat within them. Their stamina and mana began to rapidly recover, and their fair cheeks flushed with enticing red, gazing at Lin Yan with even more desire. Lin Yan walked into the Magic Bear camp with the fox ladies. The internal environment was extremely complex, filled with towering wooden towers and sturdy stone fortifications. Many critical high points were equipped with thick, heavy bone crossbow carts. The defenses are impressively tight. Lin Yan secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had lured the entire Magic Bear army to the open ground outside for a fight. If they had charged headlong against these heavy crossbow carts to assault the stronghold, even if the fox ladies suffered no casualties, some would definitely be seriously injured. Now only a few high-ranking individuals remained stubbornly resisting in the camp, while most of the cannon fodder had fled. By Ro, go ahead and clear the remaining enemies. Lin Yan slapped Bai Rao's pert backside. At your command. Bai Rao was a fierce warrior and had not yet had her fill of killing. Upon receiving the order, she pressed her crimson lips against Lin Yan's face and instantly activated spatial leap, vanishing from sight. With her and several other demigod-level fox ladies' combat prowess, it was only a matter of time before they flattened the remaining camp. Master, there is a new discovery over here. A blood-soaked, frenzied blood bear emerged from a corner. As it walked, its massive form rapidly shrank and distorted. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a seductive figure clad in a black hollow bodysuit. Yi Mei removed her headpiece. A few strands of hair damp with sweat clung to her delicate collarbone, and the taut leather suit accentuated her devilishly alluring figure. She leaned in close to Lin Yan and reported, "This place is not only large, but also has extremely clear divisions of labor. I discovered a large water dungeon deep within the camp, housing over 1,000 slaves. There are human lords, dwarves, and even a few elves. The defensive towers and heavy crossbow carts outside were all forced to be built by the slaves. Moreover, if you head north for a few kilometers, there is a large vein of white iron, or where many slaves have been taken to mine." Yi Mei had been infiltrating internally under a disguise, and had thoroughly grasped the secrets of the magic bears. Upon hearing the report, Lin Yan furrowed his brows, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. Understanding cooperation. Capturing slaves for infrastructure and mining. This was not something lowly beasts could accomplish. The Magic Bear clan had long since moved beyond the primitive stage of survival, entering a highly civilized management mode. Yet, the chieftain who had just been blown to bits by the Baiji sisters was clearly a muscle-bound brute who only knew how to charge forward. There was no sign of intelligence whatsoever. Who exactly was manipulating all of this behind the scenes? Under Yi Mei's lead, Lin Yan and the others walked over the debris-strewn ground straight toward the deepest part of the Magic Bear tribe. Along the roadside, many broken wooden cages lay scattered about. Inside were human lords shivering and wearing heavy shackles. In some slightly more spacious bearskin tents, a few completely naked tortured wood elf girls could even be seen barely clinging to life. The Magic Bear clan was not only brutal, but also had no moral boundaries. Lin Yan's anger surged as he raised his hand and unleashed a ball of crimson fox fire. Boom. A Magic Bear guard still alive and preparing to ambush was instantly turned to a pile of black ash scattered by the wind. Bai Ji and Fei Yue, sensing their master's fury, immediately nestled close. The two women, one on each side, pressed their soft, ample bodies tightly against Lin Yan's arms, attempting to soothe his murderous intent with their warmth. Seeing the abused wood elf, the fox ladies felt both anger and sympathy. However, their sympathy was limited. In the eyes of the myth-level twin stars and the exceptional healer, their primary identity was as soldiers of the Yin Fox territory, and only secondarily as Fox clan members. All their absolute loyalty and affection were tied solely to Lin Yan. The fate of the strangers on the ground, whether dead or alive, had little to do with them. If a single hair fell from the sisters of the Fox clan in their own territory, Bai Ji would not need Lin Yan to issue an order. She would have already drawn her divine bow, flattening an entire mountain. First, gather the surviving slaves together. Those who wish to stay can have food. Those who want to leave or seek to end their lives, let them go without hindrance. Lin Yan casually instructed Yi Mei. The Endless Continent was originally a bloody purgatory of the survival of the fittest. Morality, ethics, and law meant nothing in the face of absolute power. Let alone the indigenous elves. Many novice lords who started off poorly would end up in a fate far worse than the slaves in cages. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the northernmost part of the tribe, beneath a very concealed stone wall. A heavy iron door, rusty and imposing, sealed the entrance to the dungeon. Yi Mei tiptoed forward, fiddling with the massive keyhole of the iron door. Click! With a crisp sound, she forcibly pushed open the heavy iron door. A wave of dark, damp, rancid odor hit them. The space inside the dungeon was very large, but the number of slaves kept separately by the magic bears was pitifully small. There were only 5 people, 2 pointed-eared wood elves and 3 stocky dwarves. Yi Mei waved her jade hand, directly pulling them all before Lin Yan with invisible spider silk. Lin Yan examined them up and down. Although these 5 individuals were in tattered clothes with the 2 elf girls smeared in protective mud, they looked significantly better than the ordinary slaves outside. There were no visible wounds on them at all. Great lord. The 3 dwarves trembled in fear, as the killing intent from Yi Mei earlier had been too overwhelming. Before Lin Yan could begin questioning, the leading dwarf collapsed to his knees, spilling all his secrets like beans. It turned out that these 3 dwarves originally belonged to a neutral small tribe dozens of kilometers away. Dwarves not inclined to fighting spent their days hiding in the mountains to mine and forge. Until one day the Magic Bear army discovered their mine and directly charged in smashing their tribe's core to pieces. The old, weak, sick, and disabled were all slaughtered. Only these 3 most skilled blacksmiths were captured by the Magic Bears to work as laborers. The 3 brothers were quite soft-hearted and showed no intention to resist, surrendering directly to save their lives. So those heavy bone crossbow carts set up on the outer towers were all made by you 3. Lin Yan raised an eye. Please spare us, my lord. It was the bears who forced us to do it. The dwarves bowed repeatedly, terrified. Lin Yan certainly had no intention of killing them. Since the crossbows outside had not harmed his fox ladies, he felt no remorse in destroying them. Moreover, the craftsmanship of these dwarves was indeed excellent, and the devices they created had great lethality. Their soft-heartedness was irrelevant. Lin Yan had never planned to send dwarves to the front lines to fight to the death. He was just contemplating how to exploit these laborers. At that moment, a system notification chimed in. Ding. Detected 3 dwarf blacksmiths and 2 wood elves in a masterless state. Would you like to recruit them immediately? Lin Yan glanced at the attribute panel. They were all 5th-tier leader-class living units. As long as he threw the dwarven blacksmiths into the territory workshop, the speed of weapon and armor production would double, plus they could provide attribute enhancements. Although the wood elves had poor combat ability, they were naturally proficient in plant cultivation, which could significantly shorten the growth cycle of crops in the fields. An absolute treasure. No wonder the Magic Bears treated them like precious items, keeping them separately instead of sending them out as expendables. Recruit them immediately. Lin Yan waved his hand. Just then he held a seed from the recently exploded experience fruit tree. With these 2 wood elves, the survival rate of the fruit trees was guaranteed to be 100%. As for the thousands of ordinary slaves in the square outside, Lin Yan also intended to take them all in. The territory had developed to this point, and the most lacking resource was low-level labor. Collecting soul crystals, mining stones, farming. One couldn't expect the stunning epic fox ladies to do such rough work every day. He would bring all the slaves back to the Yan Fox territory and build a slum outside the core area. As long as they were provided with a full meal each day, those who had escaped death would definitely show unwavering loyalty and gratitude while working. Lin Yan directly handed this matter over to Bai Ji to handle. He then opened the Lord Terminal to check the previously hidden kill notifications. Lilith defeated the 7th-tier Earth-Shaking Bear King, gaining 5,665 experience points. Lilith's level has risen to intermediate 7th tier. Byro defeated the 7th-tier Magic Bear Shaman, gaining 3,999 experience points. Hong Yi defeated the 6th tier. Just as the notification finished, by Rao's fiery figure instantly activated spatial leap, appearing in Lin Yan's arms. With practiced ease, she wrapped her arms around Lin Yan's neck, her supple curves jiggling beneath the red veil, as she sweetly purred, "Master, I found the core of the Magic Bear's nest at the northernmost point. How should we attack?" Lin Yan glanced at the map. "Just smash it to bits." At your command, Byro tiptoed and planted a kiss on Lin Yan's cheek. Then, while the spatial imprint was still lingering, she once again vanished in an instant. A few seconds later, a deafening explosion resounded from the deepest part of the tribe. Ding! Congratulations! The ancient divine fox Byro successfully destroyed the 3rd-tier Magic Bear nest. Gained massive resources: 130000 soul crystals, 30 pure element stones. Acquired high-tier weapon blueprint, magic energy revolver, dual pistols. Acquired high-tier building blueprint, luxurious lord's castle. Surrounding dozens of plots have been completely unlocked and can be occupied at any time. The explosion was tremendous. Perhaps it was due to the high level of the Magic Bear's lair, or maybe the Magic Bear tribe had existed long enough to accumulate profound resources. The rewards for destroying the core were simply outrageous. Not only did they receive over 100,000 soul crystals and a massive amount of pure element stones, but they also simultaneously obtained 2 high-level blueprints. With a total of 1300 soul crystals, the poverty of the territory could finally be alleviated. Currently, the Yinhu territory possessed an absurd level of combat power. Bai Ji and the others were fervently clearing the map and claiming territory at an astonishing speed. In contrast, the basic infrastructure at home had not kept pace. Several planned defensive outposts could not be constructed due to lack of funds. Lin Yan was still living in a dark iron fortress. However, compared to other lords still struggling in crude, thatched houses, the fortress could be considered a mansion. Yet in Lin Yan's eyes, the fortress was merely a tin can with a roof, far from any enjoyment. He immediately clicked on the newly obtained high-level building blueprint. Luxurious lord's castle. Grade high-level building. Description: comes with top-tier interior decoration featuring an automatic temperature control, water supply, and magical energy lighting system. It includes an absolute forbidden zone barrier that completely isolates any external spiritual sensing or skill probing when activated. Evaluation: the first choice for a lord's peaceful slumber. No matter how crazy the activities inside, not a sound will be heard outside. Construction requirements: 3000 soul crystals, 15 pure element stones. Expensive. It's ridiculously expensive. The cost of a castle could equal that of several high-level military buildings. However, Lin Yan completely understood. The area of the castle was equivalent to the combined size of 5 or 6 iron fortresses, with its defensive capacity increasing geometrically. Most importantly, it provided privacy and security. Lin Yan had a knight charm, a golden demigod skilled in disguise and assassination, in his retinue. Given some time, she could even pass as the second-in-command of a rival tribe. In the vast, endless continent, other lords certainly had similar special troops like assassins. What if one night, while cuddling with the fox lady, an assassin suddenly emerged from under the bed? Who could endure that? With the castle's barrier, all security risks would be eliminated. Knight Charm leaned over to take a look at the inner. Wearing a form-fitting hollow leather outfit, her slender waist slightly bent, and her alluring peach-shaped rear held high, she said, "Master, let's build one quickly." With the barrier, even I could not sneak in undetected. Preventing assassins was indeed important. However, Lin Yan's attention had already drifted to the evaluation's mention of sound isolation. The wooden partition walls were not soundproof at all. Even the slightest movement in the master bedroom at night was clearly heard by the dream foxes outside, making Bai Ji and the others bite their lips in silence. If only they had the castle. They needed to set up a gigantic custom soft bed on the first floor. Build it. Once the other constructions at home are done, the first thing to do is build the castle. Lin Yan waved his hand. As the sky gradually darkened, the battle to eliminate the magic bear tribe concluded at dusk. They had killed thousands of high-level magic bears. Ordinary fodder bears had died in the tens of thousands. A small number of old, weak, sick, and disabled monsters had been scared into fleeing deeper into the mist. Lin Yan had limited forces and was too lazy to pursue. The fox ladies lit several bonfires at the magic bear encampment, illuminating the surroundings. In the largest skeletal tent, the core members gathered. Byro was the first to step forward to report. She had just run a large circle outside, and her fair legs under the red gauze skirt were dusted with dirt. Her ample bosom rose and fell with her rapid breathing. Master, the spoils outside have been accounted for. A total of 38000 fragmented soul crystals and 3 pure element stones have been collected. We captured 13 heavy skeletal ballistae and a mountain of iron armor and sabers. Overnight wealth. Immediately after, Luo Li stepped forward gracefully. Having just transformed back from her Black Panther form, her tight beast-skin miniskirt barely covered half of her rear, exuding a wild allure. Master, I went to the northern mines. That place is filled with white iron ore, and the reserves are astonishing. I also conveniently recruited dozens of human slaves. As she spoke, Luo Li pointed towards the door, as if to take credit. She had somehow carried back an entire cart of white iron ore from several kilometers away, using her demigod strength. Lin Yan looked at the mountain of ore and weapons outside. They were all treasures, but how to transport them back was a major hassle. With this pile of scrap metal, even if I let a 4-winged flame lion carry it, it would take several days to fly back. Lin Yan frowned. At that moment, the healer Fei Yue, who had been standing nearby, stepped forward. Beneath her high-slit robe, her beautiful legs crossed, and her bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Master, we don't need to move everything to the territory. These low-end armors and weapons are of no use to us. Since we are going to sell them sooner or later, why not directly use the remote access of the Lord's terminal to send everything to our shop in the Lord's city? With your and my permissions, we can transport them in no time. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Right? The shop had cross-dimensional transit capabilities, making it the perfect warehouse for transporting goods. And that's not all. Master, look. This giant beast leg bone supporting the tent is definitely made of high-grade material. And this enormous white stone bed, this intricately carved weapon rack, can all be disassembled and sold. Fei Yu grew increasingly excited, not even overlooking the worn beast skin mat in the corner. Let's dismantle everything. Not a single hair should be left behind. Well, haul it all to the city to sell. This was the lair of the Abyss magic bears, and it was filled with money. Lin Yan couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Since they had already taken down the magic bear's lair, it was completely justified to take all the spoils and sell them. Why not make money? Bai Ji thought Fei Yu was a bit too exaggerated, but as long as it increased the territory's income, she executed it without hesitation. She immediately waved her hand, directing dozens of dream foxes and the 3 newly recruited dwarf blacksmiths to begin a frenzied demolition. The fox ladies instantly transformed into the most beautiful demolition team. Their fair long legs kicked fiercely, snapping the thick bone pillars. With a fireball in hand, they shattered the solid stone platform on the spot. The dwarves were responsible for sifting through the ruins, categorizing and packing all the valuable ores and intact heavy weapons. The once large magic bear tribe was rapidly becoming barren. Lin Yan sat on a giant bearskin throne that had yet to be torn down, leisurely opening the Lord's terminal. The night was deep. In the newcomer exchange group of Tianhai City, it was still as lively as a market. In a perilous, endless continent, only chatting with fellow villagers could provide a bit of solace. Today I killed 108 wild monsters in one go, 20 more than yesterday. I feel like I've grown stronger. I've killed so many monsters that I can't even count them. It must be at least several hundred. Killing monsters is exhilarating, but the weapon wear is too fast. The broken iron spears made in the workshop dull after just a few stabs. A large portion of my daily earnings goes to weapon repairs. It's truly infuriating. Bro, why don't you buy ready-made gear in the Lord's City? You think I don't want to? A lone lord lamented. The first-level trading area is full of newbies like us. There are barely any who can spare decent equipment to sell. I spent the whole afternoon browsing and didn't even buy a proper iron sword. It's not that there's absolutely no stock. Some big shots are selling mid-level weapons with decent attributes. But I don't even have a high-level military unit. Spending all my money on a mid-level weapon would be foolish. I just want to wholesale some cheap and durable fodder weapons. Oh, why is it so difficult? If you dislike the blueprints from the workshop, just spend money to upgrade to a level 2 workshop. If I had the money to upgrade to a level 2 building, would I be here complaining about being broke? I would have become a big shot long ago. Just as the group was frantically complaining. Latest intel. A shocking scoop. The Analysis Emperor suddenly flooded the chat. A new shop has just opened in the trading area, stocked with piles of ordinary and low-level weapons. The prices are fair. Hurry and grab them if you want to buy. Which shop is so brazen? They actually have such terrifying stock. Surely it's run by Tiantang Xingdian or Xinghong Shuezu, some top-tier guild, right? They must have a major faction backing them. Ordinary folk can't compete. Wrong on all counts. This shop is called Huanminggu. Its background is untraceable, but it's clearly the front for a hidden powerhouse. Stop chatting. If you hesitate, you'll get nothing left. Damn, save me too. Lingzhou City, First Trading District. Huanming Guest Shop occupies a prime location. The name was lazily chosen by Lin Yan. He deliberately did not use the two characters Yinhu. The global #1 reputation of Yinhu was simply too loud. Who knew how many eyes were watching? Great fame draws attention. Quiet profiteering is the wiser path. Even without the Yinhu sign, the sheer volume of affordable gear met the desperate demand of billions of novices. The moment items were listed, the news spread like wildfire. Countless customers surged like maniacs, tearing at the thresholds. The first batch of Moshion weapons on the shelves was sold out in under 10 minutes. In the shop's backroom, proprietor Fei Yue had somehow produced a pair of black-rimmed glasses and put them on. The high-slit, pristine white robe combined with those intellectual spectacles made her the very image of a seductively restrained female secretary. She lifted a pale finger and adjusted the frames. Her long, crossed alabaster legs flickered beneath the hem of her robe. Fei Yue instructed the nearby Yeme, who was hauling crates. Time's about right. Put the second batch on the shelves. And remember, raise all prices by 30%. Got it, boss. Yeme dressed in tight, cutaway leather bent to lift a heavy crate of weapons. Prices were raised across the board. Outside, the lords cursed and called them profiteers. Yet curses aside, their actions betrayed them. The newly displayed weapons were seized clean in an instant. The shop roared with voices crazier than a heist. The newbie group in Tianhai City exploded in chatter. I got them. I snapped up 30 saber blades in one go. Too bad they were the pricier second batch. Feels like I lost 100 million. Ha ha ha. I was faster. Grabbed the cheap first batch and made a killing. You're hilarious. Didn't you notice the first batch, though cheap, had edges nearly rolled flat? The second batch may cost more, but they're 90% like new. Enough bickering. You keep staring at low-tier gear. Does nobody glance at the high-end section? This Huanminggu even has mid-tier staves. They even sell high-tier defensive soft armor. Not just soft armor. I even saw a dozen heavy skeletal ballistae. The chat collectively drew a breath. What sort of deity runs this shop? They're even selling heavy siege. Watching the scrolling, astonished comments, Lin Yan reclined on a massive bear hide, thrown a smug smile playing at his lips. Indeed, it was me. In the Tianhai City newbie chat, the solo lords lavished unbridled praise on Huanminggu, a torrent of sincere admiration. After all, except for Lu Rian, no one knew that the daily gold-minting crooked shop's mastermind was a greenhorn who had just left the novice village. Talented people blind others wherever they go. Lin Yan, comfortably seated on the broad bear hide, thrown merrily, opened his private chat. Lu Rian shocked. Lu Rian. Lin Yan, congratulations on your fortune. Which high-tier monster stronghold did you just clear to bring out this heavy armory? I'd like to order a few more flowing mist robes. Can I get a bulk discount? Lu Ruyan, I'm pity. Lin Yan casually replied, congratulations to us both. For group prices, go to the shop's back room and speak to Feiyue. I'm swamped with duties and don't manage the shop's accounts. He took his gaze from the screen. Baiji knelt obediently by the throne, draped only in a thin translucent red veil, her long snow-white legs crossed. Her slender jade fingers pinched a piece of golden oil-dripping roasted meat and fed it to Lin Yan. He bit down, savoring the fragrance. With a casual lift of his hand, he drew her supple narrow waist into his embrace, his palm clamping hard on the round firmness of her hips. The exquisite fox maiden uttered a sweet indulgent cry and melted into his arms. Indeed, he was swamped with affairs. On the other end of the private chat, Lu Ruyan fell utterly silent after reading Lin Yan's reply. At the thought of Feiyue in black-rimmed glasses and her high-slit white robe, Lu Ruyan's skin crawled. This was no exemplary healer. She was a merciless business witch, an unbeatable negotiator. Every confrontation left Lu Ruyan led by the nose. Of a few words would wrap her in confusion, and only at home would she realize she had been shortchanged. It was maddening. Yet across the entire First Trading District, there was no second shop that could wholesale high-tier life-saving equipment. With tears in her eyes, Lu Ruyan opened the trading interface and forced herself to face the great demon Feiyue. She would accept being fleeced. The Abyss Maxiong tribe's reserves were astonishing. The Fox Maidens not only stripped the armor from the corpses littering the ground, but also dug up mountains of pristine stock from the lairs' underground warehouses. It seemed some clever upper ranks among the Maxiong had been hoarding strategic supplies. Unfortunately for them, they'd run into Lin Yan and his band of brigands. The Fox Maidens picked through the warehouses, reserving a few of the finest weapons for themselves. The remaining rusty iron, however, still amounted to a vast pile. Lin Yan did not allow Feiyue to dump everything at once into the trading square. A mass sell-off would spark market panic and deeply depress prices. He instructed Feiyue to stagger the listings, releasing a little stock each day, so the flow would be steady. This would lock prices and maximize profit without arousing too much envy. Though Huanming Guess renown had already shaken the entire first trading layer, Lin Yan opened the back end to tally the accounts. In just half an evening, Huanming had earned 46000 soul crystals. In addition to 11 pure elements, a few sold high-tier robes and mid-tier weapons carried manufacturing costs, but the ransacked Maxiong scrap weapons were 100% pure profit. Lin Yan glanced at the territory dashboard totals. Soul crystals 243000, pure element stones 62, instant wealth. Assaulting a major monster lair is time-consuming and arduous, but the returns are outrageous, tens of times faster than the slow grind of claiming wastelands. With this horde, the territory's advanced infrastructure can finally be built with eyes closed. Back among the ruined lair, the Fox Maidens were still thunderously dismantling buildings. Feiyue was a consummate workaholic. She operated on two fronts, teleporting to the shop to fleece big spenders, then leaping back to the ruins. Each return, she unfailingly excavated a few concealed rare ores from piles of rubble. Lin Yan half suspected their exemplary healer had awakened some hidden knack for treasure hunting. Manual labor couldn't be rushed. Bored, Lin Yan cradled the fragrant Baiji and idly opened the chat. The classmates' group chat was indeed a time sink. At that moment, the class richest Luo Feng was frantically tagging him, Leader Lin. Lin, big boss. Free to play a few rounds at the Lingzhu City Arena today. An ordinary classmate wailed, the arena? That money pit that burns 1,000 soul crystals an hour. We can't afford it. We can't even fill our troops. Luo Feng sent a disdainful emoji. Have you not read the official announcement? The Tianhai City Lords Grand Alliance has covered the bill for us rookies. They've long-term leased a large battle space and opened it free of charge. There are limited slots, but if you're fast you can grab one. Lin Yan paused. He hadn't known there was a free vent. He checked the back end. Indeed, a guild notice had popped up during the afternoon battle and had dismissed it as nuisance. He had nearly missed a prime free opportunity. Still, why would seasoned veteran lords on Earth be so magnanimous as to pay for rookies? Luo Feng continued to explain in the group. Have you forgotten the schedule? The rookie tournament is approaching. On day 4 of the descent comes the defensive monster frenzy. On day 31, it's the server-wide newcomer championship. This is one of only 2 limited events during our novice period that grants the system's Heaven Dao rewards. Once the 30 days pass, joining tower challenges will pit us against centuries-old monsters. They could crush us with the slightest flick. So we must seize this final rookie tournament. Even without placing, the arena is the best real combat platform to hone troop combat skills. Don't you want to go? Besides, it's free, double the delight. Regarding the newly launched rookie championship, which Luo Feng had been enthusiastically promoting in their group chat, Lin Yan leaned against the soft headboard of his bed, vague memories stirring in his mind. It had been briefly mentioned in high school textbooks. The rules were simple. First, the tournament was presided over directly by the world laws of the Endless Continent, guaranteeing absolute fairness. Second, the rewards were staggeringly generous. Rumor held that the overall champion would receive a mythic-tier troop-building structure outright. Yet teachers seldom elaborated on it during class. For the Rookie Championship was an exclusive stage reserved solely for the world's most elite prodigies. Unlike the Monster Siege, where survival demanded literal life-or-death struggle. Though free of mortal peril, the tournament imposed impossibly high entry thresholds. The vast majority of ordinary lords lacked even the qualification to compete, relegated instead to spectator seats reduced to impassive onlookers shouting hollow cheers. That was all. Lin Yan rose from bed. Beside him Bai Ji and Bai Rou still slept soundly. He gently tapped twice on Bai Ji's smooth silken back. Neither of the two mythic-tier fox immortals stirred. He dressed quietly. With a mere thought his form dissolved into a sapphire streak, and reappeared instantly within Lord City. Arriving, he first glanced from afar at his Illusory Dream Pavilion in the first trading district. Business remained frenetic, the threshold nearly worn away by relentless foot traffic. He did not disturb Fei Yue, who was busily counting coins, and instead teleported directly to Arena Sector 10010. Before him loomed a colossal, awe-inspiring Roman-style Colosseum, its towering spires vanishing into the clouds. Standing beneath its grand gate, one felt smaller than an ant. Even a dragon dozens of meters tall would coil humbly before this arena. Within its depths lay countless mirrored combat realms, folded layers of dimensional space. Here battles carried no true mortality. Fallen troops vanished without consequence. It was a perfectly simulated hyper-realistic phantasmal realm, ideal for honing battlefield acumen or testing tactical formations, an unparalleled training ground. Veteran lords frequented it daily, though the exorbitant entrance fee of 1,000 soul crystals per hour priced out novices entirely. Today, however, a guild elder was covering costs. Missing it was unthinkable. Brother Lin, over here. The moment Lin Yan entered the main hall, Luo Feng waved excitedly from a distance. Lin Yan approached, exchanged polite greetings, and followed instructions to room 7499. It was a spacious, silvery white virtual chamber already filled with scores of novice lords from Tianhai City. Some queued patiently, others absorbed in live matches. Lin Yan had barely settled when a delicate snow lotus fragrance drifted toward him. Lu Rian strode forward swiftly, her long, elegant legs carrying her straight to his side. Classmate Lin Yan, long time no see. She bit gently on her dewy red lips, her voice laced with plaintive reproach. Why does every transaction with your shop leave me feeling utterly fleeced? Not even a bone fragment remains. Silence crashed upon the room like a frozen tide. Lu Rian, the Ice Queen of Tianhai City, the unattainable academic goddess and campus beauty, had just spoken to Lin Yan in a tone trembling with girlish petulance. Something was clearly amiss between them. Over 100 male classmates heard those words, and their hearts shattered simultaneously. Envy flared white-hot. They longed to rush forward and challenge Lin Yan to single combat. Yet the memory of his 7th-tier epic-tier troops instantly quelled their bravado. Swallowing tears, they retreated inward, leaving behind only an eerie charged silence. Luo Feng cleared his throat to break the tension. Ahem. This complimentary private suite holds only 10 dual slots, and they're all occupied. Let's begin by observing others' matches. At the chamber's center floated a massive holographic screen broadcasting live battles among Tianhai City's rookies. Some lords even rolled up sleeves to grapple monsters barehanded. Yet, to Lin Yan's eye, the fights unfolding on-screen resembled nothing more than squabbling fledglings devoid of artistry or depth. Even Luo Feng grew drowsy and switched channels. Low-tier matches are dull. Let's watch something elite. Quick look at room 8848. Top rookies clashing. Lin Yan lifted his gaze to the main screen. A large-scale 100 versus 100 legion battle unfolded across a standard mountainous terrain. On the left stood a lord commanding 2 troop types. A horde of grotesque 2-headed ogres backed by ogre shamans wielding massive bone clubs, every one a 6th-tier sovereign class unit. A formidable commander wielding dual sovereign-tier troops. Yet what truly stole breaths was the formation on the right, a blinding cascade of white light. Dozens of rogue nuns clad in tight, white garments, their eyes veiled in black cloth, chanted softly. Before them hovered ethereal humanoid energy beings, graceful in form, radiating searing white luminescence. 5th-tier commander class blind nuns. 7th-tier epic class holy light spirits. And astonishingly, 18 of those epic-tier light spirits. They'd barely emerged from the beginner phase. How could anyone possibly amass 18 7-tier epic troops? These are Heaven Faction's resource-fueled prodigies. Luo Feng swallowed hard, his voice edged with bitter envy. backed by a cosmic tier faction, a few high-rarity recruitment cards delivered down the chain can rocket them to dominance within days. Blind nuns and light spirits, both signature troops of the Heaven faction. Ponder that carefully. Around them, every classmate turned instantly into sour-faced lemons. If only we could latch onto such a faction, counting money while lying flat. Oomph. Luophone scoffed, dousing their fantasy without mercy. Do you think major guilds run charities? Accept their resources and you become their hound. Most of the divine tier rewards won in the rookie championship must be surrendered to guild elders. Ultimately, the rookie championship is little more than a grand showcase, where top factions flex their might. Of course, lone masters like Brother Lin and Goddess Lu, who forged dual high-tier troops through sheer personal prowess, possess genuine strength to contest rankings against them. Lu Yan and Lin Yan. Every gaze in the chamber snapped toward them, especially Lin Yan's, now laden with profound reverence. Whispers had spread widely. This fearsome lord commanded not only an epic-tier fox spirit, but also a 90-year legendary celestial dragon. Untouchable. Absolutely untouchable. On screen, the Heaven faction's prodigy swept aside the ogres effortlessly. The match concluded. The rookie duelists hastily vacated room 7499, yielding the arena to Lin Yan and Lu Yan. Senior Lin, please go first. Great master. Take the controls. Lu Yan had intended to enter first, testing the pure water nymph's combat limits. But seeing Lin Yan prepare to step forward, she lit up with keen anticipation, standing beside him ready to observe closely. Luophone and the others watched, eyes gleaming. They'd only seen photos in group chats, never witnessed Lin Yan's troops unleash their true power firsthand. Without hesitation, Lin Yan stepped into the duel circle. Available duel modes: 1 vs 1, 10 vs 10, 100 vs 100, or territory assault. In territory assault, one's home base would be replicated precisely. Lin Yan had no intention of exposing his black iron fortress cluster, or the dense array of advanced defensive towers, to outsiders. A 100 vs 100 battle would likewise reveal the total troop count of Yenu territory. After brief consideration, he decisively tapped the interface. 1 vs 1 duel mode locked. Deploy one combatant, or enter the arena personally. Opponent currently being matched. The surroundings dissolved and reformed. A desolate wilderness choked with weeds scattered with barren earthen mounds. Lin Yan's perspective automatically ascended, granting a godlike view over the entire arena. Environmentally flawless, 100 immersive. This dual format tested raw stats and martial finesse alone. It was the perfect crucible for refining elite troops. Now came the question among his household's legion of peerless beauties. Each terrifyingly powerful, each breathtakingly alluring. Which fortunate fox maiden would he select to play with the unfortunate opponent? Since it was a randomly matched unknown duel, the selection of candidates had to be carefully considered. Lin Yan did not want to see his stunning beauty bullied by an ugly beast on the arena. Even though dying in the illusion wouldn't cause him to lose a hair, and he could surrender at any time, he would never agree to it. Protecting those close to him is a basic quality of a lord. Therefore, sending ordinary low-tier soldiers to act as punching bags was definitely not an option. However, throwing Bai Ji Bai Ro or the truly divine potential Lilith into the fray would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito, completely unnecessary. These ladies usually fought in high-end matches starting at the epic level. Coming to a fish pond match to bully weak opponents was purely a waste of time. After much contemplation, Lin Yan settled on a perfect candidate. Qingxi. Just a couple of days ago, she had broken through to the 5th stage's primary level, using an evolution stone, becoming a 9 nether enchantress. Strong in power and obedient, she was just right for honing her unknown skills in the virtual battle. Lin Yan opened the arena's control panel and communicated with the troops using his lord privileges. He directly sent Qingxi's phantom into the battle space. In a field overgrown with weeds, a tall and alluring figure stepped out slowly from the blinding white light. Qingxi wore a tight black bodycon dress and high-heeled boots, exuding the irresistible allure of a mature fairy. Her beautiful eyes darted around to quickly assess her surroundings, and a ball of ghostly blue hellfire erupted in her fair palm as she entered a state of readiness. Outside the battle space, the newcomers in Tianhai City erupted in excitement in the spectator seats. Here it comes, here it comes. Lin Boss troops are on the field. Damn, an unparalleled beauty. Is this the legendary high-level fox spirit? That figure, those long legs. I can barely stand. In front of her, I feel like my halfwork is nothing but a pile of dog poop. Of course, she's an epic level. We are all low-tier cannon fodder. This is a crushing disparity in life levels. A group of single dogs in the audience drooled madly. However, after the initial shock, someone quickly raised a question. To be fair, the fox spirit is indeed stunning. But I thought in an unknown duel Lin Boss would send out a level 9 legendary dragon. Once this was said, many nodded in agreement. Although the fox demon is fierce, there are several insurmountable gaps between epic and legendary levels. Without a doubt, the dragon's combat power is certainly more terrifying than that of the fox spirit. You all don't understand a thing. In the crowd, the Analysis Emperor adjusted his reflective glasses with a smug smile that seemed to see through everything. Lin Boss drawing the dragon was something that just happened yesterday. Meanwhile, this batch of fox spirits has been out there grinding monsters since the first day. There was a gap of several days in development time. No matter how outrageous the dragon's bloodline, a newly born dragon is merely a hatchling and cannot instantly bridge several days of level difference. Without a doubt, at this stage Lin Boss' strongest ace is still these fox spirit sisters with unfathomable levels. Sending the fox spirits into battle is indeed the safest strategy. Everyone suddenly understood. Turns out there was so much more to it. As expected of the Analysis Emperor, he had grasped Lin Boss' troop arrangement even before the battle began. No matter how one looked at it, Lin Boss' fox spirit made one's heart race. She was definitely a formidable character, just as everyone was wildly imagining. A few hundred meters away on the opposite side of the wilderness, a bright light also shone. A halfer clad in heavy armor of bright yellow wielding a giant battle axe roared as he stepped forward. With a 4th-tier extraordinary potential, a Minotaur berserker. Of course, in the virtual illusion, the audience could not discern the true level of this bull. Even the Analysis Emperor could only guess. Above the battlefield, a massive red countdown timer roared into view. 10, 9, 8. The Minotaur gripped the giant axe tightly with both hands. At the moment the countdown hit 0, it let out a deafening roar, and its massive body charged out of the white light. Its powerful legs stomped deep into the grass, maneuvering in an incredibly agile shape as it rushed toward Qingxi. Boom. A ball of ghostly blue 9 nether hellfire accompanied by a piercing sound of breaking air instantly pierced through the Minotaur's heavy helmet. The headless corpse of the Minotaur, propelled by its own momentum, ran forward several meters before crashing down into the mud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding. Battle ended. You earned a victory point. Do you want to continue matching for the next battle? The second opponent is being matched. In the audience seats. At the very second the countdown hit 0, the Analysis Emperor was passionately explaining, "Everyone look." The Minotaur charged in. It used a very cunning-shaped serpentine movement. This is clearly a veteran who often deals with ranged mages. It even intentionally kicked up dust to obscure the fox spirit's vision. If the distance closes to 30 meters, the Minotaur would be able to use its deadly axe for a close combat. Surprise. 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 It couldn't surprise anymore. The Analysis Emperor's voice caught in his throat, as if someone had suddenly choked him. His speech had already been rapid, and in just a few seconds had delivered a lengthy professional commentary. But he was still too late. Because the moment the countdown ended, the battle had already concluded. The Minotaur had merely taken a few steps before its body had gone cold. Only then did the watching students realize with a start. It's over. What just happened? Hundreds of eyes fixed intently on the Analysis Emperor. The Analysis Emperor instinctively raised a hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. To be honest, he hadn't seen it clearly either. He himself had brought a garbage cannon-fodder troop. With mere mortal eyes, how could he possibly discern the casting trajectory of the 9 nether enchantress? If he could see clearly, he would have gone into the arena to charge for the leaderboard himself. However, to preserve his title as Analysis Emperor, his mind raced as he forced himself to recover the situation. Clearly, at the very instant the battle began, Lin Boss Fox Spirit didn't even blink an eye, raising her hand to instantaneously cast a high-level spell. The ghostly blue fox fire crossed several hundred meters, accurately locking onto the Minotaur's head. This is absolute level suppression. The Analysis Emperor pretended to be calm. Magic troops inherently counter heavy melee fighters. Moreover, this is an epic-level fox demon whose spellcasting speed and spell penetration completely crushed the opponent. Therefore, although this battle was a tad quick, it was entirely reasonable. Oh, now I understand. The surrounding students collectively gasped. The Analysis Emperor wiped his cold sweat and finally managed to regain control of the situation. Lin Boss Black Silk Fox Spirit was simply fierce enough to make one's scalp tingle. The slaughter in the virtual battle space was utterly one-sided. Qingxi was simply overwhelming in her strength. No matter what kind of monsters appeared on the opposite side, they were all sent away with a single shot of ethereal blue ghost fire, sparing even the need for a finishing blow. From beginning to end, this alluring fox lady in a tight-fitting dress didn't step out of the white circle on the ground even once. High-grade magic bloodline, it's just outrageous. As long as her mana isn't drained, defeating low-level noobs is as easy as cutting grass with your eyes closed. It's so frustrating. My mouth is filled with the taste of lemons. Just look at the enchanting fox fairy, stunningly beautiful, with a figure that's incredibly alluring. Boss Lin has a stunning beauty accompanying him every day. Brother, you need to correct your understanding. Boss Lin isn't just hanging around with one fox fairy in his lair, he has dozens of top-tier beauties, switching them out daily without repeating. Classmate A. Classmate B. A crowd of boys in the audience fell directly to their knees. A thick sour taste spread rapidly throughout the silver-white hall. Not to mention the male lord, even several female classmates couldn't help but swallow hard at Qing Si's flawless fiery figure. Luo Feng cleared his throat a couple of times, and quickly straightened the building. Focus on the match. Right, focus on the match. The Analysis Emperor adjusted his glasses. The previous matches were merely practice rounds. The Fox Fairy hasn't even warmed up yet. But as Boss Lin's winning streak skyrocketed, the system would surely match him with real tough opponents. The upcoming battles would be worth watching. Ding. Opponent match successfully. Please prepare, Lord. As the win rate increased, the system expanded the battle map wildly to give high-tier units room to move. The scene transformed. It instantly became a high-temperature raging volcanic region. The main volcano in the center was spewing thick black smoke, and scalding red lava was flowing down the dark rock walls. The heat waves rolled, warping even the air. A light column on the left lit up, and Qing Si, wearing high-heeled boots, stepped into the arena with an elegant and enticing catwalk. And on the opposite side, over 1,000 meters away, a massive light beam, dozens of times thicker, crashed down. The light faded. A terrifying beast covered in thick red scales with wings spanning over 20 meters appeared in everyone's sight, radiating overwhelming ferocity. Its vertical crimson serpent eyes scanned the arena with a chilling, murderous intent. Even with the absolutely safe virtual barrier between them, the newcomers in the audience felt an intense chill to their bones. A dragon. A giant dragon. The opponent in this match is actually a living giant dragon. The crowd erupted in chaos, panic spreading wildly. The visual pressure from the giant dragon was overwhelming. In the food chain of the endless continent, dragons were always synonymous with power, destruction, and disaster. Textbooks emphasized countless times the monstrous combat power of dragonkind. What's there to panic about? Our boss Lin's Fox Demon is also a high-tier unit, so why fear a brute dragon? That said, the Analysis Emperor swallowed nervously, his voice trembling slightly. There's also a hierarchy, even among dragons. If it were the lowest grade bone dragon, it would at most be epic mid-tier. But look closely. This is a pure blood red dragon. The dragon is primarily known for its physical strength, with a guaranteed potential of mid-tier legendary tier, with potential reaching the 8th tier. Meanwhile, the audience's understanding of the Fox Lady still lingered at the epic 7th tier. That's a significant gap. How could they possibly fight? The delicate and beautiful Fox Fairy in her black silk skirt, facing off against an armored Tatha-teeth terrifying dragon. The scene looked like a lamb entering the tiger's den. Many closed their eyes, fearing to witness the brutal scene of the stunning beauty being torn apart by the giant dragon. On the other end of the battlefield, Lin Yan leaned against the virtual throne from an omniscient perspective, casting his gaze over to the opposite side. The opposing lord was a half-dragon man with a face full of excess flesh. The half-dragon lord stared intensely at the alluring Qing Si, his vertical pupils filled with frantic jealousy. So it's a high-tier fox demon. The potential of a red dragon absolutely overshadows that of this fox spirit. But looking at Qing Si's naturally enchanting face and alluring figure, the half-dragon lord was still driven mad with jealousy. He wanted a powerful unit. He wanted a fiery beauty even more. But all he had was a heavy foul. A top-tier unit like a fox demon is something an ordinary person wouldn't encounter in 8 lifetimes. If I can't have this exquisite beauty, I might as well destroy her. Don't kill her in one bite, rip off her hands and feet little by little. The half-dragon lord issued his instructions viciously. He felt certain of his victory. After all, he held a legendary pure blood red dragon. The red dragon let out a thunderous roar, suddenly spreading its wings and gliding towards Qing Si slowly, like a butcher toying with its prey. Do you really think having wings makes you invincible? Lin Yan shook his head. If Qing Si were merely an ordinary epic-level dream fox, facing the red dragon would indeed be a bit challenging. But Qing Si had just evolved with the evolution stone a few days ago, completing her bloodline transition. Now she possessed the potential of a silver demigod, a 9 nether charm fox. Not only was she not weaker than the red dragon, but she actually overshadowed it. Qing Si's beautiful eyes focused. She raised her fair hand. 9 spheres of deep cold ghost fire instantly formed at her fingertips, resembling 9 deadly shooting stars tearing through the sky. 9 stars aligned. The red dragon's vertical pupils suddenly constricted, its hardened scales erupting as it sensed a deadly threat. It opened its gaping maw, unleashing a powerful fiery breath that painted half the sky red. Boom! 9 ghost fires surged like armor-piercing missiles pushing against the dragon's breath, crashing against the dragon's massive head with a deafening explosion. The thunderous roar echoed through the volcanic crater. As the thick smoke cleared, the once mighty red dragon was left with shattered scales, its wings riddled with large holes, blood gushing out. Fear filled its eyes. It suddenly turned its massive body and dove straight into the scalding volcanic crater, using its racial immunity to flames to hide in the lava for survival. The pride of the dragon shattered into pieces. But the tactic worked, using the lava's cover to evade the lethal onslaught. Qingxi in her high-heeled boots walked gracefully to the edge of the volcano. Ghost fire gathered again in her palm. Just then the massive body of the red dragon suddenly erupted from the bottom of the lava, creating a roaring wave of flames, opening its tooth-filled maw and lunging straight for Qingxi. This was its long-planned lethal ambush. But it missed completely. The ethereal blue ghost fire covered the glaring lava. Qingxi stepped on the void, resembling a beautiful deity of flame control. Her long and curvy legs gently crossed in midair, and she landed firmly on the broad back of the red dragon. The slender heel of her boot slammed down hard. The immense force shattered the red dragon's spine. The red dragon cried out in despair and struggled. Qingxi remained unperturbed. With a sudden grip of her fair palm, a long, ethereal blue blade, formed entirely from the 9 ghost flames, appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, the blue blade carved a perfect crescent in midair. A second later, a gnarly, massive dragon head, still filled with confusion and fear, rolled down the volcano. With a splash, it fell into the lava, sending up a few sparks. Ding! The red dragon has perished. This duel is over. On the opposite side, the half-dragon lord, who had just been so arrogant, looked as if someone had grabbed him by the throat. His face turned crimson, his eyes nearly bulging out before he transformed into white light and was forcibly expelled from the space. The audience of over 100 people fell into a grave-like silence. The entire battle process was absurdly quick. The longest duration was ironically the few seconds it took for Qingxi to walk elegantly to the edge of the volcano. Is this what you call a fight? This is clearly a brutal massacre. Can the fox fairy really hammer the giant dragon? Is this dragon just too weak, merely a facade? What do you think, Analysis Emperor? In the audience, there were individuals like Luo Feng, a second-generation guild member with a deep background, as well as Lu Yan, a highly regarded prodigy by the school. But at this moment, everyone wore the same expression. Shock. Terrified to the point of their scalps tingling. Zhao Qian was so frightened that his legs trembled, silently vowing never to flaunt the Earth Dragon in the grade group again. The icy school beauty Lu Yan stared intently at Qingxi, who had not yet exited the arena. Her clear eyes were filled with seriousness. The gap in strength is too great. It's not that the red dragon is merely a facade, it's that the fox fairy's combat power overflowed entirely. As soon as she made a move, she completely controlled the situation. Even if I brought my strongest pure water fairy, she would have been instantly annihilated. Next to him, the Analysis Emperor fell into deep silence. A bold and terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind. But it's just a fox demon. Boss Lin has raised an entire battalion of stunning beauties. The Analysis Emperor swallowed hard, forcibly pushing his speculation back down, not daring to. As the system notification announcing the end of the battle echoed, Lin Yan decisively pressed the decline. With a swirl of light and shadow, his virtual consciousness returned to the silvery resting hall. The atmosphere in the hall was eerily tense. All the new lords of Tianhai City looked at Lin Yan as if he were a living monster. Lin, please accept. An epic-level fox spirit can actually tear apart a pure-blood dragon. Today has truly opened my eyes. I don't even dare to hope for a high-level fox demon. I just wish the system would send me a few ordinary spirits to wash my eyes. Luo Feng snapped back to reality from his shock, swallowing hard as he asked, Boss Lin, why did you come out? While the feeling is good, you should keep pushing for points. It's too dark. Lin Yan casually replied, I'm still standing in the wild outskirts. I need to hurry back home and sleep soundly with my fox lady. Luofeng, Zhao Qian. The crowd of over 100 was collectively petrified. In the wild outskirts, he still dares to focus on sending his strongest combat power to the virtual arena to bully the weak. Don't you fear that wild beasts might suddenly charge out to steal your home? Is this the confidence of a top-tier boss? Everyone instantly felt utterly convinced. Even jealousy couldn't rise. They're not even in the same dimension. What could be compared? In fact, Lin Yan came out purely because his lord ranking was too low at the moment. The matches were all with a bunch of noobs. Even if he continued, it would be a one-sided slaughter, completely lacking in challenge. It was better to save time and return to handle important matters. Who? A gentle breeze brushed past. Lin Yan's consciousness instantly snapped back to reality. In the ruins of the Demon Bear tribe, a roaring bonfire illuminated the surroundings brightly. Glancing at the time, it was already nearing 10 o'clock at night. Master, everything has been accounted for, Byro approached to report. When they arrived, the Fox Lattice team only had over 70 people. But now with the newly recruited humans, dwarves, and elven slaves, the total number had nearly reached 300. These slaves were powerless, mostly first-tier commoners. In the pitch darkness, it was impossible to lead such a group of deadweight back to the Yinhu territory. Lin Yan decisively decided to temporarily settle this group of laborers in the ruins of the Demon Bear's lair. The space here was just right. With a bit of tidying up, it could serve as a temporary mining camp. He turned to Byro and Luo Li. You two stay behind with 10 dreaming foxes to guard here. The Demon Bear camp was filthy and smelly. The air was filled with the stench of fermenting blood and rotten flesh. It was fine to let this group of laborers find a straw stack to cope for a night, but to let the delicate, fragrant fox spirits and sword maidens stay in such a garbage dump would absolutely break Lin Yan's heart. He immediately summoned the terminal panel. Resource deduction. Boom. The ground trembled slightly. A versatile spiritual tower radiating gentle white light suddenly rose in the center of the ruins. Then Lin Yan placed 2 thunderbolt crossbow towers on either side of the spiritual tower, forming a completely enclosed clean stronghold. Tonight, take the sisters inside to sleep, but it's clean in there. With the turrets watching over, you all can relax. Byro's eyes brimmed with tears of gratitude as she puffed out her proud chest, her ample bosom quivering violently. I guarantee to complete the task. She sweetly leaned closer to Lin Yan's ear, blowing warm air. Take it slow on the road, master. If anything unexpected happens, I will directly inform my sister through resonance. With everything arranged, Lin Yan prepared to head back home. His mount was still the chaotic dragon Lady Lilith with divine potential. However, there was a small problem at present. Turning to look, the healer Feiyue was still in the shop acting as the greedy shopkeeper, and Night Charm was busy dealing with other chores. Both women's consciousnesses were completely immersed in the system interface, their physical bodies remaining motionless. They resembled exquisite figurines with the power unplugged. Leaving them behind was definitely not an option. Lin Yan stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Feiyue's slender waist. The night deepened, and the blood-red moon hung high in the sky. Lilith transformed into her half-dragon form, carrying everyone in low flight. The speed was very slow. Although there was Baiji, a terrifying powerhouse of the main god level in the team, the endless continent was perilously deep. Countless veteran lords had proven through bloody histories that recklessly wandering in the dark would undoubtedly end badly. On either side were thick war mists as gray and white as city walls, exuding an aura of the unknown and danger. Vision was severely obstructed. Even someone as strong as Baiji would have difficulty discerning what monstrous beings lay hidden in the depths of the gray fog. Lin Yan stared at the surging fog. Suddenly a line of golden dazzling prompts leaped into view before his eyes, without warning. Hidden prompt between 105623 and 105629, use the fog dissipation pearl to strike the 6th mist block from the left. You can seize a great opportunity. Lin Yan's heart skipped a beat. The external intervention not only allowed blind boxes to be opened, but could also accurately predict fog dispelling and treasure hunting. He was glad that he had brought a few fog dissipation pearls before leaving home. He made Lilith hover in midair. Lin Yan tightly held the countdown, and once the time was up, the pearl in his hand transformed into a beam of white light and fiercely smashed into the dense fog. Boom! The white mist rolled back and dissipated like boiling water. The space subtly warped. An extremely piercing dark red light instantly pierced through the night, illuminating the entire area in a blood-red hue like a hellish blood pool. Vision suddenly cleared. In the barren black earth, a solitary tree stood tall. Its trunk exhibited an eerie withered brown, and its branches twisted and struggled, adorned with blood-red fruits that throbbed like hearts. Just a glance sent shivers down one's spine, as if some catastrophic calamity was gestating. Lin Yan did not let Lilith approach. He quickly opened the terminal's encyclopedia, comparing for a while, before finally finding the information on this thing in a classified document. Tree of Demons. A terrifying plant from the Abyssal Hell series, starting at the 9th tier of legendary level. Wherever it takes root, given time, it will undoubtedly become a high-tier demon's carnival nest. A very dangerous top-tier tumor. However, Lin Yan carefully examined the solitary trunk ahead. It was too small. Compared to the colossal entity depicted in the encyclopedia, it was indeed a petite version by a factor of 10. This was clearly a seedling that had just broken ground. Lin Yan stared at the pulsating blood-red fruits, a greedy smile creeping onto his lips. There is a common understanding in the Endless Continent. Specially mutated wild monsters have a drop rate that far exceeds that of ordinary small monsters. The orbs they drop are likely to contain rare treasures. The abyssal demon tree before them is an extreme anomaly even among special monsters. It is both a living entity and a monster lair capable of spawning troops in a frenzy. Where the demon tree takes root is a breeding ground for demons. If I encounter a fully grown one, I will absolutely turn and run, even moving my territory overnight. Because an adult demon tree can casually spew forth thousands of high-ranking demon seeds. However, it's just a newly sprouted seedling. Lin Yan smiled like a villain and directly turned to give Baiji a knowing glance. As husband and wife share a mind, Baiji instantly understood. The breathtaking fox spirit raised her Qi Yin spirit staff, and a fox fire arrow shot towards the trunk of the demon tree. Boom! The fire exploded. The trunk shook violently, immediately emitting a sharp, piercing wail. This was an indiscriminate mental piercing. From hundreds of meters away, Lin Yan felt as if a steel needle had been forcibly driven into his brain. His body staggered. "Protect the master," Baiji exclaimed. Just as she was preparing to assist the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith beneath, Lin Yan took action first. Lilith's dark purple eyes suddenly flashed, and a circle of black chaotic force spread out, instantly swallowing all mental impacts cleanly. Only then did Lin Yan regain his composure. Seeing the master injured, the fox maidens were utterly enraged. Dare to harm the master. Seeking death. All the fox maidens instantly entered a frenzied state, raising their staffs with murderous intent. At this moment, the reddish-brown fruits hanging from the demon tree seemed to have been stimulated, swelling up like balloons and crashing onto the black soil. With a crack, they split open. Hideous demons with wrinkled faces crawled out from the fruit, flesh roaring as they charged towards the airborne fox maidens. Lava flame demon, bloodthirsty maniac, and a few fear demons that could be cultivated into epic monsters. It's a pity. The demon tree is still in its juvenile stage and severely malnourished. These little demons that were born, although possessing immense potential, are all at the king and epic level at the start. But their true fighting power is a pathetic 3rd or 4th tier, barely reaching 5th tier. In front of the fox maidens' high-level magic, they were as fragile as paper. They were instantly reduced to ashes. From over 20 demon corpses, 2 dazzling green orbs floated up. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Everyone hold on. Don't rush to finish off the tree. Apply some pressure to force it to continue spawning. Baiji immediately understood. Drawing the abyssal gaze, he directly unleashed an imposing 9-star convergence. Boom. The fire rain, deliberately avoiding critical spots, struck the bark, causing the strange plant to tremble wildly and scream repeatedly. Just as Lin Yan expected, the demon tree was thoroughly panicked, and blood-red fruits began to coalesce densely on its branches. The quantity had multiplied several times compared to before. Over 100 fruits rapidly fell to the ground. Hundreds of mid to high-ranking demons with astonishing potential burst forth. Truly a moving demon breeding ground. It can still squeeze out so many monsters despite malnutrition. If it were a fully grown one, it would start with 7 or 8-tiered major demons spawning thousands at once. No wonder it's called a moving disaster. Faced with swarms of demons, the fox maidens unleashed a one-sided brutal massacre. Several green orbs erupted from the ground once more. High-potential monsters have a high drop rate. Seeing the treasures scattered on the ground, the greedy healer Fai Yu's eyes instantly sparkled, her pupils seemingly dancing with golden soul crystal symbols. With her high-slit white robe fluttering in the wind, her long fair legs darted back and forth, her impressive bosom shaking violently. She even proactively rushed to the front, pointing her staff at the demon tree and exerting pressure. Under the repeated intimidation from Fai Yu and the others, the demon tree was forced to spawn several waves of small demons. Demon tree, please just act like a decent creature. There's nothing left at all. Repeatedly farming the tree, coming and going several times. In the end, the demon tree's bare trunk, completely shriveled, truly drained dry. Lin Yan smacked his lips, a bit disdainful. Is that all? In total, there are only a few hundred demons, with just a few epic potential ones. This is truly an insult to the reputation of a disaster. He sighed and waved his hand. Directly smash it. Baiji and the others immediately unleashed their full firepower. Boom. The red fox fire and chaotic gravity intertwined, creating a grand spectacle as dirt flew. Even though the demon tree was already exhausted, becoming a mere target, its bark was surprisingly tough. The fox maidens bombarded it for a full 30 seconds before completely shattering the hard trunk into pieces. The red light faded away, leaving a massive pit several meters deep. At the bottom of the pit, 2 orbs emitting strange glows floated quietly. One blue, one red. A red treasure chest orb. Lin Yan was taken aback. No, this isn't an orb, it's a special drop unique to the demon tree. Several fox spirits flew down into the pit to retrieve the loot. The blue treasure chest orb was even larger than the one dropped by the slain cyclopes, shining with a deep piercing brilliance. It was undoubtedly a super rare item. As for the red orb, upon closer inspection it turned out to be a heart still pulsating. A faint dark red and pitch-black evil aura was emanating from its surface. Master, be very careful, this thing has strong corrosive properties, Baiji warned with a serious expression. Lin Yan nodded. Now at least with his 4th-tier extraordinary strength his body instinctively sensed the terrifying danger contained within the demon heart. If he were to grab it directly his flesh would surely be tainted by the evil power. Baiji thoughtfully summoned a pure divine fire and wrapped the heart securely before safely handing it. Lin Yan looked down to examine it. Abyssal Demon Tree core description contains the essence of the demon tree. Can be fed to units with a high probability of greatly enhancing strength and potential. But it comes with unpredictable mutation risks. Evaluation: take a gamble, a bicycle could become a motorcycle. If you lose you directly enter the ash box. Lin Yan frowned. The system's prompt was too simplistic. Its value was indeed outrageously high, but the risk was equally terrifying. If successful it might even jump 2 or 3 major tiers. If it failed the worst-case scenario would be a regression in strength, or even a self-explosion on the spot, leaving no trace behind. Such a ticking time bomb could definitely not be casually given to the delicate fox maidens. After dealing with the demon tree a group of them flew on the dragon Princess Lilith for over an hour in the night. They finally returned to the flame fox territory. Lin Yan didn't even bother to drink water before the chief steward Faiyu approached in her high heels. Master, tonight, there were only over 1,000 wild monsters attacking the territory defense line. Faiyu's voice was gentle, her long legs beneath her high-slit robe, swaying enticingly. Were they all dealt with? Yes, they were all blocked at the outer perimeter, completely cleaned up. Over 1,000 monsters would be a catastrophe for other lords' territories. But in Lin Yan's case, as long as there weren't piles of epic-level big bosses leading them, even tens of thousands of cannon fodder would be a walk in the park. After a busy night, Lin Yan finally finished handling the backlog of trivial matters in the territory. He rubbed his temples. Now that the Flame Fox territory is just getting started, there are already so many issues. What will happen when the territory expands? Won't I be overwhelmed? Complaining, Lin Yan casually pulled out the several white and green orbs that had just dropped. He crushed them one by one. Tip obtained pure element stone. Tip obtained pure element stone. Tip obtained divine item evolution stone. Tip obtained mid-tier armor blueprint spirit feather boots. After all, they were just low-level orbs yielding nothing earth-shattering. However, the evolution stone was definitely a rare treasure that everyone would fight over in the black market. After putting away these miscellaneous items, Lin Yan turned his attention back to the demon tree core. According to the system prompt, planting the demon tree core on the fox summoning altar could maximize the benefits. The night grew deeper. The fox spirit focused intently, absorbing the wandering energy of heaven and earth from the steaming hot spring. Baiji and Feiyu had long been standing quietly on either side of the altar waiting for the right moment. Moved, Lin Yan commanded. The fox fire and holy light in the air were instantly pulled towards the two women with fervor. The immense energy flowed into the altar without reservation. The massive altar was enveloped in a dreamlike aura of intertwining red and white. The 300 seconds finally passed. Lin Yan summoned his magical power to protect his palm and grabbed the pulsating core of the demon tree from the box. Absorb it. He pressed the core firmly into the center of the altar. Boom. A blinding scarlet light erupted. Textbooks emphasized countless times the monstrous combat power of dragonkind. What's there to panic about? Our boss Lin's Fox Demon is also a high-tier unit, so why fear a brute dragon? Lin Yan's heart raced to his throat. He did not know how long had passed. Ding. Summon Fox Altar has undergone a mutation. While retaining the original recruitment rules, a new special branch has awakened. High-level units, Abyssal Enchantress, can be nurtured daily. Please check the detailed attributes yourself. At this moment, the altar bore a layer of dark red bizarre patterns on its surface. Its appearance had not changed much. However, the internal mechanisms had undergone earth-shattering changes. Summon Fox Altar Grade Special Mutated Building Level 330 red-tailed foxes can be recruited each day. Each requires 30 soul crystals. Note 1. There is a chance to recruit elite-level Flame Fox Witch. There is a very low probability of triggering bloodline regression. Note 2. Upgrading the building level can increase the daily recruitment quota, but does not unlock higher-level units. Special Branch Abyssal Corruption. There is a certain probability of recruiting the epic high-level unit, Abyssal Enchantress. When triggering the branch, a large amount of soul crystals must be paid additionally, and the maximum daily recruitment of Abyssal Enchantresses cannot exceed 2. Upgrade requirements: 1 0 soul crystals, 20 pure elemental stones. Lin Yan gazed at the swirling dark red patterns on the altar's surface, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The mutated abyssal enchantress is a high-level unit eroded by abyssal power, yet capable of maintaining absolute loyalty. They excel in close-range assassination, and their combat style is entirely different from that of the Illusory Demon Fox, which only knows how to throw fireballs from the back. In a confined space, the combat power of the abyssal enchantress would undoubtedly be superior. The ordinary enchantresses are already strong enough. If paired with a dedicated enhancement, and all 30 slots are filled, what kind of divine being could I possibly summon? Lin Yan did not hesitate at all. Recruit. Consume all slots. 900 soul crystals were instantly deducted from his account. The massive altar erupted in red light. This time, however, no 30 figures emerged. All the energy was madly compressed and gathered, ultimately forming 2 deep red blood-colored cocoons at the center of the altar. Crack! The surface of the cocoons split open and 2 dark skirts fell smoothly, covering the enticing and alluring bodies inside. 2 strikingly different enchanting fox women stepped out. The one on the left wielded 2 dark red bloodthirsty daggers, gripping them tightly. Her skin radiated a wild, healthy wheat color with long legs and a slender waist adorned with eerie purple-black magical patterns. Abyssal Huntress Yulan, a mythic unit with silver demigod potential. The abyssal evil energy flows within her, yet she is naturally resistant to abyssal creatures. She is the absolute nemesis of all demons. The one on the right, dressed in a gothic-style black skirt, wore knee-high black boots. A black silk cloth band completely covered her eyes. Although her eyes were unseen, she exuded a deadly. She resembled an unfathomable black hole, drawing attention while instilling an instinctive alarm. It seemed that as long as the blindfold on her face was removed, unimaginable horrors would descend upon the world. She represented doom and destruction. Doom Blind Princess Yi Yuan, level intermediate, level 5 potential cap, lower true god skills, Shadow Blade, Catastrophe, Storm, Soul Crush, Abyssal Demon. I requires unlocking 4 abnormal skills. Among them, the Doom Blind Princess is an unparalleled product with a 1,000-fold critical hit chance. If this mutation opportunity is missed, it will never be produced again. Moreover, Yi Yuan also possesses a damage bonus against demon-type creatures. Although only at intermediate level 5, if she encounters high-level demons of levels 7 or 8, she can certainly suppress them with her restraining attributes. If only Yi Yuan's level could be directly pushed to level 7. Unfortunately, the high-level experience fruits in hand have run out. Lin Yan stroked his chin. The remaining few fruits were not enough to raise Yi Yuan to a high rank. She would have to go out and grind monsters for experience herself. As a mythic fox woman in control of catastrophe powers, Yi Yuan was a pure battle maniac. She could not remain idle. She actively sought out by Ji for a night patrol task, and wielding her blade plunged into the dark woods, eager to hunt wild monsters. At the same time, in an absolute forbidden zone not far from the Flame Fox territory, on the brown scorched earth, rivers of lava crisscrossed. Towering, terrifying buildings constructed from flesh and bone loomed over the surface. These structures seemed alive, constantly expanding and contracting, emitting a pungent stench. This was a breeding ground for monsters, the stronghold of abyssal demons. In the central white bone hall, several terrifying demon lords sat around a throne in discussion. The atmosphere was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. The demon tree's sapling has died. A fiery figure, an alluring demon lord clad in revealing leather armor, lazily fanned her bat-like wings and broke the silence. Died? What nonsense! The spiky demon lord's eyes widened as he shouted angrily. We clearly hid the demon tree in the spatial dimension. It should only break the spatial barrier and descend into the world after absorbing enough flesh and blood to reach maturity. How could it possibly die for no reason? The alluring demon lord covered her mouth and laughed charmingly, exuding a deadly allure. The spatial dimension also has its flaws. It's likely that the demon tree had terrible luck and happened to encounter a passing human lord during a few seconds of spatial fluctuation, getting eliminated in the process. Since both sides are connected, the white iron mine will begin operations immediately. Lin Yan comfortably leaned against by Rao's soft embrace. Save your breath. The alluring demon lord spread her hands. The coordinates are tens of thousands of kilometers away, with a war fog that blocks the sky in between. The army simply cannot pass through. The Lord's influence is restricted by the fog, and the monster forces are the same. The farther the distance, the less likely a large army can reach. Just then, a large demon lord sitting at the main seat at the top of the hall tapped the table. The entire room fell silent. To disrupt the plans of the abyss, regardless of who it is, will only lead to destruction. The large demon spoke coldly. However, there is no need for a major mobilization. The coordinates are near the novice spawn area. Let the nearest level 4 Pain Demon King handle it. Consider it a test task for him to join the Abyssal Council. Understood. Several demon lords bowed their heads. After all, it was merely a rookie who had just emerged from the novice village coincidentally striking luck by eliminating the weakest sapling. He was not worthy of a top demon king's personal involvement. Just sending a level 4 demon king would be enough to raise the entire novice area to the ground. The night was as dark as ink. The towering red light emanating from the abyssal stronghold still completely enveloped the scorched earth for dozens of kilometers like a slumbering prehistoric beast ready to pounce at any moment. The next morning Lin Yan woke up on his soft bed. He had stayed up too late the previous night, and after a late-night recruitment event, he slept until dawn. After breakfast, the cooldown time for the assassin camp ended just in time. Lin Yan spent some soul crystals to directly recruit 3 legendary potential shadow dancers. As soon as these masked beauties appeared, he sent them to the ruins of the demon bear tribe to assist Yi Mei in managing thousands of slaves. Thousands of laborers can be sent to mine white iron, or Lin Yan calculated in his mind. White iron ore is a good material for forging high-tier weapons. The more they can mine, the more it saves on the soul crystals consumed by the workshop, and the equipment produced will have greater lethality. The only headache is that the demon bear's lair is a full 20 kilometers from the core area. It all relies on manual labor to bring it back, making transportation quite troublesome. Thinking of the transportation issue, Lin Yan smacked his thigh and suddenly remembered that he still had an unopened treasure chest light ball from the battle yesterday. It was the deep blue light ball dropped by killing the demon bear chieftain. With a crack, the light ball shattered. Acquired advanced building blueprint spirit, jade, high-level medicine field. Acquired rare spatial item small directional teleportation array set. The advanced medicine field is equivalent to 1 mu of land. The cost to build it requires 2,000 soul crystals plus a pure elemental stone. The price is not considered expensive. Lin Yan found a flat and open piece of land in the southern core area and directly deducted the resources to construct it. The soil rolled, and the high-level farmland exuding rich spiritual energy instantly took shape, its surface shimmering faintly with light. Lin Yan casually tossed a few ordinary corn seeds into it. To the naked eye, the seeds instantly sprouted and grew leaves. Spirit Jade high-level medicine field description: plant ordinary crops growth speed increases 100-fold. It also supports the planting of high-tier heavenly and earthly spirit plants. 100-fold acceleration. Grains like rice and wheat can be harvested directly after 1 or 2 days of planting. However, ordinary common grains are not worth much. A little soul crystal is enough to buy a large quantity in the trading square. The truly extraordinary function of the advanced medicine field is to grow divine trees. Lin Yan summoned 2 plant spirits who understood cultivation and carefully buried the experience fruit tree seed in the very center of the medicine field. Tip experience fruit tree seed has been planted. Tip nourished by the spiritual energy of the advanced medicine field. The fruit tree's maturation period is significantly shortened, requiring only 60 days. Tip the fruit tree automatically absorbs nutrients from the surrounding 9 medicine fields, further shortening the maturation period by 10 days. If it weren't for the fact that the experience fruit tree can only absorb the nutrients from a maximum of 9 fields, Lin Yan would have loved to create 100 medicine fields to accelerate its growth. The value of the experience fruit is self-evident. 50 days to mature, that speed is already fast enough. As long as we get through this growth period, we will have a continuous supply of experience fruits. For the fox girls under my command, to rise to legendary or demigod levels will be as easy as drinking water. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Mei hurried back to the demon bear tribe's mine with a teleportation base. Bai Ji had also completed the installation of the main array in the first floor hall of the Black Iron Fortress. The entire set of teleportation arrays has 3 bases with a maximum transmission distance of up to 100 kilometers. Spatial blueprints and constructions are extremely rare treasures in the Endless Continent. Many top lords who have been around for over a decade have never even seen a teleportation array. Soon the runes on the array lit up sequentially. 2 of the 3 energy indicators on the edge lit up, indicating that the fortress and mine had successfully connected. Buzz! The space above the array slightly distorted, and a deep blue beam of light shot up. As the light flashed by, Rouse, a luring figure, jumped directly out of the array. Master, I'm back. That was fast. The girl was as excited as a child who had just received a new toy, bouncing and weaving in and out of the teleportation beam. Bai Ji stepped forward, examining the array, and asked with some concern, Master, using this advanced teleportation array must cost a lot, right? It's okay, a routine teleportation costs only 1,000 soul crystals. The teleportation array also has its drawbacks. The teleportation distance is limited, and at most it can only fit 3 people at a time. Moreover, large dragon units like Lilith simply can't fit inside. Lilith I can totally transform into a petite human form. However, it is undoubtedly an invincible artifact for transporting white iron ore. The cost of 1,000 soul crystals for transportation is merely a drop in the bucket for the current Yinhu territory. Since both sides are connected, the white iron mine will begin operations immediately. Lin Yan comfortably leaned against Bai Rao's soft embrace and issued the command. He instructed Yi Mei, who was lurking in the shadows, to build a few thunderstorm crossbow towers around the mine. The mined white iron ore is definitely a hot commodity that can be sold for a high price in the trading square, and his territory urgently needs it to forge high-tier equipment. The 3 newly recruited leader-level dwarven blacksmiths would come in handy. Lin Yan directly built a secondary workshop in the ruins of the demon bear camp, allowing them to work day and night on iron forging. As for the 2 plant spirits, they were directly assigned to the Spirit Jade high-level medicine field to care for the seedlings of the experience fruit tree day and night, striving to shorten the maturation time further. By the way, Lin Yan turned to Bai Ji, who was tidying her clothes. Even though we have the teleportation array, the land passage of 20 kilometers in between must be cleared. Take people to slaughter all the wild monsters in the middle and connect the territories. Orders were swiftly issued. The entire Yinhu territory operated like a finely tuned war machine, working frantically. Lin Yan was also not idle. He decisively took out 30,000 soul crystals and elemental stones and directly constructed the long-desired luxurious Lord's Castle. In the future, he could double cultivate in the bedroom at night without worrying about sound insulation issues anymore. After settling his old home, Lin Yan mounted the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith's back and took a few exquisite fox girls out for a stroll. The main reason was to see if he could trigger the hidden blind box option for his exclusive external aid amidst the war fog in the wild. In the desolate wilderness where the grass and trees have withered to a yellow hue, several 6th-tier corpse shamans draped in tattered black robes raised their bony staffs. Before they could chant their incantations, they collapsed straight to the ground. The soul fire in their eye sockets extinguished in an instant. Lilith's massive half-dragon form descended from the sky, landing steadily. The surrounding undead monsters, alerted by the commotion, rushed over like mad. 2nd-tier skeleton soldiers, 3rd-tier ghouls, and 4th-tier skeletal generals gathered in dense numbers. Lin Yan grinned as he looked at the skeletal frames before him. He pulled out a sleek, pure black revolver from his waist. Magic energy revolver, high-tier weapon, this was crafted from the exquisite blueprint that had dropped yesterday. With a magic conduction rate of 128, it boasted the dual monstrous effects of ignore armor and deadly headshot. Lin Yan raised the gun, infusing it with his extraordinary 4th-tier magic power. Bang! A burst of flames erupted. A skeleton soldier charging at the front had half of its body blown to smithereens. Bang! The head of a 3rd-tier ghoul burst apart like a smashed watermelon, green juices splattering everywhere. Bang! Even the astonishingly defensive 4th-tier skeletal general could not withstand the penetrating power of the high-tier magic bullet. When it was shot in the forehead, its skull shattering instantly. The soul fire extinguished on the spot. This gun is really damn good to use, Lin Yan said as he blew away the smoke from the gun's muzzle. Compared to the bow and arrow, which required years of practice to master, aim a revolver only needed someone who could pull the trigger. With the headshot and armor-breaking attributes, a casual shot would take even a 6th-tier giant down to half health. A full magazine of magic bullets was expended. Lin Yan, too lazy to reload, waved his hand casually. Clear the area, eliminate them all. Bai Ji and Bai Rou floated in midair, raising their hands to unleash a shower of foxfire meteors. Lilith casually threw out several chaotic black holes, sucking in swarms of skeletons and grinding them into bone dust. However, the most violent and bloody method of attack came from the newly born harbinger of doom, Yi Yuan. Clad in a black Gothic-style short skirt, her eyes were tightly blindfolded with black ribbons rendering her sightless. Yet with a mythic level of terrifying perception, she moved gracefully between the rain of fire and bone spears, as if strolling through a garden. She didn't rely on spells at all. Every blow was delivered with her fists. Boom! A powerful punch was thrown. The ferocious force of disaster exploded, directly smashing a 4th-tier skeletal general into a shower of bones. Her fighting style was simple and brutal. Punch, side kick, then punch again. The movements were grand, and the black skirt fluttered, revealing her long, fair thighs, and the fullness within the knee-high leather boots, a tantalizing glimpse of wild and deadly allure. The newly crafted steel arm guards couldn't withstand her monstrous physical strength. They cracked after just a few punches. Yi Yuan found them cumbersome and tore off the arm guards, tossing them to the ground. Her delicate pale fists seemed devoid of lethality. But with a sudden burst of power in her long legs, her lithe body shot out like a bolt of black lightning. Boom! A rolling wave of air surged. A sixth-tier skeletal knight fully clad in heavy armor was smashed along with its steed into a pile of ashes scattered by the wind. Notification: Yi Yuan has slain the sixth-tier skeletal knight, leveling up to intermediate sixth tier. Not long after ding. All hostile creatures in the current block have been cleared, meeting occupation conditions. Do you wish to occupy immediately? The unclaimed wasteland rapidly transformed into the territory of the Flame Fox domain. The entire clearing process took no more than 20 minutes. There was no helping it. The team Lin Yan led was simply too extravagant. With the mythic-level twin stars, the divine potential dragon princess, and the violent harbinger of doom Yi Yuan, there were also several ranged attackers, the Dream Demon Fox, and the exceptional healer Fei Yu. Flattening an ordinary map was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Their combat power was excessively overwhelming. This lineup was purely to ensure 360-degree protection for Lin Yan's safety. It's not that the troops are weak, it's that the map-clearing speed can't keep up. Lin Yan glanced at his empty backpack. The territory produced only 30 fog-clearing pearls each day. For an ordinary lord, 30 pearls might last several days. But if he didn't encounter a cluster of tough opponents, he could consume all the pearls within half a day. The advancement speed was simply too slow. We must quickly upgrade the territory to level 4. Level 3 is still a low-end village. Once they crossed the threshold of a level 4 intermediate territory, not only would the defense increase dramatically, but the quantity of items received daily would also increase significantly. Lin Yan casually brought up the territory panel. Territory: Flame Fox domain, level 3, total area 163 blocks, territory aura, all members attack power 20, defense power 20, buildable projects: wooden houses, wells, watchtowers, workshops, farmlands, mines, fox spirit, meditation springs, high-level spirit, jade herb, fields, luxurious lords' castles. Lower level requirements: 100 soul crystals, 100 territory source, current territory source, owned 397 points, still lacking over 600 points. The road ahead is long and arduous. Lin Yan shook his head and patted Lilith's dragon horn. Let's go, continue pushing north. Bai Ji raised her jade hand, and the fog-clearing pearl transformed into a blinding white light, forcefully tearing apart the gray-white fog ahead. The newly unlocked map appeared desolate and lifeless. The ground was littered with withered grass and broken bones. Based on previous experiences, the nearby roaming monsters should predominantly be low-tier undead skeletons. However, there were hardly any undead in sight, their numbers pitifully few. The blindfolded Yi Yuan suddenly halted her steps. She sniffed slightly with her pert nose, walking over to Lin Yan in her high leather boots. Master, something's off with the air. I smell the stench of abyssal demons. Demons. This is clearly the territory of undead wild monsters. How could abyssal creatures appear? Lin Yan patted Lilith's dragon horn, signaling her to fly over the small hill ahead. From a higher vantage point, he indeed saw a large number of hideous demons mixed within the pile of undead. To be precise, the demons were slaughtering the low-tier undead unilaterally. Moreover, an endless stream of demons was pouring in from the north. Let's go follow the source and investigate. Lin Yan issued the command. The team pushed forward, crushing the obstructing skeletons and demons to ashes, continuing to unveil the depths of the mist. When the last layer of dense fog dispersed, what appeared before Lin Yan's eyes was a completely turned Torwin's novice territory. The wooden walls of the territory had long been flattened. On the ground, a blood-red eerie formation with a diameter of several meters was emanating a nauseating foul light. At the center of the radiance, a lava demon covered in flames and a fallen demon wielding sharp blades were continuously crawling out from the formation. This is a bit sinister. Yi Yuan, what do you think? Lin Yan turned to ask. As a harbinger of doom, Yi Yuan possessed inherited memories related to the abyss and was undoubtedly an expert in the realm of demons. Though she was blindfolded, she seemed to see through everything, her tone cold. Master, this is a abyss hatching blood formation. It is a machine for producing cannon fodder that the demon army loves to use. They have tightly parasitized the formation on the core crystal of the human territory. This way are they continuously generating troops. Is it equivalent to picking up a monster nest for free? Lin Yan frowned. No. Yi Yuan shook her head in denial. The blood formation cannot create monsters out of thin air. Its energy relies entirely on draining this territory's crystal to sustain itself. Once the energy of this crystal is completely depleted, the blood formation will also be rendered useless. Looking at the freshness of the blood on the ground, the formation has likely been set up for no more than a few hours. At the same time, in the northeast direction of the Flame Fox territory, at the second firepower stronghold, on a white jade tower, the abyss hunter Yulan sat on a stone, lowering her head to wipe the dark red double blades in her hands. Her wheat-colored skin was adorned with purple magical patterns, and her tight-fitting beast skin skirt covered only half of her buttocks. fiery and wild, yet exuding a strong sense of defeat. Today her master went out to explore and did not take her along. Yulan knew very well that she had just been born, and with her initial 5th-tier strength, she was at the bottom of the entire Flame Fox territory. She didn't even have the qualification to warm the bed for her master. Take a short rest at noon, but in the afternoon I must go out to hunt monsters. I need to get stronger quickly. The second stronghold was built a few kilometers outside the core area, guarded by a dozen dream foxes. In fact, if she flew back to the luxurious castle in the core area, she would have a spacious soft bed and delicious hot meals. But to squander time on the journey for momentary enjoyment was simply a crime. She absolutely could not disappoint her master's expectations. At mealtime, the guarding foxes took out the roasted meat bento they had prepared in the morning and gathered together to eat and chat. Yulan sat alone in a corner. Having just been born, her personality resembled that of a lone wolf, and she was not familiar with this group of fox fairies who loved to throw fireballs and had skin that glowed white. However, making friends was secondary. The top priority was to finish eating quickly and upgrade quickly. Charge, charge, charge. Yulan bit into the roasted meat. Suddenly her chewing action halted abruptly, her brows furrowing tightly. What's going on? Why does the wind carry the stench of the abyss scum? Yulan dropped the roasted meat and dashed up to the lookout tower at the top of the tower, staring intently at the distant horizon. Yet there was clearly nothing in sight. But the bloodline of the abyss hunter within her was boiling wildly. This absolute intuition against demons could not be wrong. To be able to smell it from so far away, there could only be one reason. The number of demons was unimaginably high. There must be high-tier leaders hidden among them. Without a moment's hesitation, Yulan leapt from the tower and found the stronghold leader Hongya to report the situation. As they were all sisters in the territory, Hongya had no doubts about Yulan's intuition. Her beautiful face instantly became extremely serious. Are you saying that there may be a 7th-tier high demon leading them on the other side? It's highly likely. Yulan nodded. Hongya did not hesitate and immediately pulled the highest level alarm of the stronghold. There are only a dozen of us here, and we have no 7th-tier main force. We must request assistance immediately. She turned and assigned the fastest fox to ride a 4-winged fire lion, flying back to the core fortress at top speed to summon reinforcements. A few minutes later, the distress signal rapidly reached the Black Iron Fortress. The only 7th-tier powerhouse left to guard at home was the assassin Luo Li, who had transformed into a Black Panther. After reading the information, Luo Li furrowed her brows. Where is the chief steward Feiyue? The nearby little fox quickly replied. The shopkeeper found the street market too noisy and just returned to the main bedroom of the castle, projecting her consciousness into the Lord's city to do business. Now her physical body was still lying in bed. Without saying a word, Luo Li rushed into the castle's main bedroom. On the spacious soft bed, Feiyue, dressed in a high-slit priestess robe, had her eyes closed, her sleeping face serene. Luo Li rushed forward, pressing her hands on Feiyue's soft, fragrant shoulders and shaking her vigorously. Stop selling goods. Wake up quickly, the demons are coming. Forcibly cutting off the spiritual link, Feiyue drowsily opened her beautiful eyes. You first gather the personnel to support the second stronghold. They'll be there shortly. After Luo Li finished speaking, she transformed into a black shadow and rushed out. The core area was the master's hard work and must not be stolen by demons using diversion tactics. Sufficient manpower must be left to hold the fort. Back at the second stronghold, the alarm had just sounded. The gray mist on the distant horizon suddenly boiled. Hundreds and thousands of abyss creatures roared and surged forth like a flood. Red sinking demons, blade-wielding demons, and hellhounds emitting black gas. The numbers were extremely vast. But the fox maidens on the tower showed no sign of fear. Instead, they excitedly licked their lips. Yulan's eyes sparkled. Gripping her dark red double blades, she trembled with excitement. Ha! I can level up crazily again. Killing demons is simply double the joy. She couldn't wait for the monsters to reach the base of the tower and directly leapt down from the tower's height of over 10 meters. Her fiery figure was like a cannonball crashing into the center of the demon horde. The double blades danced. Swish! Sharp dark red blades crazily slaughtered. The filthy blood of the demons splattered everywhere. Yulan extended her tongue, licking the blood that splattered on the corner of her lips, revealing a terrifyingly wild smile. All of you go to hell. She was like an unyielding meat grinder. Wherever she passed, severed limbs and broken arms flew into the air. Even 4th-tier and 5th-tier elite demons. In the face of Yulan's innate restraining attributes, they couldn't withstand even a single blow and were cleaved in half on the spot. Shadow Blade. Soul Crush. As an abyss hunter, at the moment of slaying demons, her blades would automatically absorb the opponent's vitality and magic to replenish herself. Demons were not only her enemies, but also the nutrients for her grand recovery. Streams of invisible pure energy surged wildly into Yulan's body along the blades. Combined with the killing experience provided by the system, her strength was skyrocketing at a visible speed. 5th tier intermediate. 5th tier advanced. Her body was covered in the demon's black blood and her beast skin skirt was torn in several places. Her wheat-colored skin mixed with sweat and blood exuded an exhilarating wildness. She was completely different from those neat and tidy fox fairies who liked to hide behind and cast spells. Her killing intent was 10 times stronger. Kill. Boom. The violent gusts of wind exploded in an instant. At the center of the battlefield, the level 7 lava demon General Karen was reveling in the one-sided slaughter. Since receiving the death order from the Abyss last night, Karen had led the demonic army on a rampage, crushing a Ratman village and a necromancer graveyard in quick succession. Under the iron hooves of the elite forces from the Abyss, the surrounding low-level lords were like toys made of paper. Kill. Burn all living beings to ashes. Karen roared to the sky, his voice shattering the surrounding air. However, after his roar, he suddenly realized something was amiss. The barrage from the outer defense towers was too fierce, completely suppressing the demon's charge. Moreover, when did a god of death sneak into the center of his formation? Karen stared intently ahead. Yulon was covered in dark red-black blood, her twin blades resembling the sides of death. With every swing, numerous elite demons were sliced into mincemeat. Dare to be arrogant before me. Die. Karen roared in fury, lifting his massive sword engulfed in hellfire, and brought it down hard upon Yulon's head. In his eyes, this small human figure was utterly vulnerable. Bang! The fiery giant sword struck fiercely against the dark red short blade. Yulon not only did not get cleaved in half. Instead, her short blade acted like an insatiable black hole, crazily absorbing the hellfire energy from within Karen. Karen's proud abyssal power was rapidly draining. In contrast, the black-armored sword maiden opposite him was experiencing a steady rise in momentum. The massive abyssal energy forcibly surged into her body. Yulon arched her long fair neck, letting out a moan of both pain and pleasure. The taut beast skin top made a sound of tearing under the unbearable strain. Whoosh! A pair of enormous pitch-black demonic wings violently burst forth from her smooth back. Eerie purple-black demonic patterns instantly crawled up her long straight thighs and slender waist. Wild and evil, she emanated a terrifying pressure even more fearsome than the demons. Demonic transformation. This was the ultimate move unique to abyssal hunters. Originally, one had to reach level 7 to fully unlock it. However, at this moment, Yulon had forcibly activated the transformation state by draining the energy of the level 7 demon general. Kill. Yulon's eyes turned crimson, her killing intent erupting completely. She flapped her bone wings and lunged forward, the sharp black claw shadows intertwining in the air to form a tightly woven net of death. Before the lava demon General Karen was sliced into pieces, he gaped with bulging eyes, letting out one last anguished cry. What the hell? Are you? Why does every move counter me? Abyssal hunters are born to trample you underfoot. Your flesh and blood are all nourishing potions for our upgrades. Next to her, the black ribbon-covered night kite smashed a lava demon's head into a pulp with a single punch. She casually wiped the blood off her delicate white hand, a sickly sweet smile gracing her stunning face. Night Kite turned her head, and with her precise perception of the abyssal aura walked straight to the center of the hatching blood formation, radiating red light. With her right arm charged, she delivered a powerful punch. Crack! The blood formation suffused with red light along with the massive parasitic territorial tumor below instantly crumbled. Ding! Successfully destroyed level 3 territory bone graveyard. The notification sound echoed in Lin Yan's mind. Gained 13000 soul crystals, 3 pure element stones. Acquired a blueprint for mid-tier equipment. Acquired a special loot item. The resources obtained were pitifully meager. The reason was simple: this level 3 territory had long been drained of its last bit of energy by the demon's hatching formation. But Lin Yan didn't care about this little money at all. His gaze was firmly fixed on the blueprint that had just dropped. The demon lord who set up the formation must regret not knowing that such a divine item would drop. They must be green with envy. Lin Yan's lips curled upward. Spirit sound earrings, mid-tier type, special jewelry description after wearing allows for seamless real-time voice communication within a range of 20 kilometers. This was simply a case of a pillow being delivered just as one fell asleep. What the territory needed most right now was a long-range communication device. Just now at Outpost No. 2, when they encountered a sudden enemy attack, Scarlet Moon had to cut off her consciousness from afar and rely on loli to run messages. As the front line stretched longer and longer, relying on manual messaging would definitely delay the combat effectiveness. In case of a top-tier army pressing in, there would be no time to call for help. Now with the spirit sound earrings, they could directly initiate full-frequency voice command, instantly maximizing efficiency. There's also a second special loot item, likely an additional compensation for destroying the blood formation. Description: planting it in the ground will cause a mutation demon flower to bloom. The pollen it releases can drive most wild monsters. Description: planting it in the ground will cause a mutation demon flower to bloom. The pollen it releases can drive most wild monsters into a frenzy, causing them to swarm like moths to a flame. Note 1. Using it at the edge of the war fog doubles the effect. Note 2. The blooming period of the demon flower is only 1 hour. This item seemed like a self-destructive tool meant for luring monsters. But in Lin Yan's eyes it was a priceless treasure. An automatic monster lure. A perfect leveling artifact. Lin Yan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Bai Ji heard the laughter and obediently leaned over. Her full bosom gently pressed against Lin Yan's arm, her voice sultry and alluring. Master is so clever. Just now the sisters were still privately complaining that there were too few wild monsters around, not enough for everyone to share. Indeed, there aren't enough to kill. The fox girl's strength increases day by day. The level 5 and level 6 fox spirits go out to slaughter low-level wild monsters, and a single fireball leaves nothing but ash. The efficiency is terrifying. Even if there were more wild monsters around, they couldn't withstand these stunning beauties unleashing their full power. With many soldiers, but little meat, the mutation demon seed came at just the right time. Although Lin Yan wanted to follow the traces on the ground and dig deeper around, the fog-dispelling pearl in his pocket was already running low. The team could only retrace their steps. Night Kite, boasting a proud chest, slightly twitched her delicate nose. A hint of frustration appeared on her face, covered by the black ribbon. Master, since a demonic blood formation was set up here, there must be a terrifying abyssal lair hidden nearby. It's a pity the mist is too thick. I can't pinpoint the exact coordinates. Don't be disheartened. Lin Yan stepped forward and gently ruffled Night Kite's silvery smooth hair. Standing at just the right height, this perfect pose was too precious not to give her a head pat. As his fingertips brushed across her face's black ribbon, Night Kite's fair cheeks slightly flushed, nuzzling into Lin Yan's palm like a docile kitten. Leave the task of finding the lair to Night Charm. Don't worry unnecessarily. Let's head back home first. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, just after the tea break. Lin Yan led a large force directly to the southern edge of the Yin Hu territory. Apart from the Night Charm lurking in the northern wilderness and a few core members stationed in the core area, all high-level combat forces from the Yin Hu territory had been summoned to the scene. A clear stream crossed in front of them, while the remaining 3 sides were shrouded in thick, gray-white fog. Only the northern side was lit with territory. The terrain was perfect, ideal for deploying the mutation demon seed. Everyone stay alert. We are about to face a tough battle. Lin Yan quickly issued orders. Bai Ji, take charge of setting up the defensive positions. Fei Yue, quickly spend some resources. Set up several flame crystal cannons and thunderstorm crossbow towers along the riverbank. The northern side might be under surveillance by top demon forces at any moment. They must seize every opportunity to dramatically enhance their strength. Transforming the mutation demon seed into the battle power of the Fox Girls was the best moment. To prevent unforeseen circumstances, Lin Yan specifically chose the monster spawning location at the southernmost tip of the territory, as far from the north as possible. Within a few minutes the Fox Girls were ready. Towering turrets lined up their dark barrels, aimed at the mist ahead. Bai Ro held a crimson demon seed, stepped forward, and directly buried it in the center of the soil. The speed was visible to the naked eye. The seed rapidly took root and sprouted, blooming into an extraordinarily eerie, blood-colored demon flower, bursting forth in a gentle breeze. Strands of strange fragrance dispersed in all directions with the wind. The scent grew increasingly intense. For Lin Yan and the Fox Girls, it was simply a delightful aroma with no negative effects. However, the moment the exotic fragrance wafted into the mist, a rotting ghoul with blood-red eyes surged out of the gray fog several hundred meters away, charging madly towards the blooming demon flower. Then came the second, the third, the 50th, the 100th. From the mist, like a wall of size, monsters continuously poured out. Hundreds, thousands, 10,000, 20,000. They swarmed like a black ocean, overwhelming everything. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible to fit so many monsters in just a few nearby unexplored areas. Not to mention they all emerged within just a few minutes, like a blind box of warm mist. As long as the gray fog remains, no one knows how terrifying the base number hidden within is. Lin Yan recalled the speculations of Blue Star experts regarding the characteristics of the mist. He shook his head, dismissing the thoughts. Now was not the time for academic research. He shouted the command, defend the demon flower with your lives. As for the other monsters, let loose and kill. Da-da-da-da. Boom. Boom. The thunderstorm crossbow towers and flame crystal cannons fired first. Orange-eared magma fireballs exploded in the dense tide of beasts, scattering limbs and severed body parts everywhere. Bai Ji and Bai Rao's crimson fox flames descended like meteor showers. The healer Fei Yu raised her staff, and beams of blinding holy light rained down from the sky. The chaos dragon princess Lilith floated in midair, her dark purple eyes flickering. She casually unleashed several chaotic black holes, directly sucking hundreds of monsters into them and grinding them into mush. The three melee maniacs Luo, Li Yuan, and Yulan thrived in the chaos, directly charging into the horde of monsters. Blades flashed and blood flew. Notification flame crystal cannons have killed a tier 3 monster. Notification thunderstorm crossbow towers have killed a tier 2 monster. Notification Bai Ji has killed a tier 4 monster. The system notifications cascaded in a torrent, refreshing before their eyes like a waterfall. Lin Yan noticed that although the number of beasts pouring out was terrifying, their levels were quite low. There were hardly any tier 4 leaders, most were just tier 1 and tier 2 fodder. Under the firepower of myth-level fox girls and the crystal cannons, this was not a defensive battle, but a one-sided mowing down of enemies. The experience gained from low-level monsters was minimal, but the sheer number made up for it. With tens of thousands of monsters piled together, the harvesting speed was countless times faster than soloing high-level leaders. The fox girls were in high spirits. Especially the two berserkers Yi Yuan and Yulan, who became more ferocious as they killed. Their snow-white thighs moved swiftly through the monster piles. Everyone's levels began to soar like a rocket. Yi Yuan broke through to tier 7. Hong Yi broke through to tier 7. Luo Li broke through to tier 7 intermediate. Lilith broke through to tier 7 advanced. Buzz. An endless stream of power rushed into Lin Yan's body through the master-servant contract. Lin Yan clenched his fists tightly, his bones cracking. I have also broken through. Tier 6 beginner. Lin Yan felt the explosive power within him and could not help but grin wildly. My current combat power is even more formidable than some of my family's dream illusion foxes. My stamina and endurance have skyrocketed. After returning to the fortress tonight, I will never feel sore again. Just as he was secretly pleased, two brilliant 7-colored lights suddenly soared from the battlefield ahead. Ding! Bai Ji gained a massive amount of experience, leveling up to tier 8 beginner. Bai Rou gained a massive amount of experience, leveling up to tier 8 beginner. The true tier 8 legendary powerhouses of the Yin Hu territory were finally born. The crazed wild monsters continued to charge forward. But in the face of the firepower net woven by the fox girls, this open ground was like the hardest reef deep in the ocean. No matter how fiercely the tide of beasts surged, the defense line remained as solid as a mountain. Time flew by. An entire hour later, the strange fragrance emitted by the mutation demon flower finally dissipated completely. The enchanting petals quickly withered, turning into a pile of ashes drifting in the wind. This mad leveling feast had finally come to an end. Lin Yan sighed in relief and immediately opened the attribute panel on the Lord Terminal. As his gaze swept over the level data of the troops below, he couldn't help but smile widely. Everyone took off. Each person had at least crossed one major rank, with many low-level dream illusion foxes even jumping 2 levels. Before the battle, aside from Bai Ji and her sister, there were only a few with tier 7 combat power in the Yin Hu territory. And now the berserk blind sister Yi Yuan, abyss hunter Yulan, along with Hong, Yi Qingxi, Luo Li, and other core members, plus 3 dark star dragon sisters, all successfully stepped into tier 7. The tier 7 demigod level combat power possessed by the entire territory soared to 16. Not to mention that there were 32 elite foxes below who reached tier 6. The remaining dozens had all touched the threshold of tier 5. The overall combat power has more than doubled. Now I am a bit eager to find out who the abyssal demon forces hiding in the north are. If they dare to come and deliver themselves to death, it would be perfect to use them as a sacrificial offering. Leveling up was exhilarating. Yet even the fox maidens, after an hour of relentless high-intensity combat, were thoroughly exhausted. Sweat glistened on their skin. Their full bosoms rose and fell with labored breath. No unclaimed terrain remained nearby. The group sheathed their weapons and bent to scour the battlefield. Dozens of breathtakingly beautiful women, clad in form-fitting leather skirts and black stockings, moved back and forth across the grass, their shapely uplifted buttocks swaying with each step. Their garments, soaked through with sweat, clung tightly to their curves, a vision both sensuous and striking. Yet soon someone noticed something amiss. Scattered across the ground, a majority of the soul crystals were fractured, severely compromised, their refined spiritual energy rapidly dissipating. Damn it, we got carried away slaughtering those beasts and forgot soul crystals aren't indestructible iron ingots. Lin Yan tapped his forehead in dismay. The primary culprit was clearly the blazing crystal cannon. A standard fireball posed no threat to such crystals. But when the heavy artillery detonated directly within a mob of monsters, fragile low-tier soul crystals shattered instantly, releasing their energy in chaotic dispersion. Roughly estimated, today's losses amounted to tens of thousands in soul crystal revenue. Lin Yan winced inwardly, grinding his teeth. Just then, thump. Feiyue, the peerless healer, collapsed onto the ground, her legs suddenly giving way. Clutching a handful of pulverized soul crystal fragments, her luminous eyes lost all focus. These were mountains of wealth. Earlier hovering midair, she had rained down holy light punishment without restraint, like coin from an inexhaustible vault. What she'd just obliterated weren't mere monsters. They were stacks of gleaming silver coins. Her innate obsession with riches flared violently, and Feiyue felt as though her heart bled with every shard. She scrambled desperately toward Lin Yan, throwing herself at his feet and gripping his thigh with desperate fervor. "I'm guilty. Punish me severely." "Enough. You're not fooling anyone. Wash up tonight and wait for me. I'll deal with you properly." At those words, Feiyue's tears vanished as swiftly as they'd appeared. She sprang upright, beaming, and resumed scavenging among the ruins. Though many soul crystals had been ruined, a genuine loss, the day's primary objective, leveling, had been achieved decisively. Moreover, the radiant treasure spheres dropped by wild monsters were safeguarded by world law. Even the fiercest bombardment could not shatter them. Byro, accompanied by several younger sisters, swiftly gathered every floating light sphere from the battlefield. As the slain creatures were all low-tier, no rare or exceptional items emerged. 1 emerald sphere and 13 white spheres. Lin Yan crushed each in turn. Acquired pure elemental stone. Acquired pure elemental stone 2. Acquired low-tier weapon blueprint, steel longbow. Acquired divine artifact, stone of evolution. A cascade of notifications flickered across his vision. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Within that sea of mundane white spheres, he'd unearthed a genuinely practical weapon blueprint. For the Yinhu territory, Bao blueprints were nothing short of essential. With this blueprint, we can entrust our 3 dwarf master smiths, each ranked commander tier, to forge standardized longbows. Using white iron or mined from our own quarries, the resulting weapons will boast dramatically enhanced power. His strength would rise yet again. The sky deepened into twilight. Lin Yan led his entourage home, laden with spoils, back to the core zone. From the newly built Spirit Jade Fox kitchen wafted an irresistible aroma, rich, savory, and mouth-watering. Baiji had already prepared luminous gourmet dishes awaiting their return. Sated and content, Lin Yan reclined comfortably upon a broad, cushioned lounge chair and idly activated his lord's interface. This post-dinner hour was when the chat group surged with liveliest activity. Everyone loved gathering here to boast banter and reaffirm their presence. The main communication channel had recently merged all novice lords from neighboring cities. Membership had exploded, bringing richer intelligence and broader perspectives. Upon entering, Lin Yan immediately spotted someone flaunting their fortune. "Brothers, I struck gold today. I discovered a neutral military structure, the Wizard Tower. Spent a little coin and recruited several mid-tier wizards, led by a stunning mature enchantress. Absolute bliss. Whoa, real envy right there. The Wizard Tower is indeed prestigious. Rumor has it someone once drew a legendary archmage from its ranks. Your luck isn't half bad. Witches. Uffed. No matter how alluring their figures, can they rival our Lord Lin's black-stockinged fox maidens? The Fox Immortal Sisters are eternal deities." The topic shifted swiftly. A lord named Duan He leapt into the chat, lamenting bitterly. "Jealousy aside. You lucky bastards. Today I stumbled upon a neutral mystic shop. Thought my fortunes were turning. Then realized it was all a trap. I dumped every last soul crystal I owned, the final reserve keeping me alive, into its blind draw lottery. And what did I get? A worthless piece of scrap metal. But that wasn't even the worst part. That fat merchant swindled me, claiming a young lord, accompanied by an exquisite fox spirit. Once drew high-tier blueprint stones of evolution and even an entire military structure from his shop. All lies. A scam designed solely to bleed newcomers dry." Seeing this message, Lin Yan's former classmates from Tianhai City burst into laughter. "Classmate A, ha ha ha. I can't help but laugh out loud. Classmate B, knowing someone's luck is worse than mine instantly soothes my soul. Only Analytical Emperor sensed something deeper. Wait, everyone missed the crucial detail. A young lord accompanied by a fox spirit. Across this entire region, who else commands such peerless fox immortals?" Luo Feng fired off a barrage of shocked emoticons. "Holy Lord Lin. It has to be Lord Lin. Only Lord Lin's preternatural fortune could treat a blind draw lottery like a wholesale procurement channel. Drawing a military structure in a single pull sounds like fantasy for others, but for Lord Lin, utterly plausible. And for Lord Lin, acquiring even a rare military structure via lottery would likely feel no more consequential than obtaining a child's trinket, hardly worth mentioning. Newcomers in the group gasped in unison. While they struggled merely to survive, Lord Lin was already treating elite military structures as disposable lottery prizes. That was the chasm between them. Watching waves of reverent messages flood the screen, Lin Yan lifted one corner of his lips in quiet, self-assured triumph. Indeed, I was only playing around. Please stop discussing Lin Laoda's daily life, though it's making my teeth sour. She is the recognized genius belle of Sanshui City. Initially only she was flaunting her superiority among the newcomers in Sanshui City. One legendary ice mountain belle Lu Rian is already enough, but now there's Lin Yan with all sorts of cheat abilities. Chu Yun felt bitter. She thought the waters of Tian High City were too deep. The group fell silent for a moment. Luo Feng broke the silence, suggesting let's talk about something happy. For example, my centaur camp just upgraded to level 3 today. Now there are 30 recruitment slots every day, and I've unlocked the rare level 3 unit centaur heavy crossbowman. The firepower is astonishing. Him flying high. Analysis Emperor followed with complaints. Dude, you're having fun, but I'm about to be depressed. My level 3 barracks only unlocked a heavy armor shield soldier. They walk as slowly as turtles. What use is that in the land grabbing and exploration phase? While Lin Yan remained silent, Luo Feng and Analysis Emperor began to subtly brag. The heavy armor shield soldier indeed runs slowly, but it's still a high-tier rare unit. Its defense is ridiculously strong. Even a commander-level monster can't break through its defenses. In front of Lin Laoda's Fox Spirit Army, this unit might not count for much, but ordinary lords are drooling. How can an ordinary person upgrade their barracks to level 3? Not in their next life. Chu Yun, I genuinely envy that. My fiery gunner barracks upgraded to level 3, but no new unit was given. However, the attribute panel states that once it reaches level 5 it can unlock a unit called Dragon Slayer Warrior. The black-faced classmate who is always flaunting was taken aback. He was about to complain that it's normal for mid-tier buildings to not have new units, only to find there was a hidden even mid-tier buildings can recruit epic heroes when upgraded to max level. It's definitely possible. Analysis Emperor adjusted his reflective glasses. The potential of unit buildings is limitless. Even the most trashy level 1 slime barracks, as long as the level is high enough, can potentially summon a slime tyrant. So building blueprints are more precious than directly receiving high-tier units. Luo Feng, hearing you talk is better than hearing half of it. Chu Yun, the glasses guy, might have one more true statement he hasn't dared to say. By the time you painstakingly upgrade a trash building to max level and recruit an epic unit, the big shots would have already flattened your territory with their mythical units. Of course, the greatest possibility is that you won't even survive to see your development come to fruition. The other lords were shocked. This is a harsh truth, my friend. Lin Yan was comfortably reclining in a soft chair on the top floor of the Black Iron Fortress, savoring the chat logs. The recently evolved Scarlet Leaf and Green Silk were obediently kneeling on either side of his reclining. 2 silver, demigod level stunning foxes, one on the left and one on the right, used their delicate fair hands to knead his shoulders and massage his legs. The form-fitting black silk leather skirt outlined a hot and eye-catching exaggerated curve, and the ample softness grazed against him with every movement, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. This life is simply divine. However, Lin Yan also had his own troubles. Although the Fox girls kill monsters quickly, the daily limited production of fog-clearing pearls has caused the speed of territory expansion to hit a dead end. If only more god-tier units like Yi Mei, who can ignore the war fog, could show up. Or finding some special items to replace fog-clearing pearls would also work. Lin Yan posted this question in the group, humbly seeking advice. As a result, Luo Feng and Analysis Emperor could only send a series of crying emojis saying please big shot stop showing off, without even coming up with a useful answer. Lin Yan was puzzled. He was clearly discussing tactical issues, seriously wondering where he had shown off. These people are truly hard to please. But speaking of which, looking at the second-generation group members crazily upgrading unit buildings. Level 1 to level 2, level 2 to level 3. Lin Yan slapped his thighs, suddenly realizing that the money in his pocket was about to go stale. He directly opened the resource panel. Soul Crystal Reserve, 326000 Pure Element Stone, 63A Fortune. Designated Baptism. A baptism is conducted for a Fox clan member recruited by the altar, forcibly enhancing their bloodline potential and strength. Note the energy for the baptism comes from the advancement of the building and must be used by today, otherwise it will be completely invalid. This is equivalent to a risk-free ultimate evolution given for free. It even saves on evolution stones. The value of a free benefit depends entirely on who it is used on. If a low-level Illusion Dream Fox is baptized, it would only reach the 6th tier king level at most, which wouldn't make much of an impact on the battlefield. At most, it's only worth 2 or 3 evolution stones. I can't waste this. Using it on a mythical unit is worth at least 40 divine stones. Lin Yan immediately waved his hand, pulling Bai Ji and Bai Rou closer. He wanted to replicate the success of the previous experience and achieve another dual ascension. However, the system immediately popped up a red box. Insufficient energy. Although the 5th tier altar is powerful, the energy accumulated by the array can't satisfy the appetite of a high-tier master god. Lin Yan felt somewhat helpless. The Baiji sisters had too much potential to absorb it. The disaster demoness Yi Yuan and Dragon Princess Lilith were not born of the altar and couldn't accept the baptism. After scanning the area, there was only one candidate left. The ultimate healer, the shop's chief steward Fei Yu. Fei Yu happened to have silver demigod potential, perfectly meeting the conditions. Baptizing her would mean getting 40 evolution stones for free. Really? Upon hearing about the substantial savings, Fei Yu's greed kicked in, and she instantly blushed with excitement. Usually she worked hard in the trading area to scam others, all to save money for the territory. Now, having saved dozens of divine stones, Fei Yu felt even more thrilled than finding money. At 8:30 tonight, make sure to clean yourself and wait for me at the altar top. Lin Yan patted her shoulder. Understood. The night was deep. At 8:30, Lin Yan walked up the steps to the towering 5th tier altar. Around him was the rich spiritual energy drawn in by the array. Fei Yu had been waiting here early. Lin Yan approached, glanced at the countdown. It's almost time. He directly activated the panel and assigned the designated baptism to Fei Yu. Boom. The altar erupted with dazzling red and white brilliance, rapidly converging towards the center, completely engulfing Fei Yu's alluring figure. Just like during the Twin Star evolution, the brilliant light quickly coalesced into a massive light cocoon. A few minutes later, crack. The surface of the light cocoon cracked open, and then it burst apart. Light points scattered like fireflies. Fei Yu's entire body radiated a sacred halo, her figure slowly rising. As she hovered in midair, she suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, gazing directly at the heavens. In that instant, the blood-red crescent moon in the night sky seemed to be drawn by some force, becoming tinged with a pure silver hue. She stepped through the void and gently floated down. The moon-white priestess robe fluttered in the wind, the slit of the skirt seeming to widen, exposing large areas of dazzlingly white skin to the air. Master, I didn't waste this opportunity, did I? Of course not, it's a perfect transformation. Lin Yan's eyes burned with fervor. Radiant Fox, Fei Yu class Spirit of the Moon Unit Hero Level Tier 8, Beginner Potential Limit Mid-Tier, True God. Skills: Holy Light, Judgment, Radiant Fury, Fox Spirit, Divine Shield. Heroic Aura, Physique, 10 Spirit, 30 Mana, Regeneration Speed 50, Foxfire damage increased by an additional 100. Note the current maximum number of covered targets for the aura is 800 people. Mid-tier, True God. This means that even if Fei Yu counts money every day, as long as there's enough time, she can steadily ignite divine fire and advance to become a true god above all beings. Moreover, her level surged to Tier 8 Beginner due to the baptism, making her the 3rd Tier 8 combat power in the Yan Fox territory. Most astonishingly, her heroic aura's enhancement for Foxfire damage jumped from 50% to 1 double. With this aura, a low-level Illusion Dream Fox could throw fireballs that could be used like crystal cannons. Killing monsters across levels would be a breeze. This enhancement is immeasurable in its benefit to the entire army's combat power. What about your skills? Any changes? Lin Yan curiously observed. Fei Yu looked around. Master, I can't cast here. Please allow me to carry you outside to take a look. Carry. Could it be that healers can also serve as mounts? While Lin Yan was still puzzled, Fei Yu lightly tapped her staff on the ground. A layer of translucent white shield instantly expanded, wrapping the two of them tightly. This is the upgraded version of the Fox Spirit Divine Shield. In the next moment, the entire spherical shield actually floated up, resembling a fully enclosed transparent flying device soaring into the night sky with the two of them. The wind howled outside. Inside the shield, however, it was stable and warm. The space wasn't large, and the two were unavoidably pressed closely against each other. Fei Yu's ample bosom pressed tightly against Lin Yan's chest, the warm scent of her body constantly penetrating his nostrils, making his heart race. The flight speed was extremely fast, hardly slower than when Lilith flew at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the shield hovered above an uninhabited, desolate mountain at the edge of the territory. Fei Yu did not descend. She only needed to spare a bit of her mind to easily maintain the flight of the shield. With her hands freed, she raised them high. In midair, countless dazzling white light spots wildly gathered. The number was more than 10 times greater than before. Combine. Fei Yu shouted delicately. The shining light spots compressed and stacked together, instantly forming a massive white star body akin to a blazing sun before them. Fall. The giant star body crashed to the ground. Boom. The terrifying shockwaves spread wildly in all directions, instantly crushing flowers, grass, and trees, sending countless boulders flying. The deafening roar echoed for miles, and the ground trembled violently. If Lin Yan hadn't informed Bai Ji in advance through their mental link, the group of fox girls at home would have thought there was a beast tide invading. The destructive power was terrifying. It was so tyrannical. This move directly flattened a small hill below. Such a level of lethality could not be produced by an ordinary Tier 8 legend. Lin Yan looked at the bottomless giant pit below and swallowed hard. Is this really a healer? Her output is even more violent than a full-time mage. Alright, a healer is just her part-time job. Her actual primary occupation is the chief steward of it. Lin Yan turned his head to look. After unleashing the devastating ultimate move, Fei Yu was slumped unattractively at the bottom of the light barrier, her silver-white hair cascading messily over her full figure. The effects of healing and shielding are undoubtedly astonishing. Who would have thought that an exceptional healer's output could be so terrifying? Testing Fei Yu's combat prowess after her evolution consumed most of Lin Yan's evening. By the time he returned to the master bedroom of the castle, the night was already deep. After casually rinsing off, Lin Yan fell into a deep sleep. He slept very comfortably, undisturbed by any lurking abyssal demons who didn't come to seek their demise in the dark. The next morning, sunlight flooded the core area. After freshening up, Lin Yan approached the 5th level fox summoning altar. Recruit. He exhausted all available slots. 75 large light cocoons shattered in succession. 70 fiery-bodied illusion foxes along with 5 abyssal charm foxes radiating dark energy lined up to emerge. The dazzling long legs were mesmerizing. When they were born, they were only cloaked in red light and black mist, but within moments the light and mist transformed into tight-fitting leather skirts and armor wrapping around their enchanting forms. Lin Yan turned and went to the nearby assassin camp. He spent soul crystals to recruit 6 masked female assassins in tight-fitting attire. His military strength surged once again. The total military strength of the territory broke through once more, all starting at a high tier. Among them there were nearly 20 mythical beings with demigod and true god potential. Nearly 20 mythical level combatants. Ordinary lords wouldn't dare to dream of this. Lin Yan laughed with satisfaction. The newly recruited fox ladies and assassins were taken away by the veterans. He headed directly to the edge of the map, near the gray mist, to stand guard, hoping to lure a few solitary monsters out for practice. Just as Lin Yan pondered his next expansion move, suddenly a psychic message from the thousand-faced demonic beauty, Yimei, echoed in his mind. Last night, Yimei had ventured alone into the depths of the northern mist. She was searching for the demon's stronghold. Surprisingly, things went smoother than anticipated. The further north she went, the more traces left by abyssal creatures appeared. Along the way, she discovered several completely flattened novice territories. However, like the territory yesterday that had set up a blood formation, there was only one. The others had been violently reduced to ruins, with territory crystals shattered everywhere, leaving not a single intact brick. Yimei felt a bit regretful. If only there had been more advanced cores with formations set up. The master had said that cores with formations had a higher drop rate. Thousands of demons roamed nearby. Naturally, Yimei couldn't kill them all alone. But when it came to stealth and infiltration, she was the very best. She activated her disguise skill, transforming into the most ordinary low-level demon, confidently blending into the enemy's stronghold, gathering intelligence. The architecture is vast with clear levels. It's a well-established, old demon domain. As Yimei assessed, she casually snapped the necks of a few low-level monsters, forcibly extracting their memories. 2 nights ago, the demon lord here received a death order and led his elite troops on a frenzied march south. Something feels off. Yimei furrowed her brows slightly. The Endless Continent had special spatial laws. The position where newly born territories appeared was always at the very edge of the world, separated from such an old abyss stronghold by hundreds of kilometers of war mist. Even if the demon lord had countless mist-clearing pearls, it would be impossible to force open hundreds of kilometers of mist passage in just 2 days and accurately pinpoint the master's location. Combining the fragmented memories she had stolen, an incredible conclusion gradually emerged in Yimei's mind. The abyssal demon domain. Beneath the solid fortress at the very center. This was a dark castle built using high-tier blueprints, exuding endless bloody aura amid luxury. The Pain Demon Lord was very confident in his security system. Outside the underground treasury, dozens of 7th-tier elites were stationed, and even a 6-armed snake demon with 8th-tier legendary potential was personally overseeing it. Even if a fly were to enter, it would be instantly turned to mush. The Pain Demon Lord walked down the dark stairs alone, heading straight to the stone platform in the center of the treasury. On it rested a pearl radiating strange fluctuations. This was the priceless treasure bestowed upon him by the abyssal higher-ups for this extermination mission just a few days ago. The mist-breaking pearl. As long as one possesses this pearl, they can forcibly open a temporary passage through the mist. This was his secret weapon for leading his army south swiftly. The Pain Demon Lord extended his scaled hand, preparing to pick up the pearl. As he closed his palm, he grasped nothing but air. The Demon Lord was stunned. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at the side of the stone platform. A petite demon guard wearing revealing leather armor was toying with the glowing pearl in her hand. The female guard winked at the Demon Lord, revealing a flirtatious smile. The next second her body vanished as if erased by an eraser. Not even a trace of scent was left. The Pain Demon Lord. In a damp corner over 200 meters away from the dark fortress, a low-level demon, with a dazed expression, suddenly trembled, its massive body twisting. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a stunning enchantress clad in tight hollowed-out leather, her figure provocatively alluring. Night Charm patted her breathtakingly ample chest, causing a violent sway. How thrilling. It's such a pity I didn't bring a camera to capture the foolish Demon King's bewildered expression. She slowly spread open her fair jade-like hand. In her palm lay a pure white, glimmering jewel. Slightly larger than a ping-pong ball, it fit perfectly between her two hands. A proud smile crept across Night Charm's lips. She had put in considerable effort to acquire this jewel. The first step was to ascertain the blind spots in the structure of the underground treasure vault. The second step was to quietly eliminate the weakest female demon guard with a feeble, will then directly take her identity to successfully infiltrate the core defenses. However, merely having the identity of a guard was not enough to enter the vault. She had to bide her time waiting for the Pain Demon King to personally open the door so she could slip in behind. The entire plan turned out to be much easier than she had anticipated. The Pain Demon King would never have imagined that a traitor could infiltrate his absolute stronghold. Even more unthinkable was that someone dared to vanish into thin air right before the Demon King's eyes in broad daylight. If it all depends on my preparations, this was Night Charm's ultimate life-saving skill, Shadow Strike Substitute. As long as she left a controlled puppet sacrifice in one place in advance, she could ignore any physical defenses and instantly swap positions with the puppet. Of course, this skill has its limitations. The distance cannot be too far. The current limit is just about 300 meters. Moreover, there is a cooldown period, making it impossible to continuously use it without restriction. In the moment of activating the skill, the illusion will briefly fail, revealing her true form. However, in such a dark and concealed corner, showing her face was no concern at all. Night Charm pulled up her black hooded dress, her alluring body transforming back into an ordinary demon infantryman. She blended seamlessly with the patrol team and confidently walked out of the camp. At the same time, in the treasure vault beneath the fortress, the Pain Demon King remained in a pose of grasping the jewel, utterly dumbfounded. After being in a daze for several seconds, an overwhelming rage erupted. Bang! He swung his hand back immediately, sending a nearby elite guard flying, slamming them into the wall stained with dried blood, turning them into a puddle of mush. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find this thief. The Demon King frantically opened his territory radar panel. On the screen, all he saw were green dots representing his own people. Not a single red, symbolizing an intruder. This was unscientific. It also didn't conform to the common sense of the endless continent. It was precisely because he held a high-tech radar map that the Pain Demon King felt 100% assured about his homeland security system. Who would have thought that a thief could evade radar detection and steal the treasure right under his nose? This was utterly unacceptable. The main theme between lords was it not supposed to be a brutal fight with real weapons. What kind of bizarre unit could perfectly deceive the system radar? The Pain Demon King, backed by the Abyss, Hell had seen far beyond an ordinary lord. But after ransacking all the memories in his mind, he still couldn't find any strange unit that fit the description. It was simply beyond comprehension. Several hours later, Lin Yan rode the Chaos Dragon Queen Lilith and met up with Night Charm, who was safely retreating. Well done, is this the jewel? Lin Yan took the jewel, feeling a warm touch at his fingertips. The golden overlay panel immediately displayed detailed attributes. Mist Dispelling Jewel Grade Super Grade Type Unique Item Treasure Ability 1 Units holding the jewel can automatically dispel the war fog in their area. After leaving the fog, will reassemble. Ability 2 Mist Dispelling Light. It can release an aura to designated troops within a specified range. Troops with the aura can move freely through the fog, but their visibility is limited to 100 meters. The aura lasts for 3 hours. Usable once a day. Note 1: the jewel can only temporarily dispel the fog, and cannot completely eliminate it. To permanently occupy territory, the fog-breaking jewel is still necessary. Note 2. The war fog is unpredictable. Forcibly delving into the fog without dispelling it carries a high risk of losing direction. The further from one's own territory, the greater the risk of disorientation. It's actually a super-grade treasure. Lin Yan stared at the panel, gasping in astonishment. Lower grade, middle grade, high grade. Crossing a significant barrier brings you to super grade. This item corresponds directly to a demigod level. Many seasoned lords who have been in the game for decades have never even seen a shadow of a super grade item. Those elders in Luo Feng's family probably don't have such resources. No wonder Night Charm could navigate the lair so thoroughly among tens of thousands of wild monsters. This thing's strategic value is terrifying. Not only can it be used for reconnaissance across the entire map, but it is also an invincible artifact for surprise attacks. It can directly lead a large army to descend from the mist like divine soldiers. Lin Yan carefully read the words on the panel, especially the second note, which made his eyes light up. This was brand new intelligence that had never been mentioned in textbooks. Can it be understood this way? Every newly established territory is like an island anchored on the surface, and the endless gray mist represents the unpredictable ocean. If you stray too far from the island, you'll be swept away by the waves, completely losing your coordinates. Because the terrain and environment within the mist are not fixed. Today, the Abyss Demon King's camp might be 100 kilometers to the north. But in a few days, that camp could drift who knows where. For both sides, the others are situated in an unknown, separated by a thick gray fog blind spot. Unless the two territories continuously expand outward using the fog-breaking jewels to illuminate their lands. Until their bright visions intersect, there will be a piece of land that both sides unlock together. This shared area acts like a solid bridge. At this point, the relative positions of the two territories will be firmly established by the world's laws. No longer floating islands, but dead enemies looking out across the sea. The theory of territorial islands. Interesting. Lin Yan collected his thoughts. Night Charm leaned closer, her soft and alluring body pressed tightly against his arm. The tight leather attire accentuated her stunning curves, rubbing against Lin Yan's elbow with each breath. She exhaled softly, reporting in detail about the troop deployments, patrol routes, and the Pain Demon King's trump cards in the Abyss camp. Lin Yan pinched Night Charm's smooth face, and a bold plan quickly formed in his mind. At the same time, to the north, in the Abyss Demon domain, the Pain Demon King was still furious, madly hunting for the lurking traitor. No traitor was found. Instead, several puppets already controlled by Night Charm with spider silk were unearthed. The Demon King looked at these brainwashed subordinates, his anger reaching a boiling point, nearly destroying the Great Hall. At that moment, an elite demon came crashing into the hall, his voice filled with immense terror. Lord Demon King, urgent news from the south. An army of terrifying humans is coming directly. It seems to be that all-female Fox Fairy army. Inside the Grand Hall, elite demons rushed in, rolling and scrambling, bringing urgent news of the looming invasion by the Fox Spirit Army. The painful Demon King was momentarily stunned, then an overwhelming fury erupted from his chest. Yesterday, multiple squads sent to the south to expand territory had all been successful. Only one vanguard army dispatched to eliminate the rookie territory had completely gone silent, not even a ripple was stirred. It was clear now that this was the doing of those Fox spirits. The insider who infiltrated the treasury to steal the mist-dispelling pearl must have also been sent by them. Well, I haven't even personally gone to find you yet, you dare come running to seek death. The Demon King admitted that the stealthy method of thievery was indeed impressive. But they are merely a bunch of fox demons. In the eyes of the abyssal races, fox demons are just inferior beings relying on their looks and figure. Even high-ranking fox demons are merely fragile beings hiding in the back, casting spells. Once confronted in close combat by demons, they would surely be torn to shreds. What use do fox demons have aside from their alluring bodies? Endless slaughter and destruction will forever belong to the abyssal demons. The painful Demon King spread his large fleshy wings and strode onto the high platform outside the hall. Today, a rookie lord who doesn't know the heights of heaven or depths of earth has stolen our treasure. And now they dare to brazenly attack our doorstep. All forces attack. Use the most brutal destruction to inform these foolish humans and fox demons that the Abyss is the one and only ruler of this land. Dismember the men and capture all the female demons as slaves. The painful Demon King raised high the heavy sword burning with black hellfire. Below, tens of thousands of demons excitedly raised their weapons, letting out bloodthirsty roars. Annihilate. Tear them apart. In the southern part of the abyssal realm, several kilometers away on a stretch of open blackland, Lin Yan took out a handful of mist-dispelling pearls, directly dispersing all the grayish-white mist surrounding the battlefield. This was to prevent any obstruction of vision during the battle and to avoid harming his own fox lady. Today he had no intention of playing any schemes. Although demons were driven by brute force and violence, the painful Demon King was after all an experienced lord much smarter than mice and goblins. Ambush would not have a decisive effect. Today's battle would be a straightforward confrontation. It was just the right opportunity to test the terrifying combat power of the upgraded members of the Flame Fox territory. Even though there were only about 70 of them facing a dark sea of demons numbering at least 10,000 with a power disparity of several hundred times, Lin Yan felt no fear. Fei Yue, you are responsible for using area spells to clear out the clustered cannon fodder. My sister and I will focus on picking off the high-ranking commanders on the opposite side. Bai Ji firmly held the abyssal gaze, Bao solemnly arranging the tactics. Fei Yue nodded vigorously. Having just completed her evolution, today was a perfect opportunity for her. Thinking of the scene from last night at the Black Iron bathhouse where Lin Yan personally checked her body. Fei Yue's stunning face instantly flushed with 2 enchanting shades of red, and her fair jade-like legs involuntarily pressed together beneath her high-slit robe. She quickly took 2 deep breaths, pushing down the heated images in her mind. It was time for battle. She had to showcase her strongest side to her master. There would be plenty of time to serve him slowly after the battle. At the end of her line of sight, the demon army stirred up a storm of dust, dividing into several formations to encircle from the front. Looking at the total number, it was probably over 10,000. The scales certainly couldn't compare to the several tens of thousands during the Rat People's siege. But among these tens of thousands of demons, aside from a few thousand low-level cannon fodder, forcibly hatched by blood formations, the rest were all mid to high-ranking regular troops of the Abyss. Especially the elite positioned at the center. The combat power above the 7th tier exceeded 100. 6-armed serpent demons, high-ranking whipping demons, and lava commanders. The lineup was exceedingly luxurious. A mere rookie lord who hasn't even fully grown hair dares to proactively wage a siege. The painful Demon King stood at the back of the army looking at the few isolated fox ladies in the distance with a face full of disdain. I bet you must have had some lucky break, drawing a high-potential troop type. But even if you hold legendary tier units in your hands, what can you do? Without a few months of resource accumulation, early-stage high-ranking units are just trash. I have over 100 genuine 7th tier combat powers in my hands. Even if I have to use lives to fill the gaps, I can bury you alive. Strength is paramount. Many rookies do not know the heights of heaven or depths of earth with just a bit of a trump card. The price of arrogance is to become fertilizer for the Abyss. We are in shooting range. Bai Ji shouted. The Illusory Dream Foxes all raised their staffs, launching a barrage of fireballs. At the same time, the demon army on the opposite side also charged forward with countless venomous projectiles and black fireballs raining down. Fei Yue stepped forward. Her staff struck heavily on the ground. A massive silver-white fox spirit shield instantly opened, protecting everyone within. Boom. The first round of fire exchange ended. The fox ladies sheltered behind the shield did not even have their hairstyles disheveled. In contrast, the demon army was thrown into chaos by the high-ranking lava crystals, with a significant portion of the frontline cannon fodder instantly evaporated. Not bad. The painful Demon King coldly snorted. It was within his expectations that fox demons excelled in spell output. As long as the defensive light shield was broken, with the fox spirits' bodies as fragile as paper, any low-ranking demon could tear them in half. But soon, the painful Demon King realized something was off. How could the silver-white defensive shield be so unyielding? After hundreds of venomous projectiles and heavy swords struck, not even a crack had formed. The speed at which his front line was being taken down was alarming. More horrifying to him was that the fox spirits, who he remembered only hiding behind and flaunting their charms, were directly rushing out to engage in melee. 2 fiery figures plunged directly into the mass of demons. One was a gothic girl in a short skirt covered with black cloth, relying solely on her long legs to kick fiercely, each strike landing on heads. The other was a stunning figure dressed in a tight beast-skin skirt adorned with purple magic patterns, wielding dual blades and cutting through like a meat grinder. Limbs and severed arms flew everywhere. These 2 fox ladies were more brutal and bloody in slaying monsters than the abyssal demons. Before the painful Demon King could react, boom! In midair, Fei Yue soared high. Countless blinding holy light spots wildly gathered and stacked. In just a few seconds, a gigantic celestial body dazzling like the blazing sun condensed and took shape in the air. With a terrifying pressure that could destroy heaven and earth, it came crashing down. A violent roar echoed throughout the realm. The raging waves of energy surged outward in waves. All that remained in sight was a glaring expanse of white. The surrounding cries of agony were instantly drowned out. As the shockwave slightly subsided, the painful Demon King grabbed the nearby scout soldier by the head, yanking it to face him. He howled hysterically. You better open your eyes wide and see clearly. How can you call these living hells delicate fox spirits? Have you ever seen a vixen more brutal and bloodthirsty than an abyssal demon? Have you ever seen a vixen who can casually summon a cataclysmic scorching star with a mere flick of her hand, instantly flattening half a battlefield? Have you ever seen a vixen blindfolded who can crush elite demon generals into pulp with just her delicate white hands? The painful Demon King has truly opened his eyes today. He could not comprehend. How could a lowly bloodline like the fox demon, which thrives on seducing the strong with beauty and charm, possess such monstrous destructive power? But he was well aware that he had to take the field personally. If he allowed the glowing fox lady in midair to drop another star, his army would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Even if they could eventually bury the fox ladies under sheer numbers, he would end up as a mere figurehead. Cover the entire army. Follow me to attack. The painful Demon King shoved aside the intelligence officer. Gripping a heavy sword engulfed in black hellfire, he cleaved through the giant rock blocking his path, and flapped his broad meaty wings to soar into the sky. He was not a useless commander who could only hide behind the lines. The upper limit for troop levels was rigidly fixed. Advancing another tier at higher ranks was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But the Lord was different. The Lord had no potential ceiling. The troops under his command could rampage outside, and the vast experience would continuously feed back to the Lord himself. Accumulated over time, the painful Demon King's true strength had long reached the terrifying 8th tier, high level. In the entire demon realm, he was the strongest pinnacle. Personally tearing off the limbs of enemies was his favorite pastime. The Demon King leapt hundreds of meters and charged directly at the front line. A petite and fiery figure suddenly blocked his path. Yi Yuan was dressed in a Gothic-style black mini-skirt, her feet clad in knee-high leather boots. The black ribbon on her face fluttered in the wind. A few drops of demonic green blood splattered on her fair cheeks. But she seemed utterly unconcerned. Her delicate fists were covered in minced flesh combined with the fabric soaked in sweat that clung tightly to her graceful body, exuding a wild allure that made one's blood boil. She was completely different from the fox demons rumored to have severe cleanliness obsessions. The Demon King had long noticed Yi Yuan. This girl fought the most ferociously. The force behind her punches was simply more terrifying than a transformed humanoid dragon. Were it not for the furry fox ears atop her head, the Demon King would never believe she was a fox. "They'll take you down." The Demon King roared, bringing down his massive flaming heavy sword with the weight of Mount Tai. Boom! Waves of violent energy rippled outward, the surrounding earth instantly upheaved. The heavy sword and Yi Yuan's delicate pink fists collided repeatedly over a dozen times. Sparks flew. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. He had clearly seen that the blindfolded girl before him was only at the early 7th tier realm. He himself was at the 8th tier high level. There was a significant gap between them, several smaller tiers apart. Not to mention the suppression of his top-grade heavy sword. But after a fierce exchange, he surprisingly gained not a single advantage. Even the grip on his sword was numbed and cracked from the shock. This was definitely a mother Tyrannosaurus draped in fox fur. He could not afford to delay any longer. The Demon King turned and roared to the rear, "Go! Stop the foxes raining arrows from the sky. This black-skirted one is mine." He dispatched his strongest ace in the territory, an 8th tier early 6-armed serpent demon attempting to share the pressure. Demons only bring about blind destruction. Yi Yuan remained in place, gently shaking off the blood on her fists, a stunning smile appearing on her beautiful face. "And I represent pure disaster." As soon as her words fell, a storm of calamity erupted. Dark ink-like winds, mysterious and eerie, swept outwards from Yi Yuan, the center of the storm, instantly covering an area of several hundred meters. The black winds had no physical lethality, but demons blown by the wind seemed to be cursed by the most malicious hex. Some tripped and fell, breaking their necks. Others swung their blades, but inexplicably stabbed their comrades. Some were about to release venom, only for their spells to backfire and explode in their mouths. This was not a property debuff. It was as if their luck had been forcibly reduced to negative. Even drinking water would get stuck in their teeth. The Demon King was similarly affected by the black winds. He felt as if the entire world was against him. Even the abyssal power flowing within him began to rebel and rampage. Boom! Seizing the half-second when the Demon King was immobilized, Yi Yuan's long legs powerfully pushed off the ground, her black skirt fluttering, revealing large swathes of dazzling white. Her delicate body shot out like a cannonball. A solid punch landed squarely on the Demon King's chest. The heavy abyssal armor instantly burst open, a crisp and jarring crack echoed as his sternum shattered. The force of disaster surged through the wound into his body. How could I possibly die here? Guards! Guards, come protect me! The Demon King was utterly panicked. He had only sustained a minor injury, yet the shadow of death loomed over him. As long as he could escape back to the center of the army with the sea of people strategy, he could surely wear them down. Several 7th-tier whip demons heard his call for help and desperately rushed over. Yi Yuan would never give him the chance to escape. She discarded the shattered knuckle duster in her hand. Slowly raising her delicate white hand, she pressed it against the black ribbon on her face. Gently pulling it down her left eye was completely exposed to the air. In her eye socket, there was no sclera or pupil. Only a dark and profound 6-pointed star formation, rotating slowly and eerily. The abyssal demon eye. At the moment the seal was lifted, Yi Yuan's vision transformed entirely into black and white. The 7th-tier guards rushing towards her appeared to move as slowly as snails. Meanwhile, the Demon King who attempted to flee before her appeared strong and intact on the outside, but his soul was already riddled with countless cracks, all shattered by her punches. Yi Yuan's left eye locked onto her target. Her red lips parted slightly as she whispered, "Soul shatter." A shocking crimson tear slowly slid down the corner of her fair eye. It exuded a bewitchingly beautiful sense of battle damage. Ahead, the fleeing Demon King suddenly froze. His eyes instantly lost all their luster, his soul completely erased and annihilated within his body. His massive and robust body fell like a lifeless piece of wood crashing down into the mud. The king is dead. The king was taken out in an instant. The surrounding demons witnessing this scene were terrified, their hearts gripped with despair, emitting desperate wails. At the front of the battle line, the highly anticipated 8th-tier 6-armed serpent demon's massive body was firmly pinned to the ground by several arrows burning with foxfire. It was nailed down to the point of questioning its life. It was a dignified 8th-tier legendary demon. Moreover, it had fully consumed attribute enhancements in its own army. How could it be treated as a live target by 2 fox ladies in the sky upon first confrontation? It had no room to resist at all. Hearing the terrified shouts from behind, the serpent demon struggled to turn its head. Its eyes widened in disbelief and deep resentment. Not dying in front of its master to shield him was the greatest shame for an abyssal warrior. Before it could even struggle to rise, 2 dazzling crimson arrows rapidly magnified in its vision. Bang! The 6 heads of the serpent demon were simultaneously pierced and exploded. Its massive body crumpled heavily to the ground. With the death of the Pain Demon King, the 8th-tier 6-armed serpent demon was also instantly decapitated by the sisters Baiji. The remaining abyssal demons completely crumbled. With their leader dead and not a trace remaining, the morale plummeted to rock bottom. Countless monsters dropped their weapons and fled in all directions in a frenzy. Once the lord dies, they lose their protection and devolve into wandering, unclaimed wild monsters. How could the fox maidens let go of these walking experience bags? Relentless pursuit. Ruthlessly striking the drowning dog. Yi Yuan even discarded the broken talons. Dark, catastrophic energy coiled around her delicate white hands. With a powerful kick, her long legs soared, and as she punched down, a fleeing lava demon was obliterated into a shower of blood and flesh. As she killed, her heart burned with determination. She must become stronger. At her current 5th-tier realm, she was incapable of perfectly wielding the abyssal demon eye within her left eye. She had only opened it for a fleeting moment, and her body almost couldn't withstand the backlash. She needed to level up quickly. The chase continued for quite a while. Lin Yan sat in the back, shaking his head at the piles of corpses. This Demon King was truly a brainless fool. As the lord of a city, instead of safely enjoying life in an absolutely secure fortress, he had to run to the front lines to show off, purely offering himself as a head. As a boss, one must be as steady as an old dog. Placing oneself in danger is the greatest irresponsibility to one's territory. Even if you don't come out to die, I can still flatten your lair. With the god-tier potential of Baiji and Bai Rou combined with the terrifying damage amplification aura of the supreme healer Fei Yue, it was a one-sided attribute crushing. This group of fox maidens slaying monsters beyond their levels was as easy as drinking water. Although Yi Yuan and Lilith couldn't benefit from the complete Fox Clan exclusive aura, their own mechanics were sufficiently overpowered. Lin Yan stroked his chin. He still had the last golden hero's heart in his pocket. Should he give it to the violent blind maiden Yi Yuan, or to the chaotic dragon maiden Lilith? I really wish this thing could be wholesale with 10 or 8 of them so that I could give it to whoever I want. Lin Yan was blissfully daydreaming. Suddenly, several jarring system notification sounds popped into his mind. Ding! Your subordinate, Yi Yuan, has successfully killed the level 4 Lord, Pain Demon King. The enemy's core crystal will automatically disintegrate in 48 hours. The Lord can choose to violently destroy it at any time. Destroying it will plunder vast resources and rare blueprints. Ding! Detected that you are the first newcomer in the entire server to break a level 4 territory. Achievement unlocked. First kill rewards automatically upgraded. Destroying the crystal will definitely yield a large purple gold treasure chest. A large purple gold treasure chest. Can the first kill rewards really be forcibly upgraded? Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such confidential information had never been revealed by veteran players on Earth. No wonder it was not mentioned in textbooks. Ordinary people struggle to even make the leaderboard. Who could possibly challenge a level 4 Demon King's lair at this stage? The reserves of a level 4 veteran Demon King are definitely dozens of times richer than those of ordinary monster lairs. It must be smashed immediately. Lin Yan did not summon Lilith for transport. Fei Yu pointed her staff, and a massive translucent fox spirit shield opened up enveloping Lin Yan and the sisters Bai Ji as they soared into the sky. The internal space of the light shield was not particularly large. With 4 people squeezed together, it was inevitably a bit cramped. Lin Yan was tightly pressed in the center by Bai Ji, Bai Rou, and Fei Yu. 3 fiery, curvaceous bodies were pressed against him. The alluring fragrance filled his nose, surrounded by dazzling white legs and deeply enticing smooth skin. In the friction, Lin Yan felt a surge of heat. He couldn't help but want to get down to business right then and there. Left behind on the ground, the chaotic dragon maiden Lilith looked up at the flying light ball, her dark purple eyes flashing with confusion. Is the master going to sit on the ball? Am I the dragon maiden with true god-level potential unemployed? Boom. The light ball crashed down in the inner courtyard of the Demon King's castle, instantly crushing several small demons in its path. The sisters Bai Ji released several arrows, completely clearing out the remaining soldiers around the castle. No matter whether hidden in plain sight or in the shadows, none could escape the perception of the legendary Fox Immortal. An arrow pierced through the wall, taking someone away directly. Master! This way, this way. From the shadows in the corner, the figure of Yi Mei dressed in a lace bodysuit emerged. The tight bodysuit emphasized her breathtaking peach-shaped curves. She had been lying in wait for a long time. The only purpose to guard the door to the treasury. Absolutely must not let the fleeing demons take away even a single coin. Lin Yan had long considered the Demon King's lair as his private property. Losing even a piece of soul crystal would be considered a loss. Well done, Lin Yan praised. Yi Mei opened the door seal with her bare hands, and everyone quickly entered the underground treasury. What greeted their eyes were mountains of large wooden chests. Boxes of refined iron weapons and heavy armor, plus a large quantity of strategic consumables, fire spell scrolls, fear aura scrolls, and even 50 building repair gems. With just a slap on the city wall, they could instantly repair the durability of the tower defenses. Remarkably practical. Lin Yan chuckled. The Demon King had so many premium gems for repairing walls, yet the territory didn't even have a decent defensive tower. Relying solely on a few low-grade fire-spitting wooden stakes to maintain appearances, no wonder they were shattered by Yi Yuan's punch. Fei Yu looked at the room full of resources. Her eyes had already turned into the shape of soul crystals. With so many brand new weapons, selling them in the shop would definitely yield a windfall. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid. Lin Yan sifted through the pile of weapons, setting aside a few rare high-tier items. Suddenly, a pair of gauntlets radiating dark red high temperature caught his attention. Lava heavy armor gauntlets, grade high-tier weapon, magic conduction rate 132, additional effects, crushing strike, berserk strength. This item is perfect for Yi Yuan. The violent blind maiden smashed ordinary iron gauntlets to pieces in every fight. With this high-tier exclusive gear, her melee combat would definitely become wilder and more lethal. Lin Yan was satisfied as he stored the gauntlets in his void backpack. With a wave of his hand, he declared, "Let's go." Smash the core crystal and open the purple chest. At the deepest part of the Demon King's castle lies the secret chamber where the territorial crystal is stored. Yi Mei reversed the grip on her shadow dagger, swinging it forcefully. A dark blade of light flashed, effortlessly cutting through the heavy stone door. Lin Yan strode into the secret chamber. The core crystal of the level 4 territory emitted a blinding blue light. The radiance shot up into the sky, resembling a colossal lighthouse in the darkness. However, upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint grayish death aura within the blue light, with the light particles flickering intermittently, as if they might extinguish at any moment. Even if Lin Yan did not take action, the crystal, having lost its lord, would completely dissipate within 2 days. A century later, no one would remember that there once existed a abyssal demon domain here. Get to work, smash it. Lin Yan took half a step back and waved his hand casually. Bai Ji, Bai Rou, Fei Yue, and Yi Mei rushed forward immediately. Foxfire, holy light, and shadow blades struck the surface of the crystal simultaneously. Energy ripples spread out in circles. Although the physical defense of the core crystal was 0, allowing any damage to take effect, its health bar grew in a manner that was utterly despairing. The 4 top-tier combatants, each with demigod and divine potential, unleashed their full power. After a relentless assault lasting several minutes, they barely managed to create a few cracks on the surface of the crystal. It was evident that attempting to bypass the defending army for a direct assassination was utterly unrealistic. The time taken to shatter the crystal would be ample for wild creatures to recover dozens of times. However, in terms of stealing, emptying the treasury would suffice to recoup losses. Crack. With the final crisp sound, the indestructible core crystal finally shattered. Ding. Successfully destroyed level 4 abyssal territory. Boom. A dazzling blue beam of light broke through the ground, dispersing into countless particles in the air. At the same time, the dark castle above trembled violently. Buildings constructed with system blueprints would collapse and become unusable alongside the destruction of the territorial core. Countless massive stones and beams crashed down. Lin Yan stood in place, not even blinking. Fox, Fei Yu shouted, her staff striking heavily against the ground. A semi-transparent white light shield instantly expanded, enveloping the 5 of them securely in the center. To conserve magical power, the shield's area was minimized. The 5 of them were tightly packed in a narrow space. Yimei pressed closely against Lin Yan's thigh. The surroundings were filled with an enchanting fragrance. Any movement could spark intense fireworks. Lin Yan's breathing grew heavier as he forcefully suppressed the heat within his heart. The falling stones crashed against the divine shield, producing a dull sound. After several minutes, the collapse finally ceased. Fei Yu waved her staff. The divine shield suddenly expanded outward, shaking off the dozens of tons of rubble pressing down on it. The starlight above began to fall again. Only a desolate scene of broken walls remained around them. And at the very center of the ruins, a strangely massive super treasure chest, glowing with an eye-catching purple-gold light, hovered silently in midair. The purple-gold treasure chest. It was Lin Yan's first encounter with such a high-level blind box. According to the textbooks, as long as the Lord's face was not so dark that it was unviewable, the purple box would definitely yield extraordinary treasures of a super grade. Ordinary armor and weapons could stand aside. The starting point was high-level blueprints and life-saving cards above demigod level. Byro stepped forward and hugged the treasure chest tightly. Lin Yan stared fixedly at the treasure chest. Before his eyes, a golden exclusive notification popped up on time. Option 1, open it on the spot. You can obtain 1 super-grade item and a large number of miscellaneous materials. Option 2, let the 3 fox girls hold you tightly inside the light shield and open it after 10 minutes of squeezing. You can obtain 2 super-grade items, including a rare blueprint. Option 3, pack it up and take it back to the territory. Gather by Ji by Ro Fei Yu Luo Li Yuan Lilith and Yimei. Together soak in the fox spirit hot spring bathe and change, then open it personally. You can obtain 2 super-grade items, including blueprints, 1 top-notch troop building, and a massive amount of divine items. Is option 3, like collecting stamps. Gathering the 7 hottest, most potential fox girls in the territory to take a bath together. Lin Yan's mind flashed with the images of the several stunningly beautiful women, cold and alluring, their pure desires intertwined alongside the long legs that appeared vaguely beneath the hot spring water. This broken external device truly understands a man's thoughts too well. What choice would an adult make? Naturally, it would be to take them all home and open them slowly. On the other side of the ruins, the fox girls were frantically transporting the resources from the treasury. Fei Yu fully showcased her true nature as a money-loving shopkeeper. As long as it was intact and could be sold, she did not let a single piece of scrap metal slip by. If not for the lack of time, she would have even attempted to pry up the marble tiles from the ground. Not only was she good at financial management, but she also understood how to run a frugal household. Just then Hong Yi rushed over, stepping on the broken walls, her expression grave. Master, the sisters on lookout reported urgent military intelligence. 2 kilometers east in the night sky, a fully formed Lord's army has been discovered. They are coming in force. 20 kilometers away in the eastern region, the Poison Wing Lord Rek was sitting atop a massive bipedal dragon. He held 2 troop buildings in his hands. A rare-level poison arrow dryad plus a commanding-level bipedal dragon. Alone against the dominating painful demon king, he could only be pressed to the ground and rubbed. But he was not fighting alone. He had allied with 4 neighboring lords of similar rank to form a 5-city alliance, specifically banding together to resist the encroachment of the abyssal demon army. As a longtime opponent, the moment the Demon King's army fully mobilized, Rek received the news. Looking at this momentum, the Demon King has taken out all his assets. I wonder which deity has provoked this mad dog. Rek pondered quietly. After receiving the news, he immediately communicated with several brothers in the alliance. After a discussion, they realized this was a golden opportunity. If the Demon King lost or was heavily wounded, they would seize the chance to attack and claim territory. If the Demon King's main forces were thoroughly weakened, they would simply gather their forces and directly flatten the Demon King's lair. to eradicate future threats. As for whether an outsider lord could defeat the Demon King, in Rek's view this possibility was nearly zero. As a longtime rival he understood how terrifying the Demon King was. High-level demons were plentiful backed by the Abyss. How could a newcomer possibly prevail? Even if a miracle occurred by a millionth chance, and the outsider narrowly won, they would absolutely be at their last gasp. A few people could easily reap the opposing side. This was the perfect script that Rek could dream of waking up to. He immediately assembled the dragon army and sped toward the demon domain. The bipedal dragons and dryads were all high-mobility flying troops. Before long Rek led his team into the territory of the demon domain. Charging straight in. Looking down Rek was astonished, nearly dropping his eyeballs. The outer fire towers are all destroyed. The city walls are gone and not a single patrolling demon is in sight. Could it be that the outsider really won? The painful Demon King who had pressed them for months was so confusingly wiped out by someone. A storm surged within Rek's heart, while an overwhelming joy surged up. He immediately sent an urgent message to the brothers in the Alliance through his terminal. Gather. Prepare to pick the fruits. Those who can take down the Demon King's army are definitely tough opponents. But war is always about attrition. Killing 1,000 enemies will cost 800 of your own. Even if they defeated the Demon King, the opposing side's troops would surely be half dead and exhausted now. Take advantage of his illness to seize his life. Rek had no idea what terrifying perverts awaited him ahead. Rek rode on the back of a massive wyvern, his mind racing with calculations. The guys in the Alliance must still be on their way. If I can get there before them and devour the entire treasure trove left by the Demon King, the entire 5 cities alliance will be under my command. I might even dominate this entire region. The perfect opportunity for wealth. Just as he was dreaming of monopolizing it, the wyvern's massive body suddenly trembled violently, nearly throwing Rek off. Whoosh! A steel arrow burning with crimson flames shot past the wyvern's thick neck, scorching a large black mark into its hard scales. Everyone be alert. Rek, a seasoned 8th-tier junior lord, reacted swiftly. After stabilizing his posture, he immediately scanned the ruins below in the direction from which the arrow had come. What he saw was a group of voluptuous women with furry pointed ears coldly staring at the sky while holding staves. A vixen. The one who dares to attack the Demon King's lair is actually a lord accompanied by fox spirits. Rek, well-informed, recognized at a glance that the aura of the women below was extraordinary. All of them possessed high-tier bloodlines. No wonder they had the strength to confront the abyssal army hidden. However, upon careful observation, he noticed that the number of fox spirits blocking their path was pitifully small. Counting them all, there were only 5. Meanwhile, the aerial army he brought consisted of over 2,000 elite troops. Just as I expected. Attacking the Demon King's lair, these fox spirits must have suffered heavy casualties, and now they are at their wits' end. Rek's eyes gleamed with greed. He even felt a twinge of regret for sending an urgent telegram to his brothers in the Alliance earlier. This piece of fat meat was something he could consume entirely on his own. It was necessary to strike hard and fast. Brothers, charge. Form a formation to exhaust their strength. Capture them alive. I want to take these exquisite beauties back for a thorough interrogation and dig out all the secrets of their territory. In the sky, a dense rain of poison arrows began to pour down wildly. The wyvern also opened its massive jaws and spewed forth overwhelming green venom. At the edge of the ruins, Qingxi, who was responsible for perimeter surveillance, tightened her grip on the crimson flame spirit staff, her pretty face shrouded in frost. She had just consumed an evolution stone 2 days prior, advancing to a semi-divine, potential 9 nethercharm fox, and her strength had already reached the 5th-tier junior level. However, the number of wyverns and female demons in the sky was simply overwhelming, led by high-tier commanders. The disparity in numbers was too great. With only 5 of them, how could they defend? Sisters, the intel has been sent back. What we need to do now is hold off these scum. Qingxi bit her silver teeth, raising her hand to unleash a burst of azure ghost fire, incinerating a wyvern that was diving down. However, the firepower from above was too concentrated. Using her phantom step to barely evade the 4 illusion dream foxes behind her were not so fortunate. Splatter. The venom splashed down, corroding the black leather skirts of 2 foxes and exposing large areas of their dazzling white skin. One of them had her arm pierced by a poison arrow, blood instantly staining her fair arm. Qingxi's heart sank as she shouted, "You 4 retreat now. They'll stay back as cover. Hurry. I have semi-divine blood. Ooh, I can definitely escape. If you don't leave now, you'll all die here." Without teammates to share the firepower, staying behind for cover was equivalent to sending oneself to death. But the 4 injured foxes didn't retreat even a single step. They bit their red lips, their beautiful eyes reflecting a steadfast resolve to die rather than yield. To protect their master for the Flame Fox territory, what was there to fear in death? At that moment, a massive translucent white barrier descended from the sky, resembling an inverted giant bull, securely enclosing Qing Si and her 4 companions in the center. The rain of venom and arrows pounded against the barrier, all of it instantly deflected. Lin Yan, accompanied by Baiji Bai Rou and Fei Yue, quickly stepped into the defensive line. He immediately spotted the injured fox. Blood was still seeping from her pale arm, her skirt was torn, and her thigh was covered in horrifying red marks left by the venom. Lin Yan's heart twisted painfully. Rage surged through him instantly. His woman, who usually wouldn't even speak harshly, how dare these scum harm her? Baiji, Bai Rou, Fei Yue. There was no need for further words. The twin fox spirits were already furious. The 2 sisters raised their abyssal gaze, bow simultaneously, drawing the strings taut. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 brilliant crimson arrows shot up into the sky, directly piercing the 2 wyverns at the front that were spewing the most poison. Following that, the healer Fei Yue raised her staff high. Countless blinding white light spots gathered in midair, transforming into a meteor shower that thundered down towards the enemy formation. Boom. The formation in the sky instantly collapsed. Wyverns and demon archers fell from the sky like dumplings, shrieking as they crashed to the ground. Rek, the poison-winged lord who was dreaming of monopolizing the spoils, hadn't even reacted to the chaos when he was struck by an arrow from Baiji in the chest. His armor shattered instantly and blood spurted wildly. Terrified, he scrambled to pull out a life-saving scroll from his pocket and tore it open with all his might. A blinding silver light flashed. Rek, along with the severely injured wyvern beneath him, vanished into thin— "Sorry, master, I let him escape." Baiji put away her longbow, a hint of guilt on her beautiful face. Lin Yan stepped forward, reaching out to touzle her silky silver hair, embracing her slender waist. "It's fine, don't blame yourself. If he escapes, he escapes. He must have been a lord. Even if Baiji had killed him in an instant, they wouldn't have been able to find his coordinates to— Moreover, the fox ladies had been on the go all day, having continuously attacked 2 major lairs, and their stamina was already depleted. They simply did not have the energy for a long-distance pursuit. No need to hurry. The force coming from the east is probably called the 5 Cities Alliance," Lin Yan said as he squatted down. He personally took out a bottle of clean mineral water to help the injured fox clean her wounds. When his hand brushed against the girl's soft, smooth thigh, the fox blushed deeply, but obediently remained still. The Xinyuan Maxiong main camp had been thoroughly ransacked by the fox girls, dug over, as if to the roots. Any scrap of metal with the least worth had been bundled up and carried away. Part of the haul was immediately teleported across the void by shopkeeper Fei Yue to Lingzhou City, destined to be hot blind box stock for tomorrow. Even so, each Huanming fox's hide satchel was stuffed to the point of bursting. Even Lilisai, the Chaos Dragon Princess with genuine true god potential, had several enormous weighty parcels slung over her back. Fully laden and returning home, a great harvest. At this point, even if another unclaimed lair popped up nearby, Lin Yan simply could not have moved it. All present, return home. Lin Yan waved his hand. The rapid march there had taken surprisingly little time. The return, however, with the large numbers of newly rescued human and elven slaves and mountains of spoils, took a solid 2 or 3 hours. By the time the main force had safely crossed into the core of the Yinhu domain, night had fallen completely. Because of the long-range raid to topple the demon bear lair, surrounding reclamation work had largely stalled. Baiji stepped forward with several freshly condensed mist-dispelling orbs and asked softly, "Master, there are still a few patches of mist on the outskirts not cleared. May I take people to scout them?" "Scout what? We've been exhausted all day." Lin Yan pulled her into his arms and, almost as a tease, delivered a light smack to her rounded hip. "Just smash the remaining mist-dispelling orbs along the borderline. Everyone rest well tonight." Baiji obediently nodded, a soft coquettish flush warming her cheeks. Lin Yan had not forgotten the most important matter of the day. He turned his gaze across the gathering. "Baiji Bai Rou, Fei Yue, Luo Li Yi Yuan, Lilisai Yi Mei. You 7 strip. Come with me to the Huling Ningxin hot spring." Late into the night, moonlight spilled down. Steam rose from the vast white jade pool, and a thick veil of spiritual energy mist hovered above its surface. Lin Yan leaned at the pool's edge. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the wicked fire in his chest. Business first. He raised his hand and let the enormous super chest blazing with an eye-searing violet gold light hover above the center of the water. Violet light flared. It was more alluring than the 7 beauties around him, at least in the single second before opening. "Open!" Lin Yan extended his finger and pressed down hard. Boom! The violet golden radiance exploded outward, bathing the entire hot spring as if it were daylight. A chime announced the success of opening the large violet golden chest. Obtained 13880 soul crystals, 65 pure elemental stones, 360 Ling Yuan points. Obtained 4 divine artifacts, evolution stones. Obtained a mid-grade item, the mutagenic demon seed, 2 small random teleport talismans, 1 high-grade void storage ring. Obtained 1 mid-grade troop recruitment card and 1 high-grade troop recruitment card. Obtained a transcendent strategic weapon, the Starfall Divine Punishment Scroll. Obtained 1 transcendent building blueprint. Obtained 1 mid-grade troop building. Incredible! A veritable cascade of extraordinary loot. Lin Yan watched the notifications flood like a waterfall before him and felt a thrill. Before opening a blue orb and getting 2 or 3 decent items would have felt like a godsend. This violet golden chest was like toppling the ultimate boss in a game. Supreme rewards rained down. More than a dozen peerless treasures. Lin Yan swallowed and immediately began to inspect the spoils one by one. Let's look at this mutagenic demon seed first. He toyed with a blood-red seed in his palm. This was unquestionably a precious item. The last time he had used a low-grade demon seed, it had collectively elevated the levels of his fox girls, producing a dozen or so 7th-rank half-gods. Were it not for that sudden surge in strength, assaulting the demon bear lair today would have cost them dearly. And the seed in his hand was mid-grade. A low-grade one could attract tens of thousands of wild monsters. The exotic perfume from a mid-grade demon seed would surely summon an even more terrifying, far higher-leveled wave of monsters. This thing is a double-edged sword. If it draws too many monsters, and the firepower can't suppress them, things can easily go wrong. Lin Yan carefully stowed the seed away. He must not use it rashly, better to wait until tomorrow when the defensive positions were fully arranged, and only then farm levels. He then picked up an unadorned black ring. A high-grade void storage ring. Lin Yan slid it onto his index finger. Probing with his consciousness, he found the interior space measured well over 100 square meters, equivalent to a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. It was far larger than the storage locker he had once bought at great expense in Lingzhou City. From now on, when scavenging, he could simply shove things into the ring. Convenient and swift. Space jewelry like this would fetch sky-high prices at the trade square. Wealth alone might not be enough to buy one. Lin Yan's gaze then fell upon 2 small rune-marked slips of paper. Small random teleport talismans. Once torn, they could bypass spatial seals and instantly teleport the user to a random 0.5 kilometers away. The ultimate trump card for survival. The toxic-winged Lord Lei they had encountered earlier that day probably used something like this to barely escape. Lin Yan beckoned. Yimei glided over like a water serpent. Her damp hair clung to her pale cheek, and her full yielding breasts pressed tightly against Lin Yan's arm. Keep the teleport talisman safe and on your person. Lin Yan pressed the talisman into her hand, and running his fingers over her silky shoulder pinched lightly. If danger comes, don't stubbornly stand your ground. Run when you should. You little temptress are too bold. You often go too far. Yimei went weak under the squeeze, her exquisite eyes full of gratitude as she nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Assigning her the most dangerous tasks and then giving her the top survival talisman. Such masters are rare indeed. As for the remaining rewards, 4 evolution stones were securely placed into storage. 2 troop recruitment cards arrived, 1 mid-grade, 1 high-grade. With luck, the high-grade card could even summon a legendary troop. But Lin Yan felt little interest. Why summon ordinary troops when any of his fox girls plucked at random could be a mythic beauty with demigod or true god potential? At best, the recruitment cards would only yield a few high-grade fighters. Hardly meaningful. Keeping them is pointless, better to auction them at the Huaming Pavilion. It would absolutely strip the coffers of a crowd of wealthy buyers out there. After tallying the spoils, Lin Yan suddenly remembered something. He slipped an arm around Yimei's supple waist and pulled her into his embrace, asking in a low voice, "This afternoon, when you were infiltrating the Maxion camp, you transmitted that things were not so simple. There are secrets behind the demon bears. What exactly did you uncover?" The hot spring water rippled gently. Yimei lay obediently in Lin Yan's embrace, allowing his broad hand to wrap around her supple, slender waist. The damp, hollow leather clung tightly to her skin, the deep white skin on her chest soaked by the warm water, exuding a deadly allure. In response to the master, Yimei exhaled softly, her red lips nearly brushing against Lin Yan's earlobe. "I drained the surface memories of several high-ranking demon bears. I discovered that this group of bears is not advancing southward to seize territory. They received a death order from their superiors, and the mist-clearing treasure orb we captured during the day does not belong to the demon bear chieftain. It is a tool gifted to them by some mysterious figure." Upon hearing the report, Lin Yan instantly connected all the clues. A clear target orders from above traversing through the mist. It was highly likely related to the abyss demon tree seedlings they had eliminated a few days ago. The demon tree seedlings were not wild, but were deliberately deployed in this area by some top-tier abyss lord as a strategic weapon. Learning that he had provoked a formidable enemy, Lin Yan not only remained calm, but also chuckled, while pinching Yi Mai's smooth face. When troops come we shall meet them, when water comes we shall cover it with earth. What's there to be afraid of? If it weren't for encountering the demon tree, how could the altar have mutated to produce such overpowering demigod killers as Yi Yuan and Yu Lan? With just these two trump cards, Lin Yan dared to confront any old forces heathen. It was a complete win. Tomorrow you continue to explore north, and also check on the movements of the Eastern 5 Cities Alliance and the West. But tonight let's call it a day. Lin Yan reached out and gave Yi Mai's pert peach-shaped bottom a firm squeeze. Tonight you get a break. Later go to the Fox dining room, and let Baiji prepare a feast for you to restore your strength. Thank you, master. Yi Mai's beautiful eyes sparkled as she happily planted a forceful kiss on Lin Yan's cheek. For a foodie, a feast was more rewarding than any other prize. In the deep night after bathing, Lin Yan flew with Baiji, Bai Rou, and Fei Yu to a towering peak on the outskirts of the core area. There was no one around. Looking up, a blood moon emitting a strange red light hung in the sky. It was said that the endless continent once had a normal moon, but something unknown happened, transforming it into this oppressive crimson. Lin Yan directly took out the recently unveiled Starfall Divine Punishment Scroll from his storage ring. Super tier, a strategic grade weapon. The combination of those two words equated to an invaluable treasure. The Beast King War Drum revealed this afternoon was already impressive, but compared to this scroll, it was merely child's play. Starfall Divine Punishment Scroll grade super tier type strategic weapon description. By tearing open the scroll, one can forcibly alter the celestial phenomena within several kilometers, creating a Star Moon Divine Domain. Special effect: all allied units within the domain experience a 30 increase in attack power. Movement speed increases by 30, while gaining nearly infinite magical recovery speed. Additional effect inflicts continuous perception disorientation and mental torment on all enemy units within the domain. Limitations can be used once a day, each use lasts 30 minutes. Half an hour of invincible enhancement is enough to win any large-scale battle. As for the mental damage, the panel description was rather vague. Lin Yan decided to test it out on the spot. He grasped the scroll with both hands and pulled it open forcefully. Boom! A dazzling, blinding silver beam shot up into the sky, directly piercing through the heavy cloud layer. In the blink of an eye, the night sky within several kilometers was forcibly altered. The usually oppressive blood moon completely vanished, replaced by a bright and luminous silver moon surrounded by countless sparkling stars. The silvery moonlight poured down like a waterfall. The magical recovery is so fast. Baiji raised her stunning face, bathing in the silver light. The flowing clouds robe on her body shimmered softly, accentuating her graceful figure as if she were a deity. In this environment, as long as we don't continuously unleash the ultimate move of the divine fire of annihilation, our magical power will never run out. Fei Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "My holy light punishment can at least be cast dozens of times without a break." Their endurance was at its peak. Lin Yan was very satisfied, and then prepared to test the negative effects of the scroll. He shifted his gaze and temporarily marked Bai Rou as an enemy target using his lord privileges. Buzz! The bright moonlight above instantly locked onto Bai Rou's delicate figure. Bai Rou felt a buzzing in her head. Her watery peach blossom eyes instantly lost focus, becoming dazed and hollow. She stared blankly upwards, gazing at the moon in the sky, her red lips slightly parted as she began to mumble subconsciously, "Praise the starry sky. Praise the great master. Praise." After several seconds, Lin Yan removed the enemy mark. Only then did Bai Rou suddenly shake her little head and come to her senses. "Pop pop pop. What was I just doing? Why did I suddenly lose control?" Bai Rou's face was filled with terror as she patted her ample chest, feeling a wave of fear. After all, she possessed the potential of a true god, and was a high-level ancient divine fox at level 7. Her mental resistance was absurdly strong, and even she had fallen victim without any defenses. If this move were used on an army of ordinary monsters, Lin Yan's mind instantly conjured a vivid image. Two armies clashed, tens of thousands of crimson-eyed monsters charging wildly. With the opening of the Star Moon domain, thousands of monsters suddenly slammed on the brakes. One by one they tossed aside their weapons, gazing up at the moon with fervent expressions, shouting, "Praise the starry sky." This scene was simply too beautiful, and far too terrifying. The control effect of the scroll far surpassed that of the frenzied war drum. It was a dimensional strike, leaving the enemy far behind. Lin Yan put away the Starfall Divine Punishment Scroll, clapping his hands with satisfaction. The strategic-grade killing weapon lived up to its name. Its brainwashing effect was truly akin to a nuclear weapon on the battlefield. He reached into his storage ring again and pulled out another dazzling blueprint, glowing with purple gold light. This was also a rare treasure that had emerged from the purple gold treasure chest. Nine-tailed Dream Forest. Grade Superclass. Type Marvelous Architecture. Description: consumes resources to plant a sentient phantom forest around the territory. Special effect: the forest itself possesses a top-tier illusion array. It has the ability to disrupt, segment, alter terrain, and counter detection. Enemies that intrude will be utterly lost. Special effect: within the forest, the growth rate of all plants increases by an additional 3 to 10 times. It can perfectly stack with the amplification from other farmland multiplicative calculation. Special effect: all fox-type soldiers within the forest gain 30 experience from kills, and the probability of breaking through class bottlenecks is significantly enhanced. Looking at the panel, Lin Yan gasped. This was somewhat ridiculously powerful. A 30 increase in experience gain. The fox women were all stuck at the high-level bottleneck. The faster they leveled up, the more terrifying the absolute strength of the Yan fox territory would become. The most outrageous was the second effect of plant growth amplification. It seemed like only a few times, but the system noted that it could perform multiplicative stacking with the 100-fold acceleration of advanced medicinal fields. The experience fruit tree seeds planted just today would normally take at least 40 to 50 days to bear fruit. Now with the 10-fold acceleration of the dream forest, it would only take 3 to 5 days at most. Harvesting high-level experience fruits every few days. In the future, there would be so many fruits that they couldn't eat them all, and they could even be sold as luxury goods in the trading square, definitely capable of draining the resources of the top players in the entire server. Lin Yan immediately looked at the construction requirements. First, planting 100 soul crystals, 50 pure element stones. Coverage area 20 square kilometers. The current defense line of the territory is, to put it bluntly, still too fragile, Lin Yan calculated in his heart. The 4 outer firepower points were indeed fierce, but the troops were too scattered. If the enemy leader were smart enough, they wouldn't approach directly, but would send assassins to sneak through the gaps in the forest between the points, making it hard to defend. With the dream forest, everything could be easily resolved, directly turning the old home into a living maze where enemies could enter, but never exit. Lin Yan walked to the edge of the core area, his thoughts stirring. Build. Resource deduction completed. With a whoosh, glimmering silver starlight fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, countless towering trees with lush foliage broke ground around the territory. The leaves appeared translucent and light pink, emitting a faint glow in the night. The arrangement of the trees was not dense. They were interspersed beautifully between the wooden houses and fortresses, not only not affecting traffic, but rather adorning the entire old home like a fairyland. As it extended towards the outskirts of the territory, the forest grew denser. Eventually, it completely merged into a breathtaking pink ocean. In the forest, my movement speed has increased by at least 20. Lin Yan walked to a glowing giant tree and gently placed his palm on the rough trunk. Whoosh! His vision instantly leaped. Several kilometers away, every blade of grass and tree at the edge of the forest was vividly reflected in Lin Yan's mind. This was practically a 360-degree panoramic surveillance camera. Baiji Ro, come over here for an experiment. Lin Yan waved his hand, leading the two sisters into it. He had Ro stand alone in the open space outside. He then pulled Baiji and turned to dive into the adjacent, glowing grass thicket, controlling it with his thoughts. Several large trees nearby silently moved into position, extending their dense branches to completely conceal the two's hiding place. Only about 10 meters away from Ro outside. Master, sister, where did you go? Ro turned around twice outside, her watery, peach blossom eyes filled with confusion. Clearly so close as a 7th-tier, main god-level fox spirit, she couldn't sense the slightest aura. Inside the thicket, the space was incredibly narrow. Baiji was pinned against the sturdy tree trunk by Lin Yan, having no way to retreat. When the two of them pushed aside the branches to walk out, Baiji's legs felt weak, and she barely managed to stand with her back against Lin Yan. Her stunning face was tinged with lingering spring feelings. You actually left me outside to be blown by the cold wind. Ro pouted, looking upset as she approached. We agreed to do an experiment. Why did it take so long? Lin Yan coughed twice, feeling guilty as he rubbed his nose. He quickly embraced the two sisters and returned to the core area. The luxurious lord's castle had already been completed. Lin Yan lay comfortably in the large, lavish hot spring bath on the 3rd floor. Qing Si was wearing a set of damp, translucent made attire, kneeling behind Lin Yan, using her soft, fair hands to knead his shoulders and neck. The ample softness occasionally brushed against Lin Yan's back, providing a tantalizing sensation. Soaking in the bath, Lin Yan casually opened the lord's terminal on his wrist. The icon was flashing with dozens of unread messages. In the new player exchange group in Tianhai City, the conversation was lively. Luo Feng, brothers, hold steady. In 2 hours, the large auction in the Lord's City will start. I sold everything to gather a total of 1500 soul crystals for this feast. Wang Quan hiss. Big shot seeking support. At this stage everyone is so poor that they can't even afford to eat. How did you get so much money? Luo Feng, hee hee, of course it's all from my hard work killing monsters. Plus a little pocket money from my family elders. Analyzing Emperor. Got it, you earned 100 by yourself, and your family directly sent you 14900, right? Luo Feng. Cough cough, let's not say it out loud. By the way, why hasn't Lin Lao shown up? He doesn't know that there's a cross-region auction today, does he? Analyzing Emperor pushed up his reflective glasses. It's not that he doesn't know, he probably doesn't have time to check his phone right now. It's already midnight, is he still out fighting monsters? Several new players, just added from the neighboring city, looked puzzled. You guys really don't understand Lin Da style. As the #1 diehard fan, Luo Feng immediately jumped out to passionately educate the new players from the outer city about Lin Yan's extraordinary feats. Let me tell you, Lin Laoda's fox spirit sisters can slap the heads of pure-blood giant dragons into their bellies with one hand. Laoda's family fights every night to level up. Monsters that others can't clear in a week, Laoda can wipe out 2 or 3 in a day. Also, the exquisite fox spirits around Lin Laoda are all stunningly beautiful with figures that are explosively hot. Laoda changes the way he sleeps every night. Think about how terrifying his stamina must be. Furthermore, Lin Laoda is definitely the little white face supported by the goddess of luck. He directly pulls rare buildings from blind boxes. And even more. Luo Feng got more and more into it, shaping Lin Yan into a celestial being who revels in the night, effortlessly conquering the world. The new players in the group were stunned, their mouths watering. Lin Yan, soaking in the hot spring, looked at the chat records and sighed helplessly. It's really not that I love to show off. It's all thanks to my peers setting the stage. Lin Yan leaned against the edge of the large and luxurious bath, enjoying the attentive service of silky black hair. His gaze was fixed ahead. In the chat group, the newcomers from outside the city clearly did not believe the tall tales spun by Luo Feng. How many monster layers do you take down in a day? Tear apart a pure-blood giant dragon. Bro, can you at least draft your boasts? Exactly, we all just got through the newbie phase, why is he so abnormal? The locals reasoned that Luo Feng's words were filled with exaggeration. Lin Yan looked at the screen with a somewhat peculiar expression. Luo Feng indeed liked to brag, but the problem was everything he said was the unvarnished truth. Lin Yan casually sent a meme in the group Lucky Emperor bubble. JPG. Damn. The real Lin Laoda has appeared. Luo Feng quickly jumped in to address the matter. Everyone stopped the idle chatter. Are you all ready for the cross-region large auction at 11 tonight? This is a feast personally organized by the rules. I heard that the successors of top factions like the Heaven's Legion and Abyssal Demon Clan will also sell their unparalleled treasures that they no longer need. This is our only chance to purchase top-tier divine items early on. Lin Laoda, you must have plenty of spare change, don't miss out. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. People in the group might not believe it, but he was currently broke. After spending money on building the Dream Forest and upgrading the defense tower, he had less than 100,000 soul crystals left in his pocket. With such a small amount, he wouldn't even qualify to bid on truly high-tier blueprints or demigod-level items. I was careless, too focused on infrastructure and forgot about the auction. I need to find a way to make some quick money. Lin Yan thought for a moment and instantly had an idea. The way to make money was simple. Today, after taking down the lair of the demon bear, he not only obtained high-tier blueprints and divine items, but also seized a mountain of weapons and armor. The quantity was staggering. Just right to take to the auction for cash. Lin Yan stood up from the bath. The silky-haired attendant immediately approached with a soft, dry towel. The damp, translucent-made outfit clung tightly to her voluptuous figure, revealing the deep valley of her. Blushing, she extended her delicate hand to help Lin Yan dry off her fingertips, inadvertently brushing across his chest, providing an incredibly soft and tantalizing sensation. Dressed neatly, Lin Yan focused his thoughts and teleported directly to the Lord City. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he specifically spent dozens of soul crystals to use the city's anonymous feature, lowering his facial features by several degrees. He became ordinary, lacking any highlights. After all, he was simply too handsome. Even with alterations, his foundation remained. A slight reduction was just right. Stepping out of the Dream Pavilion shop, he walked through the bustling trading square. Ahead loomed a magnificent hemispherical building, the auction venue for the night. Lin Yan headed straight to the item appraisal and deposit area on the outskirts. A row of employees sat there responsible for registrations. The Lord City had no system NPCs. These employees were all high-tier newcomers who worked part-time to earn pure elemental stones. With sharp eyes and considerable strength, Lin Yan approached a succubus lord with demon wings and revealing leather attire. He casually glanced over her. Her figure was indeed stunning, but compared to the ancient divine fox and the 9 ghostly charm fox at home, she fell incredibly short, unworthy of even carrying the shoes of the night charm. Handsome, what treasure do you want to deposit for appraisal? The succubus lord displayed excellent professional demeanor, deliberately flaunting her alluring attributes, while casting a seductive glance. Just place it in the appraisal circle. Only items valued over 10,000 soul crystals can be listed. Of course, you can also bundle a bunch of low-tier items for consignment. Just then a brutish ogre lord nearby hoisted a bloodied wolf-tooth club into the appraisal circle. Appraisal result: damaged high-tier heavy weapon. Valued at 9,800 soul crystals. Not meeting the criteria, consignment rejected. The ogre lord walked away dejectedly carrying his club. Such individuals hoping to hit the jackpot with broken items were not few, all being turned away at the door. Lin Yan stepped forward and swiped his hand over his high-tier void storage ring. Clatter. A massive pile of mid-tier heavy armor crashed to the ground. Mid-tier iron armor, 20 pieces per bundle, counted as one set. Then with another wave of his hand, mid-tier cleavers, 20 pieces per set. High-tier armor piercing spear, 10 pieces per set. High-tier skeletal heavy crossbow, 5 units per set. These several boxes of fire spell scrolls, please count them yourself and bundle them for consignment. Lin Yan spoke flatly, as if wholesale shopping for cabbage at a market. The professional smile on the succubus lord's face froze completely, her rosy lips agape in shock, her eyes nearly popping out. It's not over yet, what's the rush? Hurry up and move. Lin Yan continued to pull out equipment. The staff responsible for registration and counting went from 1 succubus to 3 in an instant, and eventually 10 rushed over to help transport the loads. This was clearly not just consigning items. It was as if they had emptied a medium-sized armory. Even the finest talents of the Heaven's Legion couldn't possibly conjure this many standard weapons out of thin air. An ordinary person grinding for a month wouldn't drop even a tenth of this yield. It was simply outrageous. All the part-time lords looked utterly stunned. They could never have imagined that this batch of weapons was the ace collected by the Demon Bear Chieftain over several months, intended for a full-scale war. As a result, without a single battle, all had become Lin Yan's bridal gown. The Demon Bear Chieftain is truly a generous spender. Lin Yan looked at the scattered equipment and silently praised the deceased giant bear. As Lin Yan stepped into the teleportation array to leave, the entire item identification zone erupted in a frenzy. The surrounding scattered lords were so stunned that they forgot to log the tattered items in their hands, all gasping in disbelief. Who exactly is that man? The amount of equipment he brought out is astonishing. Could he be a proxy agent put forth by a top-tier guild to bolster their facade? Ridiculous. I saw the core seed from the Heavens faction this afternoon, and the stock he had wasn't even a tenth of this. Moreover, the big guild members want the whole world to know their identity, always flaunting their luminous effects when they go out. How could this esteemed figure be so low-key with even their face obscured? If it weren't for the guild members who could be so extravagantly wealthy. Just the high-tier weapons alone number over a dozen. What kind of extraordinary gear must he be wearing himself? A skeletal lord who specialized in necromancy looked utterly shocked. Beside him, a half-dragon swallowed hard and trembled as he spoke. Have you all forgotten one person? An ultimate overlord who has caused a stir throughout the server, yet no one knows the coordinates of their lair. There's only one person. Since he single-handedly took on the monster tide and scored tens of thousands of points to secure the top spot globally, he has not shown his face again. The Lord of the Flame Fox territory. Forever a divine being. The shock and worship in the trading square were completely lost on Lin Yan. After consigning dozens of boxes of equipment, he swiftly teleported back to his territory's Black Iron Fortress. Now is the perfect time to sell mid to high-tier equipment. If I wait a few more days, this batch will undoubtedly depreciate drastically. Lin Yan calculated meticulously in his mind. Recently, more and more lords had stabilized their foothold and began attempting to hunt down leader-level monsters in the wild. The mid-tier weapons appearing on the market had noticeably increased, and their prices were slowly plummeting. Although competition for high-tier equipment was limited as the levels of lords across the server rose, they would eventually become commonplace. Taking advantage of the current moment when everyone had just received defense rewards and had money in their pockets, selling at a sky-high price was undoubtedly the most astute way to profit. With this batch of arms and spell scrolls to convert into money, I'll feel more confident at the upcoming cross-region auction. As for the recruitment cards drawn from the mystery boxes, Lin Yan naturally put those up for sale as well. Such items were truly rare treasures. Especially the high-tier unit recruitment cards. Even if core prodigies in the guild had them, they would absolutely be reluctant to sell. They could definitely fetch an unimaginable price. They might even be bartered for even rarer divine items. Glancing at the time on the terminal, he noted that there was still over an hour until the cross-region auction officially began. Taking advantage of the free time, Lin Yan stepped out of the fortress and walked to the west side of the core area. With a thought, he moved the large tree of the dream forest, which was glowing pink aside, clearing a wide expanse of flat black soil. Moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the desolation around him. It's about to get lively. Lin Yan took out a miniature building model from his storage ring. He tossed it forward. Boom. The earth beneath his feet violently rolled and sank. An impressively large military structure materialized in an instant. It was a crescent-shaped clear lake surrounded by strange flowers and plants that emitted a radiant glow. By the water's edge, several immaculate statues of spirit deer stood tall. With antlers raised high, they seemed ready to leap into the moonlit sky. Dreaming spirit deer fairy pond. Type military structure. Grade mid-tier commander level. Level 1. Can nurture 3 commander-level units, dreaming spirit deer, daily, consuming 200 soul crystals at a time. Note: upgrading enhances the daily recruitment quota and may unlock the king-level unit Moonshadow Yao Deer. Lower level requirement, 7,000 soul crystals. Lin Yan didn't have much money on him, but a few thousand soul crystals were hardly a concern. He clicked to upgrade. Ding. Upgrade successful. Recruitment quota increased to 6 units day. Lower level requirement, 8,000 soul crystals, 30 pure element stones. The Moonshadow Yao Deer as a mount would definitely be treated like a revered ancestor in other territories. They could run like the wind and also cast spells. But Lin Yan stared at the lake's surface, his gaze betraying no emotion. The golden text of the exclusive plugin danced excitedly above the water. Recruiting with a dreaming demon fox will nurture 3 legendary level units, unihorned holy beast. Bringing twin fox spirits to the center of the lake, consuming all quotas, can nurture a holy unicorn with silver half-divine potential. Gathering by Ji by Ruo and Fei Yu. Reaching the depths of the lake, consuming and additionally overdrawing 1 day's quota can guarantee nurturing a holy jade deer princess with golden half-divine potential. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. He quickly gave the command through the spirit sound earrings. Within minutes, by Ji by Ruo and the freshly off-duty Fei Yu hurried over. Master, why did you call us to the lake? Bai Ruo blinked her watery peach blossom eyes. To welcome a new companion. Lin Yan waved his hand and directly stepped into the clear lake, shedding his shoes. Come walk with me to the center. The 3 stunning beauties obediently followed behind. The lake water was warm, quickly reaching their smooth and fair thighs. Splashes erupted instantly, soaking Bai Ji and Bai Ruo's semi-transparent flowing robes. The thin fabric clung tightly to their skin, perfectly outlining their slender waists and voluptuous-shaped curves. Fei Yu's high-slit priestess robe floated atop the water, revealing large swathes of dazzling snow-white spring light without any concealment. The enchanting fragrance mingled with the mist, making one's blood surge with excitement. Lin Yan suppressed the heat rising in his heart. Reaching the very center of the lake, he decisively issued the recruitment command. Boom. In the heavens above, a torrent of silver moonlight converged wildly, like a silver waterfall crashing into the center of the lake. Ripples spread across the water's surface. A stunning creature, pure white, with crystalline horns, stepped out of the water. The sacred white light enveloped her completely. In the blink of an eye, the divine radiance faded. A breathtaking maiden with waist-length white hair and twin horns approached Lin Yan, gliding over the gentle waves. She wore no clothing, merely wrapped in several strands of tangible pure white light. Her flawless skin, as delicate as frost, was fully exposed to the air, perfectly intertwining purity and allure. The maiden lowered her head, affectionately rubbing her warm jade-like horn against Lin Yan's chest. Her voice chimed like silver bells, melodious and pleasing. Yao Guang at your service, master. Yao Guang. Class Holy Jade Deer Princess. Level Tier 4 Advanced. Potential limit Golden Half Divine. Skills Blinding Aurora Divine Protection Light of Judgment. Exclusive Mount Passive Lucky Blessing Magic Immunity. Yao Guang is a top-tier auxiliary unit. The auxiliary is by no means weak. Currently the absolute main force of the Flame Fox territory, whether it be the Dream Illusion Fox or the Dark Star Dragon Princess, all excel in violent output. Yeagang's addition perfectly complements the team. Her skills come with blinding control and can grant an invulnerable shield to the entire group. Speaking of skills, she is exceptionally formidable. But what truly made Lin Yan's eyes shine was the unique riding passive of the Yulu clan. This special enhancement effect was something he had never seen before. The four-winged flame lion and the chaos dragon princess, both intended for use as mounts, do not enjoy such treatment. The flame lion's bloodline is too lowly. At least Lilith is a true divine potential dragon, primarily focused on destruction, not meant to be a dedicated mount. The Holy Yulu is different. It specializes in support, has an innate invulnerability, life-saving skill, can fly without wings, and boasts incredible speed. No matter how you look at it, it is the perfect mount by design. Lin Yan stood in water up to his thighs and reached out to touch Yeagang's translucent jade horn. Yulu creatures are inherently noble and pure, exuding an air of pride. According to common logic, only a pure-hearted elite elven girl would qualify to ride upon their backs. The holy Yulu, being royal among the deer, is even more selective. Ordinary people, no matter how strong, cannot approach even a step. Yaoguang is the most esteemed golden princess of this lineage. However, she was forcibly summoned as a unique external aid. She was bound with full loyalty from birth. Their bond was incredibly close. Being chosen by her master to serve as a mount was in fact a tremendous blessing for Yaoguang. She slightly raised her long fair neck, her jade hooves lightly tapping the water's surface, preparing for takeoff. Splash! Lin Yan did not hesitate and leaped directly onto her supple, slender back. Yaogang's body was covered only by a faint glow with no fabric to conceal her. Lin Yan's legs tightened around her smooth and warm waist, their skin touching. A stunningly soft sensation enveloped him. Yaogang's beautiful cheeks flushed slightly, and she let out a soft sound that made one's bones tremble. With a powerful push from her 4 hooves, she soared into the sky under the moonlight. The night wind howled against them. What incredible speed! Yaogang's current realm was merely high-level 4 stars. Yet her speed in flying through the air completely crushed that of the 6-star 4-winged flame lion. Not to mention the 2 extraordinary riding bonuses. Lin Yan closed his eyes and carefully felt. Luck enhancement increases the critical hit rate of the knight riding on her back. Whenever a critical hit occurs, the damage skyrockets. In conjunction with the output from the Baiji sisters, it was simply a godly technique. With the twin stars attacking at lightning speed, triggering critical hits became alarmingly probable, and the damage increase was certainly unimaginable. Magic immunity is a form of bidirectional sharing. When human and deer are one, as long as I am on her back, I can gain the holy Yulu's insane magic resistance. The fox ladies generally have fragile bodies. Yet the Yulu's defensive mechanisms are extremely formidable, especially against magic, being tougher than many pureblood dragons. With these 2 units paired together, they transform into a mobile artillery that can both withstand and strike. Lin Yan's mind began to envision a fiery scene where the fox spirits each rode a holy Yulu rampaging across the battlefield. Unfortunately, there is currently only one Yaoguang. The quantity is too limited. Let's see if we can find the treasures we desire at the upcoming cross-region auction. The night deepened. Countless rookie lords, some too excited to sleep, and others too nervous to stop sweating, intently watched the countdown, waiting for the feast to begin. To the north of the Flame Fox territory, tens of thousands of miles away, magma churned, and the ground was blackened, resembling a true hellscape. The Abyssal Demon Domain. Several terrifying demon lords were sitting in the Hall of Bones holding a meeting. The Pain Demon Lord is dead, utterly defeated. What a fool, unable to achieve anything and ruin everything. He wasted the precious fog pearls bestowed by our higher-ups. He deserves to die. What good is getting angry now? We must find a way to track down and crush the human lords who attacked. Losing a low-level demon lord is inconsequential. What the demon lords truly lament is the lost fog pearls. This item is a rare strategic-grade artifact, even in the abyss. Along with the previously lost demon tree seedlings, it is an utter disgrace. The fire demon roared in anger. We must tear the opponent to shreds. The dignity of the abyss cannot be provoked. The execution demon lord frowned. How do we traverse the tens of thousands of kilometers? The way is filled with unknown war fog. Even if we personally go, the endless continent is fraught with dangers. Even the demon lords are hesitant to roam blindly in the fog. If they lose their way, they might never find a way out. I have a backup plan. The alluring succubus lord exhaled a puff of smoke. I have long buried a concealed formation beneath the Pain Demon Lord's former lair. Now we just need to. Tens of thousands of miles away in the ruins of the Demon Lord's lair, a few wandering beasts were scavenging around, finding nothing. The entire camp looked as if it had been forcibly stripped to the ground, leaving not a single intact brick behind, completely clean. However, deep underground in a highly concealed space. To the east of the Demon Lord's territory, just over 10 kilometers away, lies the domain of the 5-City Alliance. To resist the Abyss Invasion 5, to the east of the Demon Lord's territory, just over 10 kilometers away, lies the domain of the 5-City Alliance. To resist the Abyss Invasion 5, seasoned rookies huddled together for warmth. At this moment, the greatest threat, the Pain Demon Lord, had turned to dust, but a killing god has appeared 100 times more perverse than the Demon Lord. Rake trembled, all over, his voice quivering. The other 4 lords looked pale. At first they wanted to mock Rake for failing to steal the chicken and losing the rice. But after a moment's thought, cold sweat broke out. Their opponent had dispatched only a few people, yet had utterly routed Rake's army, easily flattening the Demon Lord's lair. If their opponent had the chance to free up their hands, would they also swallow the 5-City Alliance? They could not sit idly by. We must seek out the necropolis to the west. Let's ally with the skeleton lord to fight against these terrifying female demons. Tens of thousands of kilometers to the north, Lin Yan was completely unaware of the scheming. Even if he knew, he would not care. A bunch of timid souls hiding in the shadows, afraid to even traverse the fog, were just a pile of moving experience bags in his eyes. He was ready to fight at any time. At this moment, Lin Yan had already teleported to the auction venue. Boss Lin, over here, Luo Feng shouted at the top of his lungs. Lin Yan looked up and saw Lu Ruoyan, the Analysis Emperor, and other hometown folks from Tianhai City, all gathered in a huge private room in the corner. The mirror room, constructed by the world's laws, was spacious and would not feel crowded at all. Lords from various civilizations preferred to stay with acquaintances in the same room, quietly awaiting the auction. Under the gaze of the crowd, the countdown in midair finally reached 0. The first batch of auction items was directly presented in a stunning high-definition holographic display before all the lords. Indeed, this was merely the first batch. The number of rookie lords was comparable to the stars, and the treasures for sale were as plentiful as the dust. To save time, they were put up in batches one after another. What caught their eye could be directly bid on through the panel. Simple and straightforward. Here they come. The first batch of 10 divine items. Crimson Flame Lotus type, top-tier rare treasure effect. Consuming, it can significantly increase affinity for fire laws. The chanting speed of fire spells is halved, and their lethality greatly amplified. Starting price, 5,000 soul crystals. 1 pure element stone seller. Crystal Dragon Palace Lord, Crystal Dragon Palace. Isn't this the pureblood dragon princess, ranked second on the enemy kill list? Truly deserving of being a prodigy at the pinnacle of the pyramid. Everything she casually sells is a rare treasure that we can only dream of. Look to the right. A holy light dew. The seller is Angel Cloud City, the current saintess of the Heaven faction. What a blow. Even if our numbers are large, those who can truly present unparalleled treasures are all top-tier seeds nurtured by the major factions. Dragon Palace, Heaven, Blood Moon, Clan Titan Court. This foundation, how can we ordinary folks even compare? Stop dreaming. Just obediently be a bystander. In an auction where gods battle, we don't even have the qualifications to place a bid. Actually, with Lin Yan and Liu's personal strength, they are absolutely not inferior to the divine seeds. It's just a pity. The authority behind the major factions is too perverse. Luo Feng sighed heavily. He had just learned some insider information from his family elders, and all that remained in his heart was a profound sense of helplessness. Tell me more. Lin Yan leaned back on the sofa in the private lounge and asked casually. Luo Feng lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously. Top-tier grand factions aren't merely terrifying in strength. They're ruthlessly underhanded as well. Over a decade ago, the Western Zone produced a Ancina's century prodigy. Have any of you heard of him? Most people in the lounge stared blankly, utterly bewildered. Analytical Emperor adjusted his glare-reflecting glasses. I've accessed classified archives. Indeed, there was such a person. He single-handedly carved his way into the global top 100 during the monster siege, hailed by the West as the savior of a new generation. Yet later, all records concerning him were deliberately erased. Nothing remains retrievable. Luo Feng nodded. This man not only ranked among the elite, but later by sheer serendipity in the wilds recruited a mythic-tier unit, the twin-winged seraphim. Mythic-tier seraphim. At those two words, the young men around them lit up, eyes gleaming, mouths watering. Seraphim. A vision of ethereal beauty, snow-white wings unfurled, sacred and untouchable. Who wouldn't dream of commanding an entire host of seraphim? Luo Feng dashed cold water over their excitement. Don't get carried away. Later, this man defected outright, taking with him Earth's coordinates and secret realm intelligence, and pledged allegiance to the Heaven faction, inflicting catastrophic losses upon our blue planet that year. Betrayal is one matter, but behind it lies the Heaven faction's intricate conspiracy. Because within the Seraphim units lies a hidden backdoor. A backdoor in Seraphim, and everyone froze, faces etched with disbelief. Luo Feng continued his revelation. The Heaven faction monopolizes nearly all Seraphim summoning channels across the cosmos. If you ever recruit a Seraphim from a neutral structure in the wild, don't celebrate too soon. You hold only usage rights. Her true ownership remains forever locked in the Heaven faction's grip. All those rumors about Seraphim being arrogant and impossible to bind with loyalty. Utter nonsense. How can you cultivate loyalty towards someone who isn't even yours? And that unvarnished truth struck like thunder. A chorus of heartbreak echoed instantly throughout the lounge. Many male lords' ultimate fantasies shattered at once. After all that dreaming, their longed for sacred seraphim, even if truly recruited, would merely be wives raised for another's possession. They'd pour resources, sweat, and devotion into her cultivation. only for her to execute covert missions on behalf of her true master. Just imagining their painstakingly nurtured seraphim goddess as someone else's private property was pure cuckoldry drama, unbearable beyond measure. And is there truly no way to obtain a wholly autonomous, untainted seraphim? A young man's voice trembled raw with anguish. In Luo Feng paused thoughtfully. There is one exception: direct rewards granted by the world law itself, such as victories in monster sieges, the newcomer championship, or the celestial ascension tower. Only structures bestowed personally by the system's heavenly Tao bear no factional backdoors. But the Seraphim reincarnation pool begins at mythic-tier architecture, and relying on random system rewards to grant you one is rarer than winning the lottery 10,000-fold. An illusion, utterly impossible. Not profound sorrow settled over the lounge, mourning the loss of purity embodied by the Seraphim goddesses. At that moment, Chu Yun, the school's genius beauty sitting nearby, rolled her eyes, delivering a merciless final blow. Don't take it so hard, everyone. Look on the bright side. You penniless fellows won't recruit a seraphim in your entire lifetimes, so fretting is pointless. In student A, random B, and that stung deeply, and not even qualified to be cuckolded. Truly heartbreaking beyond words. And enough talk. Let's watch the auction. The ordinary lords in the lounge quickly redirected their attention to the colossal holographic projection dominating the central plaza, though they watched purely for spectacle. Their pockets emptier than their faces, they could only stare helplessly at treasures beyond reach. Only high-tier players like Luo Feng and Lu Ruyan, the heirs of mineral-rich dynasties, possessed the confidence to lock eyes on the bidding interface. Lu Ruyan, especially lavish, had just spent a fortune acquiring a water spirit fruit to enhance her pure water fairy's power. Look at the main screen. The second batch of auction items has appeared. 10 dazzling holographic projections blaze to life across the hall's center. Luminous holy armor, high-tier equipment consigned by Lord of Angelic Cloud Sidon. Scarlet Blood Core unique artifact consigned by Lord of Crimson Castellan. Shadow Veil cloak, high-tier equipment consigned by Lord of Angelic Cloud Sidon. NAS row upon row of resplendent attribute panels shimmered into view. Gasps erupted across the audience. Truly worthy of the pyramid's apex. Top-tier factions wield high-tier divine gear as effortlessly as breathing in, not necessarily all self-acquired. Factions like Heaven and Blood Moon command staggering numbers. Their subordinates surrender every rare treasure to elite seed candidates, equipping them with resources to dominate auctions. What about the Dragon Clan and the Abyssal Hell? Aren't they equally formidable? Why no such fanfare? The Dragon Clan operates in solitary splendor. Hell's demons are selfish, brutal tyrants. No demon would entrust his prized possessions to another for sale. Only Heaven and Blood Moon achieve such centralized authority, one enforcing absolute devotion through relentless indoctrination, the other wielding bloodline supremacy as a tool of autocratic rule. Sharp intakes of breath rippled through the lounge. Freedom surrendered, yielding terrifying resource consolidation. That is precisely why the Vampire Prince and the Heaven Saintess, ranked 9th and 10th respectively in the Monster Siege leaderboard, now dominate the auction, eclipsing envoys from the Dragon Palace and Demon Sovereign alike. Amidst the surrounding fervent praise for grand factions, someone suddenly uttered a name. By the way, does anyone remember the Yinhu domain? 2 days prior, the Yinhu domain had ascended to global supremacy, not through cunning or compromise, but via overwhelming peerless dominance, trampling every celestial prodigy of the 10,000 races beneath its feet. Like a blazing comet, it illuminated the entire endless continent. The Yinhu domain is indeed formidable. Na Lord from another city sighed, his tone tinged with regret. Yet he's a lone wolf, no backing, no lineage. And perhaps his early luck was extraordinary, recruiting an elite-tier unit allowing him to shine brilliantly in the defense battle. But at this stage, victory hinges on depth and resources. Grand factions pool tens of thousands to nurture a single seed candidate. What can a lone wolf possibly offer in comparison? Observe. The defense battle ended 2 days ago, yet the Yinhu domain hasn't stirred a ripple. Not a trace appears at this auction. Even comets burn brightest only for a fleeting instant. Without lineage, he'll inevitably be left far behind by these faction-born prodigies, reduced to obscurity. No lineage. That is the gravest original sin. And the lone wolf lords in the lounge nodded in shared despair, as if already witnessing the global champion's tragic descent from divinity. Lin Yan, seated quietly in the corner, listened to their lamentations with an odd expression. He sipped tea, suppressing a smile with visible effort. Fall from grace. I carry over 200,000 in liquid assets alone. A dragon princess with true god potential, twin fox immortals with sovereign god potential, and an entourage of half-divine beauties. Were it not for fear of drawing undue attention, he could single-handedly purchase every legendary item in this entire auction hall. And I wonder what expressions these fellows will wear when my rusty scrap goes up for bidding. Lin Yan reclined on the sofa, patiently awaiting the spectacle's grand entrance. Wait, look at the screen. Yenhu territory has just listed an artifact. Na flash of light illuminated the massive display. Na high-tier skeletal heavy crossbow, its design menacing and formidable, materialized in the holographic projection. Inside the private viewing suite, Luo Feng leapt straight off the sofa elated. Ha ha ha. I knew it. Brother Lin could never fall so easily. Beside him, a young heir from another city rolled his eyes. Cold water poured on the moment. And what's there to get excited about? With Yenhu territory's available troops drawing 1 or 2 high-tier pieces early, pure luck. Nothing extraordinary. The young heir sneered dismissively. I said he'd fall from grace because he lacks the foundation to endure attritional warfare against elite factions. The longer this drags on, the farther behind he'll fall, left in the dust by the prodigies of every major power. Today proves it perfectly. Not chilling wave of realism crashed over the room. The newly minted lords who'd just been electrified slumped instantly, wilting like frost-burnt eggplants. Nint. In what truly did a single high-tier artifact prove? Even scattered independents blessed by sheer dumb luck occasionally unearthed fine gear. And meanwhile, Heaven's Host and the Crimson Blood clan had already unveiled over 20 legendary artifacts, each radiating divine aura. Other major guilds followed suit, spending lavishly. And this was an unbridgeable chasm. And ordinary lords who grasped the implications felt bitterness rise thick and acrid in their throats. If even Yenhu territory, the world's strongest sovereign, was being ground down by brutal reality, how could they, mere specks of dust at the bottom, ever hope to rise? Wait, another refresh. This batch features more items from Yenhu territory, and this time the suite responded with muted indifference. Only a handful, those genuinely seeking purchases or chasing spectacle, bothered to glance up. Most newcomers kept sipping tea and bantering idly, heads bowed. The legend of the #1 sovereign felt impossibly distant, yet more damning still, a legend doomed to collapse and fall. Lin Yan reclined on the suite's sofa, Qing Si clad in a translucent form-fitting maid's uniform, knelt obediently beside him. Her delicate silken hands gently massaged his thighs. With each motion, the deep alabaster cleavage swayed rhythmically, brushing his forearm now and then, sending shivers of exquisite sensation through his skin. Lin Yan closed his eyes in blissful repose, gaze drifting toward the auction hall center. In the 10th lot, 10 colossal holographic displays appeared in perfect sequence. Each shimmered with arcane attributes, armor, weapons, scrolls, etched in luminous script. Yet at the bottom of every panel, unmistakably bold in consignor, Yenhu territory. 10. Uniform. And impeccably aligned. In 10 booths, dominated entirely relentlessly by that single name. In, holy hell, a bundle of 20 mid-tier iron armors. 10 high-tier armor-piercing lances bound together. And flame scrolls sold by the crate. In, all consigned by Yenhu territory, and not a single duplicate among them. A 10-piece set of mid-tier heavy armor, perfect for equipping an elite squad. Holy hell, who clicked so fast? I hit bid and it vanished. Who claimed the world's top sovereign had fallen? Step forward and take your beating. Even as a lone sovereign, Brother Lin could still drag those elite faction prodigies face first into the dirt. Don't celebrate yet. The auction has barely begun, retorted the out-of-town heir, stubborn as a mule. NAS, these 10 mystery lots vanished in an instant, snapped up before breath could catch. The holograms dissolved, and the countdown reset to 0. And lot 21 blazed onto the screen. And millions of sovereigns across the arena fixed their gazes, unanimously, on the display. First, all scanned item stats, preparing to race fingers across bidding interfaces. And then eyes drifted downward, to the bottom line. And consignor, Yenhu territory. 10. And across the entire auction hall, millions of mouths snapped open into perfect O shapes. And what sorcery was this? How, again, could it possibly be Yenhu territory? Half a minute later, and lot 22 refreshed. And lords clutching fortunes in their accounts hammered bidding buttons frantically, while hearts pounded as they stole glances at the consignor's name. Those 3 familiar characters. In that same monolithic, unbroken dominance. Null Yenhu territory. And countless sovereigns screamed inwardly, brother, how much ordnance do you stockpile? This is a server-wide auction sanctioned by the world laws, not your personal liquidation sale. 10 minutes earlier, Neen, the supreme private suite atop the auction hall, clouds drifted serenely, bathed in sacred golden light, warm and pure. This was heaven's host's sovereign domain. Its ruler, the lord of angelic Cloud City, sat enthroned, a handsome youth draped in a white robe edged with gold, radiating divine, untouchable authority. At his feet knelt a breathtaking angel, snow-white wings unfurled, figure sculpted to perfection, her beauty both ethereal and intoxicating. Her violet eyes were hollow, empty of will, as her snowy hands mechanically kneaded the youth's calves. Mythic-tier unit, reduced to a plaything of possession. Several subordinate sovereigns stood frozen nearby, breath held tight, afraid even to stir. The golden-robed youth lifted his goblet and spoke, voice calm and detached. Have we located Yinhu territory's coordinates? Na gray-robed attendant bowed low. My lord, not yet, but I swear this sovereign is no hidden ace cultivated in secret by rival guilds. Grant me more time, your holiness. I will unearth his origins down to the last thread. The youth scoffed. No need to waste time. And so long as he lacks a powerful patron, what does it matter if a lucky insect briefly shone during the monster siege? Merely a flash in the void. Your holiness speaks wisdom. In my estimation, Yinhu territory has already exhausted its reserves, now indistinguishable from the masses. Such fleeting upstarts have risen and fallen before, and without backing from a great faction, fate offers only two paths: annihilation or submission as a lapdog. Why should heaven's host expend effort investigating such refuse, destined for oblivion? The youth sipped his crimson wine leisurely. His gaze wandered idly toward the main screen, ready to inspect the next lot. Nit froze mid-motion. Consigner, Yinhu territory. 10. In the adjacent dark chamber, Kalin, the demon prince of the abyssal faction, watched heaven's host and the blood moon unveil several god-tier artifacts, his expression dripping with disdain. Scavenging gear from underlings to impress. Only fools indulge in such petty theatrics. But where is Yinhu territory? Did the arrogant sovereign who stole my spotlight 2 days ago already expire? Humph. Trash remains trash, unworthy even of being remembered by name. Kalin's gaze brimmed with arrogance, 3 parts mockery, 4 parts contempt, as it swept toward the newly refreshed lot. And then, his expression locked, rigid and absolute. Consigner, Yinhu territory. 10. Titanic throne. Crystal Dragon Palace. Elite prodigies from every major faction had secretly investigated Yinhu territory, and concluded unanimously this backgroundless sovereign was undoubtedly finished. After all across the vast river of history, a rare commoner may surge forth as a dark horse, yet only those born to celestial lineages backed by titanic legacies ever rule the world. Yinhu territory, not mere jester, dancing on stage for a moment's laughter. The lofty prodigies raised crystal goblets, watching the screen with amused theatrical detachment. Then, Null froze simultaneously, petrified into statues. Consigner, Yinhu territory. 10. In a free private room in Tianhai City, after experiencing a deathly silence, a roar erupted that could topple the roof. The Flame Fox clan is still your grandpa. Forever my biological father. Who the hell just said the big shot fell from grace? They are directly riding on the neck of the top-tier faction and outputting crazily. So what if they are the pride of their factions? In front of our big shot of the Flame Fox clan, they are all merely sidekicks. What does it mean to be domineering? This is what it means. Without needing to show up, just relying on a line of dazzling auction items, they can trample all the top-tier deities of the world underfoot. Like a blazing sun hanging high, it casts a shadow on all so-called geniuses. In the private room, whether classmates or newcomers from other cities, everyone has transformed into mindless fans worshipping madly. Lin Boss was indeed not wrong. The strength of the Flame Fox clan is simply an unfathomable black hole. Luo Feng stared at the big screen, swallowing hard. Beside him, the icy school belle Lu Rian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, her heart stirred with waves of astonishment. She was also lucky enough to draw an 8th-tier legendary unit at the start, but she couldn't even qualify to compete on the kill leaderboard, let alone suppress the pride of the myriad clans. What exactly did the Flame Fox clan do to produce so many coveted divine armaments that even the major factions covet? Just how terrifying is their true combat power now? How much stronger are they compared to herself? How much stronger than Lin Yan? Lu Rian turned her head to look at Lin Yan, who was comfortably leaning on the sofa. With long hair and a translucent tight-made outfit, she was using her delicate and smooth little hands to massage his shoulders, her ample softness occasionally brushing against his back, bringing waves of astonishing softness. Meeting Lu Rian's inquisitive gaze, Lin Yan's lips curled slightly. He casually typed a line in the chat group. Everyone is absolutely right. To be able to produce so many high-tier divine armaments, I dare bet that the leader of the Flame Fox clan must be an exceptional and handsome hero, a peerless man who is unbelievably good-looking. Immediately someone in the group retorted, "Why can't it be a stunningly beautiful rich lady?" "Why?" "Because I have no interest in cross-dressing." While everyone in the group chatted excitedly, the auction was also in full swing. Luo Feng spent a fortune to snatch a batch of exquisite iron gear, turning to Lin Yan and saying, "Lin boss, it's past the halfway point, why haven't you made a move yet? So many exquisite items, aren't you tempted?" Lu Rian softly chimed in, "Because Lin Yan doesn't lack high-tier gear at all." Luo Feng was left with a head full of questions. These two definitely have a secret. Lin Yan indeed hadn't made a move on the auction, but he was currently very busy counting money. In front of him, the exclusive system prompt sounded like a rapid-fire cannon, exploding continuously without stopping. Notification: sold, intermediate iron armor, set of 20 earning 3800 soul crystals. Notification: sold, high-level armor-piercing spear, set of 10 earning 12 pure element stones. Notification: sold, heavy bone crossbow earning 2500 soul crystals. Notification: sold, flame spell scroll, a box earning. Watching his account balance soar like a rocket, Lin Yan felt incredibly ecstatic. This is truly the feeling of counting money until one's hands cramp. The first half of the auction was all about selling gear and scrolls. Lin Yan had no need to compete with others. As the process moved into the second half, the items for auction became increasingly rare. Even the evolution stones, a miraculous item, made an appearance. The starting price alone was set at several tens of thousands of soul crystals. Lu Rian bit her moist red lips, steeling herself to invest heavily, and managed to win too. Lin Yan looked at the exorbitant transaction amounts without even raising an eyebrow. Spending so much money on evolution stones was purely foolish. With his cheat in hand, he could easily grab them in the wild, making it not worth spending extra money. Finally, something useful has come up. The screen flashed. Intermediate recruitment quota refresh card 2. Lin Yan decisively made a move, easily obtaining them for just over 10,000 soul crystals. Such a bargain. Because the refresh card comes with a prerequisite, one must have mid to high-tier unit buildings to use it. The vast majority of newcomers only have fodder camps, making it a waste to buy. However, the truly unrestricted premium items are the randomly recruited unit cards. For example, the high-tier unit recruitment card that Lin Yan just listed. The moment this item appeared, it triggered a bloody massacre among the great powers. Whether it was the Son of Heaven or the Demon King of the Abyss, they were all readied with fury. Who wouldn't want to add a few high-tier or even legendary top fighters to their own army? The price skyrocketed, eventually being auctioned off at a breathtaking price. Luo Feng watched with eyes bleeding, but unfortunately the money in his pocket was not even enough to meet the bidding threshold, leaving him helplessly watching the divine item being snatched away by the major factions. As the last few showcase treasures were auctioned off, this sensational auction that shocked the entire server officially came to a close. Lin Yan leaned back on the sofa, feeling somewhat disappointed. In total, he only bought 2 refresh cards. What was promised about the deep foundation of the pride of the factions? The specialties brought out were simply unbearable to look at. The holy water of light and purification talismans sold by the Heaven faction. Completely useless. In his territory there is an excellent healer Fei Yue, as well as the holy jade deer princess Yao Wang, who can cast an invincible shield. The healing and purification effects completely outclass these worthless items. What he has he doesn't want, or what he doesn't have the attributes don't match. After watching the entire event, he didn't buy a thing. It can't be said that it was a wasted trip. At least I managed to cash in all the scrap metal in my warehouse. If it weren't for this server-wide auction, it would be unclear when he could sell off the hundreds of pieces of equipment. It's a blood gain without loss. At midnight, Lin Yan teleported back home. He looked up at the blood moon in the sky and directly opened the resource panel. The balance displayed above brought a pleasant mood. Soul Crystal Reserve 586000 Pure Element Stones 215, truly a super fortune. While the feeling of getting rich is certainly pleasant, this money must be quickly converted into combat power. Lin Yan took out the 2 refresh cards he had just bought. With a thought, the holy jade deer princess Yao Wang instantly appeared in midair. She was still wearing no extra clothing, merely wrapped in a few glowing pure white light strips. Her delicate skin, as white as frost and snow, was fully exposed to the night wind. The crystalline jade horns on her head emitted a sacred halo. Lin Yan stepped forward and directly mounted her back. He tightly clamped Yaogang's slender and smooth waist with his legs. The moment their skins touched, an astonishing softness spread throughout his body. Yao Wang's beautiful cheeks flushed slightly, letting out a soft, delicate hum that made one's bones go weak. Then she leaped into the air, soaring with Lin Yan towards the west side of the territory. The night wind blew gently, and the water rippled. By the Cloud Dream Spirit Deer Immortal Pool, several white jade sculptures shone brilliantly under the moonlight. Lin Yan opened the building list and decisively pressed the upgrade button. Ding! Notification consumed 800 soul crystals, 30 pure element stones. Cloud Dream Spirit Deer Immortal Pool upgraded to level 3. Boom. The pool water surged, and spiritual energy erupted. Cloud Dream Spirit Deer Immortal Pool Type Unit Building Grade Intermediate Commander Level 3 can nurture 9 Commander level units. Cloud Dream Spirit Deer, daily consuming 200 soul crystals per unit. There is a high probability of mutating into the King level unit Moonshadow Yalu. Lower level requirement 1500 soul crystals, 50 pure element stones. Looking at the upgrade requirements displayed on the water's surface, Lin Yan stroked his chin. 150,000 soul crystals wasn't too expensive. However, he had other pressing needs for the remaining spare cash, so he chose not to spend more to max out. Instead, he took out the recruitment refresh card he had just bought at the auction. After a moment of thought, Lin Yan decided not to go for the Holy Jade Deer Princess critical hit. The Jade Deer Princess was a top-tier exclusive support character. Having one as a mount was sufficient. What he needed now was an elite cavalry squad capable of launching everyone into the air to support the ground advancement of the Fox Girls. With a crush of 2 cards, they transformed into flowing light and dissipated. The surface of the lake rippled. The legendary unit Unicorn Saint Beast Pure White, with crystalline horns atop, its head stepped onto the shore under the moonlight. He directly entrusted the task of accommodating the new recruits to Baiji. Lin Yan tightened his legs around the slender waist of the Yao Guang riding the Jade Deer Princess and flew straight to the secluded corner of his territory where the Phantom Assassin's camp was located. Upon landing, he opened the camp's attribute panel. Phantom Assassin's Camp. Grade Intermediate Building. Level 2. Upgrade requirements 600 soul crystals, 20 pure element stones. Assassination type units indeed struggle in direct confrontations. They are less effective in tough battles than the fireballs of the Fox Girls. However, the strategic value of the Night Charm was immense. Reconnaissance of enemy situations and infiltration of strongholds practically contributed greatly to the Yin Fox territory. It must be cultivated with priority. Lin Yan dialed the spirit sound earring, urging the Night Charm to come over quickly. At the same time, he decisively pressed the upgrade button. Ding. Consumed 600 soul crystals, 20 pure element stones. The Phantom Assassin's camp has been upgraded to level 3. Glancing at the requirements for the next level, he still had enough money. Continue to upgrade. Ding. Consumed 1500 soul crystals, 40 pure element stones. The Phantom Assassin's camp has been upgraded to level 4. Level 4. Can recruit 16 Phantom Assassins daily through single consumption of 140 soul crystals. Next level requirements 300 soul crystals, 60 pure element stones. Booming. With 2 consecutive upgrades, the daily recruitment quota doubled. The Dark Assassin tents expanded outward significantly, exuding increasingly dense black mist. Clearly the buildings were right in front of him, yet they gave off an eerie illusion of endless depth. Ding. Notification: the assassin camp has crossed a major level continuously. Triggered a hidden world rule reward. The Lord gains a designated baptism opportunity. Only applicable to the units produced by this building. Master, you called for me in the middle of the night. The charming voice of the Night Charm came from behind. She approached with cat-like steps. Looking around, the night was silent, and they were in the wilderness. Only Lin Yan, the naked Jade Deer Princess, and she were present. Night Charm's beautiful eyes sparkled, her lithe waist pressed against Lin Yan, her full bosom gently brushing against his arm. Master, you called me alone to this little grove in the middle of the night. Do you want me to serve you well? Lin Yan did not hold back, slapping her pert peach-shaped backside hard. The sensation was incredible. Less chatter, stand in the middle of the camp and do as I say. Hurry up, once the evolution is over I still need to go back to sleep. Oh. Night Charm rubbed her sore rear, her face filled with disappointment. I thought Master was going to show mercy and reward me with a hearty midnight feast. She removed her black hood. The tight hollow leather outfit clung to her fiery-shaped curves, and her stunning face exuded deadly allure under the moonlight. Lin Yan did not hesitate and directly used the baptism opportunity on Night Charm. It equated to getting dozens of evolution stones for free. Boom. A dense gray-black light pillar shot out from deep within the tent, instantly engulfing Night Charm's alluring body. The gray mist seemed alive, forming a gigantic black cocoon in midair, as if a deep abyssal beast was breathing. It took a while. The light cocoon shattered. Night Charm slowly walked out of the dense mist. At first glance, her stunning beauty and captivating figure seemed unchanged. But Lin Yan keenly noticed that the space around Night Charm seemed to distort. The nearby trees appeared like monsters waving tentacles under the black mist, and the stones on the ground seemed to sprout fangs. It was eerily extreme. Thousand-faced Enchantress Night Charm. Profession Mist Shadow God. Level Intermediate, Level 7, Advanced Level 7. Potential limit Golden Demigod Mid-tier True God. Skills Phantom Simulation Shadow Strike Substitute Mist Manipulation Deathly Spider Silk. Exclusive Aura 20 to the whole team's physique, 20 to mental power, 50 movement speed, and an additional 100 enhancement to the effect of Phantom Disguise. Mid-tier True God Potential. This meant that even if Night Charm just ate and slept every day as long as enough time passed, she could steadily ignite Divine Fire and become a high and mighty mid-tier True God, surpassing 99.9% of all beings in the world. Many old lords who have lived for hundreds of years can only dream of obtaining a true god-level unit. For ordinary people, trying to break through the bloodline barrier through monster hunting is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yet Lin Yan, by relying on the free benefits of upgrading buildings, managed to forcefully create a true god. If only I could enjoy free evolution baptisms every day, Lin Yan thought with secret delight. The post-evolution Night Charm's skills underwent a qualitative leap. The most intuitive manifestation was Phantom Simulation. Previously, transformations were mostly limited to humanoid creatures. Now, as long as the size difference wasn't exaggerated, she could perfectly transform into any flying or terrestrial creature. To showcase her strength, Night Charm changed into several forms in front of Lin Yan. Light and shadow flickered. She first transformed into a centaur girl with the lower body of a fine steed and the upper body clad only in a bustier. Then with a flip of the black mist, she transformed into a dragon girl with horns atop her head and a thick tail trailing behind. Finally, she even turned into a rabbit girl with fluffy long ears. Her alluring body struck various enticing poses, her long fair legs swaying in front of Lin Yan, fully satisfying a man's fantasies. Besides transformation, the life-saving skill Shadow Strike Substitute was also significantly enhanced. The teleportation distance surged from 300 meters to 1,000 meters. Moreover, she could now execute 2 consecutive substitute jumps. Her survival ability has been maxed out. In future assassination missions, even if surrounded by an army, they won't be able to capture you. Remember, no matter how powerful your skills are, don't go out recklessly. If you encounter something you can't handle, run immediately. Understood? Understood. Night Charm nodded obediently, a glint of cunning flashing in her stunning eyes. Next time I will definitely be obedient. The next morning, on the 10th day since arriving at the Endless Continent, in the master bedroom of the Black Iron Fortress, Lin Yan stretched comfortably. Bai Ji entered with warm, clear water, obediently kneeling by the bed to assist him with his washing. Today she wore a low-cut, translucent red veil. As she bent down, 2 breathtakingly full curves pressed together. The deep and dazzling white valley was utterly captivating. Lin Yan took a moment to enjoy the view, causing the stunning fox spirit's cheeks to flush red, her breath quickening. After washing up, he walked out of the fortress gates. Let's use up today's quota first. Lin Yan approached the massive fox summoning altar. Red light 30 dreamlike fox spirits clad in tight black silk skirts, along with 5 abyssal seductresses adorned with purple-black magic patterns, descended in unison. In an instant, his eyes were filled with long, fair, dazzling legs. Following that, Lin Yan walked toward the shadow assassin camp. Amidst the rolling black mist, 16 female assassins in form-fitting hollowed-out leather outfits knelt on one knee. Lastly, there was the Yunming Spirit Deer Fairy Pool. Water splashed everywhere. 6 spirit deer maidens wrapped only in pure white ribbons stepped onto the shore, their delicate skin exposed to the air. Today's quota for summoning troops has been completely exhausted. Calculating. The total number of troops in the Yin Fox domain is already approaching 200. Lin Yan looked at the stunning beauties filling the courtyard, feeling a surge of satisfaction inside. The Fox clan had the largest number with over 100 members. The top-tier combat power was terrifyingly great. The ancient divine fox twins Bai Ji and Bai Rou possessed the potential of upper-tier deities. The heroic butler with silver half-god potential was Fei Yu, along with abyssal hunters Yulan, the calamity blind maiden Yi Yuan, and the divine shadow swordswoman Luo Li, all exemplified mythic power beginning at half-god level. The second branch was the dragon clan. The chaos dragon princess Lilith with lower true god potential, accompanied by 3 tall mature dark star dragon maidens. The third branch was the assassins. The golden half-god potential thousand-faced demoness Yi Mei led 2 legendary shadow dancers along with a group of alluring shadow assassins. The fourth branch was the auxiliary mounts. The holy jade deer princess Yao Guang, possessing golden half-god potential, was accompanied by several ethereal spirit deer maidens. The fifth branch consisted of 10 four-winged flame lions dedicated solely to labor, which were passed over. In just 10 days, nearly 200 combat units had gathered under his command. While the number may not seem exaggerated, the problem was that these female spirits had at least epic-level bloodlines. Among them there were dozens of invincible beings with half-god and true god potential. Meanwhile, other major guilds relied on their higher-ups to bestow a few ordinary angels or dragons feeling invincible with that alone. Little did they know if the mythic troops in Lin Yan's hands were exposed, it would definitely cause a seismic upheaval of level 12 throughout the server. Everyone gather in the open area. Lin Yan issued the command. Soon nearly 200 breathtakingly beautiful figures lined up in a neat formation. Above, several giant beasts circled, while below, endless long legs and impressive curves filled the scene. It was an extraordinarily grand sight. Master, all the sisters are gathered. Baiji stepped closer, her voice soft. However, all the outer defense points have been evacuated, not even a guard has been left. Is that all right? Lin Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't worry. A ring of nine-tailed dream forest has been planted outside. Even if a horde of wild monsters blindly wanders in, they will get lost in the illusion formation. It'll be enough for the defensive towers to turn them into dust. Now there are more important matters to attend to. He opened the territory resource panel. Soul Crystal Reserve 230 pieces, Pure Element Stone 120 pieces, Territory Source 1350 points. The requirements to upgrade to level 4 territory had already been met yesterday after defeating the magical bear's lair. He had restrained himself until now just to recruit all the new troops today for maximum benefit. Because once the territory reaches level 4, the upgrade would come with a super amazing benefit for everyone. Ding. Notification: do you wish to consume 100 soul crystals and 1000 territory source to upgrade the territory immediately? Upgrade. Resources were instantly deducted. Boom. A beam of deep blue light dozens of times thicker than before erupted from the core crystal. It shot directly through the clouds, illuminating the entire sky in a deep blue. Ding. Territory successfully upgraded to level 4. The crystal dominance defense line has significantly expanded outward. New basic buildings unlocked, refined iron barriers and linked arrow towers. Daily automatic generation of fog-clearing pearls increased to 50 pieces. Territory enhancement aura strengthened. You have been promoted to a level 4 lord, successfully unlocking the second level trading area permissions of the Lord City. One layer of shops will be reserved for you for a month for transitional purposes. Lin Yan glanced at the updated territory panel. Territory Yin Fox Domain Level 4 Territory Blocks 213 Territory Aura. All members attack power 35, defense power 35. Lower level requirements: 100 soul crystals, 200 pure element stones, 100 territory. Source: the requirement for a level 5 territory had skyrocketed tenfold, becoming an astronomical figure. However, Lin Yan didn't care at all. He focused on the terrifying 35 attack and defense bonus, feeling overjoyed inside. Fighting on his own territory, the output of the Fox Maidens would be simply unparalleled. Of course, the main attraction was still to come. The upgrade benefits he had been eagerly anticipating had finally arrived. Ding. Territory upgraded to level 4, receiving a universal benefit: Rain of Boundary Breaking. Rain of Boundary Breaking. Within the area where the rain falls, all troops have a certain probability of breaking the bloodline shackles, forcibly increasing their potential upper limit. This was completely different from ordinary evolution stones. Evolution stones could only be used individually. The Rain of Boundary Breaking covered a wide area. Naturally, the probability of enhancing potential from the rain was very low. But given that nearly 200 people were standing in the open space right now, with such a large base, surely a few would have luck on their side and break through their bottlenecks. The troops of the Yin Fox domain were already abnormal. Even a small increase in their potential limits would lead to a qualitative leap in combat power. Similar to the specified baptism from troop building upgrades, the Rain of Boundary Breaking was a blessing from the heavens. It couldn't be stored in a backpack and had to be used on the spot. It would expire if not used in time. Lin Yan rubbed his hands, just about to click to release it. Suddenly, wait a minute. Rain of Boundary Breaking. Rain. Lin Yan lowered his head, his gaze sweeping across the perfectly arranged Fox Spirit army in the open space. These stunning beauties either wore translucent silk dresses, tight leather outfits, or were wrapped in scanty pieces of cloth. If a heavy rain were to pour down, their clothes would get completely soaked, clinging tightly to their bodies. The long legs and ample curves would transform into a wet and alluring temptation. This scene was simply too much to imagine. Ding. As you are the first player in the entire server to upgrade to a level 4 territory, a reward has been forcibly bestowed. Rain of Boundary Breaking has transformed into Rain of Divine Evolution. Bathed in the rain, there is a small probability for the troops to directly achieve ultimate evolution. Watching the notification that popped up in his view, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. Direct evolution. Just moments ago, he was merely hoping to raise the potential limit of his subordinates, and now he was blessed with an astonishing reward of collective evolution. He realized that his vision was too narrow. Without any hesitation, Lin Yan commanded release. Instantly, golden droplets of rain began to fall from the sky. The rain carried a warm energy that made one's bones feel soft, completely covering the open space of the core area. In the open space, nearly 200 stunning beauties were drenched in the golden rain. Silk skirts as thin as a cicada's wings and tight hollowed leather garments were thoroughly soaked, clinging tightly to their fair, radiant skin. With delicate waists and the captivating curves of their bodies along with long legs encased in black silk, they were fully exposed to the air. The warm energy surged into their bodies, eliciting soft, sweet gasps from the fox girls and female assassins, filling the courtyard with enticing allure. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Just as Lin Yan felt his mouth go dry nearby, a broken black silk leather-skirted dream fox erupted with a dazzling burst of white light. She has evolved. As the white light faded, the 3 red tails behind her transformed into 6. Her voluptuous form became even more enchanting, radiating mysterious bluish-black flames. From an epic troop type, she directly crossed tiers to evolve into the 9 nether charm fox with silver demigod potential. Immediately after, a female assassin drenched in rain nearby also glimmered with the light of evolution. The 3rd, the 4th, the 5th. In the golden light rain, one troop after another was enveloped by the glow of evolution. Their potential limits skyrocketed. Even those who didn't hit the jackpot for evolution still absorbed pure energy from the rain. The difficulty of breaking through their bottleneck would decrease by more than half in the future. This was a divine blessing that benefited the entire army. Only Lin Yan himself did not share in it. The Lord does not partake in the evolution system of troops. Minutes later, the golden raindrops gradually ceased. As the light dissipated, the fox girls who completed their evolution opened their beautiful eyes. Lin Yan immediately opened the panel to count the numbers. Most of those who benefited from the evolution were the lower-tier dream foxes, shadow assassins, and cloud dream spirit deers. It was normal for top-tier mythical troops like Baiji and Lilith to find it difficult to evolve further. But even the leap of the lower-tier troops was enough to cause a terrifying transformation in the combat strength of the Yen Fox territory. Dream Fox has evolved into the 9 Nether Charm Fox. Shadow Assassin has evolved into the Shadow Dancer. Cloud Dream Spirit Deer has evolved into the Sacred Jade Deer. Before this, the combined strength of demigod and true god-level forces in the territory amounted to only about 20. And now the number had surged to over 60, more than double. On the morning of the 10th day, in the Baiji take the newly evolved sisters to familiarize themselves with their new powers. Hurry up, we have a major battle to fight later. Lin Yan issued the command. Understood. Master Baiji's red veil was still clinging wetly to her body. She slightly bent forward, her ample bosom almost spilling out. After receiving the order, she immediately began to arrange the personnel for formation. Lin Yan then mounted the back of the Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith. With a flap of her wings, they soared towards the southernmost point of the territory. This was the monster-slaying Feng Shui treasure land decided upon yesterday. In the clearing, rows of blazing crystal cannons and thunderstorm crossbow towers were already set up, their dark muzzles aimed at the war mist ahead. Having just cannons is not enough, we need the monsters to obediently take hits. Lin Yan dropped 10,000 soul crystals and 5 pure elemental stones to construct a vast 9-tailed dream forest right in front of the towers. Swish! Pink, glowing trees sprang up, instantly transforming a large area into a dreamlike forest. Within it, Lin Yan's vision was unaffected, and he could see everything around him clearly. But for the intruding enemies, this forest was a man-eating maze. Lin Yan sat atop the dragon's back, looking down from above, while utilizing his lord's authority to begin reshaping the terrain. One glowing tree after another silently shifted positions. Under Lin Yan's control, a hidden passage was carved into the forest. It was a standard-shaped serpentine route. Additionally, several return-shaped dead ends were added in the middle. Any brainless wild monsters that charged in would end up going in circles through the maze. It looked close to the towers, but in reality, they would have to take a detour dozens of times longer. Throughout this process, they would be fully exposed to the optimal firing range of the crystal cannons. They would be bombarded at all times. This was no longer defense. This was playing an ultimate tower defense game. Once they entered the forest, they could only obediently shine and transform into a ground full of soul crystals. Perfect. Next, we just wait for the main force to assemble. On the other side, Fei Yu and Bai Rou were conducting a thorough cleaning within the territory. They chopped up all the stray beasts that had spawned in their home, preventing a fire in the backyard when they summoned a big monster later. Once the chores were done, the fox girls changed into clean, tight leather skirts and robes and marched grandly to the southernmost position. Once everyone was assembled, Lin Yan pulled out a blood-red lure, transformation demon seed, emitting a strange fragrance. A smile of anticipation crept onto his lips. The leveling feast begins now. Within the forest of the nine-tailed dream, where pink fluorescence flickered and the branches and leaves were dense, only the central area had been cleared in advance by Lin Yan, setting up rows of fiercely powerful defense towers. The fox girls had already found their positions for attack. Some crouched atop the thunderstorm crossbow towers while others stood on the glowing trunks several dozen meters high, their alluring figures almost blending into the pink forest. Lin Yan stood atop the highest viewpoint of the vision tower, surveying the entire battlefield from above. Below, endless monsters were trampling over the corpses of their companions, madly surging towards the center of the forest. Bloodblade demons, abyssal demons, skeletal horrors, poisonous, two-headed wolves. Even the thick-skinned massive mountain wyverns. In just a few seconds, at least dozens of different types of monsters surged forth. Normally, it would be impossible for these wild beasts to gather in such numbers. They were all forcibly attracted by the exotic scent of the demon seeds. It was practically a mobile experience package delivered to them. Maintain the shooting rhythm. Don't waste all your magic power at once. Baiji commanded from above, gripping her abyssal gaze bow. Each time she drew the bowstring, her ample bosom was deeply compressed, causing it to heave violently. Fragrant sweat trickled down her snow-white neck into the deep crevice, exuding a deadly allure. There were simply too many monsters. Compared to before, the quality of this wave of beasts was terrifyingly high. After the first and second-tier cannon fodder were killed off, what followed were all formidable third-tier transcendent and fifth-tier commanding characters. Especially the mountain wyverns mixed among them. Their skin was as tough as steel, and they could regenerate health just by standing on the ground, making them extremely difficult to kill. The Dream Forest can hold them off for a long time. Target the weaker ones first. Let's reduce their numbers. As soon as Baiji's words fell, she released her finger. A crimson foxfire arrow instantly crossed hundreds of meters, accurately piercing through a mountain wyvern's eye, bursting its head. The leveling frenzy had reached a boiling point. Crystal cannons and crossbow towers roared ferociously. The orange-eared magma illuminated the entire forest as countless monsters screamed and rolled in the sea of flames. Strangely, no matter how the magma burned, not a single leaf of the pink dream forest was ignited. It was as if these trees were merely a layer of illusory projection. Only the endlessly spawning wild beasts were turned to ashes. Nearby on the high tower, the exquisite healer Fei Yu raised her staff high, conjuring countless dazzling white light spots in midair. Her current style of play was very cautious. She didn't dare to casually unleash large-area meteor showers. The light spots transformed into small swords of light, precisely cleaving through the skulls of each monster. This was entirely because she was overly concerned about money. Area spells had too much power, and if she wasn't careful, she would directly shatter the soul crystals that dropped. Although the trees could not be burned, the pristine white bills could not withstand such bombardment. While outputting damage, Fei Yu kept an eye on the spoils on the ground, softly muttering calculations, resembling a sexy little money fanatic. The ranged mages were comfortably attacking. Close combat fighters like Yi Yuan and Luo Li naturally couldn't stand atop the tower to cast skills. They directly plunged into the dense dream forest. Charging into a tide of tens of thousands of monsters for melee combat sounded like a death wish. Even a 7th-tier demigod would be overwhelmed and bitten to death if surrounded by that tide of wild beasts. After all, fox spirits were not dragons, their bodies were quite fragile. However, this was the dream forest. It was the absolute territory of the fox girls. Yi Yuan, veiled in black ribbons and dressed in a black gothic skirt, darted between the trunks like a flash of black lightning. She suddenly appeared beside a mountain wyvern. Her delicate white hand clenched into a fist. A terrifying force of disaster erupted from her fist. Boom! The ground beneath her feet suddenly cracked open. The resilient mountain wyvern, along with a dozen surrounding small monsters, was obliterated into a sky full of flesh and blood under this punch. A large area was cleared out from the pile of monsters. Surrounding beasts rushed in, drawn by the scent of blood. Yi Yuan didn't dodge at all. Her long straight legs retracted backwards. Her graceful figure seamlessly melded into a glowing pink giant tree behind her, disappearing without a trace. After striking, she fled. In the blink of an eye, she emerged from another tree hundreds of meters away. Her black skirt fluttered in the air, revealing large swathes of radiant spring beauty. With sweeping legs and furious punches. Boom! She shifted positions, repeatedly launching surprise attacks from blind spots. There was no need for defense, if she only needed to unleash her disaster powers. The teleportation mechanism of the dream forest ensured that she would never be trapped. Soul Shatter. Disaster Storm. The battlefield was thoroughly segmented, with wild monsters wandering aimlessly in the maze-like forest, only to be mercilessly slaughtered. Lin Yan stood at the top of the spirit tower, listening to the frenzied alerts ringing in his mind, feeling ecstatic. Alert Luo Li's level has increased. Alert Hong, yes, level has increased. Alert Yi Yuan's level has increased. This was simply the most wonderful music in the world. Even the grotesque wild monsters below appeared cute in Lin Yan's eyes. Undoubtedly the sisters Bai Ji and Bai Rou had the highest kill counts. With the divine bow in hand they attacked from above without defense. The speed at which the sisters harvested kills was terrifying. Time flowed by second by second. An hour's time limit finally arrived. The mutated demon flowers on the ground quickly wilted their petals, turning to a flurry of ashes swept away by the wind. The exotic scent disappeared. The war fog on three sides finally quieted down, no longer spitting out monsters. But the battle was not over. There were still several thousand wild beasts trapped in the maze of the dream forest. The fox girls drank a few sips of fox spirit spring water to replenish their stamina and continued to methodically name their targets for extermination. After killing for more than half an hour, the crisp sounds of gunfire gradually subsided. In the center of the battered battlefield, a gray-brown earth tyrannosaurus the size of a small mountain and covered in ice spikes and crossbow bolts was letting out a desperate roar. This tyrannosaurus was exceedingly powerful. Whoosh, whoosh. Two brilliant crimson arrows tore through the air, precisely shooting into the eyes of the earth tyrannosaurus, directly penetrating its hard skull. The massive tyrannosaurus let out a mournful cry, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Ding! Bai Ji achieved an over-level kill on the 8th tier legendary Earth Tyrannosaurus. Gained 1000 experience points. Bai Ji's level has increased to early 9th tier. Ding! Bai Rou achieved an over-level kill on the 7th tier Epic Abyss Wyvern. Gained 5000 experience points. Bai Rou's level has increased to early 9th tier. After experiencing the series of battles at the Demon Bears Lair plus the frenzy of harvesting several 100,000 wild monsters today, the level bottlenecks for Bai Ji and Bai Rou were finally shattered completely. Both stepped into the 9th tier gate. The 9th tier legendary realm. In the endless continent, the legendary realm is the absolute pinnacle of strength. They could walk horizontally as peerless powerhouses. Buzz! Two terrifying auras capable of annihilating the heavens and earth surged forth from the twin stars, sweeping madly in all directions. At the center of the sisters' foreheads, an eerie crescent mark shone simultaneously. In broad daylight, a bright, silver moon phantom unexpectedly appeared in the sky. The moonlight cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the two beautiful, alluring fox spirits within. The phenomenon lasted a while before slowly dissipating. The silver shadow of the moon in the sky slowly dissipated. Bai Ji and Bai Rou gracefully descended from the air. The intense battle had left the two sisters glistening with fragrant sweat, their semi-transparent flowing robes clinging tightly to their skin, revealing their alluring-shaped curves. The two women, one on each side, directly pounced into Lin Yan's embrace. Their ample forms pressed against Lin Yan's chest, exuding a delicate fragrance. Lin Yan wrapped his arms around their slender waists, feeling a rush of heat in his heart. Once back at the fortress tonight, I must thoroughly test the stamina of the 9th Order Fox Fairy to see just how limitless it truly is. At the same time, to the north, over 100 kilometers away, in the abyssal demon domain ruins which were just destroyed by Lin Yan a few days ago, in the depths hundreds of meters underground, the concealed Scarlet Formation finally absorbed enough energy, completely breaking through the spatial barrier. Boom! From the frenzied spatial passage, 9 terrifying figures exuding overwhelming malevolence emerged. Leading them was a great demon clad in crimson armor with massive flesh wings extending from its back. It casually swung the blood-colored giant sword in its hand. The violent sword energy shredded the rocky layers above, forcefully carving a passage that connected directly to the surface. A scarlet blaze shot into the sky. The great demon Babu, accompanied by 8 9th Order legendary demon leaders behind it, flew up into the high sky through the passage. 9 legendary figures. They spread their demon wings, blocking out the sun, hovering midair, with cold gazes surveying everything below. We have arrived. The fury of the abyss is ready to cleanse the land. The formation deep underground continued to operate frantically, continuously spewing forth a large number of demon vanguards. Soon a terrifying wave of crimson gathered in the ruins. On the surface of the ruins, many figures were stealthily moving about. To the west there were groups of ghouls and skeletal warriors. To the east, a mixed army sent by the 5 Cities Alliance with wyverns and goblin musketeers among them. The two sides, one to the east and the other to the west, had come to the Demon King's lair in search of opportunities. Though aware of each other's existence, they tacitly avoided interference. Everyone wanted to take advantage of the situation and consume this unclaimed feast. Boom! A loud noise erupted and blinding red light tore through the night. The leaders on both sides immediately sensed something was amiss. Demons. Wasn't the Demon King's lair destroyed long ago with even the core crystal shattered into dust? How could demons emerge? The undead army and the heads of the Five Cities Alliance were all dumbfounded. They had confirmed multiple times before that this place had long been emptied, not a single strand of hair remained. How could such a huge commotion suddenly occur? Was there an unparalleled divine artifact unearthed? Or had the Abyssal Demon King revived? If it was a revival, the leaders of several factions immediately issued a death order to take advantage of his illness to end his life. Gather their forces and rush over to completely crush him. Absolutely cannot allow the Demon Lord to rise again. The two armies surged towards the red light. As they reached the center of the ruins, everyone looked up and was immediately terrified out of their wits. 9 terrifying crimson figures were hovering high in the sky. Massive flesh wings blocked out the sun and ice-cold eyes stared down at them as if they were corpses. A bunch of brainless skeletons. And a pile of mixed trash. The Blade Demon Babu sneered, "It seems this territory has been ruined, and you are not blameless, right? You are unlucky. I just teleported here and happened to find you to bleed out. Lord Babu, we are more than willing to serve you." The 8 legendary demons beside him suddenly flapped their wings, stirring up a tempest. The massive figure dove down into the crowd below like a meteor. Babu moved at an incredible speed, enveloped in dark red hellfire. In an instant he crossed over 1,000 meters, appearing right in front of a wyvern. This wyvern was of the 7th Order. A fully armored silver knight was riding on its back. This was a top expert within the Five Cities Alliance, a high-ranking leader of the 7th Order with immense combat power. Normally a combination of 2 7th Orders would be enough to dominate. However, Babu merely extended his left hand nonchalantly. The massive demon claw tightly gripped the wyvern's neck, squeezing with force. Crack! The wyvern's neck was instantly crushed. At the same time, the blood-colored giant sword swept out. The silver-armored knight had just drawn his weapon to block, when half of his body along with his armor was directly evaporated by the raging sword energy. The residual power of the sword light carved a deep trench over 200 meters long into the ground before finally settling down. The 2 7th Order elites were killed instantly, not even lasting half a second. All a bunch of waste. Only fit to be fertilizer. Babu's face was filled with disappointment. In truth, there were plenty of capable individuals within the Five Cities Alliance and the Undead Army. The combined power of over 27th Orders, and even a few 8th Order legendary bone dragons to support them. But in front of 9 9th Order legendary demons, this group was as fragile as a bunch of paper toys. Babu could easily shatter an 8th Order bone dragon with just 2 sword strikes. Other demon leaders were slightly slower, but still managed to tear apart the remaining resistance into meat paste in just a few more moves. Too boring. A demon leader licked the blood off his claws. With this bunch of trash, they could contend with the former Demon King for months. They have truly brought disgrace upon our abyss. Lord Babu, should we stop by and flatten their home as well? Babu waved his hand, directly refusing. Don't complicate matters. The Master's death command is to head south and flatten the Yan Fox territory with the Fox Demon. Babu shot a sideways glance at his subordinates. These 8 legendary demons were all drawn from the subordinate tribes below to serve as cannon fodder. But he was different. He was the most favored confidant of the Succubus Lord. Thinking of the Succubus Lord made Babu's heart surge with heat, and his breathing became heavy. The Master had promised him in person. As long as he could exterminate the Yan Fox territory completely, he would not only receive heavy rewards, but would also be provided with precious evolution stones to help him break through the mythical realm. What was even more enticing was that the Master had promised that after the mission was accomplished, he would be allowed to climb onto that luxurious bed and serve her for an entire night. Thinking of the Succubus Master's alluring figure and captivating charm, Babu felt a surge of heat all over his body, wishing he could fly back immediately. Finish the work early and return to enjoy. Babu eagerly took out the mist-dispelling pearl, leading the freshly gathered demon army like a black tide rushing madly towards the south. The target should be just ahead. The coverage area is so vast that even the air is infused with a sense of oppression. It's definitely a lucrative opportunity. Babu led his troops southward, casually trampling 2 novice camps that stood in their way. He hovered in midair, greedily gazing at the endless sea of glowing pink trees ahead, his mouth stretching into a grin. The fox demons love the beauty of nature. In contrast, the abyss demons take pleasure in turning beautiful things to ash. Babu pulled out several mist-dispelling pearls and hurled them down with force. Disperse all the gray mist around us. Advance the army, leave not a single tree standing, and flatten everything. The vast gray mist rapidly receded. The vibrant pink forest was fully exposed before the demon army. Upon receiving the order, countless low-ranking demons howled with excitement, rushing into the forest like a tide ready to set fires and wreak havoc. These cannon fodder, who could only run on 2 legs, were led by a few leaders tasked with the dirty work of cleaning the battlefield and mopping up the remnants. The true core forces were all in the sky. Babu gripped a high-grade mist-dispelling pearl in his hand, his massive fleshy wings flapping vigorously as he led the main force soaring over the forest. The Dark Flight Legion blotted out the sky. Their momentum was terrifying to the extreme. Behind Babu were a full 500 high-ranking flying demons. 500 beings of 7th tier or higher. This was the true foundation of the abyssal demon realm. With just this air force, they could crush any city alliance or necropolis dozens of times over. Not to mention that at the front of the formation, their 9 legendary demon generals of 9th tier were personally stationed. In contrast, this group of alluring fox spirits could barely muster 1 or 2 who were close to the threshold of 9th tier. Babu racked his brain and couldn't figure out what these fox demons could use to block their way. What could possibly bridge the vast gap in power? They could win with their eyes closed. Babu, brimming with confidence, sped through the sky with his army. The pink forest raced away beneath them. As they flew on, Babu suddenly sensed something was off. At their top speed, they should have crossed the entire territory and reached the core crystal by now. Yet beneath them lay an endless expanse of pink trees. Not a single wooden hut was in sight. It felt as if they were simply spiraling around the outskirts. This is absurd. There must be some trickery within this forest. A legendary demon beside him furrowed his brow and suggested, "Lord Babu, the space above seems to be locked by a formation. Instead of going around in circles, why not land directly and march through the forest on foot?" Just as the demon army plunged into the 9-tailed dream forest, the crimson leaves left behind to guard the core area immediately saw through every move outside via the glowing tree trunks. The sky is filled with demons with black wings. More than 500 elite beings. Goodness, how many soul crystals will this yield? The crimson leaves licked her lips excitedly and quickly contacted the spirit sound earrings to relay the information. Beside her, the few fox spirits left behind were not intimidated at all. Rather, they were all eagerly preparing for a fight. What's the panic? The master has long set up a maze within the forest. These fools won't be able to leave easily once they step inside. The crimson leaves extended her delicate white hand and pressed it against a formation node on the tree trunk. A surge of powerful fox fire magic instantly poured in. The illusionary formation within the pink forest went into a frenzy, casting an invisible net directly above all the demons. The deadly chaos began. At the southernmost end of the Flame Fox territory, the Fox Maidens were still busy tidying up the massive spoils left behind from mowing the grass. Lin Yan activated his earrings, hearing the report from the Crimson, leaves his brows slightly raised. The regular army of the Abyss. They arrived quite quickly. He had long anticipated that the higher-ups of the demons wouldn't let things go easily. However, they were still tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Abyss stronghold. To arrive so quickly indicated they must have used some special teleportation trump card. Lin Yan's mind flashed with information about the Endless Continent. In the surrounding areas aside from the Abyssal Demon Realm to the north, there were the Earth Dragon Canyon to the east and the Dark Knight Alliance to the west, all formidable forces. However, these demons never calculated that the rate of development in the Flame Fox territory over the past 2 days was terrifying. Just the day before yesterday, Lin Yan had barely a dozen 7th-tier beings. Yet now, after enjoying the benefits of abundant resources and evolutionary reign, there were more than 50 demigod-level powers above 7th tier. Strong beings like the Crimson Leaves and Yulan among the 8th tier exceeded 10. Moreover, there were also Bai Ji and Bai Ro who had both crossed into the realm of 9th tier legends. The potential of the upper-level master gods was enough to easily overpower all opponents of the same tier. 500 7th-tier demons were worth nothing. In Lin Yan's eyes, this group of trifling airborne miscreants was simply a massive walking experience package. They were hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yan comfortably leaned back in his soft chair. Bai Ji and Bai Ro flanked him, their ample and soft bosoms gently rubbing against his arms, bringing waves of warmth. Let's go home and close the door to deal with the dogs. Deep within the dream forest, several legendary demons found themselves stuck in a maze, dizzy from spinning around, venting their frustration with wild bursts of power. The raging black flames transformed into shockwaves, wildly sweeping the surroundings, attempting to reduce these obstructive, glowing trees to ashes. Yet the trees remained unscathed. In the light of the flames, a petite figure clad in a Gothic-style black mini-skirt silently appeared beside a legendary demon. It was Yuan, the violent blind maiden with black ribbons covering her eyes. The legendary demon instantly spotted the target. Gazing at the frail-looking girl who seemed like a gust of wind could topple her, the demon's lips twisted into a cruel grin. Its muscles swelled, its bucket-like black iron fists crackling with thunder aimed directly at Yi Yuan's head, crashing down fiercely. Yet Yi Yuan did not dodge or evade. Her delicate pale fists tightened, meeting the attack head-on. The disparity in size between the two fists was stark. They collided with a thunderous boom in midair. Boom! The horrifying sound of the explosion shattered the surrounding air, sending circles of substantial white shockwaves spiraling outward. Yi Yuan stood motionless, her black miniskirt lifted high by the shockwaves, revealing a large area of dazzlingly pure skin. Meanwhile, the 8th-tier legendary demon's face, once twisted with a cruel grin, instantly froze. In the next second, its entire stout arm shattered into pieces. Its massive and hardened body burst with a bang. It exploded into a cloud of flying putrid blood mist. One punch. Just a single unadorned punch. An 8th-tier demon was utterly crushed to pieces. Not far away, the leading demonic General Babu watched the scattered flesh and blood on the ground, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, completely stunned. In the common knowledge of abyssal demons, a seductive fox spirit is forever a delicate plaything, merely lurking in the distance, flaunting its charms, while casting a few soft fireballs. Once a warrior gets close, they can be ravaged in any manner. But today Barb's worldview was utterly shattered by a blind girl wearing a black miniskirt with a waist so slender it could not compare to his arm. With one punch, she smashed an 8th-tier legendary demon known for its physical defenses into a bloody pulp scattered across the sky. Is this really a fox spirit? You call this delicate? Rather than believing it to be true, the demons would prefer to think. Illusion. Everyone, don't panic. We must have fallen into an illusion array. A legendary demon roared in madness. Everything happening before their eyes completely overturned the laws of the abyss. It was too outrageous. Just as they indulged in self-deception. Boom. The sky above suddenly lit up with blinding white light. Countless luminous spots gathered madly, transforming into a massive celestial body, resembling the blazing sun crashing down with world-destroying pressure. The heavens and earth trembled violently. Terrifying shockwaves surged in relentless waves. Even 7th-tier elite demons could not withstand it, their bodies torn to shreds by the raging winds. As for the cannon fodder struck directly by the blazing sun, not even ash remained. Barb instinctively looked up. In midair, a scarlet moon clad in a high-slit priestess robe floated in the void. The breeze lifted her skirt, revealing her two long fair legs without concealment. Her ample and astonishing bosom heaved violently as she cast spells, and the deep white valleys were tantalizing. With an absolutely stunning face and fluffy fox ears, she was 100% pure fox demon. Barb was both shocked and furious. Who wrote in the textbooks that fox demons only wield scraping techniques with weak destructive power? Look at the massive meteor crater below, over 100 meters in diameter. You call that weak destructive power? Barb wished he could fly back to the abyss and twist the instructor's head off to use as a ball. In the pink forest, the stunning reapers of the flame fox tribe began to strike. Shadow summon. Dozens of pitch-black shadow beasts leaped out from the thickets. Luo Li's long legs beneath her tight beast-skin miniskirt suddenly exerted force, her alluring body transforming into a shadowy black panther, leaving behind a dozen afterimages. Black mist flickered. The blade swept through. In under 10 seconds, a similarly ranked commanding demon had its throat cut open, collapsing into a pool of blood while convulsing frantically. The demon army finally felt fear. Everyone hold steady. They can only reach 8th tier at most. Barb roared loudly. He saw the clues. Although the group of fox demons before him was abnormally powerful, their highest realm was merely 8th tier, and their numbers were pitifully small. Between 8th and 9th tier lies an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, they were the most vicious demons. Hearing the generals roar, the remaining legendary demon commanders quickly steadied themselves, cruel smiles reappearing on their faces. A 9th tier fear demon king suddenly unleashed a massive wave of spiritual energy. He enjoyed watching stunning beauty scream in despair. Fear was his most delectable sustenance. Black spiritual toxins morphed into arrows hurtling towards the nearby night charm. Ripples spread across the space. The scene before night charm altered dramatically. Countless terrifying spirits and a mountain of corpses rose from the ground, attempting to completely strangle her spirit. Is this it? Daring to play illusions before me? Night charm, clad in a tight hollowed-out leather outfit, did not tremble, instead displaying an expression of utter disdain. As a thousand-faced enchantress, she was the top ancestor in manipulating spirits and illusions. The headless ghost you created, the angle of the wounds spewing blood completely defies the laws of physics. And the ground covered in entrails, the colors are too fake, not even a hint of fresh bloody odor. Not professional at all. Night charm shook her head. Spiritual energy surged back through the black mist. The entire illusion world turned upside down, transforming into a pure darkness where one could not see their hand before their face. This is true terror, striking directly at the deepest vulnerabilities of the soul. Outside, the 9th-tier Fear Demon King's eyes bulged violently, filled with bloodshot veins. His massive body suddenly collapsed to the ground without warning. His face reflected an indescribable extreme terror, convulsing twice before he directly breathed his last. Old 3 is dead. Barb could hardly believe his eyes. The Fear Demon King's strength ranked within the top 3 among their 9. The most critical part was that he hadn't even figured out how he died. A renowned master of fear was actually scared. This is simply the biggest joke in the universe. Before he could regain his senses, a dull sound echoed nearby. The raging demon, known for its strength, was clashing with the black-skirted Night Kite. It barely withstood 3 punches before being brutally blown apart by Night Kite's delicate, white hand, dying completely. Barb was utterly furious. Spreading his massive wings, he lunged at Night Kite in a frenzy. Just halfway through his flight, the moonlight poured down like liquid mercury. A stunning silhouette clad in a translucent flowing robe appeared, blocking his path. Under the moonlight, Baiji was breathtakingly beautiful. Her skirt, as thin as a cicada's wing, was blown up by the night wind, and her long, straight jade legs radiated astonishing allure. Seeing the newcomer, Barb felt not anger, but joy. Because the beautiful woman before him held a longbow. Divine blessing. After all this time, he finally encountered a rationally frail ranged archer. As long as he got close, one claw could tear her in half. Barb roared, diving down. Suddenly, every hair on his body stood on end. A dazzling red arrow flashed by, as if the entire sky had been forcefully torn open. An arrow pierced through heaven and earth. Barb suddenly realized that his consciousness had become unbearably slow. He looked down to see the ground below carved with several terrifying trenches hundreds of meters long. And his chest had already been pierced through with a large hole, letting light shine through. Even his heart had vanished. Only then did he react. What had shot him was not a single arrow, but a volley of 9 arrows. His gigantic demon body lost control, plummeting straight down from the air. Baiji looked at him expressionlessly, her snow-white fingers releasing the bowstring once more. 2 fireballs accurately struck, explosively turning Barb's head into a rain of blood. In the far north, the abyssal demon domain. Barb brought along a full 9 legendary demon commanders, plus 500 elite air forces. No matter what that southern territory is, which we can't even name, it will definitely be leveled. The spiny lord of the execution demons confidently held his wine cup. To him, aside from the Dragon Gorge to the east, which posed some threat, the surrounding areas were all trash that could be crushed. Thanks to the teleportation array laid down by the succubus sister, otherwise our army would never have made it. The execution demon lord was smilingly flattering when his expression suddenly froze. Just moments ago, he received news of a death. One of his legendary subordinates had died. Useless. Losing even one in a 9-tune fight is truly disgraceful for the abyss. The flame demon lord's face also turned ashen instantly. My subordinates have died too. What on earth is going on? The several giants in the hall quickly contacted each other. Upon investigation, everyone collectively gasped in shock. All dead. Total annihilation. The gazes of the several lords simultaneously turned towards the succubus queen sitting in the main seat. A queen who built a vast empire and was known for her ruthless methods now had her stunning face clouded with a darkness that seemed about to drip water. The hall was filled with anger, but more so with an uncontrollable horror. They died too quickly. 9 legendary demons plus 500 upper-tier elites could hold out for several hours, even against well-established overlords. Why were they instantly obliterated in a southern territory whose name they didn't even know? It was completely unreasonable. In the endless continent's western side, the Dragon Gorge, a terrifying earth dragon king comparable in size to a mountain slowly opened its enormous vertical pupils like searchlights. It seems the abyss demons have suffered a huge loss. Heavy casualties. Interesting. Send some people to investigate. I want to see who has such an appetite to swallow even the abyss elite whole. To the east, within a vast underground city that seemed bottomless, the Spider Queen lazily leaned against a dark purple silk curtain, her long pale fingers toying with a cup of poison wine as she listened with interest to her subordinate kneeling before her. There's actually an unknown novice force that struck the abyss demon in public. Hee. How interesting. Send a few of our top shadow assassins to the south. Invite this audacious master to be our guest in the underground city. At the same time, in the Flame Fox territory, a one-sided massacre continued for over half an hour, finally coming to a complete end. In the pink Illusory Dream Forest, remnants of limbs and severed arms lay scattered everywhere. Lin Yan was happily counting the spoils of war with a group of stunning fox ladies. Earlier he had lured hundreds of thousands of wild monsters with a magical flower resulting in a ground covered with glowing orbs. Although the 500 Abyss elites he had just eliminated wouldn't drop blind boxes directly due to their military classification, the weapons they wielded and the armor they wore were all genuine high-grade divine equipment. Lin Yan roughly counted and found that just the high-grade weapons he stripped off amounted to a total of 108 pieces. Various rare materials piled up like small mountains. We struck it rich. Lin Yan collected the spoils into his storage ring while casually shattering a few high-level orbs that had just dropped. A series of golden notification sounds flooded the screen. Acquired high-grade divine item Mist Dispelling Pearl. Acquired rare item Territory Compass. Acquired special item Sound Transmission Poison Insect. Acquired high-grade armor Blueprint Fallen Demon Wings. Acquired item Silver Alliance Scroll. The first 3 items were all scavenged from several legendary demon generals. The last 2 items were obtained from a blue and a green premium treasure chest. Territory Compass. It seems the Abyss demons used this thing to lock onto my location. Lin Yan glanced at the compass and tossed it directly into his backpack. This item has a usage limit and can only point in a general direction, making it quite impractical. As for the sound transmission poison insect, it was equally useless. This is a communication tool controlled by a mother insect that can transmit sound over hundreds of kilometers. However, with the death of the Abyss demon generals, these little insects had all curled up and died. I'm so angry. The chief steward Fei Yue stood nearby, stamping her feet in distress. Her high-slit white robe fluttered in the wind, and her long pale legs trembled with anger. These Abyss scum are so disgusting. They clearly belong to us as spoils, yet they come with a self-destruct mechanism. We've lost a huge sum of money for nothing. Fei Yue bit her red lip, expressing her sworn enmity with the Abyss demons. Lin Yan, however, didn't feel much regret at all. After all, the territory had the spiritual sound earrings produced by the system, which provided sufficient communication range. This Mist Dispelling Pearl is the true priceless treasure. Lin Yan held the glowing pearl in his hand, his eyes burning with excitement. Its strategic value is such that even if I were to combine all the high-grade equipment I just acquired, it would still be worth far less. With it, I won't have to worry about the system's whims when going out to hunt. I can explore wherever I want. The profits will undoubtedly multiply several times over. The Abyss demons truly are bringers of wealth. Lin Yan silently gave a thumbs up to the deceased Bab. Next, he turned his attention to the 2 blueprints. The Evolution Stone and Elemental Stone had already been placed in storage. The remaining Silver Alliance Scroll could bind at most 5 lords. Although the Alliance leader has some privileges, they are still subject to rules. Useless trash. Lin Yan scoffed. Only the weak need to huddle together for warmth. For me, forming an alliance with others is just finding some burdens that will hold me back. If I encounter a neighboring lord who refuses to comply, I could just smash the core crystal and seize the blueprint. Isn't that much better? He turned to Fei Yue. Put this scroll up for sale at the Illusory Dream Pavilion and make a hefty profit. Understood. Fei Yue's beautiful eyes curved into crescents as she happily accepted the task. After cleaning the battlefield, Lin Yan spent several hundred soul crystals to restore the Illusory Dream Forest to its former state. He then headed straight to the workshop. He directly input the high-grade blueprint that had just dropped. Fallen Demon Wings. This is an extremely rare flying equipment worth several times more than ordinary high-grade armor. Fallen Demon Wings movement speed increases by 20. Attached special effects: aerial flight, abyss intimidation. The blueprint depicted a pair of grotesque flesh wings in red and black, exuding a domineering and fierce aura. Lin Yan was immediately captivated. The most crucial point is that wearing it would allow him to fly on his own. Among high-grade military units, very few can fly except for specialized flying units. Even the powerful Twin Fox Immortals rely on spatial jumps to gain leverage in the air. It was worth all the trouble I went through in the Demon Bear's lair. I finally got something good. Lin Yan immediately invested the materials and had the workshop forge a pair of fallen demon wings, equipping them directly. These wings are entirely made from pure magical energy and can be retracted into his body when not in use, having no impact on his usual movements. Lin Yan focused his mind. Whoosh! The massive red-black wings abruptly unfurled from his back. He lifted off the ground, soaring high into the sky, and enjoyed several laps above his territory. The experience is decent. However, after flying a few rounds, Lin Yan landed. Flapping wings to fly is still quite a physical activity. With the gorgeous and gentle dragon Princess Lilith as his mount and the peach blossom-scented fox immortal sister as his transport, he could also take advantage of them whenever he wanted. Who would want to put in the effort to fly? The high and mighty life of a lord should be this decadent and comfortable. At noon, in the Ling Yu Fox kitchen, Lin Yan sat in a wide wooden chair playing with a newly acquired Mist Dispelling Pearl. The advancement speed of the Flame Fox territory was extremely fast. With 50 basic mist-dispelling pearls issued by the system each day, he could easily exhaust them by just strolling around. Delving into the war fog, he could potentially lose his way completely at any moment. He opened the Lord Terminal, glanced at the avatars of Luo Feng. Delving into the war fog, he could potentially lose his way completely at any moment. He opened the Lord Terminal, glanced at the avatars of Luo Feng and Analysis Emperor, and directly skipped past them. Although these two fellows understood some basic knowledge, their level was too low. They probably hadn't even heard of the mist-dispelling pearl. His gaze swept down and finally stopped at the name of the Ice Mountain School belle Lu Ruyan. Only such a top-notch beauty focused on by powerful factions could possibly possess deep-seated intelligence. However, their relationship was rather casual. A few days ago, Lu Ruyan had just been heavily attacked by Fei Yu. She was probably still cursing in her heart. Lin Yan smirked slightly and sent a screenshot in a private message. Fallen Demon Wings. JPG, brand new high-grade flying divine equipment. Want 2 pieces? As soon as the message was sent, the other side replied instantly. Lu Ruyan panic emoji. Lu Ruyan free is always the most expensive. I won't be fooled. Tell me, what information do you want to inquire about? Perhaps she could endure ordinary armor, but flying equipment. This is a priceless treasure that can directly turn the tide of battle in the early stages. It's so tempting. I can hardly control my hands. Seeing the other party take the bait, Lin Yan reined in his jest and simply modified his doubts about getting lost in the deep fog area before sending it over. Dozens of kilometers away by the shimmering lakeside, Lu Ruyan stared at the question. Lin Yan sent her icy eyes widening in shock. Her rosy lips formed an O shape, unable to close for a long time. Delving into the fog area? What sort of international joke is this? Today is only the 10th day since I arrived in the Endless Continent. Lin Yan actually already possessed the capital to survive and explore in the deep fog. One must know that even seasoned overlords who have lived for decades are wary of the deep fog. Entering casually carries the risk of being swallowed whole by colossal beasts. What earth-shattering event did Lin Yan accomplish? Lu Ruyan stood frozen, her icy facade shattered completely. She had initially intended to casually pick some basic information to brush things off. But after glancing at the screenshot showing the striking and domineering high-grade demon wings, she thought again of the Illusory Dream Pavilion's manager Fei Yue with her cannibalistic demeanor. Lu Ruyan gritted her silver teeth and sent all the core confidential information about the fog without. After a while, Lin Yan finally digested the top-secret information sent by the Ice Mountain School belle. The depths of the mist are indeed perilous. Venturing too deep can easily lead to spatial distortions or encounters with terrifying beasts that cannot be resisted. However, the danger has its limits. As long as the exploration distance is controlled within a few dozen kilometers, it is basically as stable as Mount Tai. Moreover, the larger the territory, the more solid the coordinate anchor point in this world, directly reducing the probability of getting lost to a minimum. The Ice Mountain School belle also specifically emphasized that there are magical tools in the world designed to dispel the gray mist. Lin Yan just happened to have in his hand a top-tier mist-dispelling orb. The Abyss Demon has run over 100 kilometers with the orb without any issues. There's no way I would face trouble wandering around just a few dozen kilometers from home. Time is money, there can be no hesitation. At 3 in the afternoon, Master, everyone is ready. Accompanied by a voice as charming as it is seductive, Bai Ji approached with graceful steps. Along with them were the 2 fiery Juyo-charming foxes Hong Yi and Qing Si. Lin Yan's younger sister Bai Rou and the assassin Yi Mei stayed behind to guard the house. The 5 of them reached the. Along with them were the 2 fiery Juyo-charming foxes Hong Yi and Qing Si. Lin Yan's younger sister Bai Rou and the assassin Yi Mei stayed behind to guard the house. The 5 of them reached the edge of the core area. The Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith, with true god potential, had already transformed into a semi-dragon form, obediently lying on the ground awaiting orders. Let's go. Lin Yan mounted her back. He skillfully wrapped his arms around Lilith's slender firm waist, feeling her astonishing elasticity through his palms. Lilith flapped her broad black dragon wings and dove into the thick gray mist. In an instant, the mist-dispelling orb hanging at Lin Yan's waist burst forth with brilliant white light. The dense fog ahead melted away rapidly as if it had encountered a red-hot branding iron. His vision instantly widened, revealing the entire landscape of the map and the wild monsters clearly before everyone's eyes. Advance at full speed, Lin Yan commanded. He was not here to tackle a few low-level monsters, but to specifically search for treasure chests and wild nests. The Fox girls in the team were all top-tier combatants starting at demigod level. Along the way, they encountered a few blind monsters charging at them. Bai Ji could hardly be bothered to look casually, drawing her abyss gaze bow. The taut bowstring sank deeply into her proud chest, creating a captivating cleft. Whoosh! The crimson arrow directly blasted the wild monsters into a rain of flesh. The advancement speed was extremely fast. The mist-dispelling orb continued to glow, illuminating one new area of the map after another. Once the team passed by, the gray mist behind would once again close up. In just half an hour, Lilith had already led them deep into over 10 kilometers. However, in the vast and boundless endless continent, an exploration range of 10 kilometers is hardly worth mentioning. Finding a top-tier hidden landmark is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lin Yan directly summoned the exclusive auxiliary panel. Golden text continuously refreshed before his eyes. Unremarkable pile of rubble. Worthless stinking ditch. A few low-level skeletons not worth wasting time on. The surrounding area was a vast expanse of gray map without any profit. Occasionally there were a few high-level monsters, but Lin Yan was too lazy to take the detour to kill them, focusing solely on advancing and uncovering the map. At that moment, a line of glaring dark golden text suddenly flashed before his eyes without warning. Highly recommended. Top-tier opportunity. Remaining countdown 1 day, 21 hours. Lin Yan's heart raced. Lilith, turn around. Charge at full speed towards the 2 o'clock direction. A fierce wind howled. The dragon wings tore through the air, instantly crossing several blocks. When the white light of the mist-dispelling orb completely dispelled the last patch of thick fog, a massive building exuding an ancient and majestic aura suddenly appeared in the center of the wilderness. The grand doors swung open, resplendent. The moment he saw the doors, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Notice successfully discovered the neutral building Heroes Tavern. Description: entering the tavern and paying the corresponding soul crystals or resources allows for the random recruitment of special ancient heroes. Note the taverns that refresh at different locations and times have completely different charging standards. Lin Yan knew a bit about the tavern's information. Ordinary military buildings like the Summoned Fox altar only summon fox demons of a single race. But the Heroes Tavern is a pure mixed blind box. You might spend heavily to summon a useless goblin, or you could strike it lucky and directly roll out a world-destroying pureblood dragon, or even a divine titan. The heroes produced by the tavern are of extremely high quality, with the vast majority starting at a high level. There are even reports of individuals summoning mythic bloodlines. The only drawback is that the slots are too few. Encountering it once means you can only buy 1 or 2 recruitment slots at most. With these thoughts flashing through his mind, Lin Yan patted Lilith's dragon horn. The dragon began to descend. Just a few meters from the ground, Lin Yan leapt directly. Whoosh! The fallen demon wings behind him burst open with a roar. In midair, a whirlwind of violent airflow swirled around him as he landed steadily in front of the tavern's entrance, his posture strikingly handsome. Bai Ji Fei Yue, follow me inside. Lilith, stay outside with Hong Yi and Xing Si. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without mercy. After issuing the command, Lin Yan stepped over the threshold with the 2 most alluring fox girls. From the outside, the Heroes Tavern already looked magnificently grand. Upon stepping inside, it felt as though he had passed through a spatial barrier. The interior was astonishingly vast. A dazzling giant crystal chandelier hung from above. The floor beneath his feet was made entirely of pure gold bricks that emitted a radiant golden light. Dozens of meters high white marble pillars were intricately carved with lifelike dragons and deities. Wow, it's all money. So valuable. The head butler Fei Yue instantly lit up with excitement, her greedy nature fully unleashed. She eagerly squatted down, her high-slit white robe sliding down, revealing a large expanse of dazzling white legs. She arched her rounded peachy bottom, the deep neckline of her robe threatening to spill out. Her delicate hands desperately clawed at the pure gold floor tiles. After clawing for a long time, her nails almost broke, yet the gold bricks remained immovable. Protected by the world's highest laws, they cannot be taken away, Lin Yan reminded with a smile. Only then did Fei Yu reluctantly stand up, her exquisite face filled with heartache, as if she had missed out on billions. Lin Yan shook his head and turned his attention to the interior of the tavern. Goodness, there were indeed a lot of people. Dozens of various lords stood in the hall. There were bloodthirsty vampires with fangs. There were undead mages pale with fiery eyes. There were even rampaging giants over 30 meters tall, nearly hitting the ceiling. Clearly this place connected to several different regions through teleportation portals. Lin Yan was not the only one who had discovered this top-tier opportunity. The endless continent was full of lucky lords. However, Lin Yan keenly noticed that these large-bodied foreign lords all looked tense. Each was surrounded by at least 3 to 5 high-level guards, with some bringing dozens of bodyguards. Everyone tightly gripped their weapons, maintaining a significant distance from one another, watching the surrounding strangers with wary expressions. They looked like a bunch of frightened quails. Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. The hero's tavern, like the Lord's city, is an absolutely safe zone protected by the laws of heaven. Within it, any violent attack would be instantly nullified. These alien bumpkins clearly had not grasped even the most basic information. Lin Yan regarded the group of alien newcomers, tense and wary as if facing mortal peril, and suppressed a wry smile. From a corner of the hall, a dwarven lord clad in heavy black armor and sporting a thick, bushy beard raised his beer mug, larger than his own face, and offered Lin Yan a distant jovial salute. Lin Yan's gaze swept over him. The dwarf's gear shimmered with arcane luster, and his retinue stood motionless, their auras profound and unfathomable. This was no novice. He was a veteran who had long carved his name across the infinite continent, perhaps even a sovereign warlord. The dwarven lord drained a hearty swig of barley wine, then turned his sharp eyes toward Lin Yan's female companion. Bai Ji wore a translucent flowing dawn robe, her lithe frame pressed intimately against Lin Yan's arm, her voluptuous bosom compressed into a dazzling ivory-deep cleavage. Fei Yue stood on his other side, her priestess white robe slit high along both thighs, revealing slender alabaster legs that exuded irresistible allure. The dwarven lord possessed uncanny perceptiveness. Yet before these two peerless fox immortals, he found himself utterly unable to gauge their true depth. They felt like gazing directly into two bottomless, blood-soaked deities of slaughter. Instantly, his estimation of Lin Yan soared several tiers. This tavern's recruitment quota is limited to 2 entries per cycle. The first recruitment requires 10,000 soul crystals. The second demands 50,000 soul crystals plus 50 pure elemental stones. The recruitment altar stood at the hall's farthest end. An alien lord now stepped onto its dais, preparing to draw a soul card. A crowd of curious lords gathered around, murmuring excitedly. It's happening, it's happening. I'll wager 10 soul crystals. Highest we'll get is a high-tier unit. No vision. Anyone entering this tavern starts at high tier. Dare you bet on a mythic or true god-tier summon? A true god-tier. Can such an abomination really be drawn here? A male elf lord with pointed ears scoffed skeptically, his gaze flickering repeatedly toward the fox maidens beside Lin Yan. Newcomer are you? The dwarven lord boomed, schooling the crowd. Given the right conditions, summoning a true god-tier soul is not impossible. Historical records confirm it. His words had barely faded when a blinding azure column erupted from the altar. A towering swordsman strode forth, his pupils gleaming dark gold, his body armored in fine, overlapping dragon scales. Dragonborn swordsman, legendary rank. Feel that pressure. He was undoubtedly a high-ranking officer in a dragon legion. His latent potential has already shattered into 9th-tier legend. The entire hall erupted in feverish envy. 9th-tier legend. Once cultivated, he would become an inexorable meat grinder on any battlefield. Immediately, several seasoned lords stepped forward and turned to draw. Azure light flashed repeatedly. Most draws yielded 8th or 9th-tier warriors. One astonishingly lucky lord even summoned a black flame dragon king, its obsidian scales wreathed in searing void fire. Its aura alone radiated the unmistakable threshold of demigodhood. The hall exploded into pandemonium. Yet after more than a dozen draws, not a single mythic-tier soul had appeared. Doubt crept into every mind. Mythic-tier souls don't emerge so easily. They're born of divine lineage or forged through countless near-death breakthroughs. Their numbers are vanishingly scarce. To compel a mythic-tier soul to kneel, one must offer a supreme sacrificial offering. The dwarven lord set down his mug and strode resolutely toward the altar. He withdrew from his void ring a colossal femur, thick as a temple pillar, and slammed it thunderously onto the stone dais. What is that? A giant's thigh bone. Fool. That's the femur of Shiduan, the Titan giant king, who fell 5 centuries ago. Used as a catalyst, it guarantees summoning a giant sovereign. In the crowd, a massive giant lord lost all composure, roaring impotently, "How dare a mere dwarf enslave our noble giant king? You will fail." The dwarven lord ignored him entirely. He poured in the soul crystals, and with a deafening boom the altar blazed with an overwhelming regal violet gold radiance. A colossal spectral silhouette emerged slowly from the light, towering as a mountain clad in heavy dark gold armor, whose oppressive aura shattered the very air. Golden demigod potential, the armored giant King Shiduan. Ecstasy flooded the dwarven lord's face. He immediately dismissed his new vassal, forfeiting his second recruitment chance, and strode away without hesitation. He knew full well, without superior offerings, further draws would only squander wealth. Chaos erupted across the hall. Mythic-tier, and a demigod-class titan. Witnessing the miracle firsthand, the remaining lords' eyes burned crimson with greed. Frenzied, they scoured their rings for heirlooms, pressing rare treasures onto the altar, each dreaming of instant ascension. The elven lord who'd earlier questioned the odds surged onto the dais breathless, with fervor. I am a pure wood elf. I hold a branch from the ancient elven tree itself. I don't demand a demigod, just grant me a radiant moon elf maiden. This is a peerless relic. Moon elf, manifest now. 10,000 soul crystals vanished. A flash of azure light rippled, and out stepped a hulking iron-skinned goblin, muscles coiled like steel cables. Silence fell like a shroud. What sorcery is this? Where is my beautiful elf? The elven lord staggered, as if struck by lightning. Yet he refused to yield. Gritting his teeth, he sacrificed his entire fortune, 50,000 soul crystals and 50 elemental stones, the dowry he'd painstakingly amassed. A resonant hum echoed. Azure light flared once more, and another broad-shouldered, grotesquely rugged goblin lumbered forth. The elven lord collapsed, utterly shrieking in madness. Give me back my elf. Filthy, hideous abominations, get out of my sight. Give me back my money. Both goblins, standing upon the dais, instantly darkened. Their earlier deference evaporated. Only deep revulsion remained in their eyes. They turned without a word and marched straight out the tavern doors. Utterly foolish, murmured the dwarven lord, pausing just outside the entrance and shaking his head in dismay. A lord who lacks the magnanimity to embrace his subordinates. Did he not recognize that second goblin? That was a 9th-tier legendary goblin tyrant. A 9th-tier warrior gifted freely, and he rejected it. Loyalty now stands at 0, no god could restore it. The remaining lords continued drawing, but their offerings were trinkets, worthless scraps. The altar pulsed with unsettling green and blue glows. Truly exceptional offerings were not acquired lightly. Without extraordinary fortune, ordinary lords remained nothing more than fools throwing wealth into a bottomless abyss. Lin Yan watched the sobbing bankrupt gamblers with a faint knowing smile. Sacrificial offerings. He needed no such illusory crutches. With his cheat system firmly in hand, everything could strike with critical force. Taking Bai Ji's soft, delicate hand, Lin Yan strode confidently toward the altar. Lin Yan held the soft and delicate little hand of Bai Ji, striding towards the altar. The hall was engulfed in complete silence. Seeing that the previous group of people had gone bankrupt, yet only produced a pile of trash, the remaining lords dared not act rashly, each one frowning as they rummaged through their storage rings, trying to find better materials for the sacrifice. No one wanted to waste the precious opportunity for recruitment. But Lin Yan did not need any sacrifices at all. Ahead of him, the golden text of the exclusive cheat was frantically jumping and updating. Hidden tip: 1. Those who have played card games know that no matter how deep the pool is, there is always a guaranteed outcome. The tavern's rules are the same. Hidden tip 2. The guarantee is not calculated independently for each person, but is shared across all parallel spaces in the universe. Countless fools are frantically helping you cover the costs. Hidden tip 3. The collective funding for the entire server is about to be exhausted. After 5 failures, the next card draw will definitely yield a mythical grade spirit. If one stands at the left edge of the altar and steps on the halfway stairs, one can forcibly upgrade the guarantee to true god level. Seeing the cheat prompt, Lin Yan almost laughed out loud. So these big shots who are searching everywhere for top quality materials are all working to fill the pool for me. Lin Yan remained unhurried. He wrapped his arms around Bai Ji's slender waist, his fingers gently caressing the soft flesh at her waist, patiently waiting for the countdown in his mind. 4 counts. 3 counts. 2 counts. In countless unknown spaces, unfortunate souls were madly spending money and failing. Just as the numbers hit 0, Lin Yan stepped forward, his figure precisely landing on the halfway step on the left side of the altar. Invest 1,000 soul crystals. Direct recruitment. Ding. Soul crystals deducted. Buzz. The ancient patterns on the altar instantly lit up. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Another reckless young one who is not afraid of deaths. He hasn't even placed a sacrifice. With empty hands, he dares to spend money blindly. Just then, a male elf who had just drawn 2 muscular goblins stood jealously to the side. Looking at Bai Ji, who was breathtakingly beautiful beside Lin Yan, he felt a pang of envy, unable to refrain from sneering. Is your brain waterlogged? You think you can create a miracle without top-quality materials? If you draw a first-tier blank slime later, let's see how you cry. As soon as his words fell, boom! The altar did not emit green light, nor did it flash blue light. Instead, a dazzling golden divine radiance erupted, so brilliant that it was blinding, like a sun falling from the sky. Sacred noble, exuding an unparalleled pressure of immortality. The golden beam pierced through the tavern's dome. Holy moly! It's gold. A pure golden true god. He didn't place a sacrifice and still managed to get a true god. All the lords were so shocked that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. At the edge of the hall, the vampire, Count the Dragon Lord, and even the well-experienced bearded dwarf all stared wide-eyed. Their jaws dropped, and their usual pride and composure were completely crushed. No sacrifices were placed. Could there really be a deity with such incredible luck? The dazzling golden light gradually faded. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the center of the altar. A figure as enchanting as it was fiery slowly stepped out from the light. She was not wearing heavy armor. Instead, she was clad in a black tight-fitting leather apron designed to withstand high temperatures. The neckline of the apron was dangerously low with two exaggeratedly full mounds that seemed ready to burst free from their confines. On her large expanse of snowy white skin, a layer of glistening sweat beads adorned her, exuding a deadly allure filled with wildness and hormones. Beneath her dainty waist was a pair of long, voluptuous legs bound with several leather straps. What was that? On this stunning bowtie's shoulder rested a black iron giant hammer so enormous that it dwarfed her entire figure. The visual contrast was explosive. The divine craftsman, Empress Lu Ti. At your service, my master. Lu Ti lowered the gigantic iron hammer. With a thunderous sound, the pure gold floor was cracked in a spiderweb pattern. She directly knelt on one knee before Lin Yan. As she leaned forward, the deep cleavage in front of her looked like a black hole capable of sucking in souls, causing Lin Yan to feel dizzy. Her voice was hoarse and lazy, carrying the wild essence of a top-tier queen. The onlookers were all stunned. Is this the true god? A delicate woman barely wearing a few pieces of leather. She looks like she can't even hold a sword steady. Can she really go to battle? Compared to the imposing giant king from earlier, her aura was far too lacking. The majority of the lords wore puzzled expressions, feeling that the appearance of this true god was simply not domineering enough. Thud! Hearing these doubts, the bearded dwarf at the front trembled, as if electrocuted. He dropped to his knees, his voice shaking uncontrollably, filled with fervent admiration. You know nothing? A bunch of blind fools. The bearded dwarf stared intently at the black iron giant hammer on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Are you the first forging master of the Sig Dwarf Empire from 800 years ago, the Empress Lu Ti? The one who personally forged the unparalleled divine artifact that caused the heavens to shatter? The Sig Empire. The divine craftsman Empress. Several seasoned lords in the hall took a sharp breath. Everyone recalled the terrifying secrets recorded in ancient texts. The Sig Empire, unmatched 800 years ago, had demigods in abundance. They even dared to attempt a crazy plan to slay gods. And the leader of the entire plan was this unparalleled empress who forged the weapon capable of slaying gods. Facing the bearded dwarf kneeling on the ground, weeping uncontrollably, Lu Ti casually wiped the sweat from her forehead. As she raised her hand, the black tight leather apron could hardly contain the shocking weight on her chest, instantly triggering a dramatic bounce. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice hoarse and seductive. No need to worship. In my past life, I did indeed forge divine artifacts, but I couldn't withstand the final heavenly punishment. My physical body was completely destroyed, so I cannot be considered a true divine craftsman. At this point, Lu Ti clenched her fist tightly. She lowered her head, feeling the surging power within her, and a fervent flame ignited in her eyes. But now, I feel an essence of immortality within me. As long as I follow my master, I will surely return to the peak again. Lin Yan looked at this fiery and wild lady before him, his heart soaring with joy. He directly called up the attribute panel. Lu Ti profession: forging queen, half-step divine craftsman, level tier 8, beginner, potential limit lower, true god skills, divine punishment, thunderfire hammer, weapon master, divine craftsmanship, weapon master. When forging any weapon equipment by hand, the required materials are forcibly reduced by 10 to 30. Divine craftsmanship: each time equipment is forged, there is a 0.1 to 5 chance to forcibly upgrade the equipment's quality by a significant level. At most can forge half divine artifacts. Loyalty: 85, special crit summon, adds an extra 20 starting loyalty. Incredible. Unbelievable. The surrounding alien lords, upon seeing the true divine level radiance, all wore comical expressions, as if they wanted to bow down to a deity. However, for Lin Yan, while true divine level fighters were rare, he already had Bai Ji, Bai Ro, Lilith, and Yimei, several stunning beauties with true divine potential at home. Having one more top-tier combat power was merely a bonus. But Lu Ti was completely different. She was a genuine life-supporting divine being. Compared to the few dwarven blacksmiths he had just recruited, she was like a mud loach in a gutter encountering a divine dragon of the 9 heavens. Just the weapon master attribute alone could double the profits of the territory's ammunition business, wildly capturing the entire server's trading market. And divine craftsmanship was simply an unreasonable miracle skill. It directly allowed for acquiring half-divine level equipment for free. The bearded dwarf, no matter how knowledgeable, could never have imagined how monstrous Lu Ti's panel was. Lu Ti's stunning appearance instantly stimulated the nerves of everyone present. Previously, some lords hesitated to spend money for the second recruitment, reluctant to part with their coins. Now seeing this, their eyes turned red. I want to draw too. Why shouldn't I? Even a human who hasn't fully grown can acquire a true god. Why can't I? A group of people rushed towards the altar like madmen, frantically throwing money. Boom, boom, boom. Waves of blue light erupted from the altar, one after another. What if there's blue light? In the eyes of gamblers, there are only miracles. As long as there's a heart that desires wealth, just go all in. If you don't, you'll be a pauper for life. Even the well-informed dragon and the bearded dwarf could no longer sit still, scrambling to draw cards with their last savings. The allure of true divine-level troops was too great. As long as they could get their hands on it, they could walk sideways once they stepped outside. The most crucial point was that they had just seen clearly. Lin Yan hadn't even spent a grasp, purely relying on luck to draw it out. This indicated that the tavern's output rate definitely had issues. The drop rate must have been increased. Even if they couldn't draw a true god, getting a mythical level would still be a great profit. Everyone was screaming in their hearts, their eyes glued to the altar. What a pity. The tavern system had no feelings at all. The altar flashed with blue and green lights alternately, yet not a trace of purple gold was seen, illuminating faces filled with despair. Lin Yan stood beside them, nearly laughing out loud. He had just intercepted the shared guaranteed grand prize for the whole server, and these fools were now throwing money and merely providing a knife for the next guarantee. Want to gain gold? Dream on. Lin Yan leisurely stepped aside, reaching out to wrap his arm around Bai Ji's slender waist, pulling the stunning fox girl into his embrace. His large hand greedily felt the astonishing softness beneath the silky robe. While enjoying the fox girl's charm, he kept his gaze fixed on the golden countdown ahead. Time ticked away second by second. In the hall, some unlucky souls left, having lost everything, while new arrivals excitedly rushed in, just discovering the tavern. Countless parallel spaces around the world had a terrifyingly large flow of people. The numbers on the external panel indicating the knife were plummeting wildly. Thousands, hundreds, dozens. It fell all the way to a single digit. Lin Yan released Bai Ji and strode towards the altar. Look fast. It's him again. Does this kid think he can draw a second time? Does he really believe luck is endless? The luck of the European emperor has long been exhausted. I dare to bet that this time he can only draw a green sewer troop. If he draws gold again, he'll eat this stone altar on the spot. Nearby, the male elf lord, who had just smashed pots and sold iron only to draw two ugly goblins, was filled with jealousy and mocked him wildly. Lin Yan completely blocked out the surrounding barking. His eyes were fixed on the external number, his steps precisely landing on the brick seam on the right side of the altar. Now's the time. Ding. Consuming 50000 soul crystals. 50 pure element stones. Resources were instantly deducted. The space rippled with visible, terrifying waves. Buzz. On the ancient stone platform, a dazzling radiance 100 times brighter than before erupted with a bang. The light shot straight into the sky as if it wanted to overturn the entire tavern's roof. White with a hint of gold, exuding a domineering aura that could suppress the ages and proclaim supremacy. Holy moly. Damn. More golden light. Another true divine level. Wife, come quick and see this divine being. All the lords were once again frightened to the point of trembling legs, their mouths agape, as if someone had tightly grasped their throats. The male elf lord even rolled his eyes, nearly fainting on the spot. Amidst the dazzling golden light, a towering phantom of a nine-ring tower slowly emerged. The tower's body was engraved with scarlet and eerie runes. An ethereal and imposing ancient female voice slowly resonated from the void. She once ruled the entire magical era. She played with the stars like marbles and once slaughtered the gods in a fit of rage. She is the supreme master of the nine-ring tower in the age of sorcery. The Scarlet Queen. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a stunning lady dressed in a high-slit bright red form-fitting gown stepped out from the brilliant radiance, wearing burgundy high heels. The hem of her dress swayed, revealing a dazzlingly white and long, beautiful leg. She slightly lifted her exquisitely white chin, her dark red eyes radiating absolute pride, as if looking down on the world. She appeared like a peerless empress who had just awakened from an ancient slumber. A dazzling, pure golden divine light filled the entire Spirit Tavern, as if it were a solid substance. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it forcefully broke through the spatial barrier of the tavern's entrance, dyeing the pitch-black wilderness outside in a shade of gold. The ethereal voice of the ancient woman still buzzed in everyone's minds. The stout dwarf lord's legs gave way, and he once again knelt on the ground. His rough hands trembled desperately as he shouted hoarsely, "Heavens! It is the voice of the world's origin. I never thought I would hear the proclamation of the world's source in my lifetime." Nearby, several stunned alien lords quickly inquired further. The dwarf swallowed hard, his voice wavering. The spirits drawn from this tavern are basically all descendants with fragmented memories. Whether it's the giant king I drew or the divine craftsman empress drawn just now, they are merely historical projections. But the only possibility that could make the world's laws personally pronounce a name is, she is the true Crimson Queen. She clawed her way out of the river of time with a complete soul from her peak period. As soon as the words fell on the altar, the stunning beauty in a wynard high-slit gown slowly opened her eyes. In her dark red gaze there was an undeniable dominance that viewed all beings as mere ants. Just a casual glance from her caused the air in the entire hall to freeze instantly. Time seemed to have been forcibly paused. Whether it was the lofty vampire count or the thick-skinned dragon lord, they were all pinned down by this terrifying pressure that made it hard to breathe. Cold sweat instantly soaked their clothes, dripping down their foreheads. If the empress on stage merely moved a finger, everyone in the room would be crushed into pulp. There was no power to resist. Only Lin Yan stood comfortably in place. This apocalyptic aura seemed to have eyes deliberately avoiding him. Not only did Lin Yan not feel any pressure, but he also sensed a high-class perfume mixed with the mature fragrance of roses lingering at the tip of his nose. His eyes glowed with enthusiasm as he directly summoned his exclusive attribute panel. Crimson Profession, Crimson Queen, self-created unique profession unit, hero level 9th grade, advanced potential cap, upper true god skills, world-burning red skirt, time, fragment magic, bottle doll, god level alchemy, exclusive aura 10, to all team members, physicality 30, to mental power 50, reduction in casting speed. Spell destructive power directly doubled, 100. Loyalty 80 points, base 60 points, exclusive buff, critical hit 20 points. Looking at the values on the panel, Lin Yan's heart was filled with joy. A tyrant who had once slaughtered true gods and played with planets like glass balls was innately proud to the extreme. For an ordinary person to summon her even after burning incense for 8 lifetimes, the initial loyalty would definitely be stuck at just passing the bar with 60 points. What does 60 points mean? It merely means she won't kill you. If you dare to command her to do something dirty or look at her beautiful legs for too long, her loyalty will hit 0 in an instant, and she will rebel and slay the Lord. Ordinary people simply cannot handle such a dangerous temptress. But Lin Yan had an external buff, forcefully raised by 20 points, directly reaching a high score of 80 points. 80 points mean a loyal and devoted confidant. No matter what outrageous request Lin Yan made, even asking her to change into a few rags in the middle of the night to report work in his bedroom, this high and mighty queen would definitely blush and obey. Just as Lin Yan was lost in thought, the Crimson Queen on the altar moved. She stepped in her wynard high heels, dragging her long bright red skirt, gracefully approaching. The high-slit skirt swayed in the wind. A whole dazzlingly white long leg alternated in the air, each step precisely stepping on the hearts of the men. When she reached Lin Yan, the Crimson Queen paused and slightly bent over. A vast expanse of deep, unseen snow-white beauty suddenly cascaded down from her neckline, 2 astonishingly full mounds almost bursting free from the constraints of the fabric. In her dark red eyes, the previous dominance faded, replaced by a hint of enchanting gentleness. Her voice, mature and languid, carried a unique magnetism of an older sister. Crimson greetings to you, my lord. In the days to come, I hope my master will take good care of me. With 2 newly recruited stunning god-level beauties by his side, Lin Yan swaggered out of the Spirit Soul Tavern, until his figure disappeared completely. In the tavern hall, a group of alien lords paralyzed with fear from the oppressive aura gasped for breath like chicks that had just broken out of their shells. Did the human lord leave? Even the Blood Queen, being known for slaughtering gods, was subdued by him, and he even emitted golden light twice. He must have used some cheating methods. A pale-faced, high-ranking vampire shook his head frantically. Next to him, a stout dwarf lord swallowed a large gulp of ale, tremblingly retorting, "Can't you see with your own eyes?" Just now, when the queen cast her divine punishment's pressure, everyone in the room nearly wet themselves, yet he didn't even furrow his brow. How could a living ancestral figure like the queen easily bow to the weak? There can only be one truth. This human lord's depth is unfathomable. With just a glance, he completely crushed the pride of the Blood Queen, making her obediently submit. Otherwise, the queen would have turned around and left just like the goblin who appeared earlier. The hall fell silent. Only by facing the true pressure of a divine being did everyone thoroughly understand one principle. A god-level troop is not something ordinary people can control. Even if one's ancestors were to rise from the grave, it would be futile if they couldn't hold their ground. The stout dwarf smiled bitterly. At first he thought Lin Yan was just an inexperienced rookie who didn't understand the rules. When he drew the divine craftsman loli, he believed Lin Yan was a rival at his level. Only now did he realize how terribly wrong he was. While he was still struggling on the first layer, Lin Yan had already ascended to the clouds on the 99th layer. He was a true divine being come down to experience life. This meal was worth it. I'll have the capital to boast when I go out in the future. The dwarf downed the drink in his cup and left with satisfaction. Outside, the sky was completely dark. In the group, two tall and voluptuous gods had joined, and Lilith's half-dragon form could no longer fit. Lin Yan decided to walk back with the girls. Although Ludi was a dwarf, she had long legs and took large strides. Lin Yan directly tossed her the unsealed, fallen demon wings from his bag. Equip it, we need it for the journey. Ludi caught it in one grab. As she raised her arms, the tight black leather apron couldn't contain her exaggerated fullness, instantly causing a shocking sway, the deep and dazzling white skin nearly blinding. She was completely unconcerned about exposure, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the structure of the wings, her professional instincts kicking in. A marvelous magical power circuit. It even contains fragments of demonic laws. Ludi flew while obsessively studying it. As for the Blood Queen, she waved her hand, rejecting the demon wings. Her striking red high-slit gown instantly ignited with a dazzling magical flame, lifting her sultry figure into the air. She was not only proficient in fire spells, but her mind was also filled with countless alchemical knowledge and fragments of laws from various eras. For a sorceress, knowledge was an invincible power. As the Blood Queen flew, she secretly pondered, if it weren't for being forcibly bound by the world's laws, I wouldn't follow a rookie who still smells of milk. Well, since I acknowledged him as my master, I should assist him well. Passing on a couple of alchemical secrets and helping him nurture a few demigod henchmen would suffice for our master-servant relationship. I just wonder if he has any legendary troops with a bit of understanding. Just as she was thinking, the gray-white mist ahead suddenly churned violently. A giant beast the size of a small mountain covered with heavy granite roared out. The mountain rocked with a defense even more terrifying than a dragon. The Blood Queen's dark red eyes lit up. An opportunity had arrived. She had just been worried about where to showcase her strength. Now, she just happened to take this foolish beast as her target, letting her new master witness what true dominance of an era looked like. As she raised her snow-white arm, buzz! The air emitted a sharp tremor. A dazzling scarlet flash like lightning shot out explosively from her side. Boom! The massive mountain rock giant didn't even have time to scream. Its iron-hard skull was penetrated in an instant. Its gigantic body collapsed with a bang, kicking up clouds of dust. The Blood Queen's hand froze in midair. What terrifying destructive power! She turned her head to see Baiji slowly lowering her divine bow, her ample chest slightly rising. One arrow to kill an 8th-tier legend. The Blood Queen's heart surged with waves of shock. She had originally thought this was just a beautiful fox spirit, but she never expected her output to be so violent. Could she be a myth-level Moonlight Elf branch? To draw a myth-level being so soon after arriving, this kid's luck is simply outrageous. The Blood Queen found herself a way out. As the sky grew darker, the vibrant life force of the group was like a super bright lamp in the night. The fog around began to boil, and thousands of monsters drawn by the scent surged in like mad. The sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The Blood Queen's lips curled slightly. She hadn't shown off before, but now clearing out this batch of cannon fodder was the absolute domain of a top-tier mage. She clasped her hands together swiftly, gathering terrifying flames in her palms that could melt space. Rumble! Before her spell could take shape, a deafening thunderclap suddenly erupted in the sky. Countless fragments of stone and soil flew upward against all logic. A pitch-black, giant black hole appeared out of nowhere, unleashing an irresistible chaotic gravity. The tens of thousands of flying monsters and terrestrial beasts rushing towards them were forcibly sucked into the black hole, being compressed into a massive celestial body, radiating destructive light. Then the celestial body plummeted like a comet, crashing right in the center of the monster swarm. Boom! Waves of visible white shock waves violently expanded outward. A whirlwind mixed with shredded flesh rushed towards her. This destructive airwave was so fierce that it sent the Blood Queen staggering back several steps. Even worse, the whirlwind instantly lifted her striking red high-slit skirt. The skirt flew high, revealing two dazzlingly white long legs along with the black lace fabric clinging to her body, completely exposed to the air. "Up!" the Blood Queen exclaimed. She quickly reached down to hold her skirt tightly, her stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed to her ears. She stared into the bottomless giant meteor crater ahead, completely dumbfounded. What kind of divine destructive power was this? The force of that strike just now was hardly weaker than her peak period's forbidden spell. She had thought of herself as a king coming down to help the poor, ready to uplift a group of bronze rookies. But in the end, it turned out that the ones standing beside her were a bunch of world-destroying monsters. How embarrassing. The Blood Queen pressed down her skirt tightly, her curiosity clawing at her mind. What divine species were these girls? As a learned witch who had dominated an era, she searched through her mental knowledge base, but couldn't identify the origins of these fox spirits and dragon princesses. Her thirst for knowledge was wildly assaulting her reason. She bit her rosy lips and walked over to Lin Yan in her high heels. With 3 parts curiosity, 3 parts testing, and 1 part awkward shyness, she quietly asked, "Master, what bloodlines do these sisters belong to?" Lin Yan casually wrapped his arm around Bai Ji's slim waist, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, them. Just the ancient divine fox and the chaos dragon princess. Basic stuff, don't be so surprised." Upon hearing these names, the Blood Queen was instantly petrified, her stunning face blushing fiercely. She was completely broken. The sky was a brilliant blue with white clouds drifting by. Lin Yan sat atop the half-dragon form of Lilith, flying at full speed back to his home, with the 2 newly subdued true gods. The Crimson Queen soared beside them on flames of magic, yet her heart surged with turbulent waves. Bai Ji, Lilith. One was of Master God potential. The other was of lower true God potential. All were of mythic bloodlines. Crimson herself was a ancient millennium genius from the witching world, igniting the divine flame and ascending to true God at just 23. She knew better than anyone how rare beings with true God qualifications truly were. In countless planes, only the top-tier worlds could produce a few. But how had this human lord managed to achieve so much in just a few days since descending into the endless continent? Not even 10 days. In just 10 days he had assembled a lineup that could scare even the gods. How on earth did he manage that? The more Crimson thought, the more alarmed. She became unable to resist stealing glances at Lin Yan's handsome profile, her heart racing slightly. Ding. Hero Crimson loyalty has increased. Ding. Hero Crimson loyalty has increased. Throughout the journey back to the territory, the system's notification sound rang several times. Lin Yan sat on the dragon's back, puzzled. Where was the aloof, proud queen of the Dominator era? I didn't say a word, so why is she going crazy with loyalty all of a sudden? I get it. It's definitely because my stunning looks have captivated her. The team landed smoothly near the second firepower stronghold. Lin Yan brought the 2 true gods to briefly tour the territory. The requirements of the Godsmith Empress Ludi were quite simple. All she needed was a forge to work iron along with a few laborers to assist her. Lin Yan directly took her to the newly established second-level workshop at the Magic Bear Ruins. He also allocated over 100,000 soul crystals, instantly upgrading the workshop to a 3rd level. The 3rd-level workshop was twice the size of the previous one, equipped with all kinds of forging devices. Just 2 to 3 kilometers away was the White Iron Mine. Lin Yan assigned 3 dwarf blacksmiths to Ludi as her assistants. Feel free to use the white iron or from the mine. They'll send a few assassins to patrol the area to ensure no one disturbs your work. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yan granted her the highest level of blueprint permissions. Ludi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Thank you for your trust, Master." She was a pure ironworking enthusiast. As long as she had top-quality materials and high-level blueprints, she could do anything. Ludi flaunted her proud figure, the tight black leather apron on her chest, swaying violently, her deep and radiant skin seeming to dazzle the eyes. She stared intensely at the fallen demon wings on Lin Yan's back. "Master, the flying equipment you wear, while fundamentally good, has a crude forging technique. There's also room for enhancement. Take it off, and I will help you refine it again." Without a second thought, Lin Yan removed the equipment and handed it over. Ludi took the demon wings and walked over to the forge. The sound of clanging metal instantly filled the air. The firelight reflected on her sun-kissed skin, where beads of sweat formed and slid down into the depths of her leather skirt. An ultimate temptation filled with wildness and strength. In just a few seconds, Ludi turned around, presenting the newly revitalized demon wings glowing with a dark red light. Fallen demon wings high-tier premium moving speed increased by 22 additional 2 characteristics, flight, abyssal pressure description, a premium equipment reinforced by the Godsmith Empress with slight increases across all attributes. An additional 2% speed. Looking at the panel, Lin Yan gasped. In just a few seconds, with just a few strikes, such premium attributes emerged. Moreover, Ludi stated that she could enhance all mid to high-tier equipment in the territory in bulk. This essentially meant a significant increase in the combat power of the entire army. Lin Yan re-equipped the demon wings, feeling ecstatic. He decided to turn this area into a dedicated military forging zone. After settling the Godsmith, Lin Yan led Feiyue and Crimson through the pink, glowing dream forest, slowly making their way toward the core area. The sky had completely darkened. The fox girls who had gone out to explore and hunt monsters were also returning home in great numbers. Crimson walked alongside Lin Yan in her wynard high heels. She curiously surveyed her surroundings. There weren't many buildings, but it was indeed a newly established novice base. However, a large group of stunning beauties approached, utterly shattering her worldview. 9 Nether Charm Fox, Holy Jade Deer, and the Dark Star Dragon Princess. Crimson's lips parted slightly, her eyes wide with disbelief. Among the dozens of breathtaking beauties walking toward her, more than half were of mythic and demigod-level top bloodlines. This was demigod potential. In her dominion of the witching world, it would take hundreds of years to produce even one. Yet in the backyard of this human lord, they seemed to be as common as cabbage. The yard was filled with divine beings. Crimson was stunned, her scalp tingling. But soon she discovered a serious problem. As a living encyclopedia of history, she surprisingly recognized 2 troop types that she couldn't identify. One of them was shrouded in black mist, their presence flickering and elusive. Even she, a 9th-tier true god, could not discern their appearance or depth. The other wore a beast-skin skirt with magical runes painted on her sun-kissed skin. She exuded a rich abyssal dark aura, yet was pure and devoid of any filth or corruption of demons. Instead, she resembled a grim reaper specialized in hunting the abyss. What kind of peculiar bloodline is this? Crimson could no longer hold back. As a once legendary queen who dominated an era, encountering a knowledge-blind spot was more painful than. She bit her luscious red lips, the high-slit crimson skirt fluttering slightly in the night wind, revealing her long, fair, and dazzling legs. She leaned closer to Lin Yan, curiosity mixed with undeniable shyness, and softly asked, "Master, what type are those 2 sisters wearing black ribbons with purple magical runes on their bodies?" Lin Yan turned his head, seeing the queen's face filled with curiosity, and couldn't help but smile. "Oh, I thought you knew everything. You haven't even heard of the Calamity Blind Maiden and the Abyssal Hunter." Lin Yan spoke lightly without an ounce of mockery. But in Crimson's ears it instantly turned her cheeks red down to her neck. So embarrassing. What Dominator-era Crimson Queen? What all-knowing living dictionary? All just empty praises from others. She had been able to dominate the world because of her innate high bloodline, forcibly smashing her way to the true god realm at 23 with sheer brute strength. Later, due to carelessness, she was besieged and killed by top-tier forces. Thus, she had no good feelings for lords deep down. But today, this human man who had just emerged from the novice village not only impressed her with his absolute strength, but also instilled in her a sense of belonging she had never felt before among this group of enchanting sisters with their abnormal prowess. Crimson bowed her head, her flushed face burning, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. The night wind howled. Lilith flapped her broad dragon wings, carrying everyone at full speed towards the territory. Fei Hong danced alongside in magical flames, her stunning face still flushed. She secretly glanced at the several fox maidens beside her, her heart stirring with tumultuous waves. Apostles of the Moon, the Calamity Demoness, all possessed terrifying divine bloodlines of true god level. Fei Hong was herself the fated daughter of the witching world, igniting her divine fire at the age of 23. She understood better than anyone how rare beings with true god qualifications really were. In countless dimensions, only the highest level worlds could give birth to 3 or 2 such beings. But this human lord before her, how many days has he been in the endless continent? Not even 10 days. In just 10 days he has assembled a top-tier lineup that could scare even the gods. How on earth did he achieve this? The more Fei Hong thought about it, the more alarmed she became, unable to resist casting furtive glances at Lin Yan's handsome profile. Her heart raced a little faster. Ding. Prompt hero Fei Hong loyalty increased. Prompt hero Fei Hong loyalty increased. Along the way back to the territory, the system's prompt sound rang several times. Lin Yan sat on the dragon's back, his face full of confusion. Where is the aloof and proud supreme queen that was promised? How did she start wildly imagining and increasing her loyalty without him saying a word? Understood. It must be that my stunning good looks have completely conquered her. The team smoothly landed in the core area. Lin Yan took the 2 true gods for a brief tour of the territory. The requirements of the divine craftsman Empress Ludi were very simple. She just needed a high-temperature furnace capable of forging, along with a few laborers to assist her. Lin Yan directly took her to the newly built secondary workshop at the Bear Demon Ruins. He also allocated over 100,000 soul crystals to instantly upgrade the workshop to a level 3. The level 3 workshop was twice the size, equipped with all sorts of advanced forging equipment. Just 2 to 3 kilometers away was a large white iron mine. Lin Yan assigned 3 dwarf blacksmith slaves directly to Ludi as her subordinates. Feel free to use the white iron or from the mine. I will send a few assassins to patrol the area to ensure no one disturbs your work. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yan opened all the highest level blueprint permissions to her. Ludi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Thank you for your trust, master. She was a pure blacksmith fanatic. As long as she had top-notch materials and advanced blueprints, she could. Ludi arched her proud figure, the tightly stretched black leather apron swaying violently, the deep and dazzling white cleavage practically blinding to behold. Her gaze heated as she stared at the fallen demon wings on Lin Yan's back. Master the flying gear on your back, while well-made has rough forging techniques. There's room for enhancement. Take it off, and I will help you reforge it. Without hesitation, Lin Yan removed the gear and handed it over. Ludi took the demon wings and turned to the furnace. The sound of metal clanging instantly filled the air. Under the glow of the flames, fine beads of sweat covered her wheat-colored skin. Sweat trickled down her spine into the deep, unseen crevices of her leather skirt, exuding the ultimate temptation of wildness and strength. Just a few seconds passed. Ludi turned around, holding out the demon wings that now shimmered with a dark red glow. Fallen demon wings heightier premium movement speed increased by 22 additional 2. Description: A premium equipment enhanced by the Forging Empress with slight improvements to all attributes. An extra 2% speed. Looking at the panel, Lin Yan couldn't help but gasp. In just a few seconds, a few simple strikes yielded such premium attributes. Moreover, Ludi stated that she could enhance all the mid to high-tier equipment in the territory in bulk. This meant a significant boost in combat power for the entire army. Lin Yan re-equipped the demon wings, feeling ecstatic inside. After settling the divine craftsman, Lin Yan, accompanied by Fei Hong, slowly walked toward the castle along the glowing dream forest. To fully unleash your strength, you'll need to prepare quite a few tools, right? Lin Yan turned to ask Fei Hong. She never fought without preparation. Many large-scale forbidden spells required pre-etched magical circuits to cast them faster. However, having been reborn from the river of time, aside from the high-slit red dress she wore, she was left empty-handed, utterly broke. The workshop environment was simply inadequate for her. She needed a dedicated laboratory that suited her habits to concoct the most perfect potions. Fei Hong extended her fair, slender finger. The tip gently touched Lin Yan's hand. The skin-to-skin contact felt as if a faint electric current passed through. Ding. Prompt acquired special building blueprint. Fei Hong's alchemy workshop. Fei Hong's alchemy workshop, exclusive grade high-level building description, an exclusive workspace and living villa designed by Queen Fei Hong over 3 years. The internal facilities are extremely luxurious and complete. Construction requirements: 1500 soul crystals, 60 pure element stones, 200 territory source points. Lin Yan looked at the construction conditions, his eyelids twitching. That's really expensive. It even consumes precious territory sources. This was the first time he saw a building that required territory sources aside from upgrading the territory. However, for the combat power of a true god-level mage, this money must be spent. Resource deduction completed. Boom. On the open space east of the castle, a beautifully decorated, subtly luxurious 2-story villa rose from the ground. It can actually create a villa out of thin air. The Lord's methods are simply too perverse. Fei Hong was completely impressed by Lin Yan's construction capabilities. She pushed the door open and walked in. The magical crystal lamps in the room lighting up instantly. The first floor was a spacious laboratory, and the second floor was a living area complete with a fully automatic coffee machine and soft leather sofas. It was exactly as per the blueprints she designed back then. Do you need me to send a few fox maidens to assist you? Lin Yan asked. Fei Hong shook her head. As a top alchemy, which it's common knowledge to create my own assistants. She walked to the storage area where several life-sized, exquisite female dolls stood neatly. Some wore black and white maid outfits. Others were dressed in white lab coats, their legs wrapped in black stockings, wearing black-framed glasses like cool researchers. Fei Hong snapped her fingers, activating the maid doll. Hello, master. Doll number 2 is at your service. The maid doll bowed slightly, her voice sweet. Lin Yan stepped forward and gently pinched the thigh of the black-stockinged researcher doll. The touch was smooth and soft, almost identical to a real person's temperature and elasticity. Impressive, Lin Yan exclaimed, recognizing the quality. No wonder she was a queen who dominated an era, as she certainly knew how to play. With these utterly obedient premium dolls, life and experimental efficiency would be at its peak. In the deep of night, Lin Yan was leaning on the soft bed in the castle, reviewing the territory's accounts. Suddenly, through the giant floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a strange star brightening in the pitch-black night sky. The star grew larger, emitting a blinding blood-red light. It's a world that is collapsing. Fei Hong's clear and cold voice came through the Lin Yan earrings. Some worlds drift in the universe when their essence is exhausted. This wasteland planet is just stuck against the crystal wall of the endless continent. There are definitely countless divine relics from ancient powers hidden within, even fragments of world essence. Fei Hong sighed. Too bad it's too far away. Unless I regain the strength of a golden demigod or upgrade the alchemy workshop to level 10 to create a flying machine, I can't get there. I can only watch helplessly. At that moment, as the two felt regret. Ding. Server-wide announcement, a world of annihilation has been discovered. In 12 hours the world of annihilation will completely merge with the endless continent. Lords who have existed for less than 3 years can ignore the crystal wall's obstruction and directly teleport inside to search for treasures. Lin Yan instantly sat up from the bed. His eyes lit up with excitement. Newbie lords can enter. This is simply a super treasure hunting instance given away by the system. At the same time the chat group in Tianhai City exploded. Luo Phone Brothers. Did you receive the system prompt? The world of annihilation. There are premium treasures and demigod relics everywhere. Passerby a prompt. What prompt? I didn't receive anything. Analysis Emperor adjusted his glasses and sent a desperate message. Only lords with sufficient territory visibility who can see the blood star in the sky will trigger the prompt. But what's the use of knowing? It's so high up in the sky. We don't even have wings. How can we fly up? Are we supposed to throw stones at it? Luo Phone, you make a good point. I'm left speechless. The lords in the group watched the tempting prize in the sky salivating, yet they couldn't find the teleportation entrance, collectively sinking into deep despair. Lin Yan watched the whales in the group, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Watching the desperate wails of a group of impoverished souls in Tianhai City, a smug smile crept across Lin Yan's lips. Suddenly his lord terminal vibrated twice. A private message popped up. Sender Lu Ru Yan. Lin Yan from your hometown, can you see a blood-red star hanging in the sky? I want to take a chance inside. Do you want to team up? I have the ticket. I happen to have a cross-boundary teleportation. Seeing these lines, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Yan's eyes. This icy school beauty was indeed hiding her true abilities. A divine item capable of ignoring the world's crystal wall and forcibly crossing boundaries was utterly unavailable on the market. This girl definitely had a powerful backing behind her, no doubt a super rich lady. However, despite her wealth, Lin Yan had no inappropriate thoughts about her. What he craved were the high-level equipment and demigod relics scattered throughout the ruined world. As long as he could get in and scrape the ground clean, he would surely profit immensely. Lin Yan did not let joy cloud his mind, quickly typing on the screen, how do we divide the spoils? Lu Ru Yin replied instantly. Lin Yan, I know your territory's overall combat power is insane, even if others don't know. I am well aware. You hold a large number of high-level troops. Your combat power is absolutely formidable. Besides, we are all old classmates. Cooperating with you is much more reliable than finding unknown rogue overlords outside. As for the distribution plan, I am providing a ticket worth a fortune. Taking 20% of the spoils without paying is not unreasonable, right? The remaining 80% will be divided based on our contributions inside. How about that? Lin Yan calculated in his heart. 20% of the profits for a ticket was very fair. Without that scroll, he wouldn't even have the right to sip the soup. Deal. Lu Ru Yin sent a happy emoji. It's a promise. Come to the first trading area, and he'll give you the scroll. By the way, I've already drafted the distribution plan into a temporary legal contract that we can sign to make it effective. A few minutes later, Lin Yan directly teleported to the Elusive Dream Pavilion in Lord City. Lu Ru Yin arrived shortly after. Today she wore the pink flowing twilight robe she had just purchased. The translucent silk fabric clung tightly to her exquisite figure, her long straight, white legs flickering beneath the skirt, causing the passing male lords to gulp in awe. She walked into the back room and directly handed over 2 items. Cross-boundary teleportation scroll. Note coordinates of the ruined wasteland have been anchored. It can forcibly break through the crystal wall when torn, allowing for 2-way cross-boundary teleportation for up to 10 people. Remark absolutely notarized by the Lord's office, no hidden dark backdoors added. Lin Yan nodded inwardly. This icy school beauty was meticulous. She had even arranged for official notarization. He took the scroll and contract and handed them to the nearby shopkeeper Fei Yu. Fei Yu wore a high-slit priestess robe and black-framed glasses on her nose. She slightly bent over, carefully inspecting the contracts spread out on the table. As she bent, her neckline suddenly dipped, and 2 stunning mounds nearly burst from her clothing, the deep ravine making one's head spin. Master, the terms are fine, you can sign. Fei Yu exhaled softly. Lin Yan decisively pressed his fingerprint, and the contract took effect. Lu Ru Yin put away the parchment and revealed a sly smile on her cold face. Old classmate, once we enter the wasteland tomorrow, I'll be counting on you to support me. After saying that, she turned and teleported away. After sending the school beauty off, Lin Yan suddenly slapped his forehead. His territory had successfully upgraded to level 4 yesterday. He had met the requirements to enter the high-level trading area. With a thought, Lin Yan immediately clicked on the terminal panel. Ding. Dear level 4 Lord, you have successfully unlocked the second layer of the trading area. The second layer's exclusive public forum has been opened for you. The surroundings changed instantly. Lin Yan was teleported into an enormous plaza dozens of times larger than the first layer. As far as the eye could see, luxurious shops lined the streets. Various flashy flying mounts soared in the sky. The least among those shopping here were seasoned lords of level 4 or above. The number of people was in the millions. In addition to the bustling commercial streets, a constantly flashing forum module appeared in the upper left corner of his vision. Lin Yan clicked to take a look. It was filled with overwhelming trade information. Bloodletting clearance sale. A set of 10 high-level defensive heavy armor for only 90,000 soul crystals, first come first served. Large-scale purchases of various mid-level weapons bulk discount, each item can roll out. Long night ahead, does any kind brother need special services? Holographic simulations will ensure your satisfaction. Various positions can be customized. Dear Lin Yan's head was filled with black lines. Why was there such an unorthodox gray industry everywhere? He carefully scanned the prices. The supply of equipment in the second layer was astonishingly high, with prices pushed down very low. The profit margin for high-level equipment was even less than double. In contrast, his elusive dream pavilion in the first layer's novice area was a complete monopoly, with profits at least several times higher. Fortunately, the system stipulates that a newly promoted level 4 lord can retain their shop in the first layer for 1 month. Taking advantage of the novice area still lacking equipment, I must quickly sell off all the junk and make a killing. Lin Yan closed the trading section and switched to the chat area. The forum had long been buzzing over the arrival of the ruined world. Countless rogue lords were frantically seeking to purchase tickets. Looking for a teleportation scroll. Am willing to sell my everything. Is there a big boss organizing a team to take a little sister along? The little sister can handle any position, definitely won't hold you back. A bunch of impoverished fools, stop dreaming. Only those with tremendous backgrounds can produce cross-boundary scrolls. Do you think they care about your few measly crystals? I have already joined the Temple of Light early on, and tomorrow I will follow the temple's big brother directly in to pick up money. You all must be envious. Only those who can search for treasure are the top talents or core seeds of great powers. The competition would be fierce. However, Lin Yan was not intimidated. Instead, his eyes gleamed with fervor. No matter how strong others were, could they compare to his 3 9th-level true gods' potential beauties? However, even a lion must exert full force when hunting a rabbit. Tomorrow would surely be a chaotic battle. He could not afford to be without his prepared trump cards. Lin Yan frantically shopped in the second trading area. He spent a large amount of soul crystals buying a bunch of rare high-level alchemical herbs and giant beast essence. Late at night, Lin Yan teleported back to the Yinhu territory, heading straight for the Crimson Alchemy Workshop on the east side of the castle. Pushing the door open, the Crimson Queen was busy in the laboratory. Today she wore a tight white researcher coat over a red high-slit long skirt. Her long hair was tied up with a few strands dampened by sweat clinging to her delicate collarbone. Hearing the door open, she turned her head, her stunning face carrying a hint of lazy allure. Master, did you come to find me for something in the middle of the night? Lin Yan directly piled the high-level materials he bought on the experiment table. Tomorrow we are going to rob the ruined world. Use these materials to concoct some deadly explosive potions and gadgets tonight. Upon seeing the table full of exquisite materials, the crimson-eyed witch's eyes instantly lit up. Awesome. With these exceptional resources, I can definitely create a few nasty little toys that even high-level gods would dread. With the logistics work handed over to the Witch Queen, Lin Yan felt completely at ease. He turned and walked towards the Fox Spirit's meditation hot spring in the castle's backyard. The water was warm and white mist rose. Bai Ji and Bai Rou had long been soaking in the water waiting. The two sisters were entirely unclothed, their snow-white, dazzling bodies barely visible in the translucent spring water. Dozens of drenched fox tails gently swayed on the water's surface. Master, come down and wash up. Bai Rou extended her delicate boneless arms, her voice sweet like syrup. Lin Yan directly took off his clothes and stepped into the spacious warm pool. The two soft fiery bodies instantly pressed against him, their astonishing fullness enveloping him. To prepare for tomorrow's great battle, a thorough and satisfying deep cultivation session was essential tonight. The next morning, on the 11th day of arriving in the Endless Continent, after a whole night of revelry at the Fox Spirit Hot Springs and a spacious soft bed, Lin Yan stretched lazily. Today there are important matters to attend to. Lin Yan woke up the two mythical fox spirits and, once dressed, gathered the exploration team directly at the core area square. The interdimensional teleportation scroll given by Lu Ruyan has restrictions. Counting Lin Yan himself, a maximum of 10 people can be brought. The spots are precious and must be carefully selected. Lin Yan's gaze swept over a row of enchanting beauties before him. The 9th-tier high-level true god, the Scarlet Queen. The 8th-tier junior main gods, Bai Ji and Bai Rou. The 7th-tier Junior Chaos Dragon Princess Lilith, the top-notch healer Scarlet Moon, and the thousand-faced Enchantress Yimei. Plus the 6th-tier Violent Blind Princess Yi Yuan, the Shadow Sword Princess Luo Li, and the Abyss Hunter Yulan. Including Lin Yan himself, there were exactly 10 people. 9 beautiful women, the worst among them starting from the 6th-tier intermediate. 3 top-tier warriors of the 8th and 9th tiers standing guard. Just looking at this terrifying panel level, most of the old overlords outside who have lived for hundreds of years could not gather such a team. Not to mention that more than half of the members are demigods and true gods with extraordinary bloodlines. If it weren't for Yimei needing rest after completing her infiltration mission, Lin Yan even felt that this all-star lineup could dominate the wasteland. Is everyone equipped? Lin Yan asked. All set, master, the girls nodded in unison. Last night the forging fanatic Ludi worked overtime in the workshop reforging and enhancing all the weapons and armor on everyone. Their combat power had been significantly boosted. Various deadly poisons, high-tier explosive flame crystals, and restorative fox spirit spring water were all prepared and packed into the storage space. It is worth mentioning the spatial equipment. Lin Yan swept through the trading area yesterday and found that storage equipment was outrageously expensive, mostly consisting of heavy storage cabinets or crude belts. However, the core members of the team were all wearing a delicate small silver ring today. These were all handcrafted by the Scarlet Queen in her alchemy workshop last night. Although spatial stones are hard to come by, she managed to gather a few with her divine-level alchemy. Scarlet was still wearing a sexy high-slit red dress today, her long white legs tantalizingly visible. She raised her delicate white hand and flaunted the ring on her finger. Her ring was the fullest, filled with what she called the Queen's personal belongings, not for anyone else to see. The sky brightened. The blood-red star hanging in the sky was more dazzling than last night, resembling a gigantic eyeball firmly embedded in the cosmic crystal wall. The time for interdimensional travel had not yet arrived. As per his daily routine, Lin Yan walked in front of the military building and cleared all the recruitment spots for today. The fully upgraded Fox summoning altar radiated a bright red light. 70 illusionary dream foxes dressed in black silk skirts and 5 abyssal charm foxes adorned with purple magical patterns landed. From the abyss of the Dark Star, 3 tall and cold dragon princesses emerged. In the assassin camp, 6 shadowy assassins clad in tight black clothing also stepped out. With this wave of summoned troops, the total military strength of the Flame Fox territory directly expanded to over 230. Lin Yan looked at the numerous long legs in the courtyard and secretly set a small goal. Once the territory develops, with a wave of his hand, he would summon an army of 1 million, and with another wave tens of thousands of demigod fox spirits would tear the sky apart. This is the enjoyment of an emperor. The waiting time cannot be wasted. Lin Yan took out the fog-breaking pearl and strolled outside the territory with Bai Ji and the others, casually slaying a few high-tier wild monsters to warm up. Just as they returned to the fortress, the blood-red star in the sky suddenly erupted with visible waves of formless energy. Ding! Notice the world barrier of the ruined wasteland has entered a weakened state. The passage is open. At the same time, in countless hidden corners of the endless continent, numerous hidden top talents raised their heads simultaneously. In the sacred palace above the clouds, a young man in a white robe enveloped in golden light smiled slightly. The Lord says that the opportunities in the wasteland should rightfully belong to heaven. Let's go. He crushed the golden teleportation talisman in his hand. A dazzling radiance instantly engulfed him and the 2 cold-looking winged angels behind him, making them vanish from sight. In front of a gloomy yet luxurious dark red ancient castle, a Blood Clan prince dressed in a vintage tailcoat drank the scarlet liquid in his cup in one gulp. Many seed players from various guilds are too far away and cannot see the stars in the sky. This is the prince's heaven-sent opportunity for rise. As long as I seize the high-tier divine artifacts in the wasteland, I will definitely take first place in the upcoming rookie championship. At that time I will make the entire vampire empire bow at my feet. Crack! The goblet in his hand was crushed by his grip. The Blood Clan prince took out a teleportation device, transforming into a blood light that shot up into the sky. In the endless sea on the transparent Dragon Palace Island, the pure-blood dragon princess gathered her most elite army, including high-tier crab generals, giant shrimp leaders, and even 2 mythic-level dragon maidens resembling her, possessing silver demigod potential. The Flame Fox territory, truly an interesting opponent. In the recent defense battle, this princess was careless and lost to you. But in the upcoming rookie competition, this princess will absolutely not lose. Let the divine legacy in the wasteland serve as this princess' stepping stone for revenge. The dragon princess gritted her silver teeth, her eyes filled with battle intent, as she teleported away with her main force. One by one, the terrifyingly powerful top talents tore space apart. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the Flame Fox territory in the Abyssal headquarters, a few world-destroying demon lords directly took out the precious interdimensional scrolls and bestowed them upon the fiercest vassal lords. They issued an uncompromising death order. A human who plays with foxes has appeared to the south surrounded by high-tier monsters, absolutely a pawn of a great power. Lin Yan, tightly embraced by Ji's slender and flexible waist, crushing the interdimensional teleportation scroll in his hand. Buzz, a strong sensation of weightlessness instantly hit him. It felt as though he was forcibly shoved into a time-space tunnel surrounded by bizarre sights. Just a few seconds later, his feet landed back on solid ground. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a desolate and charred wasteland. The heavens were dim and lifeless, with a gray-black storm of death swirling in the sky, accompanied by the acrid smell of sulfur. The earth was cracked with countless bottomless ravines with scalding red lava boiling furiously in the crevices. This was truly the apocalypse. Even ordinary first and second-tier soldiers would suffer from lung perforation just by inhaling the toxic air here. It was utterly lifeless, heading straight towards destruction. Whoosh! A beam of white light from a teleportation portal lit up not far away. Lin Yan and her subordinates successfully landed as well. Two distinctly different beautiful soldier types followed her. One was a pure water fairy, her semi-transparent body formed from flowing water with alluring curves revealed as the water rippled. She was simply a walking temptation. The other was an ice frost banshee clad only in thin translucent ice crystal armor, her long straight, white legs fully exposed to the air, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. With the fusion of ice and water, both were of 8th-tier legendary potential. This lineup was indeed impressive. Many seed players from major powers probably couldn't compare to this ice-cold school bowtie's depth. As Lin Yan steadied herself, her cold gaze swiftly scanned Lin Yan's team. She possessed an extraordinary memory and immediately spotted the girl with black hair standing at the edge. A few days ago in the arena, the girl with black hair had single-handedly challenged a pure-blood red dragon, causing a stir that left all the students in awe. Lin Yan thought that she must be Lin Yan's strongest trump card. She must have experienced some incredible adventure to cultivate such top-tier strength. But upon closer inspection now, that was not the case at all. Indeed, the girl with black hair was terrifying in strength, yet in today's all-star team her status was lamentably low. She could only obediently stand at the periphery, playing the role of a mere T-server. The true core circle was filled with extraordinary individuals that even she could not fathom. The true divine potential of the Chaos Dragoness. The golden half-divine princess of the Jade Deer. Not to mention the breathtaking twin beauties radiating the pressure of the Lord God. This meant that the fox girl who had dominated the arena didn't even qualify to be a core member. Lin Yan suppressed the overwhelming shock in her heart, took a deep breath, and walked up to Lin Yan. Old classmate, which direction should we go next? Before coming here, she had consulted with the elders at home and filled her mind with a plethora of strategies for exploring the wasteland. But when facing Lin Yan, she always felt that his depth was unfathomable, and he surely understood far more than she did. Lin Yan indeed did not understand. His knowledge of the desolate wasteland was on par with that of Luo Feng in the group chats. But it didn't matter, while he didn't know, the professionals under him did. Lin Yan turned to look at the Crimson Queen. You enlighten our school beauty. The Crimson Queen nodded slightly. Her high-slit red dress fluttered in the black wind, and her fair, dazzling long legs captivated everyone's attention. She spoke in a lazy and mature tone. In a world on the brink of destruction, aside from a few extraordinary beings who can traverse the void with their physical bodies to escape, the remaining beings, no matter how strong, must accompany the world to perish. When top-tier powerhouses die, they will undoubtedly leave behind countless legacies. What we are looking for is precisely these. When the world is destroyed and the laws collapse, the legacies will often be forced into the areas with the most active energy. After speaking, the Crimson Queen reached into the deep, bottomless valley of her snowy cleavage and pulled out a finely crafted metal compass. This is the energy radar I casually crafted in the alchemy workshop last night. As long as there is a high-energy reaction nearby, just follow the needle. A small self-made compass instantly shattered the complex strategies Lin Yan had been memorizing for days. Her pride in her intelligence reserves was utterly insignificant before it. How did Lin Yan end up surrounded by so many prodigies? Following the radar's pointer, the team advanced at full speed. Lin Yan swung himself onto Lilith's dragon back, naturally wrapping his arms around the dragon princess' slim waist, casually touching her flat and firm abdomen. Lilith let out a charming little hum, transforming into a black streak of light that flew close to the ground. The other fox girls also rode on the sacred jade deer, their postures elegant and comfortable. Lin Yan's method of traveling was much more laborious. She instructed the pure water fairy to create waves on the ground, while the ice frost banshee condensed cold air into a skateboard. The entire team glided forward on the ice board like they were surfing. It looked impressive, but in reality it consumed an extreme amount of the soldiers' stamina and magical power. Lin Yan gritted her silver teeth, secretly competing to match Lin Yan's speed. However, she found that despite using all her cards, Lin Yan was leisurely sitting on the dragon's back enjoying fox fairy tofu, as if he were on vacation. There was simply no way to compare. Lin Yan suddenly sighed, an inexplicable thought arising in her mind. Why not just lie back comfortably hugging Lin Yan's thigh instead? Extremely terrifying energy reactions detected ahead. The pointer on the Crimson Queen's compass shook violently, almost breaking off. A big fish has appeared. The team instantly accelerated, passing through a thick black ash storm. A dilapidated grand ancient city abruptly came into view. The city was desolate and broken with ruins scattered everywhere. Yet in the very center of the city square there was a small mountain of crystals at least 10 meters high, radiating blinding blue light. It was all high-purity soul crystals and elemental stones. The sheer quantity was completely dazzling to everyone's eyes. We've struck gold. We've struck gold. The top-tier healer Fei Yue instantly blushed with excitement. Her greed overwhelmed her, and her legs trembled under the high-slit priestess robe, while her ample bosom throbbed wildly. Seeing this mountain of gold, Lin Yan was also a bit dazed. How can there be so many energy resources piled up outside without any defenses? Even if disaster struck and the natives were wiped out, this money should have been stored in a warehouse. She was utter. The Crimson Queen chuckled, lightly tossing her winered hair. It's simple. There must have been a large-scale folding space warehouse here before. The world's destruction led to the collapse of space, forcibly shattering the warehouse inside, causing all the treasures to come tumbling out. So that's how it is. Lin Yan looked at the Crimson Queen with admiration. How did Lin Yan manage to teach his subordinates to understand such ancient secrets? The light is too dazzling. Someone else has already gotten there first. What should we do? Lin Yan followed the glow with her gaze. Surrounding the mountain of gold were several groups of fierce and menacing foreign lord teams. Everyone was on edge, ready to kill for this mountain of gold. Those who could acquire interdimensional teleportation tickets were definitely not weak. Lin Yan took a deep breath, her mind racing as she quickly formulated several strategies. Strategy A: take advantage of the chaos to grab a haul and run, absolutely avoiding prolonged battles. Strategy B: join forces with a weaker team to share the spoils. Strategy C. She was just about to discuss her meticulously planned strategies with Lin Yan, when she noticed Lin Yan sitting on the dragon's back, his brow furrowed, as if he was contemplating an extremely serious matter. Lin Yan asked eagerly, "Old classmate, do you have any insights?" Lin Yan rubbed his chin and sighed. "I'm worried. There are simply too many of these lousy soul crystals. If we fill our storage rings with money, what will we do when we snatch the real divine blueprints and artifacts later? We won't have anywhere to put them." Lin Yan was stunned upon hearing Lin Yan's sigh. At a time like this, when everyone was on edge and ready to seize territory, how could he be worried about the size of his storage ring? They hadn't even managed to grab the mountains of gold on the ground yet, brother. Can you take this seriously? Before Lin Yan could voice her frustrations, the alien lords who were at a standoff in the distance suddenly noticed the unexpected intruders. The several alien leaders exchanged glances, and with a surprising tacit understanding, they turned their weapons to unite against Lin Yan and his companions. A multitude of undead mages raised their bone staffs, while a massive cyclops charged forward with a roar, seeking death. Lilith, sitting atop the dragon's back, let out a lazy hum. Her dark purple eyes sparkled slightly. Boom. A terrifying chaotic gravity descended in an instant. The dozen or so undead mages at the forefront shuddered violently, black blood gushing from their 7 orifices, and they were crushed into a heap of flesh on the spot. Baiji stood beside Lin Yan, drawing the bow of abyssal gaze to its full tautness. The tense bowstring sank deeply into the voluminous, snow-white flesh. Whoosh! A blinding crimson arrow tore through the air. The Cyclops didn't even have time to scream. Its massive head exploded like a watermelon, and the gigantic headless corpse crashed heavily to the ground. The remaining alien lords were frightened out of their wits. They didn't even dare to utter a harsh word, directly shattering their life-saving teleportation scrolls and fleeing in a frenzy. The entire clearing process took less than 5 seconds. Lin Yan's mind was still stuck on Lin Yan's earlier sigh. Is it over already? She had just reached the 5th tier of power and had completely failed to see Baiji's movements. However, the 8th tier pure water fairy beside her saw everything clearly. The semi-transparent figure of the water fairy trembled violently, nearly losing her human form and almost turning into a puddle. One arrow had killed a high-tier giant. Is this an ally? She's simply a harbinger of death. So terrifying. Lin Yan patted Lilith's dragon horn as the dragon landed before the crystal hill. As he stepped forward, he discovered that this pile of soul crystals was merely nourishment. The true priceless treasure was a glowing little tree rooted among the crystals. Elemental Divine Tree. Great extraordinary artifact. Description: absorbs vast amounts of energy to bear elemental divine fruits. Consuming these can significantly enhance the elemental affinity of troops with a high probability of directly raising their potential cap. A treasure that raises potential caps. If placed on the market, it would definitely cause countless major lords to fight over it. Lu Yin clearly recognized the value of the divine tree. Her breathing quickened, her ample chest rising and falling dramatically as she struggled to suppress the shock in her heart. Lin Yan, on the other hand, did not lack resources for enhancing potential, as all the fox girls under him were at the demigod level. But before him, the golden exclusive prompt appeared right on time. Hidden tip 1. Stare at the Ice Mountain School Bowtie's long white legs for 10 seconds, then consume the divine fruit to randomly elevate one subordinate's bloodline to demigod level. Hidden tip 2. Return to the alchemy workshop tonight and engage in a sweat-drenched bed battle with the Scarlet Queen, winning 8 times in a row. Then feed her the fire-type divine fruit to enhance her fire affinity by 3 tiers. Hidden tip 3. Fuse the divine fruit with the fox summoning altar, consuming all current recruitment slots to forcibly nurture a mutated troop with silver demigod potential. Elemental Fox Spirit. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Elemental Fox Spirit. A naturally superior spell cannon. The devastating spells that ordinary demigods need to chant can be unleashed as instant attacks by the Elemental Fox Spirit. The output is absolutely explosive. Lin Yan directly focused on the elemental divine tree before him, which bore over 20 fruits of various colors. Water, fire, lightning, ice. Everything was present. Lu Yan looked at the full tree of divine fruits, equally envious. Just as she was struggling with how to divide the spoils with Lin Yan, the high-slip priestess, robe-wearing Scarlet Moon, adjusted her black-framed glasses and walked over with her long, fair legs. Miss Lu, my master has asked me to discuss the distribution of the spoils with you. Time is precious, so let's get straight to the point. Lu Yan was taken aback. The legendary altruistic healer was actually a professional negotiator. A few minutes later, Lu Yan's eyes were vacant, and she felt dizzy as if she had been completely brainwashed. She held 8 elemental divine fruits of water and ice in her hands. All the remaining fruits, along with the entire elemental divine tree, belonged entirely to Lin Yan. In fact, the divine tree was a definite priceless treasure. However, in Scarlet Moon's words, it had turned into a bottomless gold-devouring beast. Miss Lu, this tree requires vast amounts of soul crystals and pure elemental stones to sustain it. As for producing the next batch of fruit, that will take at least several decades. For you, this is just a burden that drags down the development of your territory. And such divine items come with hefty taxes, making it unprofitable to sell to major powers, while new individuals of the same rank cannot afford it. Scarlet Moon was clear and concise, slicing down the value of the divine tree repeatedly. Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Right? Taking 8 ready-made extraordinary divine fruits without the effort of nurturing a tree is simply a huge profit. She looked at the divine fruits in her hands and couldn't help but grin. An extraordinary treasure. She had never dared to dream of obtaining so many. Being led by Lin Yan to win effortlessly felt absolutely exhilarating. She stole a glance at Lin Yan's tall figure, her stunning cheeks slightly flushed. With the energy radar of the Scarlet Queen guiding them, the subsequent exploration was like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. High-level equipment, spell scrolls, and vast amounts of materials. They earned a windfall. Midway, Lu Yan suddenly stopped biting her moist red lips. Lin Yan, this trip to the wasteland has been too beneficial for me. These gains are already more than enough for me. I plan to head back first. With your strength, you will definitely be going to the more dangerous core area, and I would just be a burden. Although the feeling of winning effortlessly was addictive, Lu Yan was inherently a very strong-willed girl. She understood that Lin Yan's willingness to take her along was purely out of consideration for the teleportation scroll. However, the spoils allocated to her had long surpassed the value of the scroll itself. Continuing to tag along would just be unreasonable on her part. Moreover, holding 8 elemental divine fruits was a tremendous favor. Old classmate, thank you so much today. If you ever need help in the future, I will be there for you. Lu Yan took a deep look at Lin Yan and ripped the return scroll apart. In a flash of white light, she disappeared into the wasteland with her subordinates. Yet in her heart, she was secretly pondering how to repay this unpayable favor when she returned. The Ice Mountain School beauty transformed into a beam of white light and was teleported away. Lin Yan withdrew his gaze and continued deeper into the wasteland with his stunning subordinates. The howling wind roared. A gray-black storm of death rampaged wildly across the wilderness. Lilith opened a dark purple chaotic force field firmly blocking all the dust and aura of destruction outside. There was not a hint of green in sight. The ground trembled and cracked hot magma spewed forth. This broken place is nearing its end. The Scarlet Queen stepped closer to Lin Yan in her wynard high heels. The high-slit bright red gown clung tightly to her body in the fierce wind, exposing her long, fair, and dazzling legs. She exhaled like orchids, her warm breath brushing against Lin Yan's ear. Master, we can hold on for another day, or two at most, and the entire world will completely collapse. We need to retreat early. However, a hint of madness flashed in her dark red eyes. The closer the world is to destruction, the easier it is to extract the most invaluable treasure of the core, world origin. These 4 words Lin Yan had already heard her repeat several times today. World origin is the foundation of all life. Once Master's territory expands to evolve our hometown into a true microcosm, we must devour the origin energy. Moreover, using it as the main material can directly forge world-destroying strategic weapons, even if it's not used for infrastructure. The Scarlet Queen licked her rosy lips. Using the origin as a super blind box, the exquisite items that explode out would definitely be enough to scare anyone. No matter the purpose, it is enough to make the top forces in the universe fight over it. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. Others might have to toil hard to forge, but he had a cheat in hand. As long as he obtained the world origin, he could directly activate the blind box crit option, definitely turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. At the same time, in the depths of the central basin of the wasteland, a fully armed elite army of 100 composed of at least high-tier units stood among the debris and ruins. Leading them was a handsome young man in a white robe with gold trim. He opened his arms, his face filled with fervor. We've found it. This is the core node of the wasteland. As long as the world collapses, the origin will burst forth from the cracks in the ground. Let's take action and send this broken place on its last journey. The moment he finished speaking, 2 stunning angels standing behind the young man suddenly waved their pure white wings. Their figures were alluring, but their beautiful faces bore an expression of arrogance, looking down on all beings as mere ants. 2 great swords burning with holy fire struck the ground fiercely. Boom! The earth shook violently, and the space collapsed like a shattered mirror. The death progress of the entire wasteland world was forcefully accelerated. This group from the heavenly camp had been targeting the origin from the very beginning. The ground was littered with divine armors and high-tier materials which were nothing compared to a hint of world origin in their eyes. Buzz! A flash of pure golden light suddenly burst forth from the crumbling gray space rifts. Like a swimming dragon, it was ready to dissipate into the chaotic void. Make your move. The young man in the white robe had bloodshot eyes and pulled out a holy ring radiating blinding white light. The blindfolded nuns behind him instantly knelt down, chanting prayers frantically. The Lord said, "Let there be light." The Lord said, "All will return to light and order." Endless pure white light transformed into a giant net, gradually entangling the fleeing golden origin. The piercing white light shot up into the sky instantly, alarming all the alien lords within dozens of kilometers. In the distance, the beautiful princess of the Crystal Dragon Palace had just picked up an epic piece of equipment, and raising her head to look at the distant beam of light, bit her silver teeth in frustration. The lapdogs of heaven actually seized the opportunity. She was all alone and did not dare to confront the 100-man squad of the heavenly camp, Hedon having to give up helplessly. Further away on the hills, the Blood Clan prince held a goblet, his face dark and gloomy as if water could drip from it. Once again, the Holy Light Knights took the lead. When it comes to the rookie competition, I will definitely tear you apart with my own hands. He was too far away. By the time he rushed over, it would be too late, and he could only watch helplessly as his archenemy took the treasure. Just when everyone thought the heavenly camp had the victory in their grasp, an unexpected change occurred. Just as the golden origin was about to be ensnared by the holy light ring, it suddenly made a sharp 90-degree turn in midair. It dove straight into a transparent crystal bottle that had appeared in midair. Inside was a magic bottle containing a doll. The Blood Clan prince was stunned. The dragon princess was also dumbfounded. The young man in the white robe and the blindfolded nuns were both filled with rage and shock, their eyes nearly popping out. Seeking death. How dare you intercept the divine object of heaven? The young man in the white robe exploded with rage. Beside him, the most terrifying mature 2-winged angel suddenly flapped her wings and soared into the sky. A round of judgment white light erupted from her body, illuminating the area for miles. The hidden low-level undead monsters around let out piercing screams, having no chance to resist, instantly evaporated into ashes in the white light. A mythic-level angel. Moreover, she was only a half step away from her complete form. The female angel moved like lightning, wielding a holy sword carrying a devastating pressure, and struck fiercely at the transparent magic bottle in midair. Heavenly holy judgment. Ding. Just as the sword was about to touch the glass bottle, time seemed to be forcibly paused. The magic bottle in midair suddenly vanished without a trace, directly being teleported back into the alluring and deep snow-white curves of Scarlet Moon. Immediately after, in the farthest edge of the wasteland, Bai Ji's stunning face was covered with frost, pulling the abyss-staring bow into a full moon. The taut bowstring dug deep into her full chest, accentuating her alluring silhouette. Releasing her hand, two brilliant silver arrows tore through the void, ignoring the spatial distance, and instantly pierced through the defenses of the female angel. One arrow pierced her heart. One arrow pierced her head. The mythic-level female angel, who had just exuded overwhelming authority, as if to purify the world. She didn't even have time to let out a scream. Her chest and forehead exploded with two transparent holes. Her body fell like a kite, with its string cut, crashing into the mud and splattering a pool of filthy blood. In the distance, the Blood Clan prince exclaimed, "The princess of the Crystal Dragon Palace." The young man in the white robe looked at the dead mythic-level bodyguard beneath him, his mind blank. What would happen? Several kilometers away. At the moment, the dual-winged angel unleashed a world-destroying pressure, preparing to shatter the crystal vial with a swing of its sword. The Scarlet Queen, in a high-slit red dress beside Lin Yan, slightly parted her alluring red lips, saying, "Time." Fragments. Deep within the captivating queen's dark red eyes, an ancient clock phantom suddenly emerged. The second hand abruptly halted. The raging black storm around them, and the holy fire burning on the angel's sword, were all forcibly frozen in time. The entire wasteland world seemed to transform into a completely motionless oil painting. Only 2 seconds. Act now. In the center of the canvas. Bai Ji and Bai Rou understood instantly. The two stunning fox fairies simultaneously drew back their divine bows. The taut bowstrings sank deeply into their ample snow-white flesh, creating deadly clefts that were hard to look away from. A burst of light shot forth. It became the only color in the frozen world. Ding. The river of time began to flow again. The oil painting regained its vitality. The arrogant demigod-level angel didn't even have time to scream before it transformed into a flurry of shattered white feathers, completely falling from grace. The angel was killed in seconds. How is that possible? The distant Blood Prince was terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He understood the heavenly faction all too well. Angels are ultimate war weapons, with mythical-level potential, invincible among their peers. The creature before them, capable of covering dozens of kilometers in white light, was undoubtedly a genuine demigod. Yet this mighty demigod vanished into thin air in the blink of an eye. The Blood Prince did not see clearly, nor did the strongest vampire leader beside him. Or rather, they simply did not understand what had happened at all. It was as if the entire battle process had been stolen. On the other side of the wilderness, the stunning princess of the Crystal Dragon Palace also covered her red lips in terror, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. This is the devastated wasteland. The local forces have long perished. The lords who entered to seek treasure are all under level suppression. A demigod angel is absolutely an invincible being here. It was precisely because she feared the demigod angel that she dared not move in to intercept. But now the invincible angel was killed in a single move. The dragon princess felt a chill run down her spine, and backed away repeatedly, saying, "To think, since the world's essence has been snatched, this desolate place has no value left. We should retreat quickly to save ourselves." Further away, a luxurious team composed of 5 demon lords was sprinting at full speed towards the core area of the wasteland. Brothers, charge. The trash from the heavenly faction is stealing the essence. As abyss demons, it is only reasonable for us to get involved. Perhaps the fox fairy lord that the abyss is desperately seeking is hiding nearby. The hell faction has always been arrogant and unruly, displeased with everyone. The 5 high-ranking demons, confident from their teamwork, felt they could confront the main forces of heaven. Suddenly, a radiant demigod angel that outshone the heavens appeared in the distant sky. The demon team was illuminated by holy light, their speed unintentionally slowing down. Then ding. Time and space seemed to warp for a moment. The leading fire demon lord felt a flash before his eyes. The imposing demigod angel in the distance had a gaping hole blown through its chest, and head disintegrating into a flurry of white feathers on the spot. The 5 arrogant demons all slammed to a halt, nearly tumbling into the lava. The fire demon lord gulped nervously, looking up at the sky, pretending to ponder. "Brothers, I think the task assigned from above is to find the fox. If we clash with the heavenly faction, it would be a waste of time." "You're right, brother. Fighting only harms feelings. If we delay the mission, we won't be able to report back." Yes. The greater good comes first. Let's search in the opposite direction. The 5 demons dared not glance back, turning in unison to flee, moving faster than rabbits. Core of the wasteland. The clock phantom in the Scarlet Queen's eyes slowly dissipated, forcibly freezing a demigod-level powerhouse's time and space while contending with the world's laws was an immense drain. She weakened and collapsed. Lin Yan, quick to react, caught her slender waist. He felt a warm and smooth sensation. Well done, Lin Yan praised with a smile. The Scarlet Queen's time fragments combined with the perfect single-target burst of the mythic twin stars was simply an unbeatable divine strategy. Even a demigod would meet their demise on the spot. Lin Yan looked around. The space at the edge of his sight was rapidly collapsing. After the recent bombardment, the lifespan of this wasteland was now less than 2 hours. With the world's essence in hand, we've struck gold. Prepare to retreat. Lin Yan decisively crushed the interdimensional scroll. 10 graceful figures were enveloped in white light and vanished instantly. Moments later, a young man in white robes accompanied by several heavenly lords rushed to the scene in a frenzy. Where is everyone? Who did this? The young man in white had a grim expression, trembling with rage. Though the angel's fall was heartbreaking, every sacrifice was worth it for the honor of their faction. But now not only had the angel died in vain, but the world's essence they were about to acquire had also vanished. They didn't even see the enemy's face. He scanned the surroundings, trying to find any clues. However, the devastating storm in the wasteland had already blown away all traces. However, the young man in white detected an extremely potent stench of demons, vampires, and the undead in the air. Only hell and the forbidden artifacts of the Blood Moon Kingdom could silently kill an angel. Very good. The young man in white drew out a long sword ablaze with holy fire, his eyes burning red as he shouted furiously, "Prepare for holy war. It's time to wash away this group of dark trash with blood." Buzz! White light suddenly appeared. Lin Yan, accompanied by 9 stunning beauties, landed steadily in the core area of the Firefox territory. The teleportation talisman in his hand had exhausted its energy, turning to ash and drifting away. Finally home. Back on his territory, Lin Yan felt completely at ease. It was dark and chaotic in the wasteland without any sense of time. Now looking up, a blood moon hung high in the night sky. It was already deep into the night. This trip to the wasteland had yielded immense rewards. Just one elemental divine tree alone was priceless. Not to mention that they had also intercepted the coveted world's essence that made all factions envious. Lin Yan comfortably leaned back in a wide soft chair. Come, let's take everything out of the bags. Well, split the loot. Hearing the word money, Fei Yu's eyes instantly turned into golden soul crystal symbols. Beneath her high-slit white robe, her fair legs trembled with excitement. Lin Yan waved at Fei Yu. Her pretty face flushed as she obediently walked to the front of the soft chair. Lin Yan was unreserved, directly reaching into her deep, soft cleavage. His hand was met with an astonishing warmth and breathtaking softness. After a few explorations, he successfully retrieved the crystal magic vial containing the world's essence. Then the Fox ladies all opened their storage rings. A cascade of treasures poured down like a waterfall, instantly illuminating the fortress hall as bright as day. The most dazzling among them was undoubtedly the elemental divine tree rooted in the pile of crystals, and beneath it a mountain-high energy vein. Fei Yu's eyes sparkled as she instantly transformed into a meticulous, calculating Blackheart housekeeper. Master, we can directly plant this elemental divine tree in the high-grade spiritual jade medicinal field. With the spiritual energy nurturing of the medicinal field, not only will we save a massive amount of daily maintenance costs, but its growth rate will also skyrocket. The Scarlet Queen also changed into a thin, translucent nightgown, her alluring figure fully revealed. She approached the crystal mountain and quickly estimated. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Master, this mine has been completely exhausted. Calculating down. It totals 186,000 soul crystals. Plus 233 pure elemental stones. 186,000. Hearing this figure, Lin Yan gasped in shock, his heart racing furiously. Truly a super fortune. It was enough to take off right there. 186,000. The exquisite caretaker Fei Yu stared at the bill, her beautiful eyes completely wide with shock. Even if she were to immediately spend money to build dozens of high-grade medicinal fields, the remaining funds would still be enough for the Yan Fox to live a lavish life for quite some time. Lin Yan casually tossed the tedious tasks of bookkeeping and spending on a Fei Yu, enjoying his role as a carefree manager. What mattered most to him now was the elemental divine fruits he had retrieved from the wasteland. There were a total of 18 fruits. 5 fire type, 5 wood type, 5 lightning type, and 3 ice type. Lin Yan casually picked up a fire type divine fruit and threw it directly to the side where the Scarlet Queen stood. A gift for you. You played a key role in our fortune from the wasteland today. One divine fruit is a small reward for you. The Scarlet Queen quickly reached out to catch it. Beneath her high-slit red skirt, her long fair legs slightly came together, a hint of uncontainable joy flashing in her eyes. However, since she had already pledged her loyalty, she didn't bother with pleasantries with Lin Yan. After stowing away the fruit, she intended to return to her alchemy workshop for research, but Lin Yan's subsequent actions left her utterly perplexed. The night was deep, just past midnight. The recruitment slots refreshed on time. Lin Yan, carrying the remaining 17 divine fruits, strode confidently to the fox summoning altar. With the help of the Baiji sisters, he placed the colorful fruits into the grooves along the altar's edge. Inserting the fruits into the stone crevices will give birth to elemental fox spirits. Doubt filled the stunning face of the Scarlet Queen. In her past life, she had been a peak true god who ruled over a magical era. According to her knowledge, pure elemental life was nurtured over centuries through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Simply using a few fruits as a substitute was utterly absurd. If it were successful, it would be a miracle that defied the laws of the universe. Just as the thought settled in the air, the moonlight above poured down like a silver waterfall. The runes on the altar flickered madly. The fruits, no larger than a fist, voraciously absorbed the moonlight as if they were balloons being inflated. In the blink of an eye, they expanded to over a meter in height. The surfaces of the fruits displayed various mysterious totems of fire, lightning, and frost, radiating a dazzling elemental brilliance. Crack! The sound of breaking fruit skins echoed one after another. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the gentle sound of shells cracking. 17 stunning fox maidens with varying hair colors and alluring figures slowly stepped out from the massive fruit shells. They wore no clothing to conceal themselves. Only a layer of gossamer-thin elemental gauze barely covered their vital parts. Their large swathes of snowy skin were fully exposed to the night breeze. Dewy mist clung tightly to their delicate bodies, accentuating their perfect curves. Lin Yan took a deep breath, nearly dazed by the overwhelming beauty before him. So large, so white. This visual impact was definitely worth a battle. Lin Yan steadied himself, suppressing the heat rising within. The 17 exquisite beauties conveniently accounted for the 35 recruitment slots available today. Thanks to the power of the super-grade divine fruit, the consumption of recruitment slots was remarkably low. Opening the attributes panel. Among the 13 fox maidens had a potential limit of silver demigod. The remaining 3 combat-type fox spirits had potential reaching gold demigod. Fire element fox spirit Yin Ji skills: fire elementalization, meteor, fire, rain, flame, dance, lightning element fox spirit Lei Yin skills: lightning elementalization, heavenly thunder, cleansing, lightning, transmigration, ice element fox spirit Bing Pa skills: ice elementalization, absolute zero, frost. Nova Yin Ji had wild crimson hair, a body that was exceptionally alluring, and a chest so ample it nearly burst through the red gauze. Lei Yin sported purple twin tails, her slender waist easily grasped, while her purple fox ears quivered slightly. Bing Po, on the other hand, wore a cold, unapproachable expression, exuding an alluring ice queen aura. With the divine skill of elementalization, they could completely immunize themselves against ordinary physical attacks, transforming into pure elemental beings that traversed the battlefield. Once their levels rose, any one of them could become a super mobile artillery capable of single-handedly annihilating a city. However, Lin Yan's gaze ultimately settled on a wood-type fox maiden. Unlike the gentle and serene demeanor of her wood-type sisters, this fox maiden had waist-length azure hair resembling an unmatched sword just drawn from its sheath. The sharpness she emitted seemed capable of cleaving the surrounding air. She held a simple green wild grass in her hand, casually forming a sword flourish. Qing Meng, I greet my master. Wherever your sword's edge points is the battlefield where I charge ahead. Sword fox Qing Meng profession, wood elemental mutant level early stage, 5 potential limit lower true god. Skills: grass sword technique indestructible, sword body 10,000, leaves flying flowers. This girl did not practice spells or engage in large-scale bombardments. She specialized in the sword path. A single piece of wild grass could shatter stars. Another true god potential killing machine. The night had grown deep. Lin Yan felt no sleepiness. With a super large sum recently added to his territory, he needed to convert it into productivity immediately. Every second delayed was a massive loss. He brought the remaining docile wood-type fox spirits to an open space in the southern core area. The 4 fox maidens were named by Lu Qing, He Tang, and Bai Zhu. They were all born with an affinity for plants, making them top-tier experts in farming and nurturing. From now on, you 4 will take care of the elemental divine tree and the experience fruit tree. Lin Yan instructed. However, planting the divine tree requires new high-grade medicinal fields. How many plots do you think would be appropriate to build? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Previously, the Scarlet Queen had roughly calculated and suggested building 36 high-grade spirit jade medicinal fields, which would just suffice to sustain the divine tree's consumption. However, Bai Lu slightly bowed, her ample chest pressed tightly together softly, providing a different answer. Master, if we rely on our wood-type talents to catalyze the divine tree, we'll absorb more nutrients, significantly shortening the time needed to bear fruit. Therefore, to allow the divine tree to reach its utmost growth speed, at least 81 high-grade medicinal fields need to be constructed. 81 pieces of high-level spirit jade medicinal fields spread out to encompass a full 81 acres. The area covered is quite astonishing. In order for the elemental divine tree to absorb the most abundant nutrients, these 81 plots must seamlessly connect to form a complete spiritual energy array. As long as there is a slight break in the middle, energy will flow out uncontrollably. Lin Yan, accompanied by Bai Lu and several wood element fox maidens along with Qing Meng, who specializes in swordsmanship, made a large circle around the perimeter of the core area. Master, I have carefully examined the soil quality nearby. Bai Lu crouched down, extending her delicate fingers to pinch a handful of soil. Today she wore a semi-transparent green veil. As she crouched, her full and rounded curves were tightly accentuated, and a large expanse of dazzling white skin was revealed at her neckline. She raised her exquisite face to report the soil in this area has the richest spiritual energy, making it the most suitable for planting the divine tree. She then pointed ahead. In the midst of a flat wasteland there stood an oddly placed small hill made of stone reaching several meters high. With this hill blocking the way, the 81 medicinal fields cannot form a complete square. It's no big deal. Lin Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. A mere crumbling hill could be flattened with a... Having just reached the 4th tier of the extraordinary, he was brimming with strength, and was preparing to test whether he could shatter the stone with a single punch. Just then, the sword fox Qing Meng, who had been silently following behind, suddenly stepped forward. Her azure hair danced in the wind, and the tight green skirt accentuated her slender waist and long legs, exuding an undeniable allure. Qing Meng's gaze was sharp, her jade fingers pinching a blade of emerald grass. Master, let me clear the path. As soon as she spoke, she held her breath and focused. Grass sword technique. A brilliant and blinding sword light suddenly erupted in the night. The sharp sword energy seemed to slice through the very fabric of space. The sword light flashed by. Silent, and without any earth-shattering explosion, the small stone hill in front of them suddenly tilted ominously, and the upper half of the mountain slid down along the smooth cut. It crashed heavily onto the wasteland, kicking up clouds of dust. Master, the mountain has been split. Qing Meng put away the grass, a hint of pride and a desire for praise showing on her beautiful face. Lin Yan. He glanced at Qing Meng's attribute panel, confirming that this girl was only at the 5th tier, yet she could level a hill with a single sword strike. The destructive power of the sword fox was indeed terrifyingly extreme. However, the focus was not here. The mountain has been split, but the sliding debris has increased in volume. Now not only have we not cleared space, but the area is even more blocked. Lin Yan pointed at the chaotic pile of large stones before them, letting out a helpless sigh. Qing Meng. The fiery and stunning swordswoman immediately broke down. She blushed and walked to the side, crouching under a large tree, retreating into herself. Hugging her knees, she buried her head deep into her legs. Her pert peach-shaped backside was raised high, and her alluring curves were fully exposed. Using a sword to split a mountain was indeed cool, but cleaning up the rubble was purely asking for trouble. Lin Yan, tired of the fuss, directly called over the violent blind maiden Yi Yuan. They staged a display of aesthetic violence as she smashed the mountain to pieces. Boom, boom, boom. Yi Yuan, clad in a black ribbon and a Gothic-style black mini-skirt, crazily swung her fists amidst the rubble. Each punch shattered hundreds of tons of stone into powder. As she moved with grand gestures, her black skirt was lifted high. The long white legs wrapped in knee-high leather boots, and the black lace fabric frequently flashed, leaving Lin Yan dry-mouthed. Obstacles were thoroughly cleared. The 81 high-level medicinal fields were rapidly laid out. Bai Lu and her sisters carefully buried the seeds of the experience fruit trees in the center. With the infrastructure complete, Lin Yan took out a large batch of high-level experience fruits he had saved up and distributed them directly to the newly born elemental fox maidens. He smashed in over 200 fruits in one go. He force-fed Qing Meng, Yanji, and several combat-type fox maidens to the 7th tier epic level. Bai Lu and the other 4 farming experts were also forcibly raised to the 6th tier king level. The stock of fruits in their hands suddenly plummeted, consuming over half. Still not enough. Lin Yan looked at his shriveled backpack. Eating experience fruits was indeed convenient, but the speed of acquiring experience was far inferior to attracting thousands of wild monsters to reap the benefits using mutation demon seeds. Others might receive dozens of fruits, all used to nurture one or two ace combatants. But here Lin Yan had an entire courtyard filled with mythical and true god-level potential freaks. Each one was worth investing resources to cultivate. They were genuinely lacking in experience. After finishing the current tasks, the eastern horizon began to show a hint of dawn. Daylight was approaching. This was Lin Yan's first all-nighter since arriving in the Endless Continent. Being a lord is truly not easy. I am simply too diligent. Lin Yan stretched lazily. With a creak, the door to the exclusive alchemy workshop beside him was pushed open. The Scarlet Queen wearing high heels stepped out, dragging her weary body. She had also pulled an all-nighter. Wearing a high-slit red dress beneath her white lab coat, 2 buttons of her collar were undone, exposing large areas of sweaty fair skin and deep alluring curves to the air. She held a crystal magic vial containing world origin in her hands, and her beautiful face was filled with frustration. After researching all night, she had rummaged through her ancient memories, but found no way to utilize this strand of origin. Her strength was still too weak. She must regain the demigod realm as soon as possible. But with a pile of top-quality materials in hand, her alchemical experiments were still unable to proceed. This once supreme queen who had dominated an era was now so troubled that she wanted to pull her hair out. Lin Yan, seeing her distressed expression, instantly understood her thoughts. Don't get stuck in your thoughts. This strand of world origin will just be a decoration. If we keep it, we might as well use it directly to convert it into combat power. If the strength of the territory increases, will we still worry about not being able to obtain new origins later? The Scarlet Queen paused for a moment. She certainly knew that the Lord had the privilege of treating the world origin as a blind box and directly opening it. But such an approach was extremely wasteful, resulting in a massive loss of origin energy. It was simply a prodigal act. However, upon careful consideration, Lin Yan's reasoning was quite sound. A treasure that cannot be utilized is no different from garbage. You are right, Master, I was being too rigid. The Scarlet Queen nodded and obediently handed over the magic vial. Lin Yan took the crystal vial. Without further ado, he directly chose to open the blind box. Bang! The golden origin within the bottle transformed into a dazzling cloud of smoke, instantly dissipating into the air. Only 3 shining high-level items remained at the spot. Lin Yan had not yet had the chance to check their attributes. Beside him, the Scarlet Queen was already fixated on the last item, her rosy lips agape and her eyes nearly popping out. This is impossible. Ding. Tip acquired high-level weapon blueprint, clear sky, painting high tier. Tip acquired high-level armor blueprint, green bamboo light armor high tier. Tip acquired special divine level treasure, incomplete divine office. Looking at the last line of the system prompt, Lin Yan's eyes burned with excitement. He first took out 2 high-level blueprints and glanced at them. Clear sky painting roll, a top-tier magic weapon. With a magic conduction rate of 141%, it even comes with a high-speed casting effect. It perfectly fills the void of top-notch gear missing from the mage in his home. Bamboo light armor with a 24% abnormal damage reduction, feels as light as a feather when worn. Equipping it to the frontline melee assassin greatly enhances their survival capabilities. As long as he hands the blueprints to the divine blacksmith Empress Ludi, not only can they be mass-produced at a reduced cost, but he can also forcibly enhance the equipment attributes with her blacksmithing skills. What a lucrative deal. However, compared to the final revealed divine artifact, these 2 blueprints are hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yan stared at the dim symbol hovering in his palm. The symbol emitted an indescribable aura of terrifying pressure. Just a glance made him feel as if his soul was about to be sucked in. Even the external panel could only display garbled text for divine position. Oh my god! Beside him, the self-proclaimed all-knowing Crimson Queen stood frozen like a statue. Her beautiful eyes widened and her rosy lips parted in shock. She didn't even notice her white coat slipping down to her shoulders, revealing most of her dazzlingly white and deep. After being stunned for a good 10 seconds, she finally managed to swallow hard and stammered, "Master, what you have in your hand is a complete divine position." Divine position. The ultimate law unique to true divine-level powerhouses. Crimson completely lost her composure. Her exquisitely beautiful cheeks flushed with a captivating hue, and her voluptuous legs beneath her high-slit dress trembled slightly. In her past life, she was the sorceress empress who dominated an era. What kind of storms had she not weathered? Yet she had never seen an intact divine position. To break through from demigod to true god, one must comprehend their own divine position. This chasm can trap 99.9% of top-tier powerhouses. Crimson clung to Lin Yan's arm like a frenzied scientist, her ample soft body pressing against his arm as she shook it vigorously. Even at my peak, after collaborating with several true gods to strip one, I could only obtain a fragment the size of a fingernail. Its value is less than 1% of the complete version. Master, what you hold is a doomed divine position. It represents pure destruction that returns all things to nothingness. As long as it is consumed, a demigod can obtain a VIP ticket directly to the realm of true gods. A step to the heavens. Even if the sisters under you have incredible potential and can comprehend it themselves in the future, but by merging it in advance they could possess dual divine positions in the future. Their combat power would absolutely be a devastating dimensional strike. Crimson became increasingly excited, her watery eyes filled with curiosity. It doesn't match my spell system, I don't want it. However, no matter who merges it, can you let them cooperate with me for some in-depth physical research? She stretched out her delicate finger to gesture, her gaze trailing off, exuding an intoxicating madness. Lin Yan didn't hesitate at all. A doomed divine position, focused on destruction and disaster. He just happened to have a perfect match in the form of a violent killing god. Yi Yuan, come here. Lin Yan commanded. The blind princess Yi Yuan, dressed in a Gothic-style black skirt, and with a black silk band over her eyes, obediently walked in front of Lin Yan. The little girl usually fought fiercely with her fists, but now under everyone's gaze she shyly clutched her skirt, exposing her long fair legs clad in knee-high leather boots. Just eat it directly. Lin Yan handed over the divine position. Don't be afraid, Fei Yue is here to heal and shield you. Yi Yuan nodded obediently, opened her pink mouth, and swallowed the dark symbol. Boom. The next second, a world-destroying dark storm abruptly erupted from Yi Yuan's. The violent disaster hurricane instantly swept across the entire core square. Damn, I miscalculated. Lin Yan's expression changed. How could he forget that merging divine artifacts would cause heavenly phenomena? A dazzling silver-white shield firmly held back the surrounding buildings, resisting the tearing force of the black hurricane. At the center of the storm, Yi Yuan's feet left the ground. A dazzling silver-white shield firmly held back the surrounding buildings, resisting the tearing force of the black hurricane. At the center of the storm, Yi Yuan's feet left the ground, floating in midair. The hurricane had blown her black skirt up, completely exposing the infinite spring scenery below her waist. Her two long fair legs that reflected light, and the black lace fabric covering her mysterious area, were clearly laid before Lin Yan's eyes. The visual impact was simply deadly. But at this moment Yi Yuan had no time to worry about her exposure. A dark golden symbol radiating endless destructive aura slowly appeared on the black silk band on her forehead. It seemed that just a glance would instantly obliterate one's soul. Yi Yuan sensed that the violent power within her was about to break free. To avoid blowing up her master's home, she abruptly turned and transformed into a black lightning bolt, dashing toward the wilderness on the outskirts of the territory. Lin Yan immediately pulled up her attribute panel. Disaster Blind Princess Yi Yuan, level high, level 8. Potential limit lower, true god skills, disaster, heavy fist, soul, crush, demon eye. Divine position, doomed, control, progress 0.001. Even with a pitiful control of merely 1 in 100,000. As long as the words divine position appeared on the panel. Yi Yuan now possessed attributes that could suppress even true god levels. She was now a walking tactical nuclear bomb. An ordinary golden demigod wouldn't be able to withstand even a single punch from her.